Zhou Xi was compelled to serve as a mere pawn for a decade, masquerading as a false heiress, and upon the conclusion of the narrative, the rebate system approached her. In pursuit of her children, seeking fortune abroad, and cultivating herself into an affluent beauty, her two sons transformed from destitute beggars into elegant young gentlemen. 5 years later, she made a resplendent return, with a trio of them drawing attention at the airport. She dismissed the contrition of her adoptive parents and foster brother. Her biological parents sought to atone, but she had long surpassed the age where parental affection was a necessity, activating her do not disturb mode. As for the biological father of her children, Chapter 1, Breaking Free from Constraints. I have finally liberated myself from these shackles, Zhou Xi declared, hands on her hips, pointing at the high, azure sky, her heart brimming with indignation. Heavenly thief, if you have the audacity, strike me down with lightning. After her outburst, she immediately scurried to the corner, trembling, folding her hands in prayer. Oh, dear heavens, I apologize. I was merely speaking in haste. I beseech you to overlook my folly and spare me from lightning. I implore you. After 3 minutes, confirming that there were no signs of a tempest outside, she cautiously emerged from her corner, her legs shaking. Pain, an unbearable agony, truly overwhelming. Fate had dealt her a cruel hand, with an obsession for tranquility. She bid farewell to the countless stations of her youth, resigned to mediocrity, yet unwilling to succumb to a mundane collapse. You are a Zhao. You are a freebird. After a decade, she finally reclaimed control of her own body. However, she felt neither the exhilaration nor the joy she had envisioned. No delight in her newfound freedom. Bewilderment enveloped her, leaving only confusion. Her life was now but a haze of uncertainty. What difference did it make to return? She had no family, no friends, and her kin? Were they even alive? Ding dong, esteemed host, greetings. The rebate wealth system, Silk Flower, is here to serve you wholeheartedly. The faint sensation of death surrounding Zhou Xi did not stir waves upon the system's arrival. She remained in a state of desirelessness, as if on the brink of demise. This distressed the system greatly, for this was its first bound host, and it absolutely could not afford any mishap. Otherwise, it would have to return to raising pigs. Immediately, it anxiously implored her not to entertain despair. Host, I beg you, do not perish. You cannot die. It is we who have wronged you. Speak plainly. How have you wronged me? There were countless individuals who had wronged her. How could she discern what this mindless, incoherent creature had done to offend her? Silk Flower was gentle in nature, accustomed to soft-spoken conversations. Zhou Xi was the first to address it with such coldness. Moreover, it was inexperienced in executing tasks, wretchedly foolish, and in its panic, it divulged everything, entirely forgetting the instructions of the great demon. We should not have overlooked your information. We should not have. In short, we are entirely in the wrong. As its voice faded, Zhou Xi's expression grew increasingly frigid, her gaze piercing through the quivering pink mass above, before it vanished entirely. So you deprived me of 28 years' worth of earnings? Silk Flower, feeling guilty, nodded slightly. Yes, I apologize. It is all our fault for not approaching you in a timely manner. Although a vague suspicion lingered in her heart, she still inquired, then why have I become the beneficiary of your benevolence? In your previous life, you were an extraordinarily good person, the very best kind. Indeed, it seemed that during idle moments, one ought to engage in more good deeds. Yes, esteemed host, the money you donated has saved numerous lives, accumulating great merit, which is why I've been assigned to serve you. Zhou Xi continued to press. If I possess such high merit, then why not arrange a favorable fate for me? Why must I endure so many years of suffering? Jiang Xihua ceased to indulge in idle chatter and began to elucidate. Esteemed host, this is an additional side quest. Fate is automatically generated and cannot be altered. We are powerless in this regard and can only dispense corresponding benefits to those with great merit. In your past life, you donated a considerable sum. Hence the welfare benefits manifest as a rebate system, ensuring that you shall not want for money in this lifetime. So that was the case. Her generous donations were not in vain. Zhou Xi fell silent for a moment, but when she finally spoke, her words were once again enough to make Jiang Xihua wish for death. Then perhaps I should just die. I've long since come to terms with money, or else I wouldn't have donated at all in my previous life. Even though she was free now, she felt utterly devoid of purpose. No, esteemed host, you cannot die. I implore you. I refuse. I wish to die. With that, Zhou Xi made to throw herself against the wall, fearing she might truly seek to end her life. Jiang Xihua swiftly waved her hand, reluctantly sacrificing the precious talisman she had painstakingly acquired to shield her. Esteemed host, you cannot perish. Your children are still alive, and they await your return. You must not die. In an instant, Zhou Xi dashed to Jiang Xihua's side, grasping her anxiously as she pressed for answers. What did you say? Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Xihua was dizzy from being shaken, struggling to complete her sentence. Esteemed host, please release me. I need to catch my breath. Both of your children are alive. They have not perished. They are still living. Zhou Qingni's voice trembled. Where are they? Where are they now? Seeing that Zhou Qingni had abandoned thoughts of self-destruction, Jiang Xihua's heart began to relax. One is in Yunnan City, and the other is in Chuan City. What are their well-being? Are they faring well? Are they well-fed and warmly clothed? Those were the children she had carried for 10 months and had painstakingly brought into the world. How could she not worry about them, having only glimpsed them at birth? They are fine, they are alive, all of them. Zhou Qingni realized she had taken things for granted and ceased to dwell on her turmoil. How many people in this world could claim to be well-fed and warmly clothed, let alone 2 small children? As long as they were alive, that was enough. Now that everything had come to a close, as long as they were alive, there remained hope. Zhou Qingni closed her eyes, forcing herself to calm down, preparing to seek benefits. Fearing she might entertain further dark thoughts, Jiang Xihua cautiously approached and poked her gently on the calf. Esteemed host? Esteemed host? Host! After 3 minutes, when Zhou Qingni opened her eyes once more, she had regained her composure. Allow me to introduce myself. Jiang Xihua awkwardly pointed to herself. Me? Zhou Qingni shot a glance at the formless little entity in the air, responding with irritation. Could it be me? Still shaken by the earlier events, it quickly waved its hands. No, of course not. It hurriedly began its self-introduction. Esteemed host, greetings. I am the Rebate System, Jiang Xihua. Whatever money you spend, this system will return it to you tenfold and will automatically plan the sources of this money, ensuring no one will suspect a thing. Upon concluding, Jiang Xihua looked at Zhou Qingni with a sense of pride, hoping for praise. However, Zhou Qingni found it endearing but chose not to show it. With a stern expression, she pushed the silly creature a little further away and continued to negotiate terms. I should receive a novice gift pack, right? Jiang Xihua hesitated, poking at its fingers. Esteemed host, I am a rebate system and do not possess a novice gift pack. Zhou Qingni feigned surprise. You are rather lacking. As your host, I cannot even receive a novice gift pack. Esteemed host, I am the benefit itself, so there is no novice gift pack. Very well. Zhou Qingni felt a tinge of disappointment. Then just provide me with compensation. Compensation? Jiang Xihua considered arguing, but recognized that their system had indeed erred, and offering some compensation to soothe the host was only right. Esteemed host, what kind of compensation do you desire? Perhaps fearing that Zhou Qingni might make unreasonable demands, it quickly added, Esteemed host, I am a novice system and lack capabilities, but I assure you that whatever I possess, I will certainly procure for you. Zhou Qingni disregarded its concerns and calmly stated, I require you to agree to 3 conditions. Chapter 2, the Rebate System. Firstly, assist me in locating my 2 children, facilitate the establishment of new household registrations. Devise a means to transport us 3, mother and children, to country M and erase all traces of our existence within the homeland. Secondly, the weakly protesting Jiao Xihua timidly raised her hand, stating, Host, it seems this entails more than 3 tasks, exceeding the limit. No, this constitutes but a single task. The protest was in vain. Secondly, regardless of the methods employed or the current physical state of the 3 of us, it is imperative that you strive to restore our health, ideally within a year. As for the third, I have yet to contemplate it. I shall address it when I have devised a plan. Given the present circumstances, immigration appears to be the most prudent choice. The sweet narrative has reached its conclusion, with the protagonists successfully united. However, the post-marital life is where the true drama unfolds. She is curious to see how far they can progress without her malicious character. Host, I am merely a humble rebate system. Your requests are beyond my capacity. Seeking assistance is not out of the question. I can only appeal to other systems. Please grant me a moment. Very well, but time is of the essence. I must depart tomorrow in search of my son. Jiao Xihua nodded. All right. I shall seek help at once. Oh no, I mean I shall negotiate. After her departure, Zhou Qingni searched her entire being, ultimately uncovering only a single dime. Thank goodness. At least she had that. As she touched her tattered clothing, disheveled hair, and bony hands, tears welled up in Zhou Xi's eyes. After silently weeping for over 10 minutes, she wiped her tears, striving to compose herself, and staggered out of the alley towards the river on the outskirts. Barely 3 minutes had passed when a group entered the alley, hastily leaving within a minute, seemingly searching for someone. Presently, in her current state, no one would be willing to sell her anything. She must first clean herself by the river, at the very least to resemble a human being. As she traversed the path to the river, people kept their distance, occasionally whispering and pointing, regarding her as a beggar. Reflecting on her former glamorous self, adorned in dresses, leather shoes, and watches, she now saw only a disheveled vagabond. Zhou Xi couldn't help but lament the unpredictability of life. Fortunately, it was June, the weather was pleasant, and sitting on the lawn, the breeze dried her hair and clothes in no time. A dime in 1980 is neither too much nor too little. It can at least purchase something. Observing a bus approaching in the distance, she decisively boarded it. Exhausted, she could no longer muster the strength to walk back. Ding dong. The rebate system credited her 50 cents. Zhou Xi felt a surge of joy. It appeared the rebate system was indeed genuine. With it in her possession, she need not worry about future prosperity. Tomorrow, she must set out to find her children, and with the remaining time today, she must earn and save as much as possible. Starved, she dared not consume rich foods and opted instead for a simple bowl of plain porridge from a small stall. Ding dong, the rebate system credited her 20 cents. She now possessed a total of 78 cents and needed to continue earning. Ding dong, the rebate system credited her 5 yuan. Ding dong, the rebate system credited her 40 yuan. Ding dong, the rebate system credited her 100 yuan. Ding dong, the rebate system credited her 80 yuan. By the afternoon's end, Zhou Xi had procured 3 outfits for herself and, based on the height of a 9-year-old boy, 2 sets of clothing suitable for her son. Additionally, she acquired various other items, totaling around 600 yuan. Upon completing her shopping, Zhao Xiao returned. Host, I have returned. Having filled her stomach, Zhou Xi's mood brightened considerably, and she greeted Zhao Xiao with a smile. Host, I successfully negotiated with headquarters and obtained a plethora of valuable items, all for you. As she spoke, she began to produce the items as if presenting treasures. I borrowed authority from the leader regarding the household registration and immigration issues, which I can resolve for you immediately. Furthermore, I secured several medicinal pills. 3 Wansheng pills, which will cure any ailment upon ingestion and restore your body to optimal condition within 3 months. Additionally, I requested a beauty enhancement pill that will show results within 3 days, ensuring you become more beautiful within half a month, achieving peak effects within a month. Of course, dear host, you are already quite lovely. The beauty enhancement pill is merely a finishing touch. Host, I understand we have wronged you, but I am striving to make amends. Do you harbor even a hint of forgiveness for us? Observing Zhao Xiao, who seemed utterly confused, Zhou Xi could not bear to continue deceiving her. On the way to the hotel, she resolved to have a sincere conversation. Zhao Xiao, when you discovered that my information was overlooked, did no other rebate systems wish to undertake the task? Were you misled into coming here? Zhao Xiao shyly nodded. Indeed, she had been deceived. When you arrived, did your leader instruct you to inform me of the oversight? Zhao Xiao shook her head. No, but I believe it was our mistake that led to this. We should not continue to deceive the host. Looking into her clear eyes, Zhou Xi pressed on, while engaged in tasks, aside from the tenfold rebate. Do you promise the host any other requests? Zhao Xiao shook her head. No, once the host's life stabilizes, the main consciousness of our system will withdraw, leaving only the secondary consciousness to continue working. Thus, it appears you owe me nothing, even if you had not overlooked my information. Dispatching a rebate system upon my birth would have merely resulted in a slight increase in funds, and I would have had to endure all that I have experienced. Furthermore, due to your arrival, I exchanged the money owed to me for the past 28 years for considerable compensation. Knowing my children's whereabouts and receiving medicinal pills to nourish my body, in truth, I have benefited from this. Otherwise, apart from the money, I would possess nothing now. Zhou Xi spoke honestly. She preferred their tardiness over punctuality. Therefore, she felt grateful to the system that overlooked her information. Wah, host, you are too kind. She had been naively swayed into accepting the task, and, as it was her first, feared that a negative review would confine her to picking up rejected tasks in the future, a dismal fate. Rest assured, once I find my children and successfully emigrate, I will certainly give you a glowing review, ensuring a smooth journey for you in the future. After settling the hotel bill, Zhou Xi took the Wansheng pill and the beauty enhancement pill and swallowed them whole. Before she could take a sip of water, the pills transformed into a sweet aroma that slid down her throat. Instantly, she felt her entire being relax. Chapter 3, Finding My Eldest Son, Zhou Yu. Gazing into the mirror at her gaunt reflection, Zhou Qingmi abruptly slammed the mirror shut. In 2 lifetimes, she had never appeared so disfigured. Approaching the window, she lifted her gaze towards the city center, her expression tranquil, devoid of emotion. After a moment's contemplation, she gestured a thumbs up to herself, then picked up the clothing and soap on the table and headed to the bathhouse for a shower. Soaking in hot water and scrubbing for 2 hours, she finally washed away the grime. Observing her reddened hands, Zhou Qingmi smiled with satisfaction. At last, she was clean, feeling her hair noticeably smoother. Zhou Qingmi was taken aback by the remarkable efficacy of the medicinal pill. Upon changing her attire and returning to the hotel, she summoned Zhao Xiao to address matters concerning her household registration. Zhao Xiao, she called. Host, I'm here. What can I assist you with? I've made up my mind regarding the household registration. Please help me obtain a registration in Jing City. And also change my name to Zhou Xi. She is a phonetic character that signifies brightness. She yearned for a future that radiated brilliance, rather than one shrouded in the murky clouds and muddy paths of Qingni Ridge. Understood, host. It has been taken care of. After a refreshing slumber at the hotel, Zhou Xi awoke the next day feeling invigorated and light, enveloped in a sense of comfort and ease. Considering the sequence of her journey, she decided to first travel to Sichuan province before proceeding to Yunnan province. As she felt the garments she had prepared for her 2 children in her bag, her previously empty heart gradually found tranquility. With the sound of the train's whistle echoing, Zhou Xi departed from the city of Shanghai, where she had lived for 28 years. Ding dong, a rebate of 20 yuan has been credited. Ding dong, a rebate of 30 yuan has been credited. Throughout her journey, she spared no expense. She refused to compromise on quality, opting only for the finest. Over the course of 3 days on the train, she accumulated several hundred yuan in expenditures. Upon disembarking, she first visited a guest house to take a shower and donned a fresh set of clothes. She discarded her dirty garments, as she had no time to wash them and her bag could not accommodate such excess. Instead, she directly purchased 2 new outfits, leaving the soiled clothes beside a trash bin, hoping that they might be of use to someone in need. This marked the 4th day since she began taking the Wanxing pills and beauty-nourishing pills. Her once dull and sallow skin had transformed, becoming significantly fairer. Her previously lifeless hair now shimmered with vitality, and her frail body had gained some much-needed flesh. If she had once resembled a gaunt madwoman, she had now metamorphosed into a slender and delicate beauty. Indeed, the products from the system were never subpar. Ding dong, a rebate of 30 yuan has been credited. Ding dong, a rebate of 50 yuan has been credited. After satisfying her hunger with a pack of pastries, Zhou Xi boarded a bus heading towards the next city. Zhao Xiao informed her that her eldest son among the twins had been sold to a family in a victory brigade, a couple who had been unable to conceive for years. Following the advice of the elders, they opted to purchase a son as a means of fostering familial ties. And her eldest son was the purchased child, named Zhang Yinman. The journey from the provincial city to the town consumed another day. It was too slow, far too slow. Anxious yet powerless, she could only sway along with the motion of the bus. Upon reaching the county town, night had already fallen. And without the option to continue her journey, Zhou Xi had no choice but to stay the night and set off again at dawn. Host, hurry. Those people ahead are traffickers, and your eldest son is among them. Quickly call the police, or they will be taken away. The Public Security Bureau was nearby. The trafficker's vehicle had broken down and could be fixed in no more than 5 minutes. You must act swiftly. Zhou Xi found herself in a daze, her mind blank as she sprinted towards the direction indicated by Zhao Xiao. Comrade, what is happening? Is there an issue? The traffickers are loading a bus full of children. Hurry, follow me. In every era, people detest traffickers, especially in a time when their nefarious activities are rampant. Believing rather than doubting, they did not ask many questions, and a group of individuals took up their belongings and followed Zhou Xi. In her haste, Zhou Xi stumbled and fell, rolling on the ground, yet she dared not pause. She scrambled back up and continued forward. Fortunately, they managed to catch up just as the traffickers were about to depart. Spotting the surrounding police, the traffickers exchanged glances. Then, with feigned cordiality, they stepped out of the vehicle. Public security comrades, is there a problem? This is a procurement vehicle from Huayan's compressor factory. We are undergoing a routine inspection. If everything is in order, we will naturally let you pass. Very well, we shall cooperate fully. While they maintained a calm facade, the officers from the Public Security Bureau sensed something amiss. After signaling discreetly, they began to inspect the vehicle. However, after several thorough examinations, no issues were discovered. Just as the traffickers began to create a scene, and the officers resigned themselves to abandon the search, faint sounds emanated from within the partitioned area of the vehicle. 3 minutes later, the traffickers were apprehended, and the children who had been drugged and tied inside the vehicle were rescued. 8 children. Had they been sold by those despicable traffickers? It would have resulted in 8 more shattered families in this world. Once the children were liberated, Zhou Xi stepped forward to seek her child. Perhaps it was the bond of blood, for among the 8 children, the first one to capture her attention was a small boy clad in tattered clothes. Unconscious in the corner, she approached and gently brushed aside the hair behind his left ear, revealing a small rose-like birthmark. Although she had already confirmed he was her son, she still inquired of Zhao Xiao, unwilling to live with regret born of a moment's oversight. Yes, host, he is indeed your eldest son, Zhang Yi man. At 9 years of age, he appeared as frail as a 6-year-old child. Zhou Xi, filled with compassion, embraced him tightly. Perhaps it was the unbreakable bond between mother and child. The little one instinctively leaned closer into her embrace. The nearby officers found the scene peculiar, failing to perceive her as a victim, instead assuming she was merely a kind-hearted individual. Mama, is that the scent of my mother? Upon arriving at the police station, the little boy awakened in her arms, yet he dared not open his eyes, fearing this might be a dream. The moment he stirred, Zhou Xi knew instantly. Sweetheart, are you awake? Do you feel unwell anywhere? Zhou Yu gazed at her with bewildered eyes, filled with confusion. Sweetheart, is it really mother who has come for me? Zhou Yu, meaning bright and radiant, signified a future filled with promise and brilliance. This was the new name Zhou Xi had chosen for him. Seeing Zhou Xi's gaze brimming with concern, Zhou Yu tentatively spoke. Mama, are you really my mother? Yes, I am your mother. I have come to find you. Her voice quivered with emotion. I am so sorry for the suffering you have endured all these years. Your mother has been late in coming. Chapter 4. A dazzling revelation. After confirming that Zhou Xi was indeed the mother he had yearned for over the years, Zhou Yu felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. Unsure how to confront her, he buried his head in her embrace, unwilling to utter a word. Zhou Xi understood that he needed time to process this revelation and did not rush him. She attempted to place him on a chair while she handled the necessary paperwork to take him home. However, he clung tightly to her, fearful that she might slip away again. Zhou Xi tenderly patted his back, cradling him as she proceeded to the registration desk. While they took notes, the officers inquired how Zhou Xi had identified the traffickers and posed numerous questions regarding Zhou Yu. Once everything was concluded, 2 hours had elapsed. Zhou Xi then carried Zhou Yu to a guest house for the night. As he drifted into slumber, she conveyed her third condition to Zhao Xiao. Host, no problem. The all-purpose bodyguard you requested will be ready for duty by tomorrow. With her 2 children in tow, she needed to reach the port city to facilitate their journey abroad. Once overseas, they would encounter all manner of dangers, and it would be challenging to ensure the safety of her children relying solely on her efforts. Thus, a loyal bodyguard was of utmost importance for their protection. As Zhou Yu slept, Zhou Xi took a Wanxing pill and administered it to him. Instantly, the furrowed brow of the little one relaxed. In the depths of slumber, he once again found himself haunted by visions of being beaten. You little bastard, I bought you, provided you with food, and yet you repay me with ingratitude, daring to bully my son. I will beat you to death. Zhou Yu's frail body cowered in the corner, too frightened to resist, merely biting his lip in silent endurance, fearing that even the slightest sound would result in a more severe punishment. Mama, mama, mama. Sweetheart, mama's here, mama's here. Gradually, under Zhou Xi's soothing voice, he began to calm down. Zhou Yu slept soundly, not awakening until after 4 in the afternoon. Zhou Xi first took him to a restaurant to fill his stomach. Then they enjoyed a warm bath and even a haircut, resulting in a remarkable transformation. They did not linger long in Sichuan province and set off for Yunnan province the following day to find Zhou Xiao. As they boarded the train, 3 bodyguards dispatched by Zhao Xiao were also in position, 1 woman and 2 men. The female bodyguard was assigned to protect Zhou Xi, while the 2 male bodyguards were assigned to Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao respectively. Zhou Yu was not particularly talkative, his demeanor calm. He felt a tinge of embarrassment when Zhou Xi held him, believing himself to be a big boy at 9 years old, and felt it improper to remain in her embrace. However, Zhou Xi expressed her affection in a straightforward manner, having already uttered phrases of love multiple times since the previous day. After dinner the night before, Zhou Xi had explained to him the reasons behind their separation over the years. Following that conversation, he could distinctly sense the protective barrier he had erected around himself dissipating. Yet, he remained insecure and self-deprecating, approaching everything around him with caution. If Zhou Xi did not initiate conversation, he would retreat into the corner, remaining silent. After emerging from the restroom, Zhou Xi reached out to Zhou Yu. Little Yu, would you like to join Mama to see what delicious food is available on the dining car? Zhou Yu remained silent, merely nodding slightly. The 3 bodyguards assigned by Zhao Xiao were named Zhou Bao, Zhou Ping, and Zhou Bao was responsible for following Zhou Xi, Zhou Ping for Zhou Yu. While Zhou was meant for Zhou Xiao, although at present, his primary task was to watch over the luggage. The selection of dishes on the dining car was limited. On the first day, Zhou Yu hesitated to order due to the prices, and during meals, he refrained from eating to his fill. However, after witnessing Zhou Xi's extravagant displays over the next few days, he became less reserved, feeling free to eat whatever he desired. As a growing child, his transformation was rapid, and coupled with the nourishing effects of Wanxing Dan, Zhou Yu's appearance improved day by day, growing increasingly handsome. The train was a hub of chaos. Even those who prided themselves on their status were not immune to its tumult. "Zhao Di, you little wretch, how dare you steal food meant for our Yao Zhu? I will beat you to a pulp." "Grandma, I'm sorry. Please don't hit me. I want to do it again." Observing the little girl being mercilessly beaten, onlookers attempted to intercede with the elderly woman, but their efforts were in vain. The more they pleaded, the more ferociously she struck. They could only wait until the old woman grew weary and fell asleep with her grandson before discreetly offering cookies or eggs to the little girl, though she feigned gratitude. Her expression was one of disgust when out of sight. Zhou Xi had no interest in meddling in others' affairs, particularly familial disputes, thus she remained silent throughout the ordeal. Unbeknownst to her, the little girl had set her sights on them. "Hello, big brother, I'm Zhao Di. What is your name?" She appeared innocent. Yet her gaze was fixated on the box beneath their bed. However, Zhou Yu ignored even Zhou Ping, let alone her. That night, while everyone else slept, the little girl stealthily climbed down from her bed, crouching low as she approached Zhou Xi and the others. The moment her hand brushed against the box, Zhou seized her wrist and swiftly covered her mouth to prevent her from screaming. Caught red-handed, she was promptly delivered to the train police. Yet as a child, she would face little more than a reprimand, as society was often lenient towards minors. Consequently, the following day, the train police returned her, advising everyone to keep a watchful eye on their belongings. Most of the disdainful glares fell upon the elderly woman. Unsurprisingly, the little girl received another beating. However, during this punishment, she revealed the truth. "Grandma, you told me to steal, so why are you punishing me now? I was only following your instructions." A flicker of panic crossed the old woman's face as she intensified her blows. "You little wretch, how dare you speak such nonsense?" Each time they raised their hands and cursed, Zhou Xi would cover Zhou Yu's ears, and the mother and son would turn their heads to gaze out the window at the scenery. Unbeknownst to them, the little girl glared at them with malice. Zhou Ping met her gaze with a fierce scowl, causing her to feign fear immediately. "How tedious, truly tedious. Mama, what is my little brother's name?" "Zhou Xiao. It means brightness, a future that is radiant." As they disembarked, a group of influential figures approached, and the surrounding crowd instinctively parted to make way for them. With the protection of Zhou Ping and the others, Zhou Xi and Zhou Yu were not jostled. Once the group passed, they hurriedly exited. "Lanqi, what is the matter? Is there an issue?" Zhang Huichuan noticed Qi Lanqi glancing back repeatedly and immediately inquired, thinking something was amiss. "Nothing, I just thought I saw something." Chapter 5. The younger son Zhou Xiao. How could my brother, after all these years, not have a partner, thus resulting in such a large child? It seems he truly needs a break after all this time. While on the train, Zhou Xi noticed Zhou Yu glancing several times at a little boy dressed in a white shirt, black shorts, and black leather shoes. His eyes were filled with uncontainable envy. Yet he did not voice his desire, his understanding demeanor evoking sympathy. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Xi took him to a department store, outfitting him from head to toe in fashionable attire, and prepared a matching outfit for Zhou Xiao as well. Once dressed in his new clothes, Zhou Yu felt a bit uncomfortable, but this sensation lasted less than a minute. His mother's penchant for shopping quickly drew him into her enthusiasm as she began asking which dress looked better. Zhou Yu was unable to discern styles, only capable of distinguishing colors. "Mama, I think you look more beautiful in blue." "All right, I will listen to little Yu." Both dresses looked lovely on Zhou Xi. She had merely asked Zhou Yu for his input to foster a sense of involvement and closeness between them. Ding dong. Rebate system received 300 yuan. Ding dong. Rebate system received 200 yuan. Ding dong. Rebate system received 600 yuan. Ding dong. Rebate system received 400 yuan. As Zhou Xi continued to shop, the sounds of her rebate system encouraged her to buy even more. Had it not been for Zhou Ping and the others restraining her, she would have continued shopping. From Haishur to Chuan province and then to Yun province, their journey spanned over 10 days. Throughout that time, Zhou Xi underwent a significant transformation, her beauty restored, once again becoming the stunning woman she had once been. Basking in the radiant sunlight outside, the versatile bodyguard, Zhou Bao, fashioned a beautiful braid for her. Clad in the dress selected by Zhou Yu and adorned with high heels that elevated her elegance, she exuded an aura that belied her age of 28 and the fact that she had borne 2 children. With her striking demeanor, impeccable attire, and 3 uniformly dressed companions trailing behind her, they undeniably captured the attention of many onlookers. Sensing the gazes of those around them, Zhou Yu tightened his grip on her hand. Noticing his unease, Zhou Xi gently patted his head, softly reassuring him. It's all right. Mommy is here. And I will always be by your side along with your brother. The following day, Zhou Xi instructed Zhou Ping to take Zhou Yu out shopping while she accompanied Zhou Bao and Zhou and to locate Zhou Xiao. According to the information from Jiao Xihua, Zhou Xiao had been sold to a household in the urban area of Yunnan province. The family did not seek him for the purpose of continuing their lineage, but rather to provide a semblance of hope for their daughter, Yu Jiaolan, who had recently lost a child and a husband. Initially, they treated Zhou Xiao kindly, but once their daughter began to recover, he became a burden. Subsequently, Yu Jiaolan encountered the scoundrel who had abandoned her once more, and unable to confront him, she unleashed her fury upon Zhou Xiao. After a grueling 3-hour journey, upon entering the family's courtyard, Zhou Xi was immediately met with the sounds of a woman violently hurling objects and hurling insults. You little bastard. I'll beat you to death. You and your father are both worthless. I should never have given birth to you. Zhou Xiao huddled in the corner, clutching himself tightly, too terrified to emit a sound even as the lashes fell upon him. He repeatedly reassured himself in his mind. It's all right, hold on. Just a little longer, and it will be over. When Zhou Xi and Zhou Bao burst in, they were confronted with the sight of Zhou Xiao, bloodied and curled up on the ground, shielding his head. Zhou Bao swiftly kicked the deranged woman, Zhao Yu, aside while Zhou and dealt with the few individuals who attempted to intervene. Hurry, take Xiao Zhao to the hospital, Zhouan. You stay behind to report this scum to the authorities. After issuing the instructions, she followed Zhou Bao out. Thankfully, the hospital was nearby, merely 5 or 6 minutes away. During the payment process, as she listened to the announcements echoing in her mind, her heart ached profoundly, devoid of the usual joy. The sight of the word surgery sent her anxiety to its peak. As she waited anxiously, Zhouan had taken the family to the police station, ensuring that the surrounding community was well aware of their misdeeds. Considering the likelihood of not being able to return that night, Zhou Xi had Zhou Bao call Zhou Ping, asking him to bring Zhou Yu to the hospital. Throughout Zhou Xiao's surgery, Zhouan accompanied the police to take statements, offering brief condolences before departing. After 2 long hours, the surgery lights dimmed, and Zhou Xiao was wheeled out. The small child lay silently on the bed, his pale face reflecting his frail condition. Resembling Zhou Yu, yet even smaller, clearly having grown up in hunger. His body bore the marks of years of accumulated bruises, his limbs slender and emaciated, leaving little but bone. Gently, she lifted the hair behind his right ear, revealing a birthmark resembling a cloud, identical in color to the one on Zhou Yu's left ear. At last, she had found her little rose and little cloud. When the child was born, she had only caught a fleeting glimpse before succumbing to unconsciousness. Had it not been for the attending physician's mention of their birthmarks, she would have had no basis for identifying her sons. That evening, Zhou Ping arrived at the hospital with food and Zhou Yu. As she cradled Zhou Yu to sleep, the voice of Jiao Xihua echoed in her mind once more. Host, there are people in Haisher looking for you. Zhou Xi paused briefly, then returned to her natural demeanor. Who are they? The Zhou family? Yes, it is them. Do you know why they are seeking me? Jiao Xihua scratched his head, somewhat bashful. I'm not sure about that. It's all right. They can't possibly find me. I will leave here within a week at most. Rest assured, host. Due to my exceptional performance in rectifying the recent oversight of the Bureau, I have been granted a modicum of authority. As long as you wish to remain hidden, I will ensure they do not locate you. Thank you, Jiao Xihua. I will certainly leave you a glowing review upon your departure. You're welcome. You are my first host. And you've helped me turn a losing hand into a winning one, defying those who awaited my downfall. I will forever remember your kindness. That night, Zhou Xi remained in a state of half-slumber. Each time she dozed off, visions of her children's suffering would invade her mind. Only by keeping her eyes open and watching them beside her could she find solace. She gazed at her elder son, then at her younger son, unable to quench her longing to see them, wishing for a pair of extra eyes on her back. It was only as the first light of dawn began to illuminate the sky that she slowly drifted into slumber. With Bao Ping's protection, there was little for her to worry about. After sleeping for over 3 hours, she felt somewhat refreshed, her mind no longer clouded. Observing Zhou Yu, who sat at the edge of the bed, chin in hand, fixated on his younger brother without blinking, Zhou Xi approached and gently touched his forehead. Little Yu, have you had breakfast? Mom, I have, he replied before turning back to continue watching Zhou Xiao on the bed. Chapter 6. Those who abandon me cannot remain in yesterday. Twins will always be twins. Despite this being their first meeting outside of birth, Zhou Xi could sense Zhou Yu's innate closeness to Zhou Xiao. However, when Zhou Xiao awakened, he seemed a bit flustered and hurried to inform Zhou Xi. Mommy, my brother's eyes are open. Mommy, Yu Jiaolan. Hunger, pain, and numbness intertwined. Yet it was the most authentic sensation of being alive. Zhou Xi gently placed her hand on his relatively uninjured forehead, her voice soft. Xiao Xiao, you're awake. Mommy will call the doctor to examine you. Zhou had already stepped out to summon a doctor upon hearing Zhou Yu's announcement. As soon as Zhou Xi finished speaking, the doctor entered the room. Zhou Xiao's mind was a swirl of confusion, strange people, unfamiliar faces, new titles, and alien sensations. Nevertheless, during the doctor's inquiries, he momentarily set aside these questions, reluctant to squander this rare opportunity of being in a hospital. The pain was excruciating. His body was riddled with countless wounds. And although he bore no internal injuries, he needed ample rest to recover. After the doctor departed, Zhou Xi arranged for Zhou to handle matters at the police station, while Zhou Bao and Zhou Ping discreetly exited to stand guard outside. The hospital room was now a sanctuary for just the three of them. Zhou Xiao widened his eyes, absorbing the rare warmth he felt, vowing to remember it and seek an opportunity to repay it when he grew older. Seeing his timid yet hopeful gaze, Zhou Xi's heart ached with compassion. Xiao, I am your mother, your biological mother, she explained, with Zhou Yu nodding in agreement. As she continued, Zhou Yu chimed in, recounting his own experiences, leaving Zhou Xiao in a state of bewilderment. It was all so strange, even more peculiar than the stories told by the elderly neighbor next door. He was, in fact, not the biological son of that person. His mother was beautiful and gentle, and she would never raise her hand to strike him. He had a twin brother. But aside from their shared frailty, they bore little resemblance to one another. Zhou Xi believed that upon learning the truth, Zhou Xiao would react like Zhou Yu and burst into tears. She had even prepared tissues for the occasion. Yet, aside from astonishment, only curiosity and joy painted his face. Observing his demeanor, Zhou Xi felt no elation. Instead, her heart ached with overwhelming sorrow. She doubted his genuine happiness, suspecting he had merely become accustomed to donning a facade of smiles and cheerfulness as a protective shield, forever seeking to please others. Zhou Yu, too, sensed something amiss. His gaze toward Zhou Xi filled with unease. She gently patted his hand in reassurance, saying, "It's all right, Mama is here. Progress takes time. One cannot become robust overnight. Everything must transition from quantitative to qualitative change, a process that must be endured." Zhou Yu cherished his twin brother, Zhou Xiao, and remained by his bedside, engaging in conversation. The two brothers exchanged words, while she watched over them with a tender smile illuminating her eyes. Curiously, as their dialogue unfolded, they began to share their experiences of mistreatment. "Brother, did they allow you to go to school?" Zhou Yu shook his head. "No, they made me carry their son to school. They had no money to send me. I've never been to school either, but I can count. I can count from 1 to 100. Really? Brother, you are amazing." Upon uttering those words, he lowered his head in self-deprecation. "I can only count. I cannot write." Feeling inadequate, he feared his mother would disdain him. Noticing his despondency, Zhou Xi enveloped both little ones in her embrace. "It's all right. Once we settle down, Mama will hire private tutors for you to learn at your own pace." Okay. After spending 2 days in the hospital, once the verdict for the Jiaolan family was rendered, Zhou Xi and her companions prepared to embark on their journey. Time waits for no one. To evade detection, they must depart swiftly. However, they chose to split into 3 groups before regrouping at the port. Zhou Bao and Zhou Xi took the 2 brothers with them directly. Zhou remained behind to avenge Zhou Xiao, delaying his departure by a day while ensuring an illusion of leaving together, leaving no room for suspicion. Zhou Ping set off for Sichuan province to deal decisively with Zhou Yu's foster parents, intending to leave them with a profound memory. The incarcerated individuals could be disregarded for now. Those who remained must be compelled to lead more fulfilling lives. In the stillness of the night, she administered the last one Shengdan to Zhou Xiao. After tucking in the 2 brothers, she lay down to plan for the future. Currently, she possessed over 3,000 yuan and needed to earn enough for a house before leaving the country. The constraints within the mainland were significant. Opportunities for significant spending were scarce, and the chances of earning substantial sums even rarer. Thus, she resolved to focus her fundraising efforts in the port city, planning to linger there for a while, allowing the 2 little ones to acclimatize. After Zhou Xi's departure, Zhou stealthily infiltrated the Yu household under the cover of night. Yu Jiaolan had leveraged connections to procure a psychiatric diagnosis from the hospital, thus escaping any substantial punishment. The rest of the Yu family continued to live comfortably, never mentioning the child trafficking incident of years past, shifting all blame onto the mentally ill Yu Jiaolan. The trio of Bao Ping and Zhou were versatile individuals, adept in both shadow and light. If others resorted to underhanded tactics, they would retaliate in kind, yet if others played fair, they would do the same. Such individuals as the Yu family merited a darker approach. Long before Zhou Xi and her companions were still at the hospital, he had already conducted an investigation. Zhou Xiao had become a collective outlet for the family's frustrations, receiving punishment from the most severe to the mildest, leaving no one unscathed. Upon witnessing someone awaken in pain, He continued to shove a handful of powdered medicine into their mouths, disregarding the dosage as long as the desired effect was achieved. Additionally, he had scavenged a considerable number of valuable items from the Yu household, including, but not limited to, various incriminating evidence of corruption. He did not keep any for himself, but delivered everything to their adversaries with alacrity. By the time he completed his tasks, it was already 4 a.m. He elegantly flicked his sleeves, leaving no trace behind, not even a speck of dust. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping ensured that Zhou Yu's foster family did not have an easy time. Just after disembarking from the train, before she could even take a breath of fresh air, Zhou Xi heard the anxious voice of the Xiahua system in her ear. Host, quickly hide. Move into the crowd. The Zhou family has arrived. How do they know I am here? They do not know your specific location. But they have stationed people here to watch, and they have sent out others to search. According to your human sayings, this is what you call casting a wide net. All right, I understand. She was no longer the same person she had once been. 3 years had elapsed since their last encounter. Now, she had undergone a complete transformation. And thanks to the nurturing of the Dan pills, her appearance had elevated from an 8 to a perfect 10. Furthermore, with 2 sons by her side. As long as the Zhou family did not personally come looking for her, no one would recognize her as the former Zhou Qing and I. Those who abandon me shall not be retained. The past is gone. Those who disturb my heart shall not find peace today. Chapter 7. A Moment of Peril. Zhou Xi and Zhou Bao each held a child's hand and boldly walked past them. The scarred-faced man felt a sense of familiarity about her, but could not confirm it. As they began to move further away, he immediately gestured for those nearby to take notice. Brother Sheng, does that person over there resemble the young lady? Sheng followed the direction of his finger and decisively shook his head, slapping the scarred face. Can you use your brain a little? The young lady has been mad for so many years. How could she still look so resplendent? Besides, that woman is holding a child. Do you think she could be the young lady? The scarred face wore a look of grievance, silently grumbling that they had agreed not to strike him in the same spot again. Why was he still being hit there? Moreover, that person did indeed bear a striking resemblance to the individual in the photograph. His suspicion was not without merit. What are you mumbling about? Nothing, Brother Sheng. If he dared to voice his thoughts, he would certainly receive another slap. After all, the young lady had lived alone for all these years. It was a miracle she was still alive, so why would she come to a place like the train station? Discussing this matter, Sheng felt equally exasperated, unable to suppress his disdain for the Zhou family's conduct. However, he was merely a lowly subordinate, his voice insignificant. It was enough for him to look after himself. And he could not change anything. Do not speak out of turn regarding the master's affairs. Be careful of trouble coming from your mouth. Yes, Brother Sheng. Your lesson is well taken. I shall remember it. The scarred face realized he had spoken out of turn, glanced at Sheng, and immediately went to instruct the other subordinates. In a place hidden from view, Sheng discreetly turned to glance at the direction in which Zhou Xi and her companions had departed. His gaze was calm and untroubled. When he turned back, he resumed his role as the diligent individual tasked with finding the missing young lady for the Zhou family. Plans had changed. It was better to be safe than sorry. To ensure their safety, Zhou Xi abandoned her intention to stay the night. Sheng might assist her once, but he could not do so repeatedly. Thus, leaving as swiftly as possible was the best course of action. Zhou Bao, plans have changed. We must leave now. Leave a note for Zhou Ping and Zhou Yin to catch up. Understood. He had witnessed the scene at the train station where they were being checked. If they were discovered, they wouldn't be able to leave with the 2 children. However, there was no need to rush just yet. They should first have a meal and take a bath. Ding dong, the rebate system credited 50 yuan. Ding dong, the rebate system has credited 10 yuan. Ding dong, another 5 yuan has been credited. The melodious sounds gracing her ears lifted Zhou Xi's spirits considerably. It seemed Zhou Bao had procured a bounteous selection of delectable treats. She harbored a fondness for money and found herself in dire need of it, eager to indulge in shopping and spending. Zhou Yu, clutching his trousers, took a step back. His cheeks flushed. Mom, I can bathe by myself. You only need to help my brother. Hearing this, Zhou Xiao immediately grasped his trousers tightly, stammering, No, Mom. I can also bathe by myself. Unable to contain her amusement at their lively exchange, Zhou Xi swiftly reached for her camera and captured the moment. At the sound of the shutter click, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao's expressions shifted from bashfulness to astonishment. Mom, how can you do this? All right. And Zhou Bao will be back with dinner shortly. Make sure to wash up quickly. In truth, she and T intended to assist them with their baths. Though the 2 brothers were slight and did not resemble typical 10-year-olds, their emotional maturity was unmistakably evident. As children grow, they naturally distance themselves from their parents. Once they relocate abroad, she would arrange for them to receive comprehensive education on physiological matters. After Zhou Xi departed, the brothers commenced their awkward bathing routine. Each facing away from the other, with only the sound of splashing water filling the air. "Brother, I'm fairer than you." Zhou Yu paused mid-wash and replied nonchalantly, "Yes, you are, but you are taller than me. That's all right. My height comes from having enjoyed several days of good food. In time, as you receive proper nutrition, you will grow just as tall as I am, and perhaps even taller. Yes, I will strive to eat well and grow taller than Uncle Zhou. When I grow up, I will protect Mom and ensure no one can bully her. Indeed, I will safeguard you and Mom, ensuring that no one dares to harm you." Despite being twins and having endured similar hardships, Zhou Yu's maturity was distinctly more advanced than that of Zhou Xiao. Since Zhou Xi had found them, she had never broached the topic of their separation or mentioned their father, whom they had never met. However, her frail physique and pallid complexion, coupled with the excitement she displayed upon finding them, conveyed the hardships she had faced in recent years. No child is devoid of curiosity about their parents. Once, Zhou Yu had yearned for his biological parents to come for him. Now, however, he simply wished to remain with his brother and mother, finding the concept of a father irrelevant. Seizing the opportunity while the two boys bathed, Zhou Xi meticulously organized the clothing in her suitcase. As before, she aimed to lighten her load, retaining only new garments, while donating the old ones to those in need. After bathing and changing into fresh clothes, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao transformed into fragrant little darlings. Thanks to the restorative effects of Wansheng Wan, the brothers visibly improved in health. Zhou Xiao's injuries had long since healed, and with a nourishing diet, they both filled out nicely, enhancing their already delicate features. Coupled with the warm weather, the fashionable clothes Zhou Xi had purchased for them made them appear even more refined. With continued care, lessons in etiquette, and a boost in confidence, the brothers would undoubtedly shine even brighter. Truly handsome, no wonder they are my sons. After dinner, while the brothers slumbered, Zhou Xi and Zhou Bao took the time to wash up as well. Once dressed, they wasted no time and resumed their journey. With the aid of Jiao Xihua, their travels proceeded smoothly. Zhou Ping and Zhou En arrived shortly after, retrieving the boat tickets left by Zhou Bao before continuing on their way. "Brother, look at the sea. There is so much water." Zhou Yu, feeling queasy from the boat ride, remained curled up inside, not joining in the fun. Although they had only been reunited for less than 20 days, Zhou Xiao was already showing signs of being a caring older brother. Eager to share food and experiences with Zhou Yu, especially his excitement at seeing the ocean for the first time. Zhou Yu, feeling unwell and lacking energy, merely responded with a faint hum from his bed. "All right, Xiao Xiao, let your brother rest for a bit. Mom will accompany you for some photos, and then we can show your brother later." During the period of reform and opening up, the domestic situation had loosened, the market opened, and the economy flourished. Many entrepreneurs ventured into the interior to develop their businesses. The ship carried numerous affluent merchants, clad in suits with slicked-back hair, leather bags, and gold chains, representing various levels of wealth. Chapter 8. The little one feels wronged. Suddenly thrust into such a glamorous environment, Zhou Xiao felt somewhat out of place, standing there awkwardly. Zhou Xi handed the camera to Zhou Bao and stepped forward to pose alongside him. "Sweetheart, place your hand like this, resting on your chin, and strike a cool pose." "Sweetheart." Zhou Xiao was taken aback. "Mom called me sweetheart. I am Mom's treasure." Initially, he had been a bit stiff in his movements, but now he appeared dazed, resembling a robot. With each gentle adjustment from Zhou Xi, he followed suit. After capturing a couple of photos, Zhou Xi assumed he was feeling shy and chose not to press further. One cannot become plump in a single bite, it takes time. In this harbor city teeming with hidden talents, she, a striking single mother with her children, had to maintain a low profile, even with 3 adept companions by her side. After accumulating sufficient funds, she planned to swiftly depart for abroad, avoiding any prolonged stay. However, sometimes, fate intervenes. One may not seek trouble, but trouble may find them. Despite her understated attire, her stunningly beautiful face was hard to overlook. "This young lady, the wind outside is quite strong. You should wear a jacket." With that, a suit jacket was draped over her shoulders, imbued with a crisp, invigorating scent. Zhou Xi was unaccustomed to such fragrances and disliked the sudden proximity of strangers, particularly the unsolicited gesture. Frowning, she took 2 steps to the right and returned the jacket. Upon raising her gaze, she was met with a strikingly handsome face. "Sir, thank you for the jacket, but my family has already brought me some clothing." Noticing the unfamiliar presence beside Zhou Xi, Zhou Bao swiftly stepped over and placed a jacket on her shoulders. The man, Lei Ling, remained unfazed, offering a calm smile as he accepted the jacket back, draping it over his left arm and extending his right hand toward Zhou Xi. "Miss Zhou, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Lei Ling, the president of Thunder Group." One does not reject a hand extended with a smile, especially when it belongs to someone of considerable stature. Zhou Xi extended her delicate fingers and grasped the hand of this affluent businessman. Hello, Mr. Lei. After a brief touch, she released his hand. Sensing the fleeting connection, Lei Ling's gaze darkened momentarily, though it was too swift for anyone to notice. Miss Zhou, we are hosting a gala this evening. Might I have the honor of inviting you to attend? Zhou Xi raised her chin to meet his inscrutable gaze and smiled gently. Thank you for your kind invitation, Mr. Lei, but my son is feeling seasick, and I am not feeling well myself. I fear I would disrupt the festivities. Upon saying this, she feigned a weak demeanor, accentuated by her slender figure and hair tousled by the evening breeze, evoking the image of a delicate beauty in need of care. That is of no concern. Health is paramount. We can arrange another opportunity to dine together. Zhou Xi was not a naive young girl. She understood the intentions behind his words. Yet, she knew well that she could not afford to provoke a confrontation. After all, the territory they were about to enter belonged to him, and she dared not shatter the veneer of cordiality. In the cozy confines of the room, Zhou Xiao nestled by the bedside, chattering away with Zhou Yu. Brother, this is a photograph of Mother and me, and these are also captured landscapes taken by her. Mother said you suffer from motion sickness and cannot enjoy such breathtaking vistas. So she had Aunt Zhou Bao take these for you. Zhou Yu perked up and glanced at a few photos, indeed taken in splendid beauty. The majestic expanse of the sea and the fiery hues of the sunset were sights he had never witnessed before. Yes, they are truly stunning. Are you happy, Xiao Xiao? I am, exceedingly so, he replied, then shyly added, Brother, Mother just called me baby. A mere utterance of the word baby brought the little one immense joy, enough to last him through the night, and he still hadn't quite recovered from the thrill. Mentioning the term again caused him to blush. His fair ears tinged with a delicate pink. A whirlwind of joy and jealousy swirled within Zhou Yu's heart, ultimately replaced by a palpable sense of grievance. He too longed to be called baby by their mother. Brother, what's the matter? Are you feeling unwell again? Hold on, I'll go fetch Mother. Zhou Xi had just returned from the dining room and caught the startled voice of her younger son as she approached the doorway. It was fortunate that their residence was of a high standard with excellent soundproofing. Otherwise, they might have faced complaints. What's wrong, baby? Upon hearing the term baby once more, Zhou Xiao's face flushed a deep crimson, yet he remained concerned for his brother and quickly explained the situation. You go have dinner with Uncle Zhou first, and I will check on brother. Zhou Xiao hesitated, unwilling to leave. It's all right, go ahead. Mother will see brother right away. If you don't eat on time, be careful you won't grow tall. The mention of growing taller seemed to strike a chord, prompting him to obediently head off to dinner. Zhou Xi wasted no time and brought the seafood congee she had prepared for Zhou Yu into the room. The little one lay on the bed, clutching his head, looking utterly pitiful. Zhou Ping, your meal is with Uncle Zhou. You go eat with them while I take care of Xiao Yu. After Zhou Ping left, Zhou Xi settled beside the bed, gently patting the quilt. She asked, What's the matter, Xiao Yu? Where do you feel unwell? Tell Mother. Zhou Yu remained silent, hiding under the covers. What's wrong, son? Mother is very worried about you. You've been sick 6 times today. Please sit up and eat a little, all right? Otherwise, your stomach will hurt. Mother, do you not like me? Zhou Xi was momentarily taken aback by the question. How could she not cherish the precious child she had fought so hard to keep? Of course I do. Mother loves you dearly. You are a piece of my heart. How could I not adore you? Reflecting on her elder son's reserved nature, Zhou Xi felt torn between delight at his newfound ability to express his feelings and sorrow that her inadequacies had led him to feel hurt. Zhou Yu's temperament resembled hers. He bore his sadness alone. However, if someone showed concern, his emotions would overflow, tears spilling uncontrollably. Then, why doesn't Mother call me baby? Realization dawned upon her. He was feeling jealous. All right, my dear, no more tears. I'm sorry, it was my mistake. Zhou Xi pulled him from under the quilt and into her embrace, tenderly wiping his tears with a handkerchief. Please stop crying, my darling. If you keep this up, your eyes will hurt by tomorrow. After shedding tears, Zhou Yu was left with a sense of bashfulness, burying his face in Zhou Xi's embrace without uttering a word. All right, my dear, Mother has brought you seafood congee. It's particularly delicious. Would you try a few bites? Mother will feed you. Zhou Yu waved his hand in refusal. Mother, I can eat by myself. No worries, Mother wishes to feed you. Would you grant me this opportunity? Without waiting for his response, she scooped a spoonful of congee and brought it to his lips. Chapter 9, The Sixth Concubine? Zhou Yu mechanically opened his mouth, accepting spoonful after spoonful until Zhou Xi had fed him the final morsel from the container. You did wonderfully, my dear. Mother is so pleased that you could voice your grievances. This is my first time being a mother, and I may not always do things perfectly. In the future, you must always express any discontent you feel, understood? Zhou Yu nodded. Mother, I understand. Good boy. In the days that followed, Zhou Xi refrained from leaving the house, even going so far as to forbid the enthusiastic Zhou Xiao from running around. Yet, the three of them found ways to keep themselves entertained indoors. Zhou Xiao pointed at the phonetics and asked Zhou Xi, Mother, I didn't hear clearly. Could you teach me again? Aieiaou. Zhou Xi recited them once more, and both Zhao Yu and Zhao Xiao echoed her. With time to spare, Zhou Xi decided to teach the two little ones, preparing them for what lay ahead. Observing the frustrated Zhao Xiao and the composed Zhao Yu, she could only conclude that talent indeed played a significant role. Though Zhao Yu was illiterate, he possessed a sharp mind and learned quickly. After just one lesson, he would remember, while Zhao Xiao, though capable, paled in comparison to the genius that was Zhao Yu. If Zhao Xiao was the diligent student, then Zhao Yu was the prodigy. Nevertheless, Zhou Xi's love for them remained unwavering. Learning is a long and tedious journey, inescapable and requiring patience. Sir, the occupant of room 609 has yet to emerge. Find a way to lure her two children over. Sir, we have tried various methods, but those two little rascals have remained inside and have never come out. Lei Ling chuckled softly. How amusing. She seems quite clever. However, her little wits will be utterly insufficient here. Keep watching and notify me the moment she steps outside. Yes, sir. While Lei maintained a calm exterior, he was internally musing that it seemed another sixth concubine was about to enter the household. How are things at home? Upon hearing this, Lei's expression shifted to one of concern. Madam called to inform me that the third concubine fell and lost her child while visiting her family. Fool. Halt all projects meant for her family. If she cannot even keep her child safe, she is unworthy of my Lei family's resources. Yes, sir. Lei Ling was in a foul mood, irritably tugging at his tie and exhaling a heavy sigh, his good humor evaporating. Bring me some clean individuals. He desperately needed an outlet for his emotions, to disperse the agitation within him, minimizing the impact of negative feelings on his health. Thanks to his meticulous self-care, no one could tell that this robust man with jet black hair had just celebrated his 60th birthday. The wealthy are particularly attentive to their health, and Lei Ling was no exception. Acknowledging that illness often stemmed from what one ingests, he was also careful to manage his emotions. He would express his feelings openly, never bottling them up, which was one of the secrets to his vitality. Otherwise, it would be implausible for a 60-year-old man to have 5 concubines, 3 of whom were pregnant in succession. Due to Zhou Xi's continuous seclusion, meals and necessities were delivered by Zhou Bao, resulting in a relatively smooth and trouble-free experience. Ding dong, the rebate system credited 200 yuan. Ding dong, the rebate system credited 3,000 yuan. Ding dong, the rebate system credited 200 yuan. Ding dong, the rebate system credited 5,000 yuan. The expenses aboard the ship were high, but within days, the funds in her account multiplied exponentially. Watching her finances soar, Zhou Xi felt an overwhelming sense of elation. In this world, 99 problems could be resolved with money. In Zhou Xi's perspective, as long as the matter of the 99 was resolved, she and her children would lead a comfortable life. The ship safely docked at the shore, and under the cover previously arranged by Jiao Sihua, their group successfully departed. Only Lei Yi remained at the harbor, waiting for Zhou Xi to emerge, intending to take her back as his 6th concubine. Meanwhile, the formidable Lei Ling had already left, biding his time until nightfall when Lei Yi would bring her back to ensure she bore his child. Beyond mere beauty, what he valued most was progeny. Although he was already surrounded by numerous offspring and had suitable heirs, upon seeing Zhou Xi and her 2 children, he resolved to have Zhou Xi bear him a child. In his lofty position, possessing wealth beyond measure, countless women sought to attach themselves to him. He perceived Zhou Xi's resistance and aloofness, yet he remained convinced that it was merely a woman's tactic of feigned disinterest. Nevertheless, considering her unparalleled beauty, he was willing to extend her a bit more affection. Little did he know, her aloofness was genuine and not a mere ploy. The harbor city was rife with hidden dangers, and with her being targeted once more, she found it imperative to alter her plans yet again. Instead of lingering in the harbor city, she resolved to leave the country directly. No matter how powerful Lei Ling was, he could never anticipate that she would depart the moment she disembarked. Those in positions of great power despise being outmaneuvered by insignificant figures. Thus, upon discovering that Zhou Xi and her companions had escaped right under his nose, Lei Ling erupted in fury, commanding Lei Yi to organize a manhunt to retrieve them before nightfall. As a subordinate, Lei Yi, nursing fresh wounds, ventured forth to search for them without a moment's respite. Boss, should I send someone to tend to your injuries? No, just find them first. These lackeys, though appearing glamorous to outsiders, were merely playing a part. They were subject to their master's whims, enduring any form of treatment or reprimand he deemed fit. Regardless of the situation, their role was simply to comply. Meanwhile, Zhou Xi hurried towards the airport with her children, daring not to pause. Upon spotting individuals brandishing her photograph, searching and inquiring in the streets, she quickened her pace. They split into 3 groups of 2, Zhou Xi with Zhou Ping, Zhou Bao with Zhou Yu, and Zhou Xiao with Zhou and additionally, With their transformed appearances, they transitioned from delicate and feeble to striking beauties in kipeos. With fiery red lips, elegantly arched brows, and slender high heels, they bore no resemblance to their former selves. Rest assured, host, you look absolutely stunning now. No one would recognize you. Thank you, Hua Hua. Having you as my companion is my greatest fortune. Oh, please, host, I'm just delighted to assist you. Spotting someone approaching, Zhou Xi swiftly entered a nearby cafe. At that moment, she felt particularly grateful for her impeccable command of English and Cantonese, enabling her to switch languages fluently. Chattering away, the individuals with photographs scrutinized her for several moments, asking a few questions before departing, satisfied with their inquiries. However, Zhao Yu and Zhao Xiao were not so fortunate. During this time, they were either on the move or en route to another location, transitioning from one unfamiliar place to another. They found themselves somewhat disoriented when separated from Zhou Xi. In Chapter 10, Departure, the two little ones huddled like quail in the embrace of Zhou and Zhou Bao, scarcely daring to breathe. Stop right there. Upon hearing those words, Zhou, holding Zhou Xiao, hesitated for a brief second, but quickly regained composure, continuing to act nonchalant as they moved forward. Yet, the pursuers swiftly closed in. Stop. I'm talking to you, halt. This time, they ceased their advance, feigning compliance with a facade of trepidation. Zhou gently caressed Zhou Xiao's pale, gaunt face with his rough hand. Fear not, my child. Your father is here. What are you doing? Didn't you hear me tell you to stop? Upon encountering the man in the black suit, Zhou feigned anxiety, his voice quivering with servility. Sir, I apologize. My son is ill, and I'm in a rush to get him to the hospital. The man opposite seemed oblivious, comparing the 6 photographs to the father and son before him. Have you seen these individuals? Zhou shook his head. They're dressed so well. They must be respectable people. How could someone like us, from the slums, ever have the chance to meet them? You're not lying, are you? Sir, how could I dare? All right, just get out of my sight. You're a nuisance. Just when they thought they had escaped a perilous situation, they were halted once more just a few meters away. Wait, what's with that child? My son is ill, sir. Could you spare us a few coins for medical expenses? I'm truly at my wit's end. Get lost. You think you can beg from me? Scram. Zhou was inadvertently shoved to the ground. Oh, sir, please. Once the group had moved on, Zhou Xiao poked Zhou's neck. Uncle, they're gone. Zhou immediately resumed his submissive demeanor. Young master, we must depart. Yes, let us find brother and mother. After enduring numerous thorough inspections, they finally arrived at the airport, an unexpected sanctuary. Lei had focused searches on various hotels and restaurants, never anticipating they would leave the country directly. Thus, a night of punishment awaited him. An hour later, the group appeared at the airport in various peculiar postures. Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao looked even more ragged than before, truly embodying children raised in the slums. Nevertheless, their bright, round eyes remained endearingly charming. Oh dear, whose beggar child is this? Mother, you're so beautiful. Zhou Xi chuckled, expecting Zhou Xiao to respond with a playful retort, only to find he too was a child captivated by looks. Don't worry, in a few years, you'll be as beautiful as mother. All right, quickly change your clothes in the restroom. It's time for us to depart. The eagle soars to great heights. Wings spread against the clouds. The azure sky is ours to traverse. As the plane ascended into the clouds, Zhou Xi heard the familiar voice echoing in her mind. Host, it's time for me to depart. I wish you and the baby good health, safety, and abundant fortune. May you confront and overcome those who have wronged you, leaving them to regret their actions for the rest of their lives. Go forth, I believe in you. Although she had been mentally prepared, when the day finally arrived, sorrow enveloped her heart. Zhao Xihua had been one of the few sources of kindness she had encountered in this world. From the moment she regained consciousness, Zhao Xihua accompanied her from rags to riches, even helping her find her 2 children. Together, they had traversed the mainland, and now they were finally heading toward a brighter future. Yet, it felt as though Zhao Xihua had endured hardship without reaping the rewards. Thank you, Zhao Xihua. Take care of yourself, and don't let other systems deceive you into taking on troublesome messes. Zhao Xihua bashfully scratched its head. Oh dear. Foolish people have their own blessings. Stop. Only you would believe that foolish saying. I will give you a perfect score and glowing reviews. You have completed your task splendidly, and your performance will not fall short. From now on, when taking on tasks, you must carefully choose them. You absolutely cannot just do whatever others tell you to do, understand? The twisted silk flower was so moved that it burst into tears. Other systems all disliked it for being not very smart and didn't want to play with it. Only Zhou Xi was willing to teach it these things. Just like a mother. It was truly touched. I understand, dear host. All right, next comes the most sacred moment. The twisted silk flower brought up a blank page, and Zhou Xi directly set the score to full marks, then began writing a long, detailed positive review. The twisted silk flower grew happier the more it read, cheering her on from the side. Come on, dear host. Our system's highest record for a positive review is 200 words. If you try a bit harder, you can surpass it. Don't worry, my essays are at least 800 words. Tomorrow I'll write you a full 1,000 words. Wow, dear host, you're too amazing. Love you, mwah 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 mwah. Zhou Xi ignored it, bringing out the same energy she used to write 800-word essays during the college entrance exam, praising the twisted silk flower to the skies. Half an hour later, the evaluation was finished. I personally wrote all of this. Take a look and see if you're satisfied. I'll give you one chance to suggest revisions. No after-sales service. Thank you, dear host. I'm satisfied, very satisfied. Then, the twisted silk flower completely fell silent. Twisted silk flower? Twisted silk flower? Twisted silk flower? If you're there, make a sound. What answered her was boundless silence. Sigh, came in a hurry, left so quickly. Only a cold, emotionless rebate system remained. Zhou Xi thought she would feel sad for a long time. But she didn't, because beside her were two adorable little ones. Mom, it's so beautiful here. It's very beautiful, more beautiful than the ship we took that day. The twisted silk flower had arranged first class for them. The level of luxury went without saying. Aside from some differences in electronic equipment, it was basically no different from first class in later generations. Even as an adult, she was shocked by such a huge wealth gap, and the two little ones, Zhao Yu and Zhao Xiao, were even more astonished. But because she was there, they had more confidence and courage, and didn't act as restrained as they had on the ship before, looking out over the vast sky. At this moment, she truly felt something called freedom. Although everything ahead was unknown, the sea is vast for fish to leap, and the sky is high for birds to fly. She believed she could carve out a world that belonged solely to the three of them. When they returned to this land again, they would no longer be fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Instead, they would be the players holding the pieces on the chessboard. Mom, do foreigners speak the same language as us? Zhou Xi shook her head. No. They have their own languages. The country we're going to speaks English. Mom, can you teach me and my little brother English? Chapter 11. Hello, blah 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 blah. Hello. My name is Zhou Xi, and I'm from China. Hello. My name is... Zhou Xiao forgot halfway through, scratching his head awkwardly. Mom, I forgot. Zhou Yu, on the other hand, repeated it completely, and even applied it flexibly, replacing Zhou Xi's name with his own. Hello, my name is Zhou Yu, and I'm from China. Mom, did I say it right? This was Zhou Yu's first time adapting something on his own, and he was a little nervous, afraid of making a mistake. Yes, Xiao Yu is right. You can adapt flexibly. One day you'll be able to speak it as fluently as your native language. Big brother, you're super amazing. In a good mood, Zhou Yu showed his big brother demeanor, pulling Zhou Xiao back down as he stood up. I'll teach you. Hello. My name is Zhou Xiao, and I'm from China. Hello. My name is Zhou Xiao, and I'm from China. Far below, after a long day of running around, Lei nervously knocked on Lei Ling's study door. Lei Ling thought the person had been found, and that Lei had come to summon him to enjoy a beauty. Is everything arranged? Did you use my favorite incense? Sir, I'm sorry. We didn't find her. After saying that, Lei lowered his head, not daring to breathe loudly. But this time, no ashtray came flying at him, only Lei Ling's angry voice. Explain clearly. I took people to search everywhere, but Miss Zhou and the others seemed to have disappeared completely. Not a single trace. Here, I am the king. She dares to play tricks with me. I think she is tired of living. Search. Keep searching. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, find them. Yes. After saying that, Lei immediately retreated. As expected, within 3 seconds, the sound of things smashing came from inside. Lei patted his chest as if he had survived a disaster. He had almost died in there. Looking at the empty living room downstairs, Lei silently lit a candle in his heart for the concubines who would suffer tonight. Meanwhile, far away, Yusheng wasn't having it any better. Still no news at all. No. We've searched everywhere we could. Zhou Yushi sighed, his voice filled with exhaustion. Yusheng, where do you think Zhao Xiao went? Is she deliberately hiding from us? Yusheng didn't dare to answer, nor did he want to. Zhao Xiao, did we really do something wrong? Do you not want your brother anymore? The only answer he received was Zhou Xi's steady breathing from thousands of miles away. A foreign land, a foreign city, surrounded by strangers. Everything was about to start from zero. After more than 10 hours of flight, they finally reached their destination. After getting off the plane, they had a Western-style meal at the airport. Ding dong, rebate system credited $300. Ding dong, rebate system credited $100. Ding dong, rebate system credited $200. Hearing the deliberate mention of USD in her mind, Zhou Xi felt the hamburger in her hand taste even better. Big brother, hamburger, hamburger. Zhou Xiao had become somewhat addicted to learning English. Whenever he saw something interesting, he would ask Zhou Xi how to say it in English. At this time, there weren't many Chinese people abroad, and the country's overall strength wasn't strong enough. These arrogant white people always looked at others through tinted glasses. Just during this short meal, she saw several large women carrying trays quietly move away from them. Angry. How could she not be angry? But what use was anger right now? A nation's strength determines the status of its people. In her previous life, when she died, her country had already become one of the world's top powers. Its voice on the international stage was strong. Those troublemakers had also been subdued and made obedient. What she could do now was work hard to make money, earn money from these people, and when the time was right, bring it all back to her country. Use the money earned here to build her own homeland. She had no property here, no job, and no place to stay. The only temporary place to rest was a hotel. With the passports and various documents prepared by the Twisted Silk Flower, Zhou Xi successfully booked 4 rooms. Originally, she aspired to reside in a more splendid abode. However, financial constraints rendered her unable to afford the finest presidential suite at this time. Ding dong. The rebate system credited her with 8,000. Gazing at the familiar modern amenities, Zhou Xi felt a surge of delight within her. Swiftly retrieving a towel, she dashed to the bathroom to wash up. After a long while, she finally had the opportunity to indulge in a warm shower, and she intended to savor every moment of it. Over the course of a month, her appearance had already returned to its prime, enhanced further by subtle adjustments from the elixir. Unbeknownst to her, her facial contours had undergone slight transformations. Her cheeks appeared fuller, and her brow and nose were now more pronounced, achieving a harmonious balance that did not seem jarring. Her double eyelids were more evident, and her eyes sparkled with vitality. Her lips, lush and rosy, required no embellishment of lipstick. With her elegant swan-like neck, exquisite collarbone, long, straight legs, and a well-proportioned figure, even a woman would find herself breathless in admiration. Mommy, can my brother and I come in? It appeared Zhao Xiao had adapted quite well, even addressing her as Mommy. Baby, wait a moment. Mommy is drying her hair. Zhou Xiao scratched his head. Mommy, I don't understand what you're saying. With a click, the door swung open. What I meant, darling, is to wait a little while. Mommy is blowing her hair dry. Zhou Xiao fidgeted with his fingers, signaling an okay gesture. All right, Mommy. All right, coming quickly. Fresh from her shower, Zhao Yu and Zhou Xiao donned their new teddy bear pajamas, looking like 2 dainty little boys, utterly adorable. The suite Zhou Xi occupied was a 2-bedroom apartment, with her sleeping in one room and the 2 little ones in the other. All right, off to bed to adjust to the time difference, or else you'll have a headache tonight. Good night, Mommy. Good night, my darlings. Time waits for no one. Today was a day of rest, but tomorrow she would venture out to seek her path. While spending money was simple, her aspirations extended beyond mere expenditure. She aimed to embark on a business venture, accumulate capital, and establish her own commercial empire. In her previous life, she was a titan of the business world, and now she had returned. Akin to a magnate entering a novice village, she lacked nothing except time. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, at most 5 years, she would undoubtedly return in triumph with her children. A suite, 2 bedrooms. She was determined to safeguard the treasures she had painstakingly reclaimed. Chapter 12. Settling down, shopping. Money is the foundation of a good life. After a refreshing sleep, the discomfort from the prolonged flight had completely dissipated. Xiao Yu, Xiao, Mommy has to go out for work. You two behave and follow Uncle Zhou and to study at the hotel. Okay, Mommy, goodbye. Their first stop was the shopping mall. Due to the hurried schedule, they traveled light, with minimal clothing to change into. People depend on their attire, just as horses rely on their saddles. To respect others, one must first respect their clothing. I intend to take Zhou Bao to thoroughly scour the mall. As for Zhou Ping, he had a more pressing task, finding a house. The hotel was merely a transitional phase. Having a home of their own was essential. At 10 o'clock sharp, Zhou Xi departed, taking a rented car provided by Zhou Bao to the mall. Today, she exuded an air of Eastern mystique, adorned in an elegant cheongsam, with vintage red lips and a hairpin securing her silky tresses, enveloped in an aura of intrigue that beckoned exploration. Upon entering the mall, her gaze fell upon the grand Louis Vuitton logo, and a radiant smile graced her lips. Let us start with this store. Certainly, Mayam, Celine, Coach, Ferragamo, and Burberry. From purchasing 2 garments to 3, 4, and 5 ding-dong. The rebate system credited her with 10,000. Ding-dong. Another 6,000 was credited. Ding-dong. An additional 4,000. Ding-dong. And another 20,000. Beauty combined with any skill is a formidable advantage. Currently, Zhou Xi's prominent attribute was her wealth, attracting a multitude of eager staff in the mall vying to serve her. She spent liberally and tipped generously, allowing them to admire her exquisite beauty up close. Serving her was certainly worthwhile. After a tiring spree, she sought a restaurant with appealing decor for lunch. I would like a plate of spaghetti with tomato sauce. Zhou Bao, feel free to order whatever you like. Don't worry about the price. Although this was only her second meal of Western cuisine, she was already yearning for Chinese food. She could only hope that Zhou Ping would find a house soon, so they could move in and prepare their own meals. The only solace for her taste buds was the bottle of fragrant red wine before her. Ding dong. The rebate system credited her with 3,000. While the expenses were not exorbitant at this moment, fine wine was hardly inexpensive. Luxury items remain luxury items. They never come cheap, regardless of the era. No matter how high the average salary may be. Opulent decor, dazzling crystal chandeliers, elegant violins, and exquisitely dressed patrons. Indeed, elegance never goes out of style. After years, encountering red wine again, she momentarily lost control and drank a touch too much, enchanted by the seductive ambience. Noticing her slightly dimmed spirits, Zhou Bao approached. Leaning in to gently inquire, "Boss, would you like me to assist you to the car for a brief rest?" Zhou Xi shook her head. "No need. Please fetch me an iced coffee. We'll continue shopping." Upon hearing this, Zhou Bao refrained from further persuasion but cast her a concerned glance before ultimately signaling to a waiter. "Anyone can fetch coffee, but I cannot leave you alone here. To possess wealth is to command respect, no matter the place." After finishing her coffee, she felt rejuvenated, her previous confusion dissipating significantly. Let us continue shopping. In the afternoon, her focus shifted to jewelry stores. Purchasing a house, especially a desirable one, is no trivial matter. She wished to avoid frequent relocations. Thus, for the sake of a better life ahead, she needed to persist in her spending to accrue rebates. Luxury items were indeed the optimal choice. Ding dong. The rebate system credited her with 200,000. Ding dong. An additional 400,000 was credited. While her current expenditures aimed at acquiring a home, she was not aimlessly purchasing anything and everything. When buying, she made a conscious effort to select items that would retain their value, even appreciating over time. Among these, she was particularly enamored with a butterfly hairpin, radiant and resplendent, a perfect embodiment of her current state of rebirth. Ding dong. The rebate system credited her with 300,000. Ding dong. An additional 6,000,000 was credited. Ding dong. A further 1,000,000 was credited. Her substantial spending attracted considerable attention within the mall. Amidst a sea of blonde-haired, blue-eyed individuals, her East Asian features stood out distinctly. Moreover, her unabashed spending style, gravitating towards the most expensive items, made it nearly impossible not to draw attention. Fortunately, the mall's upscale nature and robust security kept her safe from unwanted scrutiny. "Gavin, this woman is truly extraordinary. What? Are you interested? Don't forget, you already have a girlfriend." Upon hearing those words, Robin instinctively turned to check whether his girlfriend had emerged. "Do not speak carelessly. I never claimed to have any interest in her. I merely find her strikingly beautiful." "Who is beautiful?" Upon hearing his girlfriend's voice emanating from behind, Robin chose to disregard his friend's feelings. "It's Gavin. He finds that Eastern lady quite lovely." "Oh, I see. It would be abnormal if he didn't." Both Gavin and Robin were notorious flirtatious scoundrels, flitting through a multitude of blossoms without ever settling. Since their teenage years, they had frequented various bars and clubs. Now, with Robin tamed by Kareen, Gavin found his solitary excursions rather dull and had temporarily ceased his escapades over the past month. Observing his sister's teasing gaze, Gavin felt a pressing need to redeem his reputation by taking some action. After a month of sobriety, it was indeed time to indulge once more. Eastern beauties were indeed captivating, yet they tended to be overly reserved. Though he was a cad, he believed in mutual consent and would not force anyone against their will. Thus, even when mesmerized, he compelled himself to avert his gaze from Zhou Xi. Following the conclusion of dinner, Zhou Ping entered with a cadre of burly bodyguards. "Boss, the house has been secured. You can move in tomorrow. Thank you for your efforts." After a long day of shopping, she was utterly fatigued and had little energy to engage in pleasantries with her subordinates. Eager to return to the hotel and spend some time with her two beloved sons, she looked forward to washing up and resting. Ding dong. 60,000,000 credited to the rebate system. Under the protection of the imposing figures, they arrived safely at the hotel. "Mommy, you're back. Have you eaten? Are you tired?" Zhou Xiao was the sweet talker, while Zhou Yu was the doer. One provided emotional support, while the other fetched bags and slippers for Zhou Xi. "I have already eaten. I had steak for dinner." Though the day was exhausting, the sight of her two treasures revitalized her completely. Chapter 13, The Move. "Mommy, you've worked hard. Xiao Xiao loves you." After saying this, noticing his brother lagging behind, he subtly nudged Zhou Yu's hand. Zhou Yu, still rallying himself internally, was momentarily interrupted by his younger brother and had no choice but to step forward with determination. "Thank you, Mommy. I'll get you some water for your foot bath. Xiao Yu loves you too." Although the little fellow spoke softly, Zhou Xi could always sense their affection for her, no matter the circumstance. Mommy loves you both as well. I'm going to wash up now, and the clothes I bought for you will be delivered shortly. Do try them on. After Zhou Xi left, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao stood in the living room, their rosy cheeks facing each other in a silent stare. A minute later, Zhou Xiao was the first to react, raising his hand to touch his cheek, where Zhou Xi had just kissed him, his voice brightening. Brother, Mommy loves us so much. Zhou Yu nodded in agreement. We must be good to Mommy as well. Amidst the vibrant array of adorable and stylish outfits, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao gradually lost themselves in a fashion show. Zhou Xi reclined comfortably in the bathtub, adding a couple of drops of the freshly purchased essential oil into the water. Instantly, the air was filled with a delicate fragrance of gardenia. She inhaled deeply and gently swirled the wine in her glass. The red liquid danced along the rim, enchanting and alluring, much like Zhou Xi herself, reclining in the tub with her damp hair cascading around her. 15 minutes later, a long, slender leg emerged from the bathtub, stepping into soft slippers. As the water splashed around, Zhou Xi meticulously dried off the droplets adorning her skin, then casually donned a nightgown from the hanger. Each movement exuded elegance and composure. She was no longer an 18-year-old girl. Youth and naivety were no longer befitting her. Rather than clinging to fleeting youth, she preferred the grace and poise that came with maturity. Satisfied that her attire was appropriate, she slowly pushed open the bathroom door. Mommy, do you think I look good with my brother? During her afternoon shopping spree, she had endeavored to select matching outfits, whether in color or style. Although the brothers did not spend much time together, she firmly believed they would not, as often depicted online, quarrel over identical possessions. Beholding the two little gentlemen, nearly of the same height, similar features, yet each possessing their own charm, both clad in matching red ensembles, Zhou Xi nodded approvingly. Dapper, exceedingly dapper. At that moment, she yearned to don a ceremonial outfit and gallantly take her two little ones out for a spin, proclaiming to the world that these exquisite little beings were her offspring. The two boys were in high spirits, trying on one outfit after another, yet at 9:30, Zhou Xi ushered them to bed. Once upon a time in midwinter, as snowflakes fell like feathers from the heavens, feeling too blissful to succumb to sleep, Zhou Yu resisted the pull of his eyelids, battling against them valiantly. After 3 minutes, he finally succumbed to slumber, lulled by Zhou Xi's gentle voice. The trio, adept in various skills, operated with remarkable efficiency. As Zhou Xi and the boys stirred from their slumber, Zhou Bao knocked on the door, bringing breakfast along and reporting on the day's itinerary. He then commenced organizing Zhou Xi's spoils from the previous day. Zhou Ping, having already set to work on the new home while they were still nestled in bed, ensured that every detail was attended to, having arranged for a thorough cleaning of the estate the night before. However, with the owners set to arrive, it was imperative that the house be presentable. Thus, the night owl of the trio, Zhou Ping, took on this noble task. As for Zhouan, he was tasked with procuring transportation. While Zhou Xi enjoyed breakfast with her two sons, halfway through the meal, a series of persistent chimes echoed in her mind, causing her discomfort. Ding dong. 8,000,000 credited to the rebate system. 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 Was it possible that Zhouan had purchased 5 identical vehicles? But why the separate payments, rather than one lump sum? Zhou Xi was baffled, and would remain so until a later encounter revealed the truth behind it all. Upon their first entry into the new home, Zhou Xi arranged for a traditional housewarming ceremony. She and her two children were adorned in their finest, complemented by a row of impeccably dressed bodyguards, creating an impressive spectacle. Mommy, aren't these uncles here to protect us? Yes, abroad is not as safe as at home. Having them around brings me great reassurance. And what about those uncles? They are our family, responsible for our close protection. Zhou Bao, seated in the front row, couldn't help but smile at their dialogue. Family, she cherished that word. Welcome, boss and young masters, home. Welcome, boss and young masters, home. Welcome home, esteemed master and young master. As Zhou Xi gazed upon the two neatly aligned rows of people, she felt an overwhelming sense of surrealism, as if a novel had materialized into reality. Although she was somewhat hesitant, she adapted reasonably well. In contrast, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao were overwhelmed by the grandeur of the occasion, feeling quite out of their element. Nevertheless, they stood firm, grasping each other's hands tightly, their expressions serious as they faced forward. It must be said that the sense of ceremony was impeccably orchestrated by Zhou Ping. In just one night, he had prepared the house, even ensuring that the maids were dressed uniformly. The efficiency was commendable. As Zhou Ping approached, he informed her, "Madam, everything has been arranged at home." Zhou Xi nodded slightly, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Yu, Xiao Xiao, let us head inside with Mama." The two brothers obediently took Zhou Xi's hands, while the three companions followed closely behind, as they all entered their first home in this new world. A harmonious blend of life, leisure, and nature. Zhou Xi had been pleased with the design plans, and now, upon witnessing the actual estate, her satisfaction with the manor increased further. It was neither too large nor too small, offering ample personal space without evoking a sense of isolation. It aligned perfectly with her development plans for the coming years. Enjoying a lively atmosphere, she decided that the three companions would reside in the main building alongside them. Xiao Xiao, Xiao Yu, go and see which bedroom you prefer. Chapter 14, Seeking Trouble. Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao remained still, instead turning to her. "Mama, where do you plan to stay?" I suppose it will be on the third floor. Would you like to join me for a look?" "Okay." At this moment, the brothers displayed a hint of dependence on their mother. However, compared to Zhou Yu, Zhou Xiao exhibited an additional layer of admiration for his older brother. The twins, in their silent understanding, were equally matched. Zhou Yu viewed Zhou Xiao through a thick lens of brotherly affection, displaying some signs of sibling adoration. Zhou Xi's bedroom was the largest in the villa, encompassing over 200 square meters when including the walk-in closet, and was adorned primarily in hues of green. Reflecting her preferences, the decor was fresh and elegant, brimming with vitality. Except for the vacant closet, every detail was meticulously arranged. As Zhou Xiao, still adapting to his new role, entered the luxurious bedroom, he was left speechless. "Mama, your bedroom is so big. It's even larger than the hotel we stayed in." Zhou Xi gently closed his mouth with her hand. "Your room is also splendid. Uncle Zhou Ping has prepared several for you to choose from. Go see which one you like best." Though they were twins, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao had vastly different personalities and preferences. Zhou Yu was emotionally reserved and stable, favoring cooler tones, particularly black and white. Zhou Xiao, resembling Zhou Xi, favored warmer hues and had a notably cheerful disposition, which explained how he could remain so lively after enduring years of hardship. Ultimately, the three of them chose to settle on the third floor, while the three companions resided on the second. That night, aside from the bedrooms they occupied, the lights throughout the manor burned brightly, signaling the arrival of new occupants. "Gavin, have new neighbors moved in next door?" Gavin remained silent, casting a disinterested glance at Robin, as if it were self-evident. The neighboring unit had been vacant for 6 months, and now that the lights were on, it was clear that buyers had moved in. "Shall we invite the neighbors over for the party the day after tomorrow? You have no idea who lives next door, their age, or profession, and you want to invite them over? That would be rather reckless." Robin, feeling exasperated, noted that he was getting married next month and wanted to enjoy himself during this time. Yet, his friend had seemingly transformed overnight, avoiding bars and clubs. If it weren't for the fact that he had called someone over to his house a couple of days prior, Robin might have thought he was on a path of abstinence. "Robin, marriage is not the same as dating. Once you commit, you must take on responsibilities. You can no longer live as you did before." Upon hearing this, Robin fell silent. He loved Karine and wished to build a life with her. However, after years of living a carefree lifestyle, transitioning to a responsible partner was indeed challenging. It wasn't that he would be unfaithful. Rather, he found it difficult to completely abandon the nightlife of bars and clubs. Seeing that Robin had nothing more to say, Gavin turned and entered his room, leaving Robin alone to face the chilly air outside. On the second day after moving into their new home, Zhou Xi took her 2 children out for a day of fun. The brothers were quite anxious, feeling inadequate as they struggled with their mother tongue, knowing how to speak but not write, and lacking any proficiency in English. They were eagerly urging her to find a tutor, displaying an earnest desire for knowledge. However, in a new environment, adapting and observing were far more crucial than immediate learning. Zhou Yu, incredulous, clutched the cartoonish Donald Duck outfit in his hands. "Mama, do we really have to wear this to the amusement park?" Zhou Xi feigned a look of distress. "Darling, do you think the outfit I chose is unattractive? It's lovely. The outfit you picked is really nice. Look how adorable I am." Already dressed, Zhou Xiao joyfully pranced around them, resembling a charming little Donald Duck. "Wow, my precious is so adorable. Will you wear the Mickey Mouse outfit for Mama tomorrow?" "Sure." Xiao Xiao always listens to Mama. Zhou Xiao's smug demeanor was unmistakably that of a little charmer. Although he was still inexperienced in such arts, he had already begun to see results. Zhou Yu clutched his Donald Duck outfit tightly, hesitating for 3 seconds before stepping into the bedroom. If his brother could wear it, so could he. After all, he was the elder brother, and wearing it would surely make him look cuter than his younger sibling. Upon arriving at their destination, the brothers showcased a stark contrast to their earlier demeanor. Zhou Xiao, feeling bashful, hesitated to exit the car, while Zhou Yu coolly opened the car door. Stepping out with his hands in his pockets and sunglasses on, exuding an air of indifference. Observing his brother's timidness, he sighed internally and stepped forward to pull Zhou Xiao along. Lift your head, straighten your back, tuck in your stomach, and stick out your bottom. Under his brother's guidance, Zhou Xiao gradually raised his head, though his face still bore signs of anxiety, his small hands clinging to Zhou Yu's shirt. Don't be afraid. With Mama and me here, and all these bodyguard uncles around, no one can bully us. Zhou Xi stepped forward to hold their hands, affirming, yes, with Mama here, no one can harm you. Encouraged by their support, Zhou Xiao began to loosen up. They enjoyed a thrilling array of rides, including roller coasters, carousels, and bumper cars. Zhou Xi, feeling fatigued, opted to sit down and wait for them midway, allowing Zhou Ping and Zhou and to accompany the boys. As she observed the bustling crowd and her two sons laughing gleefully in the distance, a smile gradually spread across her weary face. Mama, my brother and I suddenly. Zhou Xiao was tripped by a white child around 6 or 7 years old, who had deliberately stuck out his foot. Mother, he has fallen, laughed one child. The mother beside him gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, well done, darling. Baby, it's your father. Fortunately, Zhou Xiao was lifted back to his feet by Zhou, and within 3 seconds after falling, sustaining only a minor scrape on his hand, with no serious injuries elsewhere. Zhou Yu, Zhou Xiao, you two, give him a beating, but be careful not to hit his face or head. Zhou Yu was fierce in a fight, while Zhou Xiao was remarkably resilient. Both were formidable little opponents. Upon Zhou Xi's command, the two immediately dragged the white child aside and began their assault. Despite the child's taller stature, he was no match for their combined might. Moreover, with Zhou Yu's fierce strikes, within a minute, the child was wailing uncontrollably. Chapter 15, Apologize. Tom, what are you doing? Stop. Quickly stop. The white mother, pained to see her son being beaten, attempted to intervene but was firmly restrained by the bodyguards brought by Zhou Xi, unable to break free. Foreigners are generally indifferent to commotion, and although people passed by, few lingered to observe. Zhou Yu held the white child down, while Zhou Xiao, drawing from his years of experience in enduring blows, targeted the tender inner thighs and arms. Though the brothers were small, their strength was impressive. Experiencing pain for the first time, the child cried out, yet he refused to apologize. Apologize? Zhou Xiao, unable to comprehend Zhou Yu's words, looked up and asked, Brother, what are you saying? I want him to apologize to us. Yes, he must apologize. 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 I'm sorry, I was wrong, please forgive me. Upon hearing his apology, Zhou Yu gradually loosened his hold on the boy. However, Zhou Xiao was still puzzled. Brother, what did he say? Please translate for me. In truth, he had only guessed the general idea and didn't fully understand. But he assumed the boy had apologized. Gazing at the child beneath him, Zhou Xiao hesitated. Should we continue to hit him? Since he has apologized. Shall we let him go? All right, as you wish. The brothers rose, dusting off their clothes, and helped the white child to his feet. Zhou Yu, with a brotherly demeanor, patted the child on the shoulder, saying, to acknowledge one's mistakes and correct them is a great virtue. Be a good person moving forward. The white child, unable to comprehend Chinese, mistook the gesture for another impending attack and fled in terror, crying out, Mommy, save me. Upon seeing Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao release the boy, several bodyguards stepped aside to allow the mother through. Xiao Yu, Xiao Xiao, did either of you get hurt? Zhou Yu shook his head, explaining that he was a seasoned fighter in the village and would retaliate against any bullies. Zhou Xiao, with a quick glance, transformed into a little crybaby, presenting his scraped hand to Zhou Xi. It hurts, Mommy, my hand is very painful, it's all scraped. Oh dear, my poor Xiao Xiao. Let Mommy apply some medicine for you. As they exited with the two children, the car was always stocked with a first aid kit. Zhou Xiao's injury was merely a small scrape on his palm, not serious, but it required disinfection and a bandage. While tending to his wound, Zhou Xi was careful not to apply too much pressure, fearing it would cause him pain. Aside from the dirt accumulated during the scuffle, Zhou Yu was otherwise unharmed. However, Zhou Ping took out a tissue to meticulously wipe his face. Woo woo woo, Mommy, woo 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 woo. Zhou Xi expected a loud outcry from the mother and child, but to her surprise, as she cleaned Zhou Xiao's wound, they quietly slipped away. With the numbers on their side, and considering the imposing stature and fierce demeanor of their bodyguards, it was clear they were not to be trifled with. Xiao Yu, if anyone bullies you again next time, be sure to retaliate just as you did this time. If you cannot outmatch them, seek the help of the bodyguards. They will assist you, but remember, there must be limits. Do not inflict severe harm, nor should it lead to any fatalities. The two children nodded obediently, indicating they understood. Observing the frail figures of her sons, Zhou Xi resolved to devise a study plan for them upon returning home. They must learn their native language, foreign languages, and maintain physical fitness, along with gradually incorporating other artistic pursuits to cultivate their demeanor. However, she recognized the importance of prioritizing these tasks and tackling them one at a time. After a day filled with joyous play at the amusement park and a delightful dinner of steak, the trio was in high spirits. Just as they were engaged in cheerful conversation, the driver in the front seat slammed on the brakes abruptly. Zhou Xi instinctively grasped Zhao Yu and Zhao Xiao, who were propelled forward by inertia. "I apologize, boss. Are you all right?" "It was unintentional. Someone suddenly darted out in front of me, and I had to swerve." The sudden stop startled not only Zhou Xi and her children in the back seat, but also the driver himself, who feared for his newly acquired high-paying job, worrying that he had caused trouble within just 3 days of employment. "It's fine. We are unharmed. Let us step out and check on that person." Naturally, anyone present near the estate could not be a scam artist, leaving only 2 possibilities. They were either drunk or being pursued. "Boss, that gentleman is intoxicated. He is lying on the ground and cannot be awakened." Adhering to the principle of not picking up random men off the street, Zhou Xi decisively instructed them to call the police and then drive away. She was merely a passerby. Reporting a drunken individual to the authorities was the most logical choice, and any further involvement was not her concern. As the vehicle departed, Robin, concealed in the roadside bushes, slammed his thigh in frustration. "Gavin can't be pretending, can he?" Reflecting on Gavin's earlier peculiar behavior, his doubtful tone shifted to certainty. "Yes, he is definitely pretending. Since he is so cooperative, I must lend a hand to my brother. Let us proceed with the plan." Following the suggestions of a motley crew, Gavin was carried to the entrance of Zhou Xi's estate. Considering that they had already reported the incident and he appeared again at the entrance, along with his expensive attire, the bodyguards, after consulting Zhou Xi, placed him in their designated area for watch duty. After a night's rest, Gavin's first sight was of several imposing figures in black, followed by an unfamiliar environment. His initial reaction was that he had been kidnapped, but the bodyguard's words dispelled his wild speculations. It turned out that it was his dim-witted friend's scheme to have the beautiful Eastern lady next door come to his rescue like a hero. The end result, however, was that he spent the night on a cold, hard bench. What a bunch of useless friends. Nevertheless, he was grateful that they had taken him in and not left him outside in the cold. After expressing his thanks, Gavin, with his tousled hair, walked ominously towards home. In stark contrast, Zhou Xi opened her eyes precisely at 8:30, as the clock struck 8, when Zhou Bao entered and drew back a curtain, allowing her to bask in the warm sunlight. Pushing aside the curtains, she inhaled a breath of fresh air and gazed at the roses blooming exquisitely in the courtyard. Her previously content mood escalated from an 8 to a 9. Although the weather was splendid, a gentle breeze wafting through the window sent goosebumps cascading across her fair skin. Chapter 16, No Mood for Love. She adjusted the green straps that had slipped down to her arms and slowly stretched, indulging in a long, languorous yawn. Today, she intended to visit the stock exchange, preparing to purchase several shares. In the afternoon, she planned to stroll around a nearby university to thoroughly research the employment needs of the students. She was determined to establish a law firm entirely of her own making. While it might be more economical to acquire an existing company, the intricate web of personal relationships would render management cumbersome. After freshening up, she donned a pure white Chanel-style ensemble. Her dark hair, crimson lips, and fair complexion, complemented by lustrous pearl earrings, created a striking contrast. She appeared elegant and ethereal, akin to a pristine daffodil atop a snow-capped mountain. In high spirits, she ventured into her dressing room to select a bag that Zhou Bao had just had delivered the previous day. Striding down the stairs in her high heels, she could hear Zhou Yu teaching Zhou Xiao to read before she even reached the dining room. Beijing, Tiananmen, the national flag. I love Beijing. I love the People's Republic of China. As Zhou Yu read a line, Zhou Xiao echoed him, albeit with a distracted demeanor. Brother, is Beijing really like this in the books? Zhou Yu pondered for a moment. I don't know. I've never been there. But I believe it must be just as depicted in the books. Brother, I really want to visit Beijing. I wish to see Tiananmen and witness the flag-raising ceremony. Mom said she would take us back to the country one day, and then we can go see it. Observing the brotherly affection between them, Zhou Xi felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Despite external circumstances preventing them from knowing each other's existence in their early years, their bond remained untainted, even more profound than that of most siblings in typical families. After breakfast, Zhou Xi took Zhou Bao out for errands while Zhou Ping managed other affairs. Zhou An assumed the role of Chinese tutor for Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao, pulling out the textbooks he had brought from their homeland to commence lessons. IBM, ATT, General Electric, DuPont. As the carefully nurtured heir of the family, she was well acquainted with the developments of major corporations. If time were to rewind 60 years, she would find herself a formidable figure in a novice's realm. Even without a rebate system, earning money would be a breeze for her. However, Lacking such a system would render her journey fraught with challenges, perhaps even preventing her from escaping the city and falling back into their grasp. Reflecting on those so-called relatives, Zhou Xi's vibrant gaze dimmed momentarily. According to my plans, I will purchase all of them. She was no saint. Those who had wronged her would be repaid tenfold. Ding dong. The rebate system credited $2 million to her account. Academic credentials were a hard currency. Although she brimmed with knowledge, reputation held its own significance. Her educational background consisted of only a high school diploma from her homeland, prompting her to resolve to pursue university studies, striving for an early graduation and a master's degree thereafter. Upon returning home, Gavin unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Robin, who lay sleeping soundly on the bed. Oh, ouch, hiss. The familiar sensation unmistakably indicated Gavin's frustration. Realizing that the one beating him was a close friend, Robin ceased to struggle. Clearly, something had gone awry. Otherwise, he would not have been subjected to a morning assault. Exhausted from his exertions, Gavin slumped onto the floor, adopting a rather unrefined posture. A stark contrast to his usual gentlemanly demeanor. So, brother, did the Eastern beauty let you in? Upon hearing the mention of the matter, Gavin shot him an annoyed glare. And you dare to speak? It's your doing that left me on a cold bench all night. What? That shouldn't be. Did I not tell you to refrain from acting impulsively? Did I not say I have no interest in women who have children? Did I not express that my admiration for her was merely an appreciation of beauty? Under Gavin's chilly gaze, Robin weakly muttered, You did. Then why did you drug me? The more Gavin pondered, the angrier he became, leaping up to deliver another punch to Robin's midsection. The two had been friends since childhood. Notorious for their reckless ways within their circle, all their girlfriends had been stunning and voluptuous sirens. Despite their attractive partners, they showed no inclination to exercise restraint. Although they had girlfriends, they remained open to new encounters. Robin's relationship with Karine was a business arrangement, yet there was a semblance of genuine affection between them. Both families belonged to the aristocracy, and for the sake of family reputation and interests, he could not continue down a path of debauchery. He had Karine, his childhood companion. But Gavin was different. He had once been far more daring. After a month of celibacy, he finally found someone to relieve his pent-up urges, only to lose interest midway through. Even during evening gatherings, his gaze constantly wandered next door. As a good friend, he naturally felt compelled to assist. However, he feared he might have inadvertently caused trouble. In the end, for wealthy scions like them, the ultimate destination was often arranged marriages. And the woman next door was not someone to be trifled with. Brother, my apologies. This time, it's my fault. Gavin shot him a sidelong glance and fell silent. In truth, he was willing, but his pride and self-esteem forbade him from developing feelings for a woman who already had a child, especially after meeting her only twice. He could not allow himself to be so blatantly disregarded by a woman who piqued his interest. Zhou Xi was entirely unaware of these chaotic affairs. Even if she did learn of them, she would merely find them absurd. She had not come abroad to engage in romantic pursuits. They were being overly sentimental. As she gazed upon the familiar campus, a flicker of nostalgia crossed her eyes. This was the very place she had studied in her previous life. Though over a decade had passed, the iconic structures remained unchanged, and the bell tolled with the same melodious resonance. This school was undeniably a cradle of talent, and her primary purpose for visiting today was to scout for potential recruits. Luca, please ensure that the group assignment is submitted on time this afternoon. Otherwise, I will assign you 2 additional experiments tomorrow. Professor, can we not have a little more time? No, this is the final deadline. Oh, very well. Observing the composed and self-possessed young version of Professor Xie from a distance, Zhou Xi refrained from interrupting. She mused that she had just identified her first key figure, Luca, the senior who often found himself the subject of the professor's remarks. Needing the instructor to prod him along during his studies, but capable of excelling in debates, an emerging elite in the legal field. By the timeline, he was currently graduating from his master's program and preoccupied with job hunting. Hello, Luca, I am Zhou Xi. Apologies, but I am not in the mood for romance. Seek someone else. Chapter 17, The Leather Jacket. Zhou Xi, what a coincidence. I am not in the mood for romance either. I only discuss business. Discussing business is splendid, it holds promise. Upon hearing the term business, Luca's demeanor shifted dramatically, and he eagerly approached Zhou Xi, clasping her hand with enthusiasm. The attitude has improved significantly, dear lady. May I inquire how I might assist you? Zhou Xi was amused by his obsequious demeanor. I believe we should first find a relatively quiet place to sit and discuss matters. Indeed, when it comes to business, one should adopt a more serious demeanor. Although Luca was conversing with Zhou Xi, his peripheral vision was quietly observing her and Zhou Bao. Designer labels, affluence, poise. He felt that his career prospects might genuinely be on the rise. Zhou Xi noted his reaction, realizing that her senior brother remained unchanged. as only wealth could capture his interest. Due to time constraints, they opted for a nearby cafe. After ordering coffee, Zhou Bao stepped out, leaving them ample space to conduct their business. Luca, eager to return and complete a group assignment, directly inquired about the nature of their business discussion. He had heard that Professor Xia had 3 distinguished protégés, among whom Mr. Luca was the most outstanding. No one is immune to flattery. Yet the astute Luca did not lose himself in such praise, calmly sipping his drink. I am contemplating establishing a law firm, and I wonder if Mr. Luca would be interested in collaboration? I lack funds and fame. Merely being an inconspicuous student. Why would Miss Zhou consider partnering with me? Because you are young. Luca crossed his arms and leaned back slightly, realizing that perhaps it was his appearance that had drawn her interest. Zhou Xi, sensing his misinterpretation, chuckled and clarified. Please do not misunderstand. I have no romantic inclinations towards you. My choice is based on the vigor that youth brings. I aspire to form a pristine team of lawyers, preferably recent graduates. Although it requires time to develop and financial investment, I am not lacking in resources. I will grant you 4 years. Can you assemble an elite team of lawyers for me? Such favorable terms? Should I believe it or not? Ultimately, under Zhou Xi's bright gaze, Luca solemnly nodded. With someone willing to invest in him, he could avoid the drudgery of working for others. This was indeed a stroke of luck. To refuse would be folly. Even if he stumbled, he had the resources to start anew. With the future king of the legal realm under her wing, Zhou Xi felt quite pleased and arranged the next contract signing before taking her leave. Goodbye. Watching the ostentatious luxury car drive away, Luca realized he had indeed allied himself with a wealthy patron. Ecstatic, he jumped in place. Yes, 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 yes. With work secured, he could now focus entirely on his graduation. A mere group assignment was easily manageable. However, the immediate priority was to call and decline an offer from another law firm. Why work for someone else when he could be his own boss, or rather, his own second-in-command? Luca would oversee all hiring decisions for the firm, and once the list was finalized, Zhou Xi would simply need to check in on the opening day. On their way back, they passed a bustling dessert shop. Thinking of her 2 brothers at home, Zhou Xi alighted to purchase a treat, perhaps due to the hardships endured in previous years. The 2 brothers had developed an insatiable sweet tooth. Were it not for Zhou Xi's moderation of their sugar intake, they would undoubtedly suffer from cavities. Ding dong. A notification of 300 from the rebate system. At home, the 2 little ones were enduring their teacher's rigorous instruction. They were quite intelligent, but no matter how clever, they were still just children, and absorbing so much knowledge at once was bound to induce frustration. Zhou Yu's method of stress relief was simple: squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Though they had only been residing there for 3 days, his bedroom was already filled with an array of latex toys. Whenever he felt down or overwhelmed, he would select one for comfort. Zhou Xiao's approach was more conventional. Simply put, eat. When Zhou Xi returned home, one brother was squeezing a plastic Donald Duck figurine, while the other munched on a plate of watermelon. My darlings, mother has brought back dessert. Come and take a break. Upon hearing her voice, the expressions of distress on Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao's faces vanished instantly. Zhou Xiao dashed forward, with Zhou Yu trailing behind. The 3 of them sat together, leisurely enjoying their dessert without mentioning a word about their studies. Boss, dinner is ready. We can eat now. Zhou Xi set down the magazine she had been reading halfway and led her 2 sons to the dining room. Yesterday, Zhou Ping had sought out a few Chinese chefs and also found a Western chef. Given their different living environments, the family's culinary preferences varied. Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao favored spicy dishes, while Zhou Xi preferred a lighter diet. Thus, meals were typically prepared in 2 separate styles. Today's spicy chicken was particularly well cooked. She picked a piece that appeared less fiery and sampled it. Chewing, she found the flavor delightful. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu, upon witnessing his mother reach for the vibrant, spicy chicken, silently refilled her glass with juice. Predictably, within 10 seconds, Zhou Xi was coughing, hastily gulping down juice. Seeing their mother in distress, both sons looked on with concern. She awkwardly coughed a couple of times, striving to maintain a facade of composure. It's nothing. Every journey begins with a first step. Occasionally indulging in spice is quite fine. With that, she self-punishingly selected a piece of chicken coated in chili seeds and popped it into her mouth. By the end of the meal, she had successfully acquired a plump lip. Little Yu and little Zhao, one bite does not make a fat child. Always act within your means, especially in your studies. Do not emulate me tonight. With that, she hurriedly retreated upstairs. After this evening, she would no longer force herself to eat spicy food. How embarrassing. Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao wished to follow her upstairs, but were persuaded by Zhou Bao to stay put. They ultimately decided to send Zhou Yu as a representative to deliver some antacid to her. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? No response. Zhou Xi called out again, yet still no answer. Assuming it might be her sons checking on her, she casually tugged at a strand of hair to cover her swollen lips before rising to open the door. There was no one at the door. Only a tray bearing medication and a note beside it. Mother, it's perfectly all right if you cannot handle spicy food. Xiao Xiao and I can accompany you in enjoying lighter dishes. Health is what truly matters. Zhou Xi's eyes misted over as she picked up the medicine, softly murmuring, truly. My thoughtful little leather jacket. Chapter 18, An Unfathomable Confession. Zhou Bao, I will be viewing properties tomorrow. Please make the necessary arrangements. Certainly, boss. The following day, Zhou Xi adopted a markedly different demeanor, donning a sharp white suit complemented by matching high heels, exuding an air of confidence as she set out for work. Boss, I have arranged for 2 residential properties and 3 suitable office locations. Let us first visit the office area. After sipping her coffee, she commanded the departure. Very well. Let us begin with the office area. 20 minutes later, the car gradually came to a halt before a towering edifice amidst the incessant flow of traffic. Boss, we have arrived. In a thriving economic hub, it is improbable to find vacant office buildings. Only those that have failed to keep pace with the ever-evolving economy remain temporarily unoccupied. They had been observing for days that the office area remained unkempt, still inhabited by the previous tenants. Upon arriving here and watching the bustling crowd around her, each person cradling a cup of coffee, she felt a peculiar sense of returning to her former life as a sophisticated corporate worker. Amidst a throng of Europeans and Americans, Zhou Xi's exquisite Asian features stood out remarkably, yet the attention of the crowd scarcely lingered on her. The elevator doors opened and closed repeatedly, after more than 10 stops. It finally reached the 19th floor. Well, if I have the chance to rise again, I shall certainly extend an invitation to you. Boss, is there truly no way? Perhaps we could. This company is something I have painstakingly built up step by step. I am more distressed by this situation than any of you can imagine. If there remains even a glimmer of opportunity, however faint, I cannot simply walk away. Boss, we can brainstorm solutions regarding the funding. Futile. My father's intention is to force me to capitulate and return to inherit the family business. With him around, no one dares to invest 100 million in me. Zhou Xi listened intently and then turned to the manager. What business did this company engage in previously? The internet. That's quite normal. The previous groups that visited posed the same question. As a foreigner in an environment generally hostile to outsiders, the prospect of independently earning their trust and money was daunting. Zhou Xi perceived this as an opportune moment and discreetly signaled Zhou Bao. After bidding farewell to the building manager, Zhou Xi knocked on the office door. Fodder assumed it was an employee coming to discuss compensation terms and took a deep breath to suppress his rising irritation. Come in. Upon seeing the unfamiliar woman, a flicker of confusion crossed Fodder's eyes. Who are you? Hello, I am Zhou Xi, a businesswoman. I had an appointment with the manager to view the office and happened to overhear your conversation outside. I believe there may be a potential for collaboration. How presumptuous. Fodder's initial reaction was one of offense. Upon hearing her latter words, the embers of hope that had long been extinguished flickered to life once more. 100 million. Can you actually produce that amount? If you can, I am willing to agree to any terms. There's no rush. In business, haste is unwise. And entering into unprofitable ventures is even more so. Upon hearing a glimmer of opportunity, Fodder immediately retrieved his investment proposal he had been circulating for some time and began an elaborate 3-minute presentation. All you need to tell me is when my investment will yield returns. How much will I earn from the first dividend? In 2 years. The dividend will be 5 times your investment. His pursuit of this research was not a mere whim. He had engaged with it during his university years. However, his family was entrenched in traditional industries and disapproved of his indulgence in such speculative endeavors. As he sought to fulfill his own aspirations, he found himself without their support, compelled to venture into entrepreneurship alone. After 3 years of persistence following graduation, had it not been for Zhou Xi, his entrepreneurial dreams would have come to an abrupt halt. The two conversed for over half an hour, ultimately signing a contract on the spot. However, beyond the infusion of capital, the ownership of the company also transitioned from Fodder to Zhou Xi. In the end, Zhou Xi leveraged her financial prowess to secure 4 floors of the building. As the funds were dispersed, a familiar chime resonated in her ears. Ding dong, the rebate system has credited $6 million. The manager observed the enigmatic smile gracing Zhou Xi's face with a hint of perplexity. Could it be that Miss Zhou has lost her mind? Why else would she spend such a considerable sum and yet appear so jubilant? Upon exiting the elevator, Zhou Xi sensed a gaze lingering on her, subtle yet persistent. Turning to investigate, she spotted a handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes, exuding a charming yet roguish demeanor. Satisfied that he harbored no ill intentions, she averted her gaze with indifference. How uninteresting. After her departure, the man's expression darkened slightly. Find out why she is here. After enjoying a meal at a nearby eatery and taking a brief respite, they returned to inspect the property in the afternoon. They had a place to reside. Purchasing a home now was solely for future appreciation. The location was paramount, while the layout held little significance for her. Ding dong, the rebate system has credited $50 million. Excellent. Expedite the arrangements to lease the property. Yes, boss. The personalities among the trio, Zhou Bao, Zhou Un, and Zhou Ping, differed greatly. The eldest sister, Zhou Bao, was exceedingly aloof, a reticent beauty. The younger brother, Zhou Un, was gentle and meticulous, managing household affairs with great care. In contrast, Zhou Ping, the second brother, exhibited a more flamboyant personality. Yet beneath his sunny exterior lay a sharp tongue. With the three siblings present, Zhou Xi felt significantly reassured. On her way home that evening, an unusually dramatic incident occurred. Her vehicle collided with Gavin's right in front of her residence. Fortunately, no one was injured. The day following the accident, Gavin confessed his feelings to her. A rather bewildering occurrence, at least from her perspective. She had a vague recollection of Gavin, but it was merely that, an impression. Moreover, she never anticipated that within a month of her arrival, someone would declare their affections so publicly, in a manner both boisterous and flamboyant. Beautiful Oriental lady. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I was smitten. Rest assured. Gavin rambled on in front of his friends. Zhou Xi listened, yet her mind wandered, trying to piece together her scant memories of him. By her reckoning, they had encountered one another only 3 times and never had a conversation. How utterly perplexing. Moreover, she detected the scent of alcohol on him. Sir, could you ask your friends to step away for a moment? I believe we need to have a private discussion. 3 minutes later, only Zhou Xi and Gavin remained, with his companions standing at a distance. Sir, first and foremost, I appreciate your admiration. However, your actions today have indeed offended me. A confession should be grounded in mutual affection. Public declarations require a more cautious approach, ideally confirming that the other party reciprocates such feelings. Firstly, I do not know you. I am unaware of your name. Secondly, I can smell alcohol on you, leading me to reasonably suspect that your current behavior is impulsively fueled by intoxication, which is irresponsible not only to me, but also to yourself. Finally, your public confession fails to consider my feelings, and given that I do not know you, such behavior is quite unsettling for me. The night breeze was cool. It would be wise to return home and rest. Within a distance of fewer than 10 meters, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao had been hiding behind a thicket, eavesdropping intently. Humph, brother, someone is vying to be our stepfather. With a stepfather comes a stepmother. I do not desire a stepfather. In our village, Dahu is constantly beaten by his stepfather. Initially, his mother would protect him, but once she bore a new child, she neglected him entirely. He has to work daily, surviving on wild vegetables from the mountains, living a fate worse than mine. Zhou Xiao grew anxious upon hearing this. Brother, what should we do? Do you think mother will accept him? Zhou Yu was uncertain and could not answer that question. He could only reassure Zhou Xiao, we must trust mother. Zhou Xiao felt a surge of sorrow within, yet outwardly she echoed, yes, brother is right. We must trust mama. After their departure, a small pile of scattered leaves remained where they had been hiding. As a diligent bodyguard, Zhou Bao's attention was steadfastly directed at Zhou Xi. By the time she uttered her final words, the car had already arrived beside her. Boss, the 2 young masters were eavesdropping behind the bushes just now. Zhou Xi nodded. I understand. Alas, she would have to explain to the 2 little ones upon returning. Otherwise, it would surely become a thorn buried deep in their hearts. They lived in constant anxiety, fearing the arrival of new members into their family. Upon arriving home, the brothers had already calmed their emotions, sitting together on the sofa, engrossed in television, with a plate of fruit in hand. Mama, you're back. Were you tired today? Zhou Yu inquired silently, his eyes filled with concern. Tired? Oh. Mama is utterly exhausted, my shoulders ache terribly. Indeed, as she feigned a little sulk, the Zhou brothers immediately set aside the fruit to massage her shoulders. Mama, is it heavy? Mama, shall I have the kitchen prepare a glass of juice for you? Mama, are your legs sore? Mama, let me fetch some water for you to soak your feet. Zhou Xi reclined on the sofa, eyes closed, luxuriating in their attentive care for a blissful 10 minutes. Darling ones, Mama has something to tell you. At her words, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao sat upright opposite her, their expressions gravely earnest. Just now, an uncle confessed his feelings to me. In an instant, Zhou Xi distinctly observed their little faces turn as pale as paper within mere seconds. What to do? Could it be that Mama truly agreed to him? Zhou Xiao looked at Zhou Yu for help, yet Zhou Yu was no better off. Appearing calm, but with his fists tightly clenched. But Mama did not accept his proposal. Zhou Xi's response allowed the tension in their minds and bodies to ease somewhat. In Mama's heart, you are her most treasured gems. No one can compare to you, now or in the future. Moreover, in this lifetime, having both of you is sufficient for Mama. She shall not enter the realm of marriage again. With a sudden outburst, Zhou Xiao's emotions erupted, and he couldn't help but cry. Zhou Yu, caught off guard, jumped slightly. Yet, In the next moment, he promptly grabbed a tissue from the table to wipe his tears. Mama, you are so wonderful for not seeking a stepfather for me and my brother. You are the best mama in the world. The little fellow's face was flushed from crying, filled with sorrow. All right, my darling, no more tears, or you'll wake up with puffy eyes tomorrow. Woo 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 hick. Woo woo hick. The once sorrowful atmosphere was somewhat dissipated by his incessant hiccups. Zhou Xi handed him a glass of juice. Son, take 7 sips without stopping. Once you finish, the hiccups will cease. Under the watchful eyes of Zhou Xi and Zhao Yu, Zhou Xiao carefully took 7 small sips from the cup. After finishing, the little one waited a few seconds, deliberately opening his mouth to try and hiccup, yet not a single hiccup escaped. His face brightened with surprise. Mama, I really am no longer hiccuping. Zhou Xi affectionately ruffled his soft hair. Indeed, no more hiccups. What did you two have for dinner? Steamed egg custard, beef, fish, chicken soup, and carrots, Zhou Yu answered, nodding in agreement. The trio chatted for another 10 minutes, but soon it was 9:30 p.m., the designated bedtime for the brothers. All right, after drinking your milk, you must wash up and go to bed. No staying up late. After the impulsive moment, Gowon was left with nothing but embarrassment and regret. His regret stemmed primarily from Zhou Xi's rejection. Had she accepted, he would have regretted his impulsiveness that night. On the other hand, he felt a twinge of irritation at Zhou Xi's lack of appreciation. As a foreigner accompanied by 2 children, she had audaciously turned him down. And with an educational tone no less. This left him feeling somewhat displeased. With a crash, the wine bottle shattered on the floor, crimson liquid flowing out. The faint sweet aroma permeating the air, only serving to heighten his agitation. Robin, send 2 people over to me. All right. I'll have the 2 you scheduled the other day sent over immediately. After hanging up, Robin chuckled derisively. I told you. A libertine of the sea of love could hardly settle down easily. In the following days, Zhou Xi was exceedingly busy. While developing her career, she also had to manage her 2 children at home. Each day was filled to the brim, yet regardless of her hectic schedule, she always returned home in time to dine with her children. Zhao Yu and Zhou Xiao exhibited remarkable learning capabilities, and their studies did not require her excessive concern. After a period of time, they had already begun to communicate in basic English. If all goes well, she planned to enroll them in school the following year. After a stretch of busyness, she finally found a moment of respite and decided to take Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao out for a meal. Ding dong. The rebate system credited her with 2,000. Observing Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao's composed demeanor, Zhou Xi felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. Knowledge, etiquette, demeanor, confidence. In just a few short months, her sons had undergone a remarkable transformation. When the steak was served, Zhou Yu adeptly picked up his knife and fork to slice it. Zhou Xiao was no less impressive, accustomed and unperturbed. As their mother, Zhou Xi sat across from them, a smile gracing her lips, leisurely observing them. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, as if to say, look, these are the roses I have nurtured. Noticing his mother's gaze, Zhou Yu looked up and smiled at her. Mama, let me help you cut. Zhou Xi waved her hand. Eat, darling, Mama has already cut it for you. Not being able to assist Zhou, she left the somewhat disappointed Zhou Yu determined to practice cutting steak at home, aiming to present it to her before she could serve it next time. Zhou Xi's lack of need for assistance did not apply to Zhou Xiao, and thus the beef cut by Zhou Yu was passed to Zhou Xiao. Thank you, brother. After finishing the main course, Zhou Xi ordered 2 desserts. Sometimes, simply sitting in silence and watching the children eat was a profoundly joyful experience. Boss, Fodder addressed her in Chinese, making it impossible for Zhou Xi to feign indifference. Encountering her boss while dining necessitated a greeting. It was a requisite in the workplace. Zhou Xi smiled and nodded. It was her break time, and she only wished to enjoy her time with her children, not paying much heed to the matter. However, the next day, he knocked on her office door accompanied by Gowon. Seeing the impeccably dressed man before her, all seriousness and bearing a demeanor vastly different from that of the previous evening, Zhou Xi adopted a similarly professional facade. Yet, the temptation was too great. As a foreigner, there were matters that money could not resolve. Driven by interests, she and this businessman, born in Rome with an exceptional acumen for commerce, forged a partnership. Initially, everything proceeded normally, so much so that she silently felt guilty for her previous self-absorbed thoughts. Aside from the offense of that evening, Fodder was indeed a commendable business partner, wise, composed, quick-thinking, and with a long-term vision. He had never faced defeat in business. Collaborating with him alleviated many of Zhou Xi's troubles. Gradually, Zhou Xi realized that he was infiltrating her life in a manner akin to boiling a frog in warm water. Moreover, it was with the wealth that Zhou Xi held in the highest regard. Upon realizing this, she gradually began to diminish her collaborations with him, slowly withdrawing from the role of partner. Sensing Zhou Xi's growing detachment, Fodder, in a fit of desperation, bluntly declared his intentions to pursue her. Miss Zhou, I genuinely have feelings for you. Zhou Xi instructed Zhou Bao to drive away, leaving behind a trail of exhaust fumes. Those embroiled in the situation are often confounded. While the onlookers possess clarity, his feelings for her were merely curiosity, devoid of genuine affection. For a dashing and affluent young master like him, it was customary for others to face rejection at his hands. Now, having been spurned by Zhou Xi, a desire to conquer surged within him. It was difficult to simply let it go. Yet, he was not idle, pursuing Zhou Xi while simultaneously engaging passionately with other women. In truth, this arrangement was quite satisfactory. Neither owed the other anything, and Zhou Xi bore no burdens. The rebate system credited her with 60,000,000. The familiar voice resonated, adding a touch of joy to her already splendid mood, her gait imbued with a newfound brightness. Upon arriving home, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao were already asleep. With only a faint nightlight flickering beside the bed, Zhou Xi knelt to gently caress the perfectly positioned Zhou Yu, bestowing a soft kiss upon his fair cheek. After ensuring the window was secure for ventilation, yet shielded from drafts, she quietly turned to leave. Zhou Xiao, in contrast, slept rather liberally, his arms crossed above his head. One leg propped up while the other rested atop it, forming a mound and emitting soft snores. This was indeed emblematic of his usual carefree demeanor, so charming. It was delightful to witness him no longer curled tightly in a ball seeking solace during sleep. After tidying up his scattered shoes by the bedside, Zhou Xi sat quietly observing him for a while. Just as she was about to rise, Zhou Xiao suddenly contorted in distress, curling up on the bed, writhing in pain. His formerly rosy complexion turned ashen, teeth clenched tightly on his lower lip, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He could not even muster a sound of anguish. Noticing his turmoil, Zhou Xi promptly turned on the light, enveloping him in her arms while softly calling, Xiao Xiao, Xiao Xiao, wake up, Mama is here, Mama is here. It hurts, Mama, Mama, Mama. Shoo, Mama is here, Mama is here. Zhou Xi's voice trembled with emotion as she held Zhou Xiao tightly, attempting to coax him to release his grip on his lip. Darling, Mama is here. There's nothing to fear, Mama has come. And no one will ever bully you again. Her gentle words gradually calmed Zhou Xiao, his tightly clenched teeth relaxing, leaving only a faint trace of blood. His body instinctively sought warmth, burrowing closer to her, continuously calling for comfort. Mama is here, Mama is here. 10 minutes later, Zhou Xiao regained his tranquility and slipped back into a serene slumber, though his hand remained tightly grasping the hem of her clothing. Had it not been for this incident, she might have believed that Zhou Xiao had fully relinquished the pain of his past. It appeared that those agonizing memories had not been forgotten. Rather, they had been skillfully concealed, only surfacing during the stillness of night when the suppressed anguish could no longer be contained. This, in turn, clarified why Zhou Xiao's lower lip occasionally bore faint traces of blood. Gently placing Zhou Xiao back on the bed and confirming he was in a deep sleep, Zhou Xi could no longer hold back her anguish and wept. Since arriving here, she had arranged for professionals to provide psychological counseling for the two brothers. The reports indicated that Zhou Yu's psychological issues were more severe, while Zhou Xiao had only separation anxiety. Yet, after enduring suffering for so many years, how could one expect him to become sunny and carefree due to a brief moment of warmth? My darling, I am so sorry for the pain you have endured all these years. Throughout that night, Zhou Xi dared not leave Zhou Xiao's side, remaining vigilantly by his bedside. It was only as dawn approached that she retreated to her bedroom to wash up, urgently applying ice to her eyes, striving to conceal her distress from the two brothers. After spending half an hour in the bathroom, she emerged as the first light of day began to break. After a night of turmoil, her eyes ached, and she felt somewhat drained. She resolved to take advantage of the boy's slumber to go for a brief run outside to clear her mind. Her diligent bodyguard, Zhou Bao, noticing the dark circles under her eyes, inquired, Boss, would you like me to arrange for someone to prepare you a bowl of sea cucumber soup for breakfast? No need. Just the usual will suffice. Please substitute the milk with fruit and vegetable juice, and add extra ice. Understood. As she ran 2 laps against the morning breeze, her troubled thoughts were significantly dispersed. Upon returning from her exercise, she found that there were still 15 minutes before Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao typically awoke. Zhou Xi hurried upstairs, quickly took a shower, and by the time she emerged, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao were already dressed and waiting at her door. Good morning, Mama. Good morning, Mama. The brothers were clad in matching brown overalls, their fair faces adorned with identical smiles that warmed her heart. Good morning, my darlings. In that moment, witnessing their joyous expressions, she silently resolved to dedicate more time to accompany the two brothers. Beyond providing them with a life of material abundance, genuine companionship was far more significant for them. These past few days, she had been quite busy and had scarcely shared breakfast with them. Observing their palpable happiness made her feel even more guilty. She decided not to work today and instead to spend the entire day at home with them. After breakfast, while the brothers engaged in exercises in the yard, Zhou Xi arranged for a new psychologist to assess them. She acknowledged her prior negligence and vowed to be more attentive to their daily lives moving forward. She would no longer simply accept the psychologist's reports at face value. During the psychological counseling, she wished for it to be as relatable to their daily lives as possible, and if they experienced any discomfort, she hoped it could be halted immediately. Of course, if her cooperation was required, she would willingly comply. As long as it was in the best interest of her two children, compensation would not be an issue. After concluding her discussions with the newly arrived psychologist, Zhou Xi turned her gaze back to the two children exercising in the distance. "Mom, my brother and I have finished our exercises." Zhou Yu's bright eyes sparkled with anticipation. And Zhou Xi did not disappoint him, wrapping him in a big hug. He helped her wipe the beads of sweat from her damp hair. "Little Yu, you're amazing. Mama saw you doing the exercises with excellent form." At that moment, Zhou Xiao, having rushed over after gulping down some water, felt a pang of jealousy upon witnessing Zhou Xi's affection towards Zhou Yu. With a cunning glance, he approached and inadvertently nudged Zhou Yu aside, initiating a playful banter. "Mama, what about me? The teacher praised me just now." Unfortunately, his clumsy attempt to push Zhou Yu aside was too obvious, and a flicker of guilt crossed his face. Zhou Xi and Zhou Yu observed these unintentional actions with clear understanding. However, Zhou Yu was no pushover. While he would concede to his brother in various matters, this particular issue was non-negotiable. Without hesitation, he executed a perfectly casual countermove, causing Zhou Xiao to stumble. Taking a few seconds to regain his composure before turning back, the expression on her face shifted from shock to a sense of grievance. First, she looked at Zhou Xi, only to find her gazing at the sky and the ground, deliberately avoiding eye contact, which only deepened her sense of injustice. However, the little green tea would not relent so easily and immediately activated her brotherly charm. With tear-filled eyes, she turned to Zhou Yu and lamented, "Brother, my leg hurts." This overtly feigned display was apparent to anyone, yet Zhou Yu was evidently taken in by it. He sighed internally, but his body had already betrayed him. Squatting down to assist her, Zhou Xi remained silent, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she observed the antics of the two brothers. Her affection for them was equal, yet their perceptions of it were not necessarily balanced. Coupled with their strong personalities, competition for favor was inevitable. Although Zhou Xiao often cast a challenging glance at Zhou Yu, he had yet to savor his triumph for more than 3 seconds before being subdued. This, perhaps, illustrated the power of bloodlines. Even if Zhou Yu was merely a few minutes his senior, after a few moments of their playful bickering, Zhou Xi called for a halt. The psychologist was ready for their session. Previously, she had not participated in the therapeutic process, sitting quietly outside to wait, but this time, they had installed monitoring equipment, and she was eager to witness their initial reactions to confronting these issues. "What were the nightmares you experienced last night?" Zhou Xiao did not respond immediately, but scrutinized the newly arrived psychologist for several seconds, his small fists clenching and releasing repeatedly before he finally spoke. "Someone whipped me and locked me in a woodshed, not letting me eat. They cursed at me." This time, there was no hesitation in Zhou Xiao's response. "What gift did you most desire for your birthday?" "Mom, I want Mom to play with me and my brother at home." When their mother found them, he felt immense joy. Not only did he have his mother and brother, but life transformed dramatically. He donned new clothes, enjoyed 5 meals a day without enduring hunger, and believed himself to be the happiest child in the world. Later, the family moved abroad, surrounded by people with golden hair and green eyes, speaking in a language he could not understand, which filled him with fear. However, with his mother and brother by his side, he gradually overcame his trepidation. Once settled, their mother took them for medical checkups, arranged for a specialized nutritionist to prepare meals, and even hired teachers for them. He still remembered the first word he learned, "Mom." During his initial psychological counseling, he uttered not a single word. Yet, upon seeing his mother's furrowed brow and troubled expression, he began to inquire of his brother how to respond when the doctor asked questions. Over several months, the little beggar transformed into a wealthy young master. Residing in a luxurious, beautiful home with a wardrobe full of splendid clothing and a soft bed he found difficult to leave. Each day, he relished delicious meals, and before bedtime, he was required to drink milk. However, gradually, their mother's time with them diminished. She returned home late from work each day. In truth, he would have preferred fewer beautiful garments, less exquisite food, and a smaller house, if only it meant having his mother spend more time with him and his brother. Gazing at the chatty little fellow on the screen, Zhou Xi could not help but feel her eyes welling with tears. This was her first encounter with the depths of his heart. After the session concluded, Zhou Xiao resumed his sunny demeanor, putting on a radiant smile before stepping out. This scene brought tears to her eyes. "Brother, I'm all better now. It's your turn to go in. Compared to Zhou Xiao, Zhou Yu fared much better. However, having learned from the last experience, Zhou Xi was vigilant this time, keenly observing the behavior of the two brothers, striving not to overlook any subtle details. Next year, both brothers would begin school, and their time together as a family would not be extensive. Therefore, in the coming days, Zhou Xi focused on balancing her life, dedicating half her time to her children and the other half to work. This left Guy One, who often sought to draw closer through work, feeling somewhat helpless. Nevertheless, he did not give up, frequently concocting various excuses to appear before Zhou Xi. Initially, she found it bothersome, but later realized that Guy One was akin to a child who had yet to grow up. Chapter 22. Not so appealing dumplings. Due to not receiving the desired candy, he consistently sought to assert his presence before her. Gradually, their relationship evolved from that of pursuer and pursued into that of ordinary friends. Accepting their invitation, Zhou Xi attended Robin and Karen's wedding. In contrast to the East's subtlety and restraint, the West was indeed open and bold, lacking the culture of toasting and formality, replaced instead by a lively gathering of youth. Upon returning home after the wedding, Zhou Xi was bombarded with questions from the two brothers, their words brimming with curiosity about Western weddings. Mom, what is a Western wedding like? White wedding dresses, champagne and red wine, cakes and pastries, and handsome men and beautiful women dressed in finery dancing freely in the breeze. Really? That sounds so fun. Zhou Yu expressed skepticism, recalling a wedding he had attended before rediscovering himself, where a bullock cart was used to fetch the bride, who hid at home with a painted red face, while the groom mingled at the banquet, creating a lively atmosphere for all ages. He had thought that weddings around the world were fairly similar, but was surprised to learn that foreign weddings differed significantly from what he had known. Yes, indeed. Zhou Xiao leaned forward, asking Mom, when will you take me and my brother to a wedding? There are currently no suitable weddings for you both to attend, but I can take you to see a chapel where weddings are held. A chapel? What is that place? Mom, is this a chapel? With its towering spires, stained glass windows, cruciform layout, and rich religious decorations. Yes, a chapel is a place for believers to engage in religious activities, an important venue for prayer and worship. Their first winter abroad was frigid. As they ventured out, Zhou Xi wrapped them in thick scarves and snug hats, leaving no part of their bodies exposed to the biting cold except their eyes and noses. Few ventured outdoors in winter, and the three of them circled the chapel before entering to experience its atmosphere. This was their first encounter with the profound cultural and spiritual differences between the East and West. Initially excited and curious, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao eventually fell silent. There was no judgment of good or bad, but the essence that flowed within them led to a natural preference. Mom, let us go home and make dumplings. I want to eat the dumplings you make. All right. No child striving in the world does not yearn for home, even though the three of them together constituted a home. They still missed that familiar, warm land. Yet their way of alleviating homesickness was simple, a steaming plate of dumplings made by hand, accompanied by a dish of soy sauce and vinegar. Passing a cafe, Zhou Bao stepped inside to purchase 3 cups of hot cocoa. Zhou Xi, not fond of overly sweet treats, took a couple of delicate sips before cradling the cup in her hands. In contrast, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao slurped theirs down, leaving not a drop behind. Zhou Bao had called home in advance. The filling and dough were prepared beforehand, allowing them to wash their hands and begin making dumplings upon their return. Zhou Xi crafted them perfectly, with distinct folds, uniform size, and an appealing appearance. Zhou Yu is quite remarkable. His dumplings are crafted with remarkable finesse. Zhou Xiao, on the other hand, belongs to the realm of abstract art. There are no standards to adhere to, leaving everything to the whims of creativity, resulting in dumplings of various shapes. Initially, his creations were relatively conventional, rectangles, squares, and triangles, but as time progressed, he resorted to rolling them into elongated shapes and coiling them. Xiao Xiao, your dumplings must not be cooked together with those made by me and Mom, Zhou Yu warned, casting a disapproving glance at the oblivious Zhou Xiao. I'm worried that if your dumplings are boiled alongside ours, Mom and I won't be able to eat. Zhou Xiao, with an air of indignation, turned to his mother. Mom, brother is picking on me. Zhou Xi coughed gently, choosing her words with care. Dear son, I'm particularly pleased with your vivid imagination, but I believe your brother is right. Let's keep today's dumplings separate. Humph, let them be cooked separately then. Zhou Xiao thought his dumplings were perfect, playful, and easy to eat. If Mom and brother chose not to partake, that was their loss. With his head bowed, he continued his culinary creations, while Zhou Xi and Zhou Yu exchanged resigned smiles, their eyes filled with affection for the little one. During the meal, it was Zhou Xiao's moment of reckoning. The dumplings, which had initially appeared quite presentable, morphed into long, misshapen entities as they tumbled in boiling water. After a dip in soy sauce and vinegar, their color transformed into something indescribable. Gritting his teeth, he took a bite. The flavor was acceptable, but his vivid imagination often led him to flights of fancy. With two pairs of bright eyes watching him skeptically, he found it impossible to swallow those long, thick dumplings. Dear mother and brother, could you let your most cherished son and brother sample the flavors of your dumplings? Zhou Xiao clenched his fists, feigning innocence, his youthful voice imbued with mischief, embodying a playful spirit. Zhou Xi and Zhou Yu had anticipated this moment, desperately stifling their laughter. Ha! The sound of their unrestrained laughter made Zhou Xiao realize he had been the subject of their jest. Mother, brother, you are bullying me. Indeed. The joy and liveliness of the occasion were genuine. The simple meal of dumplings was savored with extraordinary sweetness among the three of them. In the domestic realm, brother, are you not returning home for the new year this year? The man seated on the sofa did not lift his gaze, leaning forward to flick ash from his cigarette. There's work at the office. I can't make it. Aren't you afraid Mom and Dad will come to your office to fetch you? I haven't committed any crimes. Why would they come to get me? You may not have broken the law, but you violated the most serious family rule at 30. You're still unmarried, and without even a partner. Before she could finish her sentence, the man on the sofa interrupted. I'm about to leave for a business trip. You should go. Qi Lanqi gazed out at the pitch-black sky, her heart a tumult of emotions, unsure whether to feel proud or disheartened. Brother, take care of your health. Qi Xingzhou had no romantic interests and no plans for marriage. He was not the only child in the family. He had an older brother, an older sister, and a younger sister, along with numerous nieces and nephews. He was not adept at handling romantic relationships and had no desire to navigate the waters of matrimony. His tall figure appeared somewhat blurred in the dim light as he took a deep breath, exhaling a cloud of smoke that drifted far away. Perhaps it was for the best. Such possibilities seemed unlikely. 10 minutes later, a knock sounded at the office door. Secretary, the car is waiting downstairs. Embracing the hazy night, he grasped his briefcase and continued on his way. Chapter 23, A Sense of Belonging. The first New Year spent abroad was of great significance to the three of them. The villa was festively adorned by the trio from Baoping'an, exuding an atmosphere brimming with the spirit of the new year. After washing up, Zhou Xi emerged from the wardrobe in a red qipao, donning a Chinese-style ensemble. Zhao Yu and Zhao Xiao also dressed in celebratory outfits, and considering Zhao Xiao's facial features, Zhou Xi styled his hair into small curls, rendering him irresistibly adorable. Zhou Xi affixed couplets, while Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao flitted about like little shadows, closely trailing her. As she carefully applied the paste, Zhou Xiao's startled voice broke the silence. Ah, Mom, your Fu character is upside down. Zhou Xi, adjusting his curls with her clean hand, smiled. Indeed. This signifies Fu has arrived at our home, heralding a year filled with blessings and good health. Blessings and good health? Yes, indeed. Zhou Yu pondered for a moment before extracting a miniature Fu character from his bag and placing it on the back of Zhou Xi's hand. Mom, in the new year, I wish you abundant blessings and overflowing wealth. Zhou Xi was taken aback by his thoughtful gesture, moved by the sudden surprise, and couldn't resist planting a kiss on his fair cheek. This, however, displeased Zhou Xiao. Brother, you're being unfair. You sneakily prepared a gift for Mom without me. Those favored often act without fear, and Zhou Xiao's antics were a prime example of unreasonable mischief. In the next moment, Zhou Yu placed a Fu character on Zhou Xiao's hand. The once complaining child instantly brightened, his face beaming with joy. Thank you, brother. I love you. Although Zhou Xiao's antics seemed rambunctious, he employed them as a means to garner attention, sunshine masking his melancholy. Compared to when they first arrived, he had improved considerably. Zhou Yu was tasked with managing Zhou Xiao's exuberance. This year was particularly special and significant for their family. The New Year's Eve dinner symbolized unity. The six of them, Zhou Xi, Zhou Yu, Zhou Xiao, and the trio from Baoping'an, gathered around the table, raising their glasses to celebrate the approaching New Year. As the clock struck midnight in Beijing, the six of them across the ocean raised their glasses in unison, exclaiming, Happy New Year! Zhou Xi preferred to take action rather than indulge in grandiloquent speeches. However, on such a unique and festive occasion, it felt imperative to say a few words. In the past year, they had truly earned commendation and encouragement. For the trio from Baoping'an, Zhou Xi was both a boss and a family member. To Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao, the trio represented a particularly reliable and secure family. Aside from the occasional competition over whose bodyguard was superior, they generally coexisted harmoniously. Reflecting on the past few months, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao were moved to tears. They had never envisioned living such a life. After exchanging glances, the brothers rose from their seats, moving to either side of Zhou Xi to affectionately cling to her arms, calling out Mommy. The heartfelt display almost brought Zhou Xi to tears. Had it not been for the inappropriateness of the moment, she would have embraced the two little ones and wept. The trio from Baoping and looked on with pride at their boss and little boss. All right. Let us celebrate this wonderful occasion with joy and raise our glasses once more. Happy New Year. After the New Year's Eve dinner, Zhou Xi retrieved 2 thick red envelopes from her pocket and presented them to the brothers. My darlings, Happy New Year. In the coming year, I wish you peace, good health, and brilliance in your studies. These were their very first red envelopes. With hearts aflame with excitement and hands trembling, Zhao Yu and Zhao Xiao eagerly accepted the thick red envelopes. After exchanging glances, they simultaneously voiced their heartfelt New Year blessings towards Zhou Xi. Dear Mom, Happy New Year. We wish you peace, health, joy, and beauty in the coming year, and may you earn abundant wealth every day. 2 sons, double the blessings. Thank you, my darlings. During the New Year festivities, aside from donning new clothes and savoring delectable treats, the most pressing concern for children is undoubtedly the red envelopes. In addition to this year's gifts, Zhou Xi also supplemented the envelopes that her sons were supposed to have received in the previous years. All of them were placed on their bedside tables, waiting to be discovered when they went to sleep. Beyond the envelopes, she had also initiated a fund for the brothers during the month she secured her first project, which would be fully established by the following month. Financial security brings confidence. Regardless of circumstances, this fund serves as a safeguard for their future. Adhering to Chinese traditions, the celebrations spanned 4 days. New Year's Eve, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd days of the new year. Besides the festivities on New Year's Eve and the 1st day, they spent the 2nd and 3rd days reveling outside. Zhou Xi had a particular fondness for documenting life, capturing over 1,000 photographs during just those 2 days. Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao accounted for half, while she claimed a quarter, and the trio of siblings shared the remaining quarter. Little Zhao draped his hand over his brother's shoulder as Zhou Xi directed them to pose. Yes, just like that, say cheese. While capturing the sunset, she unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure through her lens. Gavin and his girlfriend? Mom, aren't we going to take pictures up front? Zhou Xi shook her head. Not there. Let us go over there instead. The scenery is splendid. She felt no embarrassment. But she knew Gavin would likely feel awkward, especially with their final project meeting scheduled for the next day. Making money is paramount. It's best to avoid any awkwardness at this moment. Zhou Yu grasped Zhou Xiao's hand, following his mother's lead. All right, we'll go wherever Mom says. Zhou Xiao, often seen as the pampered child, obediently trailed behind his mother and brother. Once the New Year festivities concluded, Zhou Xi became busy again, taking Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao to several small gatherings. At that time, their personalities had largely solidified. The social arena is akin to a battlefield. Gatherings are seldom tranquil. In the midst of the lively events, they gleaned a wealth of knowledge. One was wise and composed, while the other, a charming yet cunning strategist, spoke fluent English, rendering them impervious to any attempts at domination. Yet, each time they returned home, the brothers would inquire when they would return to their homeland. 5 years. Give Mom 5 years, and give yourselves 5 years. In 5 years, we shall return. The brothers nodded in unison. All right. Sometimes, they found it peculiar that, despite having no significant attachments back home, they still yearned to return. At that moment, they did not comprehend the essence of what it meant to feel a sense of belonging. Chapter 24, Enrollment. Xiao Yu, Xiao Xiao, are you ready? Zhou Xi raised her hand to check the time, reminding them, we're going to be late. Coming, Mom, just a moment. I'm ready too, just a second. The pace of academic life abroad was less frantic, placing greater emphasis on the development of individual abilities. After more than a year of intensive training, the brothers were prepared to join the 4th grade and keep pace with their peers. In the coming years, she planned for their teachers to provide additional cultural lessons, ensuring they could catch up with the high school curriculum upon their return home. Hearing footsteps descending the stairs, she opened her eyes and looked up. Oh, whose little gentleman is this? Zhou Xi's tone was delightfully exaggerated, causing Zhou Yu to feel a bit bashful, pressing his lips together in silence. Zhou Xiao, however, was different. He reveled in the attention. Without hesitation, he dashed to the sofa, striking a pose. Mom, look, I'm taller than my brother. He called back to Zhou Yu. Hurry over. Mom has the camera. She'll definitely take our picture. As it was the first day of school, they had to capture this moment. 3, 2, 1, cheese. The first photo of their academic journey, along with countless others, was born from Zhou Xi's lens. With the foundation of Wansheng Wan and a variety of nutritious meals, the brothers had grown taller, and their once slender physiques had become much sturdier. No longer resembling helpless chicks, they transformed into vibrant little birds adorned with feathers. Uncle, take a picture with me. Zhou, busy tidying up, promptly halted at the call, swiftly approaching Zhou Xiao and lifting him onto his shoulders. Mom, quick, I'm taller than my brother. Take my picture. Seeing his younger brother's triumphant expression, Zhou Yu gently called out, Uncle Ping. In mere seconds, he too was hoisted up. The ensuing scene spiraled into delightful chaos. Zhou Ping carried Zhou Yu while Zhou supported Zhou Xiao, both competing in front of Zhou Xi. Unable to contain herself any longer, she issued a final ultimatum. All right. Just one last picture for each of you. 3, 2, 1 cheese. 3, 2, 1 cheese. The brothers bickered and clamored until they finally spotted their school, momentarily quieting down. Zhou Xi had enrolled them in a private school, offering greater freedom and flexible schedules. Today marked the first day of school for newcomers, and the brothers joined first graders. The age and height differences made them feel slightly out of place, but since parents could accompany their children on the first day, having Zhou Xi and Bao Ping'an by their sides eased their discomfort. For the following week, Zhou Xi escorted them to and from school daily, inquiring about their experiences, anxious to ensure they faced no bullying. Fortunately, with each other for support and the innocence of childhood friendships, no unfriendly incidents occurred. Seeing this, she felt greatly relieved and turned her attention to preparing for her own university pursuits. With 5 years remaining, she aimed to secure her Master's degree within that time frame. Racing against time was no small challenge. The family environment plays a crucial role in a child's growth and development. Observing Zhou Xi often immersed in her books, the naturally quiet Zhao Yu began to emulate her. Zhao Xiao, the quintessential pampered child, also followed suit. When they grew weary from studying, Bao Ping'an would bring delightful snacks and fruit to their respective bosses, standing by and watching over them. Oh, my boss is simply wonderful. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also intelligent and capable. Her sons are equally charming. Zhou Bao praised Zhou Xi, eliciting smiles and nods of agreement from Zhou Ping and Zhouan. Yet, when it came time to compliment Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao, the competitive spirit between Zhou Ping and Zhou and reignited. They never spoke ill of one another. Instead, they claimed to be superior. The brothers engaged in friendly rivalry, each asserting their ability to protect their little boss even better. Thus, the days passed, simple, joyful, and fulfilling. Xiao Yu, Xiao Zhao, mother is preparing to launch a clothing brand, specifically designed for children like you. We are currently in need of a striking name. Do you have any brilliant ideas? Zhou Yu pondered for a few moments before suggesting, Mother, why not name it after yourself? It would be fitting to honor the creator of this clothing brand with your lovely name. Zhou Xi hesitated. Use my name? Zhou Xiao, clapping in agreement, chimed in. I concur with my brother's proposal. Naming it after mom is the best idea. Zhou Xi contemplated for a while, feeling it might not be entirely appropriate. I intend to establish a brand for adolescent children's clothing. Perhaps we could use your names instead? Our names? Zhou Yu remarked. I am Zhou Yu. And he is Zhou Xiao, so how about Zhou Yu Zhao? Zhou Xiao scratched his nose. That doesn't sound quite right. What about Yu Zhao? How does mom's name Yu Zhao sound? Or perhaps Zhao Yu? For a moment, Zhou Xi was genuinely at a loss for the perfect name. As the brand was indeed founded for her two sons, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao, she decided to leave the naming task to them, assuring them that there was no rush. Take your time. I'll give you 3 days to think it over. Let me know once you've made a decision. All right. Zhou Xiao, still young, often wished to settle things immediately when intrigued by something, including the naming process. Had it not been for Zhou Xi urging him to calm down and think carefully, he would have surely been anxious to finalize a name hastily. Focus on your studies. And when the holidays arrive, I will take you both abroad for a vacation. Zhou Xiao, still entangled in thoughts of naming, innocently asked, abroad? Aren't we abroad right now? Zhou Xi burst into laughter at his naivety. Haha. Indeed, we are currently in a foreign land. Zhou Yu shot Zhou Xiao a bemused glance, then retrieved a map and globe from the drawer to investigate. Mother, which country are we going to this time? We will be vacationing in the southern hemisphere, basking in the sun, on sandy beaches, with azure waters and coconuts, a perfect place for donning lovely dresses. With this hint, Zhou Yu began to search for countries that matched those characteristics. Zhou Xiao snapped back to reality and joined his brother in the endeavor. Brother, I'll help you steady the globe. The brothers immersed themselves in their research for quite some time, coming up with several potential destinations: Maldives, Thailand, Malaysia. Not wishing to disrupt their newfound interest in geography, Zhou Xi quietly observed from the side. Witnessing their excitement inspired her with a new plan. Chapter 25. No spanking. Ding dong. The rebate system has credited 200,000,000. The adage money breeds more money fits Zhou Xi perfectly. The more she spends, the wealthier she becomes. Though this may sound ostentatious, it holds true for her, bolstered by the rebate system. Over the past year, she has invested, purchased land, and launched companies. From a modest beginning of just a few cents, her account now holds an unfathomable sum. Even she cannot keep track. As she contemplated returning home, she realized that merely possessing wealth would not suffice. Influence was equally essential. Zhou Xi sat on the sofa, inhaling deeply before resuming her studies, determined to excel. At the very least, she needed a prestigious title. That evening, she arranged a dinner with Luca, Fodder, Jessica, who managed their properties, and Rachel, who oversaw the clothing line. After their meal, She took her place at the head of the table, listening attentively as they reported on their progress. Luca, born for the law, had made significant strides in just a year, expanding his team and gaining a modest reputation in the industry. Fodder's research had also progressed steadily, accelerated by her substantial funding, surpassing expectations. The clothing brand was making steady advancements as well, named Sichuan, meaning bright and clear, a creative blend derived from the names Yu and Zhao. The factory had commenced production, and they would soon be ready to launch. The real estate business was equally robust, with no issues to speak of. Upon concluding their business discussions, they encountered Gavin and Robin, who were also engaged in negotiations. After a brief nod of acknowledgement, they parted ways. Once Zhou Xi and her group had walked some distance, Robin nudged Gavin. "Brother, do you truly have no thoughts on the matter? Do you think I have time to spare? However, Miss Zhou is beautiful, but if she isn't interested, what can I do? Besides, I have plenty of stunning women willing to date me. Why should I torment myself over someone who doesn't reciprocate? Really? I have family responsibilities to shoulder. Even if Miss Zhou were willing, our elders would never approve. I once thought too simply about this. I must consider a marriage alliance." This statement was a fact, and Robin did not refute it. He was not surprised by the notion of a marriage alliance. The family had provided them with such favorable material conditions, and having enjoyed a comfortable life for many years, it was only natural they should bear their responsibilities. Moreover, the offspring of prominent families are typically well-bred, making such alliances beneficial for them. In a world teeming with handsome men and beautiful women, no one is indispensable. Gavin was not the sole suitor of Zhou Xi. Since moving here, many have approached her for various reasons. Yet, she had no inclination or plans in that regard, having turned each one down while focusing on her children and work. After months of diligent study, Zhao Yu and Zhao Xiao faced their final assessments. Outside the school, Zhou Xi sat in the car, gazing through the glass at the innocent smiles of the children outside. When she spotted Zhao Yu and Zhao Xiao exiting together, her smile widened. Gently pressing a button, she rolled down the window. "Little Yu, little Zhao, mother is here." The brothers' educational approach combined elements of both Eastern and Western styles, making them more diligent than most of their peers, and coupled with their sharp intellects, they had made commendable progress this semester. The first thing Zhao Xiao did upon entering the car was present his report card to Zhou Xi. "Mother, look, my grades exceed the average." His fair face flushed with pride and elation. "Am I impressive?" "Indeed, Xiao Xiao is extraordinary, a brilliant young student." Her praise elicited a radiant smile from Zhou Xiao. "Brother is even more impressive. His grades are better than mine." Zhou Xi raised her gaze to meet Zhou Yu's eager expression. "Little Yu, can you proudly share your excellent results with mother?" The school did not rank students nor provide class report cards, only a bar graph with 3 differently colored bars: red, green, and blue. Red represented their scores, green indicated the school's average, and blue denoted the regional average. On Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao's semester report, the red bars significantly surpassed both the green and blue bars. Quite impressive indeed. Under Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao's expectant gazes, Zhou Xi took the time to commend them thoroughly. "To reward you both, we shall dine out for Chinese food tonight." "All right, thank you, mother." All the while, Zhou Xiao chattered incessantly, while Zhou Yu sat quietly in the car, his mind already wandering elsewhere. No one knew just how anxious he had been since the previous night. He was terrified of disappointing his mother due to poor grades, a fear that lingered until he received his report card and was met with Zhou Xi's exuberant praise. Only then did the weight on his heart gradually ease. Yet, his clenched fists remained taut, his heart racing with excitement, sending tremors through his chest. "Xiao Yu, drink some water. Your lips are parched and chapped." Zhou Xi's gentle voice pulled him back to reality. "Yes, okay, and you should drink too, mama." True to her word, Zhou Xi whisked them away for a vacation abroad the very next day of their holiday. "Brother, the sea, just like on television. The water is blue and froths with white waves." It was indeed a place everyone yearned for, even before disembarking. Zhou Xiao had urged Zhou Yu to don his beach attire. The sight was nothing short of breathtaking, making him long to plunge into the ocean and swim freely. Zhou Xi playfully smacked his bottom, saying, "Sit properly, the plane is about to land." He clearly hadn't anticipated such a playful reprimand. Immediately, he turned around, covering his rear, staring wide-eyed at Zhou Xi in sheer astonishment. "Mama, how could you?" After stammering for a moment, he failed to articulate his thoughts. Observing his bashful demeanor, Zhou Xi recognized that her earlier action was slightly inappropriate. However, the opportunity had been too tempting to resist, and not to give a playful smack would have seemed remiss. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu silently covered his own rear, thinking, "I'm a big kid now. I shouldn't be spanked." Adhering to the principle of acknowledging one's mistakes, she promptly apologized. "Xiao Xiao, I'm sorry, it was wrong of mama to spank you." Zhou Xiao huffed, covering his face, his cheeks flushed, extending to his ears. "Mama, I'm not mad at you. I'm just shy. I'm a big boy. A man now. You can't spank me anymore. Zhou Xi felt a pang of regret. All right, Mama understands. It won't happen again. Now sit up straight. Don't slouch. Chapter 26. The Suntans. After a day of resting at the hotel, they spent nearly the entire following day on the beach. Zhou Xi reclined on a sun lounger, donning sunglasses, leisurely holding a coconut while watching the two figures frolicking in the distance. Initially, the fun was harmonious, but soon Zhou Xiao, lacking sportsmanship, seized the moment when Zhou Yu was distracted, dousing him with water from a squirt gun. Oblivious to the impending retaliation, Zhou Xiao stood there, hands on hips, beaming with pride. Ha ha ha, brother, you've turned into a drenched chicken. Zhou Yu maintained his composure, wiping the water from his face. Indeed, I have transformed into a soaked chicken. Yet, in no time, he would turn Zhou Xiao into a drenched little sparrow. Before Zhou Xiao could react, Zhou Yu swiftly grabbed a bucket nearby and drenched him from head to toe. Zhou Xiao, caught off guard, remained frozen in his previous pose, inadvertently gulping down mouthfuls of seawater. Brother, you're bullying me. Zhou Yu nodded. Indeed, I am. I'll get you back. Zhou Yu mirrored his antics, raising his hands and twisting his body. Little brother, I'll retaliate. Thus began an unruly water battle between the brothers, drawing Zhou Ping and Zhou An into the fray. In pairs, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao's water splashes rained down on Zhou Ping and Zhou An, while the latter's retaliation never mistakenly drenched the two youngsters, who hadn't even reached their waists. Throughout the chaos, Zhou Bao remained steadfastly by Zhou Xi's side, warding off any would-be intruders, ensuring her safety. Zhou Xi sat up abruptly upon hearing a cry. What's wrong? Zhou Xiao, eyes rimmed with red, complained. Something poked my foot. Zhou Yu, unable to bear his brother's tears, gently coaxed. Lift your foot. Let me see if it's bleeding. Zhou Xiao stubbornly replied. No, I want to see what dared to bite my foot. I'll crush it. Seeing his defiance, Zhou Yu felt reassured, realizing it couldn't be too painful if he still had the energy to ponder this. Nevertheless, he didn't remain idle. He handed his toy to Zhou Ping and crouched down to inspect Zhou Xiao's foot. Ha ha ha, it tickles. Brother, be gentle. Following the contours of Zhou Xiao's foot, he seemed to have found a small seashell. All right, brother has retrieved it. You may now lift your foot. As Zhou Xi approached, Zhou An was already inspecting Zhou Xiao's foot. The subject of concern, however, seemed unconcerned, completely shedding his earlier distress. The two boys huddled together, examining the seashell they had extracted. Zhou Yu, bold as ever, stuck his pinky inside, declaring, Xiao Xiao, there seems to be something inside, round and hard. Really? Zhou Xiao eagerly took the shell from Zhou Yu. Brother, let me feel it. Zhou Xiao's foot was unharmed, merely having been pricked a little, nothing serious. Mama, brother, and I discovered a treasure. We'll give it to you once we retrieve it. A treasure? Yes, a real treasure. For a fleeting moment, Zhou Xi was puzzled. But upon seeing Zhou Yu raise the shell, she quickly grasped the situation. Having lounged for too long, she decided it was time to stretch her limbs. Taking a small shovel from Zhou Ping, she mischievously began digging a hole beneath Zhou Yu's bottom. As his personal bodyguard, Zhou Ping attempted to caution Zhou Yu. But Zhou Bao and Zhou An would not grant him that opportunity, swiftly covering his mouth and dragging him away. The two brothers battled over the small seashell for 10 minutes, finally extracting a perfectly intact, lustrous pearl. Zhou Xiao rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Brother, I think I see a pearl. Zhou Yu nodded. Yes, I see it too. It was indeed a beautiful little pearl. The brothers carefully dried the pearl with a tissue and presented it to Zhou Xi as if it were a prized possession. Mama, this is for you, a pearl that brother and I found to make you a necklace. Caught in the act of mischief, Zhou Xi blushed and chuckled awkwardly. Ahem, thank you. My darlings. In truth, Zhou Yu had been aware of her little antics all along. He merely indulged her. Mama was just joking. It's nothing serious. After saying this, she glanced at Zhou Yu with a hint of guilt. Xiao Yu, the spot you're sitting on is going to collapse. Quickly stand up. Coincidentally, just as the words left her mouth, the sand beneath him gave way, sending him tumbling. Zhou Yu had been crouching there to entertain Zhou Xi and make her happy, but now her heart ached for him, regretting her earlier imprudent behavior. Xiao Yu. I'm sorry, Mama was wrong. Such an apology felt familiar, akin to how she had casually spanked Zhou Xiao moments earlier. Zhou Yu comforted her generously. It's all right. Mama, you just wanted to play with me and brother. It wasn't intentional. Zhou Xi replied. What if I did it on purpose? No, your Mama. You wouldn't intentionally harm your children. Thank you, Xiao Yu, for generously forgiving Mama. Holding the small pearl in her hand, Zhou Xi felt warmth envelop her heart. A comforting sensation. After a day of outdoor fun, the trio enjoyed a delightful seafood feast that evening. Due to a work matter, Zhou Bao had been called back, leaving only 5 people at the dining table. Zhou Ping and Zhou An were tasked with peeling shrimp for their little boss, who was preoccupied with peeling shrimp for Zhou Xi. Relishing the delectable seafood without lifting a finger, she deemed the presence of these two children exceedingly worthwhile. Among the gathered company, she was the only one truly savoring the moment, feeling utterly at ease. On the 5th day of their vacation, Zhou Xiao could no longer contain a question he had been harboring for nearly a year. Mom, why are they so dark? Is it because they didn't wear hats when they went outside and got sunburned? Upon hearing this, Zhou Xi hastily covered his mouth. Fortunately, those around them did not comprehend Chinese, oblivious to his inquiry's meaning. Zhou Xiao blinked in confusion, attempting to pry her hand away, but to no avail. He could only seek answers with his eyes. Zhou Xi remained silent, instead turning to Zhao Yu. Xiao Yu, could you enlighten your brother on this matter? Zhou Yu nodded, finding the task quite manageable. In terms of skin color, humans can primarily be categorized into 4 groups: black, white, yellow, and brown. Oh, so their skin is dark. And it has nothing to do with sun exposure. Following this, Zhou Yu admonished him not to point and exclaim about others, as it was quite impolite. Zhou Xiao accepted this lesson well, nodding earnestly in agreement. On their way home that evening, he deliberately collected 4 white shells, and upon returning, he urged Zhou Xi and Zhou Yu to help him decorate them. There were 4 white shells on the table, but only 3 colored markers, which were black, yellow, and brown. Chapter 27, 6 years. Mom, from now on, this will be my treasure. When we return, I want to hang it on my backpack and carry it to school every day. Zhou Xi and Zhou Yu were caught off guard by his declaration. However, they knew better than to dampen his enthusiasm, for that would extinguish his spirit. After sharing a glance, the mother and son praised him warmly. Clearly, Zhou Xi and Zhou Yu did not take his words to heart, as he had expressed similar sentiments before and engaged in similar activities previously. After completing their craft, the family of 3 retreated to their respective rooms for the night. Having spent over half a month outdoors, the 2 little ones had transformed from pale-skinned to sun-kissed. Zhou Xi could no longer bear the sight and decided it was time to take the brothers home. Once back, the trio enjoyed 2 days of restful slumber. By the 3rd day, they resumed their normal study routine. Zhou Xiao buried himself in deep thought. 10 minutes passed, then 20, then half an hour. Yet the paper-titled life planning chart remained devoid of any markings. Mom, what is our family planning chart about? The family's plan was as follows. In the 1st year abroad, the 3 of them learned to adapt. By the 2nd year, Zhou Xi became a prospective university student, while Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao proudly entered elementary school. In the 3rd year, they experienced a remarkable transformation, ascending to the upper echelons of society as renowned affluent individuals. By the 4th year, Zhou Xi achieved significant career advancements. In the 5th year, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao blossomed into handsome young men. As they approached the 6th year, preparations for their return home commenced, with the day mirroring the sunny disposition of their arrival. Time flew by, and 6 years passed, during which they inscribed their most authentic plans through their experiences. Having slept a bit too long, Zhou Xi descended the stairs feeling somewhat dazed. Even splashing her face with cold water failed to revive her. Leaning against the handrail, she slowly made her way downstairs, but after just a few steps, she surrendered to the sofa, calling out in a loud voice, "Zhou Bao, your boss has fainted. Hurry and get me a glass of iced fruit and vegetable juice. Make it quick." During this time, she had been burning the midnight oil to complete her thesis, having just finalized all her academic responsibilities the day before. For the past few days, she had been catching up on sleep. However, after prolonged nights, it was challenging to revert to a regular schedule. The previous night, she had been wide awake until nearly 3 a.m. before finally drifting off. After breakfast that morning, she returned to bed, skipping lunch and only waking up at 3:30 p.m. 6 years had passed, and time had not left tangible marks on her face, only adding a touch of maturity. It is often said that beauty lies within the bones rather than the skin. Yet Zhou Xi embodied both the beauty of hardship and external grace. Despite being 34, apart from the elegance derived from life's experiences, her decisive demeanor at work made it hard to believe she was approaching middle age. She appeared to be a youthful woman in her early 20s. Now, languidly reclining on the sofa, her beautiful skirt spread out gracefully. Her lovely brows bore a hint of barely perceptible frustration. Her tousled hair gave her a slightly unkempt appearance. Yet whether viewed up close or from afar, her beauty remained undeniable. As a bodyguard who also functioned as a family member, Zhou Bao did not heed her request for iced juice. Instead, he presented a nutritious meal that had been prepared by the kitchen earlier that morning. Having decided to return home, they began organizing the household supplies. What lay in the bowl was the chicken that Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao had raised for a year, its flesh firm and yielding a golden broth that released a tantalizing aroma upon being uncovered. Their purpose in raising the chicken was not merely for companionship, but rather to provide Zhou Xi with nourishment. Presently, They were cooking the last one. Boss. The two young masters specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare chicken soup before heading out. It has been simmering for several hours and is ready now. The rich aroma wafted through the air, skillfully awakening her appetite. After sitting up and savoring a couple of sips, she found it indeed revitalizing. Did Zhao Yu and Zhao Xiao mention what time they would be back? They won't be home for dinner tonight, but they will return before 7 p.m. With their return to the homeland approaching next week, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao had been taking time to bid farewell to friends and classmates. Over the years, they had formed numerous friendships, often inviting their closest companions over for weekend gatherings. This time returning home could potentially mean a lifetime of separation. Now that they were both teenagers, allowing them some freedom to enjoy themselves was reasonable. After devouring a chicken leg and half a bowl of rice soaked in chicken soup, she felt revitalized. Initially filled with anticipation for her return home, the closer the date approached, the more tranquil she became, leaving her unsure of what to do. A disquieting calmness enveloped her. Though everything had been meticulously planned, what to bring back, what to leave behind, the company's strategy, the new home upon returning, the schools for her children, and their future lives, upon waking from a nap and gazing at the empty living room, she found herself momentarily at a loss. Zhou Ping and Zhou En had been dispatched a year prior to prepare for their return, while Zhou Bao went to fetch Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao, who were attending a class reunion. Dining alone, she lacked an appetite, having only a few leaves of vegetables for dinner. When Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao returned, they found Zhou Xi sitting solitary on the sofa. Her isolation contrasted sharply with the lively atmosphere of the television. Exchanging glances, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao felt a pang of regret. "Mom, we're back," Zhou Xiao exclaimed, bouncing over to sit beside her. "Do you want to guess how happy my brother and I are today?" Zhou Xi smiled gently. "I would wager you had a splendid time." "Congratulations, you are correct. The prize is a small cake that my brother bought." Zhou Xiao nudged Zhou Yu. "Brother, hurry and bring out the little cake that Mom loves." Zhou Yu smiled as he placed the black forest cake he was holding onto the table, carefully cutting a slice for her. "Mom, we enjoyed it this afternoon. Do give it a try." Zhou Xi mustered her spirits and took a few bites. It was sweet, yet not overwhelming, perfectly to her liking. "Mom, are you feeling unwell?" "It's nothing, just a bit fatigued. A good nap should suffice." She attributed her malaise solely to having overslept. From tomorrow, she resolved to restore her regular rhythm and adjust her mood to banish any unwarranted thoughts. After 5 or 6 years of nurturing, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao's physical condition had reached that of an average person, even surpassing their peers. At the tender age of 14 or 15, they stood at a height of 1.8 meters, and in a few years, they would likely grow even taller. The effects of Shengwan, coupled with the attentive care of the doctors, had rendered the brothers in splendid health. Chapter 28, Returning Home. They were no longer the two gaunt children from 6 years prior, but robust youths capable of safeguarding their mother's well-being. If one were to overlook their youthful faces and focus solely on their physiques, many might mistakenly believe they had already reached adulthood. Zhou Xi, not feeling her best, preferred to retreat and not affect them further. "Mom will rest first. Remember to drink milk before bed," she instructed. "All right, good night, Mom." After Zhou Xi ascended the stairs, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao began reviewing the afternoon's surveillance footage. The brothers sat together, intently watching, not daring to miss a single second. "Brother, why is Mom feeling down?" After reviewing the footage, Zhou Xiao remained perplexed. She had seemed perfectly fine during breakfast that morning. How could everything change after a mere nap? Could it be a nightmare? That seemed unlikely. Over the past 6 years, Zhou Xi had faced numerous challenges in the competitive business world, falling into traps and overcoming many obstacles. Today, she stood here wholeheartedly, relying not only on occasional luck, but also on her formidable strength. She recalled a time when she encountered armed assailants. And as her bodyguards fell one by one, Zhou Bao found himself ensnared, yet she managed to survive through sheer will. The toll had been heavy. She had sustained 2 gunshot wounds and spent over a month in the hospital. Although it had been painful, she had never felt as despondent as she did now. "It's nothing. Mom might just be tired," he said, gently tousling Zhou Xiao's curly hair. "Get a good night's sleep tonight. No late nights. Tomorrow, we'll wake up early to run with Mom, all right?" Zhou Xiao raised his hand in assurance. "Okay, I promise." After sending Zhou Xiao off, Zhou Yu stood alone in the living room, gazing at the pitch-black night sky. He had a vague understanding of why their mother was feeling down. Returning home was undoubtedly a positive development, yet it also meant confronting many issues she had long evaded. On the second floor, Zhou Xiao leaned against the railing, silent, his gaze fixed intently on the pristine white ceiling, as if willing it to ignite with his stare. He was not naive. Over the years, Zhou Xi had never mentioned family or anything related to the country to them. Yet, every year on June 26th, she would sit alone in the living room. Lost in thought, he had sensed something was amiss. However, fearing her sorrow, they dared not inquire, opting instead for discreet investigation. Throughout the 6 years, the brothers had engaged in countless discussions, primarily revolving around 3 questions. First, why had the 3 of them been separated? Second, who were the ones that harmed them? Third, did they still have relatives in the country, or were there any who genuinely cared for them? The transition from Zhou Xi to Zhou Xi was not easy to trace, but they had begun to piece together some clues. They were no longer entirely in the dark. Time passed, and a low murmur broke the silence of the darkness. Whoever dares to harm my mother shall await my vengeance. Zhou Xi aspired to cultivate her sons into proud red roses, and they had not disappointed her expectations. Yet they had not forgotten that roses must also be surrounded by thorns. Noticing Zhou Yu heading upstairs, Zhou Xiao silently returned to his bedroom. On this starry night, the 3 of them were restless, each contemplating the matters that awaited them upon returning home. After a restful sleep, all negative emotions dissipated, and Zhou Xi regained her former vitality. She tied her hair up, donned her sportswear, and prepared to step out for a proper workout. However, she was startled by the sight of her 2 vigilant guardians stationed by the door. Oh my! Zhou Xiao grinned broadly. Mom, can my brother and I apply to be your running bodyguards? Zhou Xi, puzzled, replied, aren't you both going to the gym? Both Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao shook their heads in unison. No, today we will accompany Mom for a run. Zhou Xi understood their concern for her emotional state, but she relished the warmth of their care. All right then, let us go, my dashing bodyguards. The trio completed their warm-up exercises in the yard before commencing their run. Zhou Xi's pace was slow, and Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao adjusted their speed to accommodate her. Though Zhou Xi was breathless and wished to stop, she feared that halting would deter her from continuing, so she gritted her teeth and persevered. Whenever she sped up, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao matched her pace. When she slowed down, they also decelerated. The brothers flanked her closely, acting as her guardians. It's all right. You 2 can maintain your usual pace. Don't worry about me. They both shook their heads resolutely. Today, we just want to exercise alongside Mom. Fine, but you must keep up with me. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly accelerated and dashed ahead. Yet within 10 seconds, her surge of speed transformed into a gradual deceleration, and without needing to chase her, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao fell back in line beside her. 1,500 meters, an entire 1,500 meters, was an ambitious distance for someone accustomed to running only 800 meters. After completing the run, she lacked the strength even to stretch, and it was entirely Zhou Bao who assisted her in that regard. After breakfast, her 2 elder sons remained closely glued to her side. Zhou Xi felt a mix of joy and exasperation. All right, your mother is in a splendid mood now. You both should go do your own things. We leave in 3 days, so hurry and find your friends to play. Zhou Xiao clung to her arm, playfully protesting, no? Mom is the best friend my brother and I have. We want to stay with you and go nowhere. Zhou Yu, though less extroverted than his brother, remained steadfastly by her side, just as he had been when they first found each other. They had no desire to go out, and Zhou Xi refrained from further insistence. The 3 of them stayed home, preparing for the gathering the next day. After a day filled with lively festivities, followed by a day of rest at home. As the sun began to rise, the family finally set off on their journey back home. Gone were their previous feelings of uncertainty and confusion. Now, only anticipation lingered in their hearts. Alongside the items they had gradually shipped back over the years, they were now burdened with over 20 large suitcases. When Zhou Xi and her sons emerged, all the luggage had already been loaded into the vehicle. Boss, everything is packed and ready. We're perfectly on time to head to the airport. Zhou Xi nodded slightly. Yes, let us depart. As they watched the scenery recede behind them, Zhou Xiao set aside his Rubik's Cube and began to seek a topic of conversation. Mother, have you decided what you wish to indulge in for your first meal upon returning home? Steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk sound delightful, as do noodles. Although the Chinese cuisine prepared at home is commendable with the passage of time, they may have forgotten whether the flavors of home-cooked meals truly reflect the authenticity of traditional Chinese cuisine. Zhou Xi is fortunate, having experienced a few years of prosperity. He has savored quite a variety of exquisite dishes. In stark contrast, the days that Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao endured during those years were unbearably harsh. Zhou Yu's finest culinary experience was the egg yolk that fell from the plate of his foster parents' youngest son. Seizing the moment when they were distracted, he stealthily picked it up and savored its flavor, albeit with a slight risk of choking. It was undeniably delicious. Afterward, in a moment of rebellion, he indulged in eggs for a while, but soon became weary of them. The mere sight of an egg would make him feel nauseated. In Zhou Xiao's memory, the most delectable morsel he ever tasted was half a steamed white bun, generously offered by a kind-hearted neighbor. During a 2-day confinement in the firewood shed, he had faced starvation, without even a drop of water to quench his thirst. Had it not been for the neighbor's compassion, tossing half a bun through the window, he might not have survived that frigid night. Despite having later enjoyed various delightful breads, that cold, hard white bun remains etched in the depths of his memory. Irreplaceable by any other delicacy. Their flight to Beijing was direct, landing around 5 in the morning. Perfect timing for a sumptuous breakfast. I suspect Uncle In and Uncle Ping have already arranged for a feast at home, leaving us no opportunity to dine out. Zhou Xi concurred, noting that both uncles are particularly meticulous about health and nutrition, seldom allowing you to indulge in fast food like fried chicken. Now that they have returned home, they will surely be even more vigilant, leaving you with little chance to savor outside cuisine. Zhou Xiao lamented, while we may have access to the same flavors at home, and they are not lacking in taste, one inevitably tires of the same fare over time. At that moment, the adage rang true. Even the most mundane fare outside can seem more appealing than home-cooked meals. Most of the passengers on the plane were Chinese, marking the first instance since their departure that they encountered so many compatriots. Out of curiosity, Zhou Xiao stole glances at them, only to be met with a swift reprimand from Zhao Yu, who insisted that he sit properly and wait for the opportunity to observe more. Zhou Xiao, cowed, fell silent. At the city government office, the bustling investment department was alive with activity. With the advancement of reform and the liberalization of economic policies, their department was increasingly busy. Especially in recent years, as stability returned, many overseas Chinese were gradually returning to invest in their homeland. Zhou Xi had arranged for Zhou Ping and Zhou and to return not merely to prepare for work, but also to liaise with government departments. This journey home was not just a simple visit. She was returning with an unimaginable fortune. Minister Zhou Xi rubbed his aching temples and turned to his assistant, inquiring, "Is the pickup for Miss Zhou's flight, arriving at 5 tomorrow morning, arranged?" "Yes, all set. Director Liu is a female colleague, of similar age to Miss Zhou, which should ensure a harmonious meeting," came the response. "Good. By the way, have arrangements been made for Miss Zhou's 2 children to enroll in school?" The assistant confirmed that Miss Zhou's people had already released information regarding a donation to the affiliated high school, directly resolving the issue of school registration without needing to utilize the school's resources. How much was donated? This was Zhou Qi's primary concern. 50 million. Zhou Qi gasped, impressed by the substantial sum. Such wealth was indeed enviable. Gaining admission to the affiliated high school was notoriously difficult. Many sought connections in vain. Yet here was someone who could effortlessly secure entry with a generous donation. It was indeed a show of opulence that was hard not to admire. Go and personally remind Director Liu to ensure Miss Zhou is well taken care of. All her needs must be accommodated. If something cannot be met, do not outright refuse. Instead, keep her comfortable and we will negotiate later. Given that she could afford to donate 50 million, Zhou Qi felt he could also muster some courage to solicit further investments. Had it not been for a mandatory meeting in the south, he would have personally gone to the airport to greet her. Traversing through clouds, mountains, forests, and the vast ocean, they finally set foot on the long-missed soil after a flight lasting several hours. Though the outside world was cloaked in darkness, they felt as if they could see everything. With hearts brimming with excitement, they inhaled the first breath of air that belonged to their homeland, greeted by the gentle morning breeze. At the airport entrance, Zhou Ping and Zhou had arranged a vehicle to welcome them, having not seen each other for nearly half a year. The brothers were eager to reunite with their little boss. "Who do you think is taller, your boss or mine?" Zhou Ping tilted his body, brushing off Zhou arm. "Mine is definitely taller." Zhou countered, "Impossible. My boss was already taller when we returned, and he still is." Zhou Ping retorted, "That may be true, but though I have returned, I have been under the guidance of the eldest young master, unlike you, who only busies himself with work. Besides, there's always just a 2-centimeter height difference between the 2 young masters, and the eldest is the brother, so he must be taller now." Zhou, taken aback by Zhou Ping's cleverness, clung to him playfully, exclaiming, "You're being unfair." Nearby, Director Liu was taken aback to witness these seemingly elite guests displaying such childlike antics. Unable to suppress a chuckle, she inadvertently disrupted the playful banter. Upon hearing her laughter, Zhou Ping and Zhou paused, and a moment of silence enveloped them. Clearing her throat, Director Liu said, "My apologies, please continue." Zhou released Zhou Ping's arm, and the 2 brothers quickly resumed their serious demeanor, momentarily forgetting the presence of an outsider. It was rather embarrassing, indeed, a rather unbecoming display for their boss. The awkward atmosphere lingered until Zhou Xi and the others arrived. Zhou Ping and Zhou busied themselves with their respective young bosses, while Director Liu warmly presented flowers to Zhou Xi. "Miss Zhou, welcome back. Your homeland welcomes you." After engaging in a round of formalities, the 3 of them settled into the car for their journey home. "Welcome back, boss." The spacious cabin was adorned with 3 bouquets of flowers, still glistening with fresh dew, their subtle fragrance wafting through the air, providing a pleasant ambience. "Uncle In, why didn't you bring the flowers down to greet us?" Zhou pouted. "I wanted to experience the feeling of being welcomed with flowers. We had intended to bring them down, but Director Lu's arrangement was not as exquisite as ours. Considering future collaborations, we didn't want to embarrass her, Zhou Ping explained. Otherwise, given my nature, I would never allow such splendid flowers to remain in the car alone. Ah, I see. The complexities of human relations. Chapter 30, The Chatterbox. Oh, how swiftly time flies. In the blink of an eye. Even a little brat like me must learn the intricacies of social etiquette. After this reflection, Zhou Xiao pulled a mirror from his pocket, tidying his meticulously styled curls. Humming a tune. Oh mother, I do not wish to grow up. Dear brother, protect me. Zhou Xiao's chatter was incessant, and not just a little bit. He was exceptionally loquacious. Most of the time, Zhou Yu could endure it, but having just disembarked from the plane, his body still grappling with jet lag, his head felt a bit dizzy. And he lacked the patience to listen to the chaotic lyrics being hummed. He directly muted the sound by covering his mouth with his hand. Come on, brother. Zhou Yu warned, please stop singing. It's giving me a headache. Zhou Xiao promptly fell silent, mimicking a zipper motion. All right, my dear brother. In the back seat. Zhou Ping had been surreptitiously measuring the height of the two brothers. After drawing his conclusions, he leaned over to Zhou En's ear, boasting, my boss has grown taller. Now as tall as your boss. Zhou En said nothing, merely casting a nonchalant glance his way before making a shushing gesture. Zhou Xi observed everything keenly and felt that the bodyguard arrangements for Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao were misplaced. They should have been switched. It would be more fitting for the boisterous to be paired with the boisterous and the reserved with the reserved. However, the current arrangement was not without its merits. A balance of warmth and coolness, it struck a harmonious chord without becoming overly raucous or too quiet. 40 minutes later, they arrived at their future home, where they would reside for decades. For years prior, Zhou Xi had orchestrated Zhou Bao's return to the country, acquiring numerous plots of land in Hai City, Jing City, and Guang City. One of these was designated for the construction of a villa complex. Aside from the 3 houses reserved for personal use, the rest were sold off. The demand far exceeded the supply, yielding a significant profit. The building site lay within a newly developed area, less opulent than the old city, yet brimming with vitality. However, the landscape would soon transform. Within 3 years, she intended to establish this locale as a new affluent district, more luxurious than the older ones. Unlike the surrounding Western-style villas, their residence was a 4-story new Chinese-style villa. Zhou Xi occupied the 3rd floor, while Zhou Yu and Zhou En resided on the 2nd. The 1st floor was home to the 3 siblings of Bao Ping'an, and the leisure and entertainment area occupied the 4th, with the basement designated for parking. The arrival of 6 luxury cars into the villa complex stirred considerable excitement. Wealthy individuals are seldom lacking in automobiles, yet this time, they had opted for domestic models, which were comparatively conservative in design. Zhou Xi arranged for vehicles imported from abroad, featuring lavish exteriors and substantial sizes, exuding an aura of affluence, coupled with their grand entrance. Their destination, the 3 newly constructed villas at the center, was bound to attract attention. With newspaper coverage also in play, it was nearly impossible to go unnoticed. As 6 years prior, Zhou Ping and Zhou En orchestrated an awkward ceremonial welcome. Welcome home, boss and young masters. Welcome home, boss and young masters. Welcome home, boss and young masters. Zhou Xi helplessly facepalmed, regretting that she had forgotten this detail. Yet, with the stage set and actors ready, she, as the boss, felt obliged to deliver a few lines. Zhou Yu maintained a facade of calm, though internally he was itching with discomfort. Had circumstance allowed, he could have easily crafted a miniature replica of the house before him. Among the trio, only Zhou Xiao appeared entirely at ease. Gleefully, she patted Zhou Ping and Zhou En, saying, Uncle Ping, Uncle En, you have such creativity. This is the sense of ceremony I desired. Let us do it again next time. Haha, I told you you'd like it. Zhou En ignored the eccentricities of Zhou Xiao and discreetly inched closer to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu glanced at the chattering duo, complex emotions swirling within him as he addressed Zhou En. Uncle En, I appreciate your efforts. You'll have plenty more opportunities for social embarrassment in the future. Young master, you two have worked hard, Zhou En replied. Zhou Yu was momentarily taken aback, realizing the predicament of having a rather unconventional bodyguard. He fell silent. Even Zhou En seemed disinclined to engage. Under the fervent gazes of those around them, he followed Zhou Xi into their second home. The villa's layout bore a striking resemblance to their home abroad, essentially a 1-to-1 replica. As expected, the expansive dining table was laden with a plethora of dishes, at least 20 in total. While he had anticipated this moment eagerly, the actual sight of the spread rendered him less inclined to indulge. Yet, the notion of returning home imbued the meal with a sense of happiness. The family of 3 enjoyed a delightful breakfast together, sampling a bit of each dish. Their appetites satiated. After entering their bedroom, the villa fell into a hushed stillness, the silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Brother, Qi Guangyan hasn't he returned home in a month? Can you please persuade him to come back? Yuan and Man miss him dearly and keep asking for their father. Zhou Fangfei sobbed on the sofa, her meticulously applied makeup failing to conceal the fatigue in her eyes. Her once vibrant gaze was clouded with tears, rendering her appearance pitiable. Zhou Yu rubbed his temples, striving to suppress his growing irritation. He looked at his sister earnestly, saying, Fangfei, relationships are a two-person affair. While I am your brother, I cannot intervene excessively. I might be able to bring him home once or twice, but I cannot manage his life for him. But brother, this time he has truly gone too far. Not a word in a month. I want to find him, and he wouldn't see me. Fangfei, between spouses, as long as the fundamental principles are not transgressed, there are no absolute right or wrongs. Qi Guangyan is indeed at fault for not returning home for a month without even a message. However, you must also reflect on whether you have done something intolerable. Zhou Yu gazed intently at Zhou Fangfei, recalling how well they had gotten along shortly after their marriage. What has suddenly changed? Did something happen? No, our relationship is fine. There are no issues, Zhou Fangfei replied, her tone a bit frantic. We just had some disagreements. It's nothing serious. Her flustered demeanor raised Zhou Yu's suspicions. Really? Yes, really. It's all just minor conflicts, nothing major. The sharpness of Zhou Yu's gaze made her uneasy, prompting her to flee the scene. Brother, Yuan and Man are still waiting at home. I must return. All right, go ahead. Their parents were aging, and he was already 38, bearing the weight of both the elderly and the young. Faced with his sister's plea, he could not turn a blind eye, yet he wouldn't be able to oversee everything indefinitely, shouldering the family's livelihood and the honor of the clan. He felt utterly exhausted, afraid to pause for even a moment to catch his breath. Qing and I, where are you? Will you really never forgive father, mother, and brother for the rest of your life? Outside the door, Zhou Fangfei halted her motion to push it open upon hearing Zhou Yu's words, her eyes brimming with resentment and fury. Chapter 31, Into the Station. Miss, are you here to find the boss? A voice behind her jolted her back to her senses. She could not, must not, go in and confront him. She had to feign ignorance. Secretary Xia was in a hurry to enter with documents, but Zhou Fangfei blocked the door, prompting him to remind her once more. Miss? Zhou Fangfei quickly composed herself, turning back into the understanding young lady. Oh, it's Secretary Xia. I left something in my brother's office and came back to retrieve it. Let us go in together. After you, Mississippi. Once she retrieved her belongings and returned to the car, Zhou Fangfei shed her prior gentility and sweetness. Picking up a cloth doll from the seat, she began to stab at it. You vile creature, after all these years, they still think of you. Why don't you just die? Why don't you die? You've lived a good life on my behalf for so many years. Why don't you just die? After a dozen stabs, the tattered doll could no longer withstand the assault, its stuffing beginning to escape in search of refuge. Yet it could hardly flee. Zhou Fangfei captured each piece one by one. Ha! Zhou Qingni, you cannot compete with me. In this lifetime, you are destined to be beneath my feet, she cackled, her laughter echoing with a sinister charm. Passers-by near the roadside flinched at her maniacal laughter, remarking, how eerie, especially in broad daylight. In response, a thunderous roar erupted. Get lost, all of you, ah! As she wished, those nearby were startled into a hasty retreat on their bicycles. The animosities of the past, the torment of 2 generations, made life difficult for everyone. After a brief slumber, Zhao Xiao awoke to an unsettling silence enveloping the house. He descended to the dining area for dinner, feeling a profound sense of boredom, and stealthily pushed open Zhou Yu's bedroom door. Zhou Yu had always maintained the habit of sleeping with a nightlight, a tradition he upheld for many years. This time, however, the room was decorated with a more mature aesthetic, a departure from its previous youthful charm. On the expansive bed lay a perfectly still figure. Were it not for the gentle undulation of the lightweight silk quilt, Zhou Xiao might have thought his dear brother had passed on. Brother? Are you awake? Brother? Zhou Yu remained motionless, prompting Zhou Xiao to poke at his navel. Brother. At the brink of despair, the figure on the bed finally opened his eyes. If you disturb my sleep once more, don't expect to keep your models, Zhou Yu warned. Startled by the sudden voice, Zhou Xiao dropped to the floor, clutching his chest in shock, imitating the manner of the village elders calling back their wandering souls. I'm scared. My 3 souls and 7 spirits annoyance aside, concern lingered. Are you all right? I'm fine, brother. I've never done this before, so I thought I'd give it a try. Zhou Yu rolled his eyes, exasperated, and delivered a swift dismissal. Once you wake up, go eat, then amuse yourself. Don't come disturb me until you've had enough rest. With that, he buried his head back into the quilt, seeking the embrace of sleep once more. Oh, very well, then I shall continue alone to the courtyard to stargaze, my poor brother, Zhou Xiao declared, not jesting at all. He truly arranged for tea and snacks to be set out in the courtyard, reclining on a chair beneath the stars. Be careful not to scratch the cars, move gently. And don't disturb the others at home. As he observed the procession of vehicles being driven into the garage, an idea struck him. Amidst the roar of engines, taking advantage of the distraction, he quietly snatched a key and stealthily drove off in one of the cars. By the time they heard the engine's roar, it was too late. Their feet could not catch up, leaving them helplessly anxious. Master, young master, what should we do? The eldest? The young master has fled. What to do? Hurry, chase after him. Zhou and inside the house noticed the commotion, and after learning the situation, he jumped into a car with Zhou Ping, setting off in pursuit. However, their intent was not to retrieve him, but to ensure his safety. Once out of the villa compound, he began to meander aimlessly down the streets, gravitating towards the livelier areas. A young, dashing lad, driving a striking luxury car, stopped and started, stopping again to purchase various treats, before continuing his leisurely drive. With wealth and no one following, he was practically an open target. Thus, on his very first day back in the country, Zhou Xiao gloriously found himself at the police station. Facing 6 adversaries, he emerged victorious, sustaining only a minor cut from a knife thrown by one of them, while the others bore the marks of their defeat, bruised and torn. In the police station, the 8 of them sat in a tense silence, their eyes wide with disbelief, nearly crossing in their confusion. Had it not been for the watchful gaze of the officers nearby, they might have brawled again. Seizing an opportunity when the police were distracted, the injured bystander leaned toward Zhou Xiao. Brother, I'm Shi Ren. What is your name? Zhou Xiao grasped his hand in return. Zhou Xiao? A name given by my mother, meaning bright and sunny. Noticing the injuries on Shi Ren's face, Zhou Xiao felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you while throwing that punch. Shi Ren waved dismissively. It's nothing. If I hadn't approached, you wouldn't have hit me. I bear some responsibility as well. After this unexpected encounter, he finally understood why his parents had repeatedly warned him against getting too close during fights. Observing Zhou Xiao's sincere apology, Shi Ren felt that perhaps the punch he received was not entirely in vain. He winced as he touched his face. And as Zhou Xiao leaned in with concern, he quickly asked, Brother, what kind of car were you driving? It looks so cool. Seeing the sparkle in his eyes, Zhou Xiao understood why he had been mistakenly injured, caught between amusement and irritation. A Rolls-Royce, purchased abroad. Abroad? Shi Ren frowned. Are you a foreigner? Do I look like a foreigner to you? Shi Ren scrutinized him for a few seconds before decisively shaking his head. Not at all. Besides being more handsome, you look entirely like a native. Rolls-Royce? I haven't heard of it, but it must be quite expensive? It's all right. Just then, Zhou Ping and Zhou entered, immediately launching into a flurry of concern, examining him from head to toe, fearful of missing any detail. Little master, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? How is your arm? Does it still hurt? Should I send someone to change your bandages? Chapter 32, Little Master. Surrounded by those calling him Little Master, Shi Ren silently marveled at his fortune in encountering a genuine young master. The 6 ruffians, now fully aware of the gravity of their folly, felt profound regret, praying fervently that he would not seek retribution. Uncle Ping, Uncle In, I'm really fine, don't worry. Once they confirmed he was indeed unscathed, they breathed a sigh of relief, although they had followed him closely. The darkness of night and inadequate street lighting had caused them to inadvertently hit a dog with an owner, delaying their pursuit of Zhou Xiao. Noticing Zhou's dark expression, Zhou Xiao cautiously inquired, Do mother and brother know I'm at the station? They must not be angry. They cannot be angry. It's already unfortunate enough for a pampered young master to land in the station upon his return. They must not be further upset. Zhou had been mentally preparing himself, striving to quell his frustration, and it was Zhou Ping who answered. No. We haven't informed the boss or the eldest. But that doesn't mean we won't tell them when we return. Instantly, Zhou Xiao's tense body relaxed. That's good. Otherwise, my ears would surely suffer. With Zhou Ping and the others present, he no longer needed to worry about the aftermath. He instantly reverted to his carefree self, sharing a camaraderie with Shi Ren, as if they were old friends. Zhou Xiao, can I touch your car later? It's the first time I've seen such a luxurious vehicle. My hands are itching to feel it. Zhou Xiao generously replied, Of course. I'll drive you home afterward. Really? Thank you, brother. Today has truly been a windfall for me. Unbeknownst to him, the manner in which Zhou Ping and Zhou negotiated was a mystery, yet 5 minutes later, the leadership of the Public Security Bureau personally expressed their concern for him. They repeatedly assured him that they would enhance patrols and rigorously address the instigator of this egregious incident, sparing no leniency. Amidst their amiable banter, Zhou Xiao and Shi Ren were courteously ushered out. This was Shi Ren's inaugural encounter with the police station. He was released without a parental notification and was not chastised as he had been in the past, leaving him feeling rather unsettled. Zhou Xiao tapped the car door, urging Shi Ren, Hurry, get in the car. I shall take you home. No need, Shi Ren replied. My home is quite far from here. Just drop me off at the bus station. Zhou Xiao, being a genuine young master, felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of having someone drive him. Not a problem. I don't wish to return home just yet. A stroll outside would be quite pleasant, Shi Ren asserted, displaying no reluctance. All right, I shall not impose. Zhou Xiao conceded. As he reached for the car door, Zhou halted his motion. Young master, your hand is injured. For safety's sake, I shall drive tonight. Oh, very well then. You may drive. Zhou Xiao acquiesced, feeling a pang of frustration as he obediently turned to enter the back seat. This was likely his final encounter with a vehicle before reaching adulthood. Once inside, the personal physician re-wrapped his injury and applied medication to Shi Ren's face anew. The cool ointment provided immediate relief, dissipating much of the stinging sensation. Shi Ren desired to inspect the ointment further, but the foreign lettering rendered it indecipherable. So he reluctantly abandoned the thought. Both boys shared a fascination with automobiles and found their personalities to be quite compatible. Thus, their conversation flourished as they animatedly discussed cars throughout the journey. As they parted ways, Zhou Xiao gifted Shi Ren a corresponding model car. The Zhou residence, characterized by a traditional Chinese courtyard, exuded an air of solemnity, indicative of a family with particularly strict values. Declining Shi Ren's enthusiastic invitation, Zhou Xiao waved his hand for Zhou and to drive them home. 1 car, 2 cars, 3 cars, 4. Shi Ren scratched his head in confusion. There had clearly only been one vehicle moments ago. Had the others materialized from thin air? As he admired the tactile quality of the model car in his hands, he suddenly realized he had forgotten to ask Zhou Xiao for his contact information. Frustrated, he stomped his foot, lamenting his oversight. He had grown fond of his newfound friend, Zhou Xiao, and felt a twinge of regret at the thought of missing this opportunity. You seem to enjoy Shi Ren's demeanor. Why did you not ask for his contact information earlier? Zhou Xiao languidly tousled his hair. If it's meant to be, we shall meet again. Indeed. He held fast to the belief that fate would orchestrate their reunion. Thus, even if he found someone intriguing, he would refrain from exchanging contact details during their first encounter. However, should a second meeting arise, he would wholeheartedly embrace the opportunity for friendship. In contrast, Zhou Yu believed that the initial meeting was a serendipitous alignment of energies, and that the connection would weaken over time, urging one to seize the moment. The brothers had previously engaged in a spirited debate on this topic, neither able to convince the other. Upon returning home, Zhou Xiao was taken aback by the scene in the living room, and he immediately executed a dramatic slide on his knees. He cast a reproachful glance at Zhou Ping and Zhou An, exclaiming, "You deceivers, blatant deceivers. You've clearly reported me behind my back, while feigning ignorance about telling mother and brother." Zhou Ping and Zhou An wore expressions of innocence, asserting their honesty. "Forgive me. Mother, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. I have come to a profound realization of my mistakes. Please forgive me." Zhou Xi remained silent, her expression cold as she turned her head away. Believing she was genuinely upset, Zhou Xiao deployed his ultimate tactic, clinging to her legs stubbornly. He switched to a comical repertoire of languages: mom, madre, die mutter. Zhou Yu, seated opposite, noticed Zhou Xi struggling to suppress her laughter, feeling both pride and exasperation as he took it upon himself to manage his mischievous younger brother. Clearing his throat symbolically, he coughed twice. In an instant, the playful Zhou Xiao pivoted toward Zhou Yu, recognizing the signal that he had assumed control of the situation. "Brother, I was wrong. I truly was. I shall never dare again." Zhou Yu narrowed his eyes, adopting a stern tone. "Another time? Never again, I promise. Before I reach adulthood, there shall be no more chances." "Very well, a 5,000-word self-reflection due tomorrow night." "What? That is far too many." "Too many?" Zhou Xiao hastily waved his hands. No, of course not. It's not too much at all." Following his admonishment, Zhou Yu reverted to his role as the caring older brother, expressing concern for Zhou Xiao's injured arm. Zhou Xi's stern demeanor softened, and the family reunited in affectionate harmony. Meanwhile, the trio of bodyguards, Baoping and San, calmly enjoyed their sunflower seeds, having grown accustomed to such familial theatrics. Though it appeared that Zhou Yu's lineage imposed constraints upon Zhou Xiao, was it not also the case that Zhou Xiao adeptly maneuvered Zhou Yu and Zhou Xi? Chapter 33, Little Curly Hair. After finishing their sunflower seeds, Zhou An clapped his hands. "Ah, it's time to face the consequences." Zhou Ping inclined his head slightly. "Take care, brother." Being Zhou Xiao's personal bodyguard, he bore responsibility for any injury sustained by his charge, which meant he and his team would also face penalties. Yet, these rules were not dictated by Zhou Xi. They were self-imposed by the trio of Baoping and his siblings. At such moments, Zhou Ping would proudly lift his noble head and cast a motherly smile at his young master Zhou Yu. "Look how easy it is. With school commencing the day after tomorrow, Zhou Yu proposed an outing for the following day. Where would you like to go, brothers? Zhou Xiao immediately raised his hand. The Great Wall. I want to go to the Great Wall. Zhou Yu had no objections. I too wish to visit the Great Wall. Very well. Then we shall go to the Great Wall. Rest early tonight. We must rise early tomorrow, or we shall be scorched by the sun. Okay, mother. After the trio returned to their respective rooms, Zhou Bao arranged for the essentials needed for the next day's excursion. Backpacks, hats, water bottles, energy-boosting snacks, fans, every detail meticulously prepared. Upon arriving home, Shirin cleared a space where his piggy bank had once resided, gingerly placing the model car inside. Even after settling into bed, he rose several times to gaze upon it, and if not for the fear of tumbling out of bed, he would have clutched it while sleeping. When he once more turned on the light to admire the model, his mother's voice echoed from outside the door. It's 10 o'clock. Why aren't you asleep? Startled, he nearly dropped the model. I'm sleeping. I'll be there shortly, just finishing my water. Having recently been chastised for playing games without permission, Shirin dared not disobey and quickly lay down to sleep, facing the ceiling with his limbs perfectly aligned, a model child. On their first night back in the country, the family of 3 slept soundly, and by the following morning, they had regained their usual vitality. Their home did not adhere to the custom of silence during meals. Save for when food was in their mouths, Zhou Xiao's chatter was unceasing. Zhou Xi and Zhou Yu occasionally chimed in, creating a harmonious and warm atmosphere. The Great Wall. Here I come. Zhou Xiao expressed dissatisfaction at Zhou Xi and Zhou Yu standing like statues. Mother, brother, could you perhaps exhibit a little more sense of ceremony? Follow my lead. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, we're off to the Great Wall. A hat, sunglasses, a necklace, a shirt, a bracelet, shorts, hiking shoes, and that seemingly cool bag, which, in reality, holds nothing of substance. An entire ensemble of glimmering brilliance. The Great Wall, an ancient military fortification of China, stands as a magnificent, robust, and unbroken barrier designed to restrict the movements of enemy cavalry, forming a central element of a comprehensive defensive system. This is the knowledge that Zhou Yu gleaned from his readings. Apart from the 4 great classical novels, he harbored a profound fascination for the architectural wonders of the world. His primary focus of study was the Great Wall, followed closely by the Forbidden City, and then the pyramids of Egypt. The Great Wall stretches endlessly, its length rendering it impossible to view in its entirety at once, its towering height effectively thwarting invasions from foreign adversaries. It is indeed astonishing to contemplate that, in an era devoid of advanced transportation, ancient peoples managed to construct such a monumental structure solely through human effort, truly a breathtaking feat after an hour of ascent. They paused for a brief respite. Zhou Xiao leaned against Zhou Yu's back and noticed a line of small inscriptions on a brick, murmuring aloud, visited here on September 13th, 1986. Hey, what a lack of decorum. If everyone behaved like this, would there be a single pristine brick left on the Great Wall? I'm going to smooth it out. No, Zhou Yu pressed his hand down. Let it remain here, to be preserved for eternity. After replenishing their energy, the family of 3 resumed their ascent. For this unstructured activity, Zhou Xi consistently adhered to the principle that with the willingness to give up, no task is insurmountable. Zhou Yu demonstrated considerable perseverance, accomplishing the day's established KPI with Zhou Ping's support. At the beginning of their journey, Zhou Xiao's means of locomotion were merely his 2 feet. Midway, he had an additional leg assisting him, and by the end, he had returned to the innocence of childhood, moving with all 4 limbs, fully engaged in the experience. Upon returning home that evening, the trio collapsed onto the sofa. Observing her 2 sons, utterly exhausted, Zhou Xi realized her planning for the day had been rather imprudent. Climbing the Great Wall the day before school commenced was indeed an unwise choice. If Zhou Bao had not made adequate preparations in advance, arranging massages for them, it was uncertain whether they would be able to start school on time the following day. Ouch, be gentle. That is too much pressure. Oh dear, oh my goodness. Oh my mama. In contrast to Zhou Xi's cries of discomfort and Zhou Xiao's wails, Zhou Yu maintained a rather composed demeanor, simultaneously indulging in fruit while documenting Zhou Xiao's woeful expression with his camera. Uncle Ping, could you please slice me another plate of mangoes? And for dinner, I'd like an extra serving of black-bone chicken soup. Yes, young master. Ouch. Mom, it hurts. Zhou Xi was also feeling discomfort, but the lively antics of Zhou Xiao alleviated much of her soreness. She couldn't help but laugh at his exaggerated exclamations. The previous night's massage had yielded positive results. After a night's rest, the anticipated soreness had not materialized. Although some discomfort lingered, it remained within tolerable limits. Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao, both 15, collectively decided, after thorough discussion, to enter the first year of high school directly. Although they were studying abroad, they had not neglected their domestic curriculum. Each year, Teachers would assess their progress through examinations aligned with the learning pace of domestic peers. Their test scores were commendable, otherwise, Zhou Xi would not have felt secure about their direct transition to the first year of high school. In contrast to the liberating atmosphere of the West, once clad in standardized domestic uniforms, the brothers appeared significantly more obedient. Xiao Xiao, are you truly not going to straighten that curly mop of yours? Zhou Xiao shook his head in refusal. No, the curls suit me better. Zhou Xi reminded him, the student conduct code at your school stipulates guidelines regarding hairstyles. Your curls might attract the teacher's attention later. No worries. If the teacher inquires, I shall simply state that my hair is naturally curly. Do you believe the teacher will take your word over the straight, glossy hair of your mother and brother? If the teacher remains unconvinced, I'll claim it's a genetic mutation. Regardless, my curls are off limits. Ever since Zhou Xi whimsically permed his hair once, Zhou Xiao had become infatuated with curls. Initially, he practiced curling his hair at home with a curling iron, eventually transitioning to professional salons for styling. As time passed, the texture of his hair transformed, now requiring little to no maintenance to maintain his lively curls. With the influence of that 50 million, when they arrived at school, the principal personally came to greet them. After negotiations, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao were assigned to Class 1, the elite class composed entirely of high-achieving students. Although their academic performance was commendable, Zhou Xi harbored concerns regarding their ability to adapt to the elite class's teaching methods. Observing their eager expressions, she refrained from dampening their spirits by suggesting a change in classes. A month later, their monthly exams would reveal the truth. There was no need for premature anxiety. The principal lingered nearby, seemingly with something to convey, and after handing the children over to their homeroom teacher, she did not follow them into the classroom. Xiao Yu, Xiao Xiao, Mama will head back now. Uncle Ping and Uncle Lin will come to pick you up at noon. Okay, bye, Mama. After Zhou Xi and the principal departed, the teachers in the office cast envious glances at Class 1's homeroom teacher, Wang Laosher. The school's leadership had recently convened to discuss the allocation of that 50 million. Every aspect, teaching buildings, educational resources, libraries, sports facilities, cafeterias, and restrooms, was in dire need of funding. The substantial sum brought by Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao alleviated numerous challenges for the school. Now, they regarded the brothers as if they were two golden geese, akin to walking currency. Wang Laosher was equally exhilarated. As long as Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao were present, their class would undoubtedly reap benefits. However, after the initial excitement, her thoughts returned to the realm of education, and her rationality was restored. Zhou Xiao, your hair does not comply with school regulations. Please straighten it after school. And I hope to see your new look tomorrow. Zhou Yu offered a knowing smile, harboring a hint of amusement. Teacher, you've misunderstood. My curls are natural. I've looked this way since my mother brought me into this world. His earnest expression left Wang Laosher uncertain, questioning whether he was being truthful. She turned her gaze to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu, is this true? Teacher, my brother has had this hairstyle for as long as I can remember. He spoke no falsehood. In less than 2 months of their reunion, Zhou Xi had already styled Zhou Xiao's hair into those delightful curls. Wang Laosher felt that Zhou Yu did not seem like one to fabricate tales, and given the absence of a father listed on their family records, she deduced the curls must have come from their father. The thought of their fatherless situation stirred a sense of compassion within her, softening her tone. Well, curls are permissible, but the length must be trimmed. It cannot exceed your eyebrows. Zhou Xiao, taken aback by how effortlessly the hairstyle issue was resolved, immediately beamed with joy. All right, thank you. Teacher, now, let me introduce you to your classmates. Most of the students in Class 1 have ascended directly from the junior high division, having shared the journey from kindergarten, primary school, and junior high to high school together. If they possess exceptional abilities, it is quite likely that they will remain alumni of the same university. Having known each other for over a decade, it is not a simple task for new students to integrate into this established camaraderie. However, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao, being brothers, are assured that they will not feel lonely even in the absence of others. As they followed their teacher to enter the classroom, a voice from the window, belonging to a young master, interrupted their steps. A decade ago, the term young master did not carry a pleasant connotation. Although the situation has improved over the years, there remains a certain sensitivity among the students. Nevertheless, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao, accustomed to being addressed in such a manner during their time abroad, did not find it inappropriate. Shi Run, with a delighted expression, leaned half his body out of the window, exclaiming, Zhou Xiao, is that really you? Are you also a student at this school? Zhou Xiao pointed to teacher Wang, and in the next moment, Shi Run was met with a furious visage. He was promptly pulled in by the ear and reprimanded. Shi Run, are you itching for trouble again? Should I call your? Observing teacher Wang's adeptness at reprimanding, Zhou Xiao discreetly rubbed his own handsome ear. Goodness. Being pulled by the ear at home by his mother and elder brother was already enough. Now, at school, He had to endure the same from a teacher. How was he to survive this? With Teacher Wang's loud admonition, the students who had gathered around gradually retreated to their seats, quieting down, satisfied by their obedient demeanor. Teacher Wang clapped her hands and nodded approvingly, inwardly lamenting that students ought to exhibit student-like behavior. Upon turning back to see the astonishment on Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao's faces, she regretted not maintaining her gentle demeanor throughout the day. Our classmates are all familiar faces, so I want to require you to introduce yourselves one by one, since we are all from the same school and have crossed paths before. Today's main focus is to introduce our new students, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao. Teacher Wang would later have them take the podium for introductions. Hello everyone. My name is Zhou Yu, and I am Zhou Xiao's elder brother. I enjoy playing basketball and building with Lego, so feel free to invite me to join you in those activities. Following a round of applause, Zhou Xiao stepped up to introduce himself. Hello everyone, I am Zhou Xiao, Zhou Yu's younger brother. You may simply call me brother when addressing me. Another lively round of applause ensued. The brothers' introductions took a rather unconventional route, leaving Teacher Wang with an inexplicable sense of foreboding. It is essential for classmates to support one another. Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao have just returned from abroad, so if they require assistance, please do not hesitate to lend a hand. In an effort to facilitate their swift integration into the class, Teacher Wang did not seat the brothers together. Ren eagerly raised his hand to sit with Zhou Xiao, while Zhou Yu was assigned to share a desk with the class monitor. On the first day of school, new textbooks were distributed. As soon as the teacher left, the classroom buzzed with excitement, with Zhou Xiao and Ren engaging in animated conversation. Young master, I couldn't have imagined we would meet again so soon. The last time I tried to get your contact information, you had already left, and I regretted it for quite a while. Who would have thought we would be classmates? Zhou Xiao felt no discomfort being called young master at home, but being addressed as such by classmates at school made him feel somewhat embarrassed. I am also delighted to be your classmate. From now on, just call me by my name, please. Don't call me young master anymore. It makes me feel shy. Ren found nothing embarrassing about it, remarking, what is there to be shy about? I wish I could be a young master too. I don't have the fate for it in this lifetime, but with effort, perhaps I could make it possible for my future children. Zhou Xiao chuckled, good luck. Future boss, sure. Hey, Zhou Xiao, your family is the one that donated 50 million to the school, right? Zhou Xiao nodded yes. It was my mother who made the donation. Chapter 35, Daily Life. I never expected that one day I, Ren, would be classmates with a genuine young master. Zhou Xiao took out a mirror from his pocket, fussing over his little curls with a hint of narcissism. Aside from my mother being wealthy, I'm really no different from anyone else. I have 2 eyes and a mouth like everyone else. Perhaps the only difference is that my mother gave birth to me looking a bit more handsome. Experiencing Zhou Xiao's self-admiration for the first time, yet finding it endearing rather than off-putting, Ren couldn't help but chuckle, bursting into laughter. Truly, he had a delightful classmate. After tidying his hair, Zhou Xiao leisurely pulled out some wet wipes from his backpack to clean his desk. He first wiped the surface twice with the wet wipes, then dried it with regular tissue. This meticulous 3-step procedure left Ren, who had a somewhat rough approach to life, utterly astonished. After cleaning the desk, Zhou Xiao retrieved his pencil case to organize his stationery. Fountain pen, ballpoint pen, pencil, ruler, all arranged more neatly than many of the female classmates. Observing Zhou Xiao's meticulousness, Ren silently organized his own desk, not wishing to be looked down upon by the young master. In the principal's office, Zhou Xi was seated on a sofa, conversing with the principal and vice principal. Miss Zhou, our school is affiliated with a university and our faculty. After chatting for over 10 minutes, the conversation primarily revolved around the school atmosphere, aimed at assuring her that Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao would be well taken care of at their institution. Initially, Zhou Xi listened attentively, but as the dialogue dragged on, she grew impatient, realizing it was merely a ploy to solicit further donations for facilities. Though not explicitly stated, the insinuation was clear, which vexed her. Principal Zhao, I have other matters to attend to. Let us conclude for today, and we can talk again when the opportunity arises. The principal and vice principal were momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained their composure. Very well, we shall talk again in the future. Allow me to escort you out. Upon leaving the school, she hurried directly to her company. The realms of real estate, fashion, food, entertainment, and home goods are all industries poised for rapid financial return. During her return to the country, she had enlisted Luca to assemble a team from the law firm to accompany her. She brought back every asset and talent under her name that she could. Her return stirred quite a commotion in the circle. Aside from the school, she had also donated a significant sum elsewhere, totaling nearly 1 billion. Otherwise, Zhou Ping and Zhou En would not have been able to carry out their tasks so smoothly. Boss, the head of the Yunnan project will arrive at 10:30 to sign the contract, followed by a group meeting at 11 o'clock. In the afternoon, There's a ribbon-cutting ceremony at Shanshui Garden, and afterward, we'll stop by Ping'an Mall for an inspection. In the evening, you have dinner with the head of the investment department and, understood. When briefing me, please keep it concise and focus on the key points. I need to leave work promptly at noon to have lunch at home. Yes, boss. Zhou Bao replied while handing her a cup of coffee. During the large break at school, Shi Rin felt hungry and invited Zhou Xiao to accompany him to the snack shop. As the younger brother, he naturally wouldn't forget his elder brother. Approaching Zhao Yu, who was engrossed in tinkering with a robot figurine, he inquired, "Brother, are you going to the snack shop?" Zhao Yu, preoccupied with the robot, did not look up and simply replied, "Not going. Is there anything you want to eat? I can bring it back for you." Zhao Yu licked his lips. "A juice, please. Bring me a bottle of freshly squeezed juice." "All right. Anything else besides juice?" "No, that's all. Do you have any change?" Seeing Shi Rin urging him from the doorway, he quickly fished out some money from his pocket, counted approximately 70 or 80 yuan, and replied, "I have some," before departing. At the age of 15 or 16, when one is growing, he had woken up late that day and had not had time to pack biscuits and milk in his bag, so he could only make do with a bite from the snack shop for now. Shi Rin selected a loaf of bread, a sausage, and a carton of milk. Zhou Xiao picked up 2 cream buns, but, after searching for a while, could not find any juice. Ultimately, he settled for 2 cartons of strawberry milk. "Zhou Xiao, what are you looking for? Why are you taking so long?" Zhou Xiao casually placed Shi Rin's items on the counter to check out. "Freshly squeezed juice. My brother wants some, but it seems the school doesn't have any. This is a school. Having a convenience store is already quite fortunate. How could there possibly be freshly squeezed juice?" Shi Rin interjected, halting Zhou Xiao's attempt to pay. "To ensure we can sit together at the same table. Today's bread and milk are on me." "No need. I brought money. If anyone's treating, it should be me. After all, you call me your little master. So let this little master treat you today." A long line of students was waiting to check out, and the cashier, uninterested in their banter, swiftly took 20 yuan from Zhou Xiao and returned the change. In less than 10 seconds, the change along with the bag was stuffed into Zhou Xiao's hands. "Your transaction is complete. Hurry up and leave. Don't block the other students." The 2 extroverted individuals suddenly became quite obedient. "Oh, okay. Ha ha ha. This is too amusing." Zhou Xiao was puzzled. Was it truly that entertaining? Or perhaps the humor was simply too simplistic? "Let us go. Class is about to start. And my brother is waiting for me to return." "All right, little master." Zhou Yu's demeanor was relatively cool throughout the break. He spent most of his time sitting at his desk fiddling with a small robot, only getting up to use the restroom or drink water. When classmates approached him, he merely nodded in a calm manner. He remained unchanged when Zhou Xiao left and returned. "Brother, the school doesn't have freshly squeezed juice. I bought milk and bread for you." The 2 siblings took a few bites, and as soon as school was out, they dashed home. What greeted them was their brother Zhou Xi, who had just arrived home, along with the enticing aroma of cooked meals. "How was school? Are you adapting?" Zhou Yu answered while peeling shrimp. "It's all right. The classes aren't difficult, just a bit boring." Zhou Xiao chimed in. "The schedule is too packed. I feel like I'm either in class or on my way to class." Zhou Xi frowned in contemplation. "How about I transfer you both to a private school?" Compared to public schools, private schools place greater emphasis on the overall development of students and do not weigh cultural grades as heavily. After exchanging glances, the brothers decisively shook their heads. "No, although it's somewhat exhausting, this lifestyle seems quite good. If it becomes unbearable, we can ask Mom to help us transfer to a private school later." Zhou Xi sighed. "All right, don't overexert yourselves. Mom hopes for your happiness and joy. Don't let studies and life constrain you." Due to the makeshift breakfast, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao made sure to pack fruits and biscuits in their bags for school that afternoon. The cream buns at school were thick and greasy, utterly unpalatable, and the milk was equally unsatisfactory. As a considerate deskmate, Zhou Xiao even brought an additional portion for Shi Rin. "Thank you, my excellent deskmate from Huagua. Next time I'll bring you homegrown pomegranates. They're incredibly sweet." Chapter 36, Parent-Teacher Conference. In the afternoon, as she prepared to inspect the shopping mall, Zhou Xi changed out of her dress into a sharp sky blue suit. The high heels she wore clicked crisply against the smooth floor of the mall. Aside from the parking lot in the basement, the mall boasted 4 floors. Household goods on the first floor, clothing on the second, food on the third, and a combination of a cinema, arcade, and dance hall on the fourth. Currently, such malls are few in the country, and with a high-end ambience, business was thriving. Even though it wasn't the weekend, the mall was bustling with visitors. As she passed a hot pot restaurant on the 3rd floor, Zhou Xi nearly slipped, and upon regaining her footing, she frowned impatiently. "Call the manager out." A minute later, a sharply dressed young man with slicked back hair and a flamboyant face emerged. Knowing the situation, he greeted her with an ingratiating tone. "Zhou, your presence." The overpowering scent of his cologne made her shudder, prompting her to step back a few paces. "Pay attention to hygiene. I'll send someone to check tomorrow. If it's still like this, you'll be expelled from the mall. Yes, yes. We will rectify the situation. Such mistakes will never occur again. During the exchange, she glanced inside the restaurant. At 4:50, well before dinner time. Most seats were already occupied, and the restaurant was indeed thriving, with enticing aromas wafting out. Investigate this hot pot restaurant thoroughly, focusing on food safety and hygiene. The flavors are indeed tempting. If everything checks out, I plan to bring Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao here to try it this weekend. Just as she was about to head home after the inspection, she received a phone call from a teacher. She had been summoned for a parent meeting after 5 years. She was finally requested to attend. There was no anger as she had anticipated, only excitement and anticipation. The teacher did not explicitly state what had happened, only mentioning that the brothers had a conflict with a classmate. Being called in on the first day of school was quite thrilling. Zhou Bao, quickly help me check my makeup and see if anything seems off. What about my outfit? Does it convey authority? Imagining scenes from various novels. She felt as though an intense confrontation awaited her at the school, dressed in opulence and demanding apologies. She envisioned using her influence to pressure the school into expelling the other student involved. Just thinking about it sent a rush of excitement through her. After reading over a dozen novels and rehearsing in front of the mirror multiple times, she felt today would finally be her moment to shine. Her makeup was flawless, her attire sharp, and she exuded an impressive presence. As Zhou Xi continuously adjusted her hair, she remarked, "The 5 million yuan donated to the school wasn't given in vain. The young master and little master are clever. They wouldn't allow themselves to suffer losses." Recalling Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao's audacious actions, she couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, among their peers, it was only the two of them who were unwilling to be bullied. When they first started school abroad, they had also been teased by classmates. Yet, they retaliated with their intelligence and resourcefulness. In the office, aside from the homeroom teacher who had been holding a pen without writing a single word, there were 4 students: Zhou Yu, Zhou Xiao, Shiren, and Song Lei. "Teacher, this is all a misunderstanding. We've clarified everything. And there's no need to notify our parents." Teacher Wang shot them a glare. "It's too late. Your parents are already on their way." Shiren, who had been lounging in his chair, suddenly stood up. "Teacher, did you really notify my parents?" "Yes, your mother is coming." "Oh no, I'm doomed. Getting summoned on the first day of school. My dad is definitely going to kill me." Song Lei timidly raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, is it my dad or my mom coming?" "Your mother." Hearing that it was his mother, he felt a bit relieved. At least she wouldn't use a belt on him. Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao were not worried about being scolded by Zhou Xi. They were merely concerned about her fatigue and felt a twinge of regret for their earlier impulsiveness. What they had initially thought would be a fierce battle turned out to be unnecessary. They hadn't caused trouble. They simply hadn't controlled their strength while intervening to do the right thing. Under the stern reprimand of Teacher Wang, they profoundly recognized their mistakes. By the time Zhou Xi arrived, Shiren had already been taken home by his mother. Initially, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao could have left after Zhou Xi's arrival. However, it seemed rather pitiful to leave Song Lei alone in the office, caught up in this situation, so they chose to stay and wait with him. 10 minutes later, a young woman of striking beauty, dressed in elegant attire, entered the room. As if it were a customary ritual, her first act upon entering was to apologize to the teacher. "Teacher Wang, I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused by Song Lei. I assure you that I will discipline him properly when we return home and make him write a reflection." Saying this, she pulled Song Lei, who was standing beside her, in front of Teacher Wang and made him bow deeply, pressing his neck as he did so. Quickly apologized to the teacher. "I'm sorry, teacher. I was wrong. And I promise to think twice before acting impulsively in the future." Teacher Wang gently assisted him to his feet, saying, all right. Acknowledging one's mistakes and being willing to amend is the hallmark of a good child. "I hope this is the last time I need to call your parents this semester." In truth, the 4 children had not committed any grievous errors. They were merely too reckless, and without timely guidance, it could lead to more serious mistakes in the future. Nevertheless, their attitude towards admitting their faults was commendable, and thus the matter was laid to rest. Once outside the office, Song Lei tentatively inquired, "Mom, does Dad know you came to school?" "Your father is on a business trip this afternoon and is unaware of this incident," she replied, then playfully smacked his arm. "When will you ever give me a break? You had to get your parents involved on the very first day of school." As Song Lei dodged her playful swat, he reminded her, "Mom, there are classmates around. Could you please spare me some dignity?" This prompted Lin Wanyan to realize the presence of others, and she awkwardly tidied her hair before extending her hand towards Zhou Xi. "Hello, I'm Song Lei's mother, Lin Wanyan. I apologize for causing you embarrassment." Zhou Xi responded with a friendly smile, gently taking her outstretched hand. "Hello, I'm Zhou Xi, the mother of Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao. To speak candidly, we were at fault in this situation, and Song Lei was merely an innocent bystander." "Oh dear," Children will be children. It's through such experiences that friendships are forged. After all, Lin Wanyan remarked cheerfully, displaying her bright and engaging personality. From the office to the school gate, she maintained a lively conversation with Zhou Xi, who appreciated her straightforward nature, and they conversed amiably. Chapter 37. You reap what you sow. Xiao Yu, Xiao Xiao. Mother has a dinner engagement this evening. Uncle Zhou Ping and Uncle Zhou and will be taking you home shortly. Time was pressing, and as she finished speaking, Zhou Bao immediately accelerated, leaving behind a trail of exhaust. Zhou Yu, Zhou Xiao, I'm going to eat KFC. Would you like to join me? Lin Wanyan extended the invitation. Yes. The more the merrier. Come along with Auntie. No, thank you, Auntie. We have matters to attend to at home and don't wish to impose. Zhou Xiao waved goodbye. Goodbye, Auntie. See you tomorrow, Song Lei. After they departed, Lin Wanyan turned to Song Lei and asked, Son, do you know what your classmate's family does? Song Lei shook his head. I'm not sure, but their family seems quite affluent. They just returned from abroad and even donated 50 million to the school. Lin Wanyan gazed thoughtfully at the two cars in the distance. I see. What's the matter, Mom? Why are you suddenly interested in my classmates? Oh, nothing serious. Just curious, she replied casually. Song Lei, however, was skeptical. After years of schooling, his mother had never inquired about his classmates' family backgrounds without reason. Is there some issue with our family business? Lin Wanyan paused for a moment before regaining her composure. There's nothing of the sort. Just focus on your studies as a student. You needn't worry about family matters. Song Lei scrutinized her, pressing for answers. Really? Lin Wanyan playfully swatted his head. Well, do you still want to go eat KFC or not? Off you go. You must go. I intend to feast today. In the car, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao engaged in a discussion. Brother, do you think our mom is too calm? Other parents either drag their children to apologize to the teacher or scold them right away, while our mom remains unfazed, neither scolding nor punishing us. Although it's nice, it feels like something is missing. That's because mom loves us dearly. As long as we haven't committed any grave mistakes, she will never scold or hit us. Oh really? Zhou Xiao countered. Who says mom doesn't punish? She pulls my ears quite fiercely. Zhou Yu retorted. Is pulling your ears a punishment? Besides, that only happens at home. She wouldn't humiliate us in front of others. True enough. Those few times I got my ears pulled were deserved. And Zhou Xi's grip was far gentler than Zhou Yu's. The evening dinner went smoothly. At her request, the alcohol on the table was removed, and the gathering was simply a relaxed meal discussing work. This straightforward dinner finalized many arrangements, as she prepared to invest in establishing a private hospital. The location had already been chosen, and construction was set to commence next month. By the time she returned home, it was nearly 10 o'clock, and both Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao were already asleep. However, on the table lay a portion of her favorite chicken feet, accompanied by a sticky note. Delicious boneless chicken feet for the esteemed Ms. Zhou Xi. Zhou Xi sat alone at the dining table, savoring half a bowl, the tangy and spicy flavors perfectly suiting her palate. After a busy day, she did not neglect her skincare routine. From head to toe, she began with her hair, followed by her face, then her hands, and finally her legs and feet. She had always been diligent in her pursuit of beauty, never forgetting her skincare regimen, no matter how late it was. Once all her routines were completed, the clock struck midnight. Drawing the curtains, donning her eye mask, and activating the air humidifier, she embarked on her beauty sleep journey. Meanwhile, at the Hai Zhou family home, Zhou Yu had just returned after handling matters concerning Zhou Fengfei. The house was shrouded in darkness, save for a small figure curled up on the sofa beside a dim lamp. He approached gently, squatting down to admire his wife's delicate beauty for a while. It was only when his legs began to tingle that he snapped back to reality, cautiously wrapping his arms around her, fearful of waking her with any sudden movements. However, Zhou Yu was a light sleeper, and even his gentle touch roused her slightly. You're back. Are you hungry? The kitchen. Still groggy from sleep, her voice retained a husky quality, but to Zhou Yu, it was the most melodious sound in the world. He tightened his embrace, restraining her from getting up. Stay still. I'm not hungry. Just let me hold you for a bit. Seeing the weariness in his eyes, Zhou Yu felt a pang of tenderness in her heart. She wrapped her arms around his neck, remaining still, unable to suppress her annoyance at her mischievous sister-in-law. The couple held each other for quite some time before Zhou Yu slowly spoke. Darling, tomorrow I have to go to Jing City for a business meeting. You'll have to manage things at home for the next few days. We are husband and wife. It's not about hardship or ease. I will take good care of the house. You, on the other hand, focus on your work and remember to take care of your health, she replied. Yes, I know. You also take care of yourself. I'll bring you a gift when I return. Zhou Yu and his wife, Zhou Yu, were childhood sweethearts. Their families had been friends for generations, and they had been married for 15 years, maintaining a harmonious relationship. Zhou Yu was the epitome of a refined lady. Well-educated and graceful, serving as a supportive partner to Zhou Xi. Together, they had 3 children, 2 sons and 1 daughter. A family of 5 has always lived a blissful life. How is Fangfei doing? Has everything been resolved? At the mention of his sister, Zhou Yuxi's once relaxed brow furrowed once more, and he let out a long sigh. Alas, as her elder brother, I have done all that I can. Now it is up to her fate. Thinking of his soft-hearted wife, he reminded her, if she comes to seek you out while I am away, please deflect any of her requests until I return to handle them. Luo Yue hesitated before ultimately responding with a simple, all right. Yue, tell me. If back then Luo Yue swiftly covered his mouth, saying, Yuxi, there is no if. Such words should not be uttered. She had been merely an observer of those past events. At that time, she had not yet married into the family, and thus held no ground to speak. The one occasion she could no longer bear to remain silent, and spoke a word of justice, she was met with a week of disdain from Zhou's parents. Since then, she had refrained from commenting on matters outside of Zhou Yuxi, especially avoiding any close interaction with her sister-in-law, Zhou Fangfei. Time has proven her right. But what use is regret now? There is no remedy for regret. If there were, this world would be devoid of sorrow. You reap what you sow. Each person faces the consequences of their choices. In the past, they made their decisions, and now they must bear the occasional responsibility of cleaning up Zhou Fangfei's messes. After a night filled with dreams, Zhou Xi awoke the next day feeling sticky and uncomfortable, promptly retreating to the bathroom for a shower. With no formal engagement scheduled for the day, she could focus on her work at the office, attending to documents in peace. Without the need to dress for overly formal occasions, she opted for a casual yet cheerful outfit, ensuring her comfort. Chapter 38. Unexpected Developments. Her long, flowing hair was styled into soft curls cascading over her shoulders, complemented by bright earrings and vivid red lips. A denim skirt paired with black knee-high boots added a unique flair. Upon descending the stairs, she was met with a wave of flattery from Zhou Xiao. Oh, my dear mother, your radiant beauty rivals the vibrant red roses in the garden. You are truly unparalleled. I presume you are in high spirits today? Zhou Xi smiled as she ruffled his meticulously styled curls. Speak, what is it that you desire? Zhou Xiao sensed an opportunity, his smile growing even more enthusiastic as he eagerly offered her a shoulder massage. A beautiful ruby. If I could obtain it, I would be the happiest child in the world, without exception. What about Zhao Yu? Does he have his eye on anything? Zhou Yu elegantly dabbed his mouth with a napkin. Mother, I wish for a safe amulet, one that I can carry with me. Previously, while abroad, their mother had discovered a fine piece of uncut stone, just enough to craft amulets for both brothers. A month ago, she had already sent them to the temple for consecration. They would soon be in their hands. Aside from the amulet, is there anything else you fancy? Zhou Yu was not particularly materialistic. He typically wore whatever Zhou Xi bought for him, rarely voicing his own desires. Most often, he was presented with choices from Zhou Xi's purchases. Zhou Xiao, however, had a penchant for vibrant, sparkling items, with a shopping urge that exceeded even Zhou Xi's. If it weren't for his aesthetic sensibility, the array of brightly colored items he adorned would certainly lack charm. Indeed, brother, as twins, we must shop together. Mother, I desire a new watch. He was not lacking in gems or clothing, but if pressed to choose one item, a watch would be his first preference. Very well. A new model from C brand will be launched next month. I believe it looks splendid. I will call to have it delivered shortly. Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao chorused their gratitude. Thank you, mother. Upon entering the classroom, Shi Rin tugged at Zhou Xiao, surveying their surroundings. Zhou Xiao, did you not face any reprimands from your aunt last night? Zhou Xiao shook his head. No, not at all. At most, I received a little ear twist. Ah, how enviable. Your aunt is so lenient. Shi Rin lazily clung to Zhou Xiao's arm, lamenting, I had a miserable time last night, punished to copy for 4 hours. And I didn't even get to eat dinner. Zhou Xiao chose to ignore the latter half of his statement, acknowledging only the first part. Yes, my mother is indeed quite open-minded. Shi Rin resided in a traditional courtyard house. Although he appeared somewhat lackluster, his demeanor exuded a sense of propriety, suggesting a strict upbringing with vigilant elders. Yesterday, during a visit to the office, he had encountered Shi Rin's mother, who was sharp and efficient, clearly from a family of officials. Following yesterday's commotion, Zhou Yu, Zhou Xiao, Shi Rin, and Song Lei had forged a friendship. If Zhou Xi were to witness their camaraderie, she would undoubtedly tease them as the new F4. It is often necessary to marvel at the wonders of fate. Some individuals become close friends due to the intricate connections that bind them. Boss, the gown has arrived. They are awaiting your fitting for alterations. Zhou Xi rubbed her eyes, sore from prolonged work, and frowned as she replied, Yes, understood. I will be with you shortly. Please ensure refreshments are provided for them. Do not neglect their comfort. Certainly. Zhou Xi's workload was substantial, with piles of documents stacked high on her desk, albeit with Zhou Bao assisting and sharing the burden. In addition to managing domestic affairs, she also needed to allocate time for overseeing overseas investments. However, this was merely a temporary situation. Once her domestic ventures stabilized, she could afford to take a breather. An important meeting awaited her tomorrow evening, attended by prominent figures from across the nation. Their singular aim was to engage in government-backed projects that promised both profit and prestige. Although Zhou Xi did not require financial gain from this project, she needed to establish a formidable reputation within the industry through this collaboration. Thus, success in tomorrow's negotiations was imperative. She favored garments in shades of blue. Half of her wardrobe was filled with dresses in various hues of blue. Today's choice was relatively conservative, a standard square-neck dress adorned with tiny sparkling diamonds. While it appeared quite conventional, it subtly exuded opulence and creativity. The waist feels a bit loose. Please make further adjustments. Everything else is satisfactory. She had anticipated indulging in a feast upon returning home. Yet the demands of her work had unexpectedly led her to lose a few pounds, rendering her previously tailored size somewhat large now. As for accompanying jewelry, no need. I am attending to conduct business, not to compete in beauty. I will select a bracelet from home. Glancing at the array of expensive jewels in the cabinet, she turned to Zhou Bao, instructing, ensure that Zhao Yu and Zhao Xiao are well guarded. I do not want any incidents of kidnapping or retaliation involving them. Zhou Bao understood the gravity of the situation and had reassigned security personnel upon their return. In addition to the visible bodyguards, he discreetly arranged for others to follow them, ensuring their safety in case of danger. Zhou Xi's return to the country had brought significant investment profits, but had also threatened the interests of many. One must always remain vigilant. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but she had felt as though someone had been watching them, her and her two sons, from the shadows in recent days. After finalizing her outfit for the evening, she returned to her desk to immerse herself in work. The upcoming banquet, spearheaded by the government, aimed to attract investment for several major projects set to commence. Road construction, bridge building, and hospital establishment, all projects beneficial to the populace. Her private hospital was already prepared to break ground, so she did not intend to participate in the hospital project. Among the remaining initiatives, she was open to collaboration on any of them. As the evening descended, the bustling banquet hall was alive with the clinking of glasses, filled with influential figures of considerable stature. Each attendee harbored ulterior motives, their presence not merely for revelry. Zhou Bao expertly applied the brakes, bringing the opulent, spacious vehicle to a gentle halt. "Boss, we've arrived," he announced. In the back seat, Zhou Xi slowly opened her eyes, turning her gaze to the elongated red carpet outside. Noticing the arrival of distinguished guests, a nearby attendant promptly stepped forward to open the door. As Zhou Xi's most trusted bodyguard and assistant, Zhou Bao had accompanied her to every event, and today was no exception. However, as she prepared to enter, a vague yet familiar figure at the entrance brought her to an abrupt halt. Who were the attendees of this soiree? She was only acquainted with potential collaborators. The rest were mere shadows, fleeting glimpses she had hardly registered, confident that Zhou Bao would alert her to any unforeseen circumstances. Unfortunately, it appeared she had stumbled into one such situation. Chapter 39, Zhou Yu. There were no particularly remarkable individuals present, merely businessmen and politicians. The banquet comprised around 100 guests, and she swiftly recalled their names from memory. Upon mentioning Zhou Yu, Zhou Xi interjected, "Who did you say?" Zhou Bao, unaware of Zhou Xi's past, did not sense anything amiss. He began. "No, I meant the previous name," she insisted. "Zhou Yu, the head of the Zhou family in Haishur, an old established clan, here primarily too." The remainder of his words faded from her consciousness. She knew they would inevitably cross paths again, but she hadn't anticipated it happening so soon. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to move forward, ready to face whatever awaited her. After all, the person she once knew was no longer the same. What was there to fear? The banquet, though seemingly vibrant, had its focus drawn towards three prominent businessmen, one of whom was Zhou Xi. Boss, Miss Zhou, who has returned from abroad, has never made an appearance in any media. There are currently no photographs of her published. We must swiftly identify her through process of elimination. I intend to engage her in conversation, Zhou Bao articulated. In a corner of the hall, Zhou Yu and his assistant were diligently scanning the crowd for Zhou Xi's figure. Should he succeed in initiating a dialogue that led to a partnership, his business empire could undoubtedly expand further. The true magnates made their grand entrance last, commanding the attention of all. Director Qi has arrived. Zhou Xi followed the collective gaze, spotting an impeccably dressed individual in a tailored jacket being warmly welcomed as he entered. He exuded a formidable presence, strikingly handsome, presumably in his late 30s. Although it was their first meeting, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this accomplished Secretary Qi. Unable to pinpoint the source of this sensation, It lingered unshakably, a disconcerting feeling she found most unsettling. With Qi Lanzhao's arrival, the atmosphere of the banquet reached its zenith. Centered around him, guests congregated. After the official speeches concluded, they dispersed to engage in casual conversation. As Zhou Xi ventured to the dessert station for some cake, she was unexpectedly grasped by her arm. "Qingni, is that you?" The sudden force nearly caused her to stumble. Zhou Bao, returning with juice in hand, promptly placed it on a nearby tray and stepped forward, pulling Zhou Xi protectively behind him. Zhou Yu fixed his gaze intently on Zhou Xi. "Qingni, how did you end up here? Where have you been all these years? My parents and I have exhausted every effort to locate you." After 12 years. Seeing Zhou Xi again in such circumstances overwhelmed Zhou Yu, momentarily disrupting his composure. Yet, Zhou Xi remained impassive, regarding him with the indifference reserved for strangers. As the scene unfolded, several onlookers began to take notice, their attention drawn to the commotion. Zhou Bao's brow furrowed as he coolly explained, "Sir, you must have mistaken her. Our boss is not the Qingni you speak of." Zhou Yu, seemingly unhinged, continued to fixate on Zhou Xi, vehemently asserting, "No, it can't be. She is indeed Zhou Qingni. My sister, I would never mistake her." With so many witnesses present and the formalities still pending, Zhou Xi had no intention of acknowledging the Zhou family, nor did she wish to be the subject of public scrutiny. Thus, she turned on her heel and departed. Zhou Yu attempted to follow, but was intercepted by Zhou Bao. "Sir, are you certain you wish to pursue our boss in such a setting?" he inquired, noting the curious gazes of those around them and recalling the purpose of his business trip. Ultimately, he halted, though his eyes remained fixated on the retreating figure of Zhou Qingni. From above, an observer quietly watched the unfolding drama below, their cool demeanor concealed in shadows, fingers idly tapping on the railing. Anyone familiar with this individual would recognize the spark of interest ignited within them. With Zhou Xi's departure, the hidden figure discreetly withdrew their gaze. The absurdity of the moment faded back into the lively atmosphere of the banquet. While Zhou Yu remained momentarily dazed, his perceptive assistant expertly guided him to a secluded corner for a brief respite. Chapter 40. Encounter. "Boss, that was Zhou Xi, the esteemed Zhou," his assistant revealed. "What?" Zhou Yu exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. He could hardly fathom that the once overly delicate young lady had transformed into the renowned Zhou. "Are you saying she is Zhou?" His assistant nodded, a mix of emotions swirling within. 30 years of change, and indeed, everything has altered. Was she truly the lauded Zhou? Or merely the former Zhou Qingni, the once pampered daughter of the Zhou family? Despite her silence, Zhou Yu was adamant that she was indeed Zhou Qingni, his sister. The question lingered, would she ever be willing to reclaim that identity? Aside from this unexpected encounter, the evening unfolded smoothly. Collaborative discussions succeeded, and valuable connections were forged, all progressing favorably. As the banquet concluded, Zhou Xi disregarded Zhou Yu, who had been restrained by bodyguards, and proceeded directly to her vehicle. Qingni, please," he called out, desperation in his voice. A nearby attendant interjected, "Sir, this is a public space. Kindly refrain from raising your voice." It wasn't until Zhou Xi's vehicle had vanished from sight that his bodyguard released him. The sister once so attached to him now regarded him with cold indifference, unwilling even to meet his gaze. Memories flooded back of her as a child chasing after him for pocket money. Now, he found himself crumpled in his suit, being pulled away from her by his protectors, his heart a tumult of emotions. Yet, on the whole, the joy of the evening outweighed the sorrow. As long as one is alive, there remains the potential for restoration, and that alone was enough. Upon returning to the hotel, his assistant had expended considerable resources to procure investigative materials on Zhou Xi. Zhou Xi, the much-coveted figure returned from overseas, had made her domestic market debut a year prior, donating over 100 million upon her return, including a generous sum of 50 million to a school. A school? While he could comprehend other charitable contributions, this particular donation felt incongruous. Why would she donate to an educational institution? A horrifying thought erupted in his mind. Impossible, it could not be. Investigate this immediately. Ensure it remains confidential. No one outside of us must know. The events of that time had been meticulously concealed, even from Zhou Qingni, who was unaware that the child she bore had survived. Therefore, if her donation to the school was intended for her child's education, it was highly probable that it pertained to the child she had later given birth to. However, if that is the case, the ages do not align. In an instant, Zhou Yu's joy dissipated, leaving only a profound sense of anxiety and fear. If she were to uncover those truths, there would be no room for retreat. Upon returning home after the banquet, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao were in the living room, engrossed in watching television. Noticing her drive in with an impressive flourish, Zhou Xiao thoughtfully placed a pair of slippers at her feet, asking, "Dear mother, did you have a pleasant day at work?" He was undoubtedly a flatterer, clearly with some ulterior motives. Nevertheless, appreciating his attentiveness, she graciously replied, "It was quite delightful, particularly smooth." In contrast to Zhou Xiao's exuberance, Zhou Yu's concern was more subdued and delicate. He silently poured a cup of tea and set it before her, then took a seat beside her without uttering a single word. Thankfully, he only behaved this way at home. Otherwise, one would have to call him a little field snail. One may perform good deeds anonymously, but one cannot neglect to leave a name entirely, nor should such behavior be internalized as a daily habit. Zhou Xi savored a sip of tea and nibbled on a pastry placed on the table. Then, she raised her hand to rest on the shoulders of her two sons, signaling them to massage her. Though the brothers had never received formal training in massage, their techniques rivaled those of any professional masseuse. They adeptly kneaded her arms and shoulders, as effortlessly as one might drink water. The discomfort in her arms, sore from prolonged tension, eased significantly under their ministrations, allowing her the energy to inquire about their school lives. "How was school today? Are you adapting to the teacher's methods?" "It was good. I can adapt and feel quite well," Zhou Yu replied, exhibiting strong adaptability. As long as Zhou Xi and Zhou Xiao were by his side, he could acclimate anywhere. "I'm doing fine as well. The material taught at school is something my brother and I already know. Going to school is merely about adjusting to collective life and making friends, which isn't difficult." Though this sounded somewhat pretentious, it was indeed the truth. When it came to academic matters, the brothers required no undue concern from her, which was a source of great comfort. Since their studies posed no issues, she opted to focus on their social interactions. Given the change in environment, she worried that the brothers might still be engrossed in their own worlds, as before. "Do you have any friends at school with whom you get along well? If so, you can invite them over to play." Those who were invited home would undoubtedly be close friends. "The last time we were invited to meet the parents, Song Lei and Shi Ren were quite nice, but we aren't familiar enough to invite them home yet. If the opportunity arises in the future, my brother and I will surely extend an invitation." Zhou Yu nodded in agreement, affirming that, barring unforeseen circumstances, they would remain friends for many years to come. At school, there were many students who approached them with ulterior motives, driven by self-interest, as well as those who, unable to appreciate the brothers' demeanor, resorted to disparaging them. For now, aside from Shi Ren and Song Lei, they were not inclined to develop friendships with anyone else. "That's fine. When the time comes, you can invite them over, and mother will have delicious pastries prepared for you. Life is but a fleeting few decades. Having a handful of close friends is indeed a treasure." Since that night at the banquet when she laid eyes on Zhou Xi, Zhou Yu had been in a state of disquiet. In the hotel, Zhou Yu repeatedly scrutinized the finely detailed documents in his hands. Zhou Xi's impressive resume bore no resemblance whatsoever to that of Zhou Qingni, who had lived with them for over a decade. Prior to obtaining the documents, he had been 100% certain that Zhou Xi was Zhou Qingni. Yet, upon meticulously reviewing each splendid detail on the resume, his certainty began to waver. Within less than half an hour, he found himself engulfed in self-doubt. After all, she was not a biological member of the Zhou family. The identities of her true parents remained a mystery. What if this Miss Zhou were actually Zhou Qingni's twin sister or younger sibling? The prolonged contemplation and subsequent negation left him ensnared in self-doubt. "Xie, do you think this Miss Zhou is my sister?" Zhou Yu's inquiry was straightforward, yet Xie found it challenging to respond, even perceiving it as somewhat problematic. The one who had been so certain just moments ago was him, and now he was the one riddled with uncertainty. Xie, unaware of Zhou Yu's inner turmoil, assumed his dissatisfaction stemmed from Zhou Xi's apparent indifference towards him. Although he personally disapproved of the Zhou family's pretentiousness, as a subordinate, he could not voice his sentiments. He had been by Zhou Yu's side for over a decade, managing various affairs for the Zhou family. He was an eyewitness to the tumultuous events surrounding the true and false heiress scandal, and he had witnessed the injustices Zhou Qingni endured. It was only natural that Zhou Xi would choose to distance herself from the Zhou family. Moreover, if even he, as a subordinate, could ascertain that Zhou Xi was indeed Zhou Qingni, why would her brother harbor doubts? Did he merely regard Zhou Qingni as a frivolous and indulgent young lady? This question, seemingly simple, was not one he dared to answer lightly. He could only evade the subject, saying, "Mr. Zhou, there is no rush to draw conclusions. We still have time to investigate." Chapter 41. The indulgences of a scholar can still be discussed, but the indulgences of a woman cannot be spoken of. In Haiqing, Qijia, Zhou Fangfei was blissfully unaware of the dramatic events unfolding in the capital as she sat in the living room, awaiting Qi Guangnian's return home. The villa's door swung open, and the sound of a car engine echoed from outside. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhou Fangfei immediately rose from the sofa and hurried to the kitchen to fetch the soup. She had prepared a pot of chicken soup herself, using chicken purchased from the countryside, and infused it with nourishing ingredients such as red dates and goji berries. She had been simmering it on the stove since dinner. Cooking soup was her specialty, a skill she seldom showcased, had it not been for the purpose of pleasing Qi Guangnian. She would not have set foot in the kitchen at all. As Qi Guangnian entered, weary and worn, the first thing he sensed was the rich aroma of chicken soup. Following closely behind, a gentle figure emerged from the kitchen, clad in a blue and white nightgown, with her hair half tied up, exuding an air of warmth as she carefully carried the soup. The clay pot had been simmering for quite some time and was extremely hot. Although she had wrapped it in a cloth, she inadvertently brushed against the edge. After placing the soup down, Zhou Fangfei quickly pressed her reddened fingertips against her earlobe, letting out a few childish whimpers. The tender scene before him transported Qi Guangnian's memories back to the time when Zhou Fangfei was just retrieved by the Zhou family. Back then, she had been just like this, though her soup-making skills were not as refined as they were now. What should have been a delightful pot of chicken soup had turned into a culinary disaster due to her eagerness, as she had added an abundance of overpowering ingredients, rendering it unpalatable. That day, the younger generation had gathered for a meal, with each person tasked to bring a dish they had prepared. Zhou Fangfei had only just been welcomed back into the Zhou family and had not yet had the chance to hold a recognition banquet. With Zhou Qingni, the pampered young lady, present, the others had shown her no consideration. After tasting the soup, they never touched it again. Feeling rejected, she sat dejectedly in a corner. Resembling a rain-soaked little bird with her head hung low, moved by her plight, he forced himself to drink a bowl. It was from that moment that the intricate entanglement between him, Zhou Fangfei, and Zhou Qingni began to unfold. Or perhaps, one could argue that the moment Zhou Fangfei and Zhou Qingni were swapped, their fates were irrevocably entwined. Reflecting on the myriad memories, one cannot help but acknowledge the profound changes that have transpired. The individual who once cherished her innocence and kindness now finds himself disenchanted, reluctant to return home. It must be said, he concedes, that he has indeed been rather unworthy. Upon seeing Qi Guangnian standing at the door, Zhou Fangfei's face immediately illuminated with a radiant smile as she dashed towards him. Guangnian Ge, you're back. After such a lengthy separation, her longing for him had reached its zenith. At that moment, she completely forgot the Cold War they were engaged in and embraced him fervently. The few seconds it took for her to run to him ignited a torrent of intense memories within him. Once upon a time, they shared such moments, or rather, in the distant past, they were indeed like this. Feeling the reliance of the person in his arms, Qi Guangnian, almost as if awakened by his conscience, gently patted her back in a comforting manner. Yes, I'm back. It's late, and you've been waiting for me. You've worked hard. In Qi Guangnian's presence, Zhou Fangfei became utterly enamored. A mere hint of sweetness from him could elate her for an extended period. Just like now, where he contributed nothing substantial, yet a simple gesture and a few words radiated satisfaction from within her. It's not hard at all. Zhou Fangfei felt that the wait that night was entirely worthwhile, not in vain for the effort she had invested in tracking his whereabouts. Guangnian Ge, I've made you some chicken soup. It's perfect to drink now. That evening, Qi Guangnian had indulged in considerable alcohol during a social gathering, and his stomach was not particularly comfortable. All right, thank you, Fangfei. Perhaps awakening his conscience. Qi Guangnian was no longer as cold towards Zhou Fangfei as he had been in the past, occasionally engaging in conversation with her. This pot of soup significantly eased the tension between them. Later that night, Qi Guangnian was jolted from his slumber, having dreamt of his mother. Qi Guangnian, you are indeed just like your father, selfish and indifferent. I truly misjudged you. Both his mother and father had transitioned from childhood sweethearts to a state of mutual disdain. By the time Qi Guangnian was 8, their relationship had already begun to fracture. Yet, to be precise, it wasn't so much a fracture as it was a loss of the initial passion that had brought them together, evolving, like countless families, from love into familial affection. However, his mother was an extreme romantic, never lacking in familial love, always yearning for true love. One sought a stable, mundane existence, while the other, burdened by work pressures, aspired to a life filled with romance and sentiment. Their incessant quarrels rendered Qi Guangnian the greatest victim. His mother would lament his father's coldness, instructing him on the importance of treating his future wife with care and affection, warning him against becoming indifferent. Conversely, his father would complain about how his mother was no longer the gentle figure he remembered. As the son caught in between, his mind was tormented by their constant bickering. On the eve of his 24th year, his mother succumbed to illness. Even in their final moments, the couple, who had quarreled for most of their lives, continued their dispute. After his mother's passing, Qi Guangnian had believed his father would find relief, but that was not the case. Since his mother's departure, his father's health had deteriorated day by day, often seen sitting alone, clutching a photograph of her. In recent years, whenever their family visited, His father would summon Qi Guangyin to the study to offer counsel. Guangyin, strive to lead a good life with Feng Fei. Do not end up regretting it like your mother and I did. But what use is that? There is no way to make amends. Those embroiled in their own troubles often fail to see the clarity observed by outsiders. Zhou Fengfei, overly concerned for Qi Guangyin, desired to be by his side at all times. In the early days of their marriage, Qi Guangyin reveled in her clinginess. Yet, as time passed, he began to perceive it as a burden. Avoiding it only bred annoyance. His return that night was influenced by a call from his father. Now, his deceased mother's admonishing voice echoed in his dreams. Glancing at the curled-up figure beside him, Zhou Fengfei nestled against him. Qi Guangyin momentarily felt a pang of guilt. Hadn't he once adored her for that very clinginess? In life, Qi Guangyin learned to reflect for the first time. However, could this guilt, born of external circumstances, truly endure? Regardless of what the future held, for now, he resolved to change. The scholar may indulge, yet the woman must not. No matter how profound the feelings may be, nor how sweet the words spoken, one must retain a retreat for oneself, granting oneself a sense of assurance. We ought not to become the foolish maiden in the robe, nor the Lu Longji of Jiao Zhongqing. Instead, we must become the protagonists of our own narratives. Chapter 42, Dining Together. Zhou Fengfei and Qi Guangyin had temporarily reconciled, yet ultimately, paper cannot contain fire. Can a man, who is prone to disdain after obtaining what he desires, sustain a lasting bond with a woman who schemes with great effort? A long-lasting, joyful, peaceful, healthy, and fulfilling existence. These are the hopes we all cherish. Zhao Yu and Zhao Xiao formed one team, while Shi Ren and Song Lei comprised another, competing to produce ABB rhymes. The first to falter would lose. Although they could not outshine Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao in the sciences, their accumulated knowledge in language arts was a different matter. Having lived in the country for so many years, their linguistic foundation was undoubtedly stronger, and they were determined to maintain the dignity of their native-born peers. Yet, they might have to disappoint their opponents. Despite having rattled off a plethora of words, Zhou Xiao still counted on his fingers for another round. Majestic and diligent. Generation after generation, bustling and lively, hazy and indistinct, hesitant and stammering, passionate and fervent, faintly discernible, uproarious, secretive. After several rounds, the outcome was all but predetermined. Song Lei wore a look of utter despair, languidly slumping against Shi Ren's shoulder. Zhou Yu, Zhou Xiao, how have you managed to accumulate so many more words than Shi Ren and me? Shi Ren was equally curious. Indeed, I thought my vocabulary was ample. Yet you both seem to be on another level. Zhou Xiao remained unfazed, asserting that these simple words posed no challenge, far easier than the assignments given by their tutors. Because we are Chinese, they declared. But haven't you lived abroad all this time? His words carried no ulterior motive, merely curiosity. With English as the primary language in schools following local curricula, it seemed improbable that they could have achieved such results even with a tutor teaching them Chinese. However, Zhou Xiao and Zhou Yu's performance clearly suggested otherwise. Their fluency in both Chinese and English, alongside their rich cultural knowledge, was impressive. Zhou Xiao scratched his curly hair. We didn't start our lives abroad. We spent many years in the country. Our Chinese tutor is quite exceptional. Although we've been abroad, our language studies have always kept pace with domestic curricula. Wherever you are in your studies, we follow suit. During their years abroad, the family of three faced considerable challenges. Zhou Xi was working hard to build his career, while Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao diligently pursued their studies. Otherwise, they could not have transformed from illiterates into young prodigies in such a short span. Talent is undoubtedly one of the factors contributing to their success. Yet diligence is an indispensable element. Otherwise, the world might witness the emergence of two more prodigies akin to the legendary Shang Zhongyong. Shi Ren and Song Lei suddenly comprehended this truth, exclaiming, "Ah, so that's how it is. No wonder you were able to adapt so swiftly to the teacher's pedagogical approach." The bell rang, signaling the commencement of class. The English teacher entered, clutching her textbook, her heels clicking rhythmically against the floor. Class began, and once again, the most dreaded segment of the year for students, the train exercise, was upon them. Shi Ren silently gestured to Zhou Xiao, imploring him for assistance, beseeching, "Please. I cannot bear the thought of being punished with lines." Zhou Xiao responded with an affirmative okay gesture, acknowledging his understanding. Nevertheless, Shi Ren did not place all his hopes solely on Zhou Xiao. Instead, he mentally calculated his position in the order of the exercise and prepared a few additional words in his mind. All right, we shall commence from the last row of the fourth group. Each participant must utter one word, including its part of speech and Chinese meaning. Begin. At that moment, Shi Ren felt a wave of despair wash over him. English was his Achilles heel, and had the teacher adhered to the usual protocol of starting from the first group, he might have evaded punishment. However, today, The teacher had deviated from the norm, commencing with the last table of the fourth group. Coincidentally, he was seated in the first group, and by the time his turn arrived, all the words he had mentally prepared were certainly spoken by his peers. Now, he had no choice but to place his entire hope on Zhou Xiao. As Shi Ren's turn approached, Zhou Xiao began to jot down a word that none of their classmates had thought to mention, just as Shi Ren leaned to catch a glimpse. The English teacher caught him in the act. The outcome was inevitable. He was sentenced to transcribe the unit's vocabulary 100 times. Yet, Zhou Xiao was not spared either. Adhering to the principle of punishing accomplices, the teacher decreed that they both would be subjected to 50 strokes of punishment. Thus, he too faced the task of transcribing a different phrase, specifically the word honesty, 500 times. Through this shared ordeal, the two emerged as brothers in arms once more. In stark contrast to the camaraderie shared by Shi Ren and Zhou Xiao, Zhou Xi found herself beleaguered by Zhou Yu's incessant presence downstairs. All was said and done. She longed to sever ties with the Zhou family, yet this appeared to be a futile desire. Avoidance would not resolve matters. And while those issues had seemingly passed for her, the Zhou family was only now awakening to their guilt. In a few days, distinguished guests were set to visit the company, and to ensure that subsequent collaborations were not hindered, it was time for her to confront those troublesome matters. Zhou Bao, please reserve a private room for me in the West Building at noon. I wish to treat General Zhou downstairs to lunch. In recent days, Zhou Yu had spent countless hours in the reception area, mulling over cups of tea, gradually transforming his mindset. No longer was he the impetuous young man he once was. Under the soothing influence of numerous cups of herbal tea, he slowly regained the composure and steadiness expected of the eldest son of the Zhou family. Had it not been for this transformation, Zhou Xi would have been reluctant to engage in conversation with him. When they met again, he refrained from calling her Qing Ni as he had during the banquet. Instead, he addressed her as General Zhou. Once the dishes were served, Zhou Yu delicately picked up a piece of the stir-fried bamboo shoots with cured meat that Zhou Xi had once relished. He gently inquired, "How have you been these past years?" Zhou Xi did not reject his offer to serve her food. She took a few bites along with her rice and replied nonchalantly, "Quite well, thank you." While Zhou Xi appeared to speak lightly, Zhou Yu's perspective was far more somber. How could one truly fare well under such circumstances? Anyone in her position would struggle, not to mention the added burden of raising 2 children. Those 2 children had been entrusted to him personally, as he genuinely believed it was in Zhou Qing's best interest. At such a young age, she had faced an unplanned pregnancy, and they were unaware of the children's father's identity. Keeping those children would only burden Zhou Qing further and tarnish the Zhou family's reputation. The household was already chaotic enough at that time, so he resolutely decided against keeping them. Nevertheless, no matter the reasoning, they were still lives, his own nephews, no less. He could not bring himself to be entirely heartless. Thus he instructed the family's nanny to take the 2 brothers to an orphanage in the neighboring province. However, unbeknownst to him, the staff had not delivered the brothers to an orphanage. Instead, they sold them to human traffickers. By the time he learned of this tragedy, 3 or 4 years had passed. In an era of limited transportation and communication, tracing their whereabouts proved impossible. Regardless of the circumstances, this was an indelible stain on his conscience for the 3 of them. He had no knowledge of whether Zhou Xi had recovered the 2 children, nor how she had managed to evade the Zhou family's search abroad. He was oblivious to how she had survived all those years overseas, and was equally unaware of the immense effort required to build his substantial career. Noticing Zhou Xi's demeanor, he tentatively spoke, "General Zhou, may I address you as Qing and I?" Zhou Xi paused in her actions, furrowing her brow slightly, and corrected him, "I am Zhou Xi. Mr. Zhou, I am quite busy and lack the time or energy to delve into past matters. Once we finish this meal, you should return and refrain from seeking me out again, for I shall not entertain any meetings." Though the Zhou family had supported her for over a decade, the subsequent events had been returned to them, and she hoped to avoid any further encounters. "Qing, little Xi, our parents have been unwell in recent years and have often expressed their regrets toward you. They would surely be delighted to know you have returned. Do you truly not wish to see them?" Zhou Yu, as the head of the Zhou family, held authority over family matters, and their parents sought him for guidance. Initially, they had neglected Zhou Qing in their attempts to make amends with Zhou Fengfei, and from that moment on, the balance had shifted. Over time, the discord between Zhou Fengfei and Zhou Qing had escalated. The family had come to believe that Zhou Qing had been spoiled since childhood, leading them to conclude that she was incapable of accepting Zhou Fengfei. In an effort to temper her temperament, perhaps they had erred from the outset. By the time they realized their mistake, it was far too late. The once proud princess of Haiqing had long since vanished, leaving behind only a beggar struggling in the mud. By the time they had coordinated their family matters and sought to bring her back, only remnants of tattered clothes remained in the alley. The one who had called him brother for over a decade was no more. Now, sitting before him was Zhou Xi, the general. There is no necessity. I have repaid my dues, and I owe nothing to the Zhou family. Having said this, she picked up a napkin and wiped her mouth, declaring, I have finished eating. I shall take my leave now. You may continue to enjoy your meal. This time, Zhou Yu did not attempt to retain her, for he was at a loss for words and unsure of what to say should she remain. Ding dong, the rebate system has credited 5,000 yuan to the account. While others spent money to dine, she was, in essence, being paid to eat. Passing by a pastry shop, she instructed her assistant to pack 2 portions to take back for Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao as afternoon tea. 5 minutes later, Zhou Bao returned with 2 boxes of pastries, one for Zhou Xi and the other to be sent to the intended recipients. She had not consumed much earlier, and now, the sweet aroma emanating from the boxes piqued her appetite. As they passed by a meat sandwich shop, the vehicle halted once more. She suddenly craved a meat sandwich. Zhou Bao, please add extra green peppers. She had a preference for green peppers, finding the meat too rich. The owner of the meat sandwich shop was taken aback upon hearing her request for less meat and more green peppers. He looked at her several times in astonishment. Zhou Bao thought he had misheard and repeated his order, 1 meat sandwich with less meat and more green peppers. Inside the car, Zhou Xi was observing the clusters of people dining together around her. With the policies reformed and the economy flourishing, the days of hunger were a thing of the past. The attire and hairstyles of the populace had undergone significant transformation, while patched clothing still lingered on the streets. It was now a rarity. The people had also put on weight, no longer resembling the slender figures of yesteryears. On the roadside, a family of 3 emerged from a restaurant. The tall father carrying his daughter dressed in a lovely little dress, while the mother held a handkerchief in one hand and a takeout bag in the other. For some reason, the little girl began to fuss, seemingly demanding an ice pop from across the street. The heat was stifling, and the father, unwilling to let the mother and daughter tan in the sun, settled them in a shaded spot while he went to the store's kiosk to buy the ice pop. However, just as he set his daughter down for a mere 3 or 4 seconds, she wriggled free from his grasp and dashed across the street. Coincidentally, a vehicle was approaching, and to avoid colliding with the girl, the driver had to swerve abruptly. Fatefully, Zhou Xi, who was enjoying the scenery from inside her car, was jolted by the unexpected impact. Alas, 2 boxes of pastries were squashed beneath her, an unfortunate consequence of this unforeseen calamity. The collision produced a resounding crash, leaving the little girl frozen in shock. Her parents, snapping back to reality from their astonishment, hurried to the middle of the road to scoop her up and carry her to safety. Like all Chinese parents, once they confirmed she was unharmed, they firmly seated her on their lap and delivered several firm slaps to her backside. The girl erupted into a torrent of cries. Woo, it hurts. Daddy, woo, it hurts. Despite their hearts aching, her parents found their rationality overshadowed by fear and fury, and they continued to administer their mechanical reprimands without a second thought. Listening to the girl's wailing, Zhou Xi felt a sense of deservedness. She even thought the punishment might have been too lenient. Perhaps they ought to treat her to some spicy rice noodles and stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. Although she herself emerged unscathed, the car was another matter entirely. This vehicle, freshly imported from abroad and hardly a month old, had met its untimely fate because of a little girl. One word encapsulated her feelings: vexation, pure vexation. Fortunately for her, the car that had collided with hers was a government vehicle, and it housed 2 additional passengers, all of whom had sustained injuries. The driver and the secretary in the front seat appeared to be in dire condition, blood streaming from their heads, their glasses askew, causing Zhou Xi's heart to race with panic. The figure in the back seat seemed to fare better, suffering only a bruised knee and a brief bout of dizziness. But his expression was far from pleasant, dark enough to draw water. After confirming the 2 in the front were not in life-threatening danger, he exited the vehicle to request assistance from bystanders to call for the police and an ambulance. Immediately following the accident, people gathered around Zhou Xi, and once they ascertained she was all right, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. As Zhou Xi stepped out of her car, the driver and secretary were assisted out with the help of the crowd. She cast a glance at Zhou Bao, who quickly understood the unspoken cue, retrieving the first aid kit from the car and approaching them. The driver and secretary were smeared with blood, appearing quite serious, yet as long as the bleeding was controlled, they would likely be fine. The incident had completely extinguished Zhou Xi's appetite for a meat sandwich. Gazing at the vehicle marked with Jing 666, she realized that she might need to linger here a bit longer. Consequently, she entrusted the pastries she had intended for Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao to her bodyguard, instructing him to return home first. Chapter 44. He and she. The leader across from her had his back turned. Thus Zhou Xi could not clearly discern his features. However, from his silhouette, he exuded the aura of someone meticulously nurtured by a powerful family, a younger generation capable of standing on their own, embodying the grace and bearing of a grand lineage. Historically, power and wealth have always been intertwined. Although this incident was entirely an unforeseen misfortune for her, she felt compelled to approach. As she made her way over, the individual opposite was just finishing up his dealings and turned around, resulting in a direct exchange of glances between them. It was him. It was her. They had encountered each other at a banquet only a few days prior, and now fate had brought them together once more. Qi Xingzhou, the prominent leader of the banquet, was of impeccable pedigree, possessing remarkable abilities. And he was strikingly handsome as well. Secretary Qi, during the previous soiree, had taken note of the recently prominent Zhou, recalling her generous donations, which softened his demeanor. As they engaged in conversation, sirens of ambulances and police cars arrived, their cacophony mingling uncomfortably in her ears. In this peaceful era, the two sounds she dreaded most were those of ambulances and police sirens, for they invariably heralded calamity. At this time, the legal system was not yet fully developed. But due to Qi Xingzhou's status, matters were swiftly resolved. Those who needed to apologize did so. Those who owed compensation were held accountable. Yet, Zhou Xi's vehicle was clearly of considerable value, and certain components were irreplaceable domestically. Shipping it abroad for repairs was cumbersome and impractical, rendering the car essentially totaled. As for compensation, none present could afford it, but she did not seek restitution. The vehicle had sacrificed itself for a worthy cause, preserving a precious life. With Qi Xingzhou preoccupied, Zhou Xi hurried back to her company while the driver and secretary were whisked away by the ambulance. Aside from the family of three still receiving their reprimand at the scene, everyone else returned to their respective affairs. At the banquet that day, numerous dignitaries had gathered, and her exchanges with Qi Xingzhou had been limited. Yet, she perceived him as a leader with profound depth and exceptional capability. In those brief moments of conversation, she discovered that he possessed a remarkable empathy for his subordinates and exceptional control over the situation. The sound of the collision had been quite loud. Both the secretary and driver had seen blood, and with it being lunchtime in a bustling commercial district, many onlookers were drawn to the scene. Whispers and shrieks intermingled, quickly distorting the narrative. Fortunately, he had managed to regain control of the situation before it spiraled out of hand. Had it continued, perhaps by the next day, it would have turned into a sensationalized tale of attempted homicide. Qi Xingzhou's destination coincided with Zhou Xi's company, and upon their arrival, the driver would take him to his intended location. Zhou Xi held great admiration for this young leader, while Qi Xingzhou held a deep appreciation for her as a formidable businesswoman. After dining alone in the private room, Zhou Yu summoned assistant Xia, as they needed to seek new collaborative ventures. The optimal partner would have been Zhou Xi. However, that was evidently unfeasible, and they would have to search for other potential allies. Assistant Xia observed Zhou Yu regaining his former vigor and felt a surge of happiness. Haishir had always been at the forefront of the times, navigating the waves of change and opportunity. The Zhou family was a prominent clan, not easily shaken. Yet that did not mean there were no aspiring individuals eager to see them brought down. Their trip to Jing City was precisely to find a powerful and reliable partner. Chapter 45, The Short Holiday. On the 1st of October, during the brief holiday, the Zhou family welcomed a fleeting respite. Taking advantage of the break, they decided to venture to the northwest to witness the expansive grasslands. In the final class before the holiday, the classroom was still filled to capacity. Yet everyone seemed lost in their thoughts, their bodies merely present as they listened to the teacher's lecture. Mr. Wang has long since discerned the temperaments of his students with remarkable clarity. In the final lesson of the day, he decided to forego formal instruction, allowing them to study independently, provided they maintained a semblance of quiet. It is during such moments that even the most reluctant of students would pull out their pens to hastily complete their assignments, all in a bid to enjoy a few extra hours of leisure during the holiday. Zhou Yu exhibited remarkable efficiency, managing to complete nearly all of the homework assigned by the teacher, with only a composition about the National Day holiday remaining unwritten. Zhou Xiao, however, remained unhurried, accustomed to crafting miracles with nothing more than a pen and a lamp, currently reclining with his legs crossed while engrossed in a comic book. In the spirit of camaraderie, Shi Run, who had been scratching his head over his English assignment, couldn't help but notice Zhou Xiao's leisurely demeanor. He quietly stowed away his homework and pulled out a small knife and a piece of wood to begin carving. He was particularly fond of the miniature robot keychain dangling from Zhou Xiao's backpack and intended to create one in a similar fashion. However, in a moment of carelessness, he accidentally cut his hand with the sharp blade, but thankfully, the injury was minor and could be remedied with a simple band-aid. Observing his stubbornness, Zhou Xiao clicked his tongue. Stop carving. Once the holiday is over, my new items will arrive. I specifically ordered a whole box this time, and I'll share them with you. As the teacher approached, Shi Run swiftly concealed his knife and wood shavings. Thanks, brother, but just one will suffice. If I were to bring a whole box home, I would undoubtedly miss class the following day. Once the teacher had walked away, he placed the wooden stick, which had only a head carved onto it, back on the desk. I enjoy carving. I want to see if I can succeed. Noticing the teacher descending again, Shi Ren nudged Zhou Xiao's arm. The teacher is coming. Zhou Xiao lazily lifted his gaze for a brief moment before returning to his comic. Shi Ren was both astonished by Zhou Xiao's audacity and anxiously awaited Mr. Wang's impending outburst. To his surprise, Mr. Wang merely glanced down and continued on without uttering a word. This is so unfair, utterly unjust. Shi Ren felt the sting of inequity for the first time in his life. Why doesn't he, the teacher, take your comic book? Zhou Xiao retorted, brandishing his comic before Shi Ren's eyes. Because I'm reading the English version. Fair enough. The bell rang, unleashing a chorus of jubilant cheers from the students, followed by the clatter of dragged chairs and desks. Zhou Yu had already packed his belongings and stood at the classroom door, while Zhou Xiao struggled with the zipper of his backpack, calling out, "Brother, I'll be right there, just a moment." It seemed as though Zhou Xiao was destined to be at odds with zippers. It had always been this way. Either the zipper refused to budge, or it pinched his skin. On occasion, he would even manage to snag his hair in the zipper. Observing that Zhou Xiao could handle the situation himself, Zhou Yu refrained from intervening, patiently waiting alongside Song Lei. 3 minutes later, Zhou Xiao and Shi Ren finally emerged, taking their time. Song Lei stopped his watch and remarked, "Not bad, there's improvement. Today you two were a whole minute faster than usual." Among the four of them, Zhou Yu was the steady one, Song Lei was impatient, while Zhou Xiao and Shi Ren were leisurely. Their ability to play together was truly a matter of fate. The school entrance was a bustling throng of people, with students searching for their families amidst the chaotic sea of bodies and vehicles. Upon spotting his father, Song Lei's face lit up with joy, and after exchanging pleasantries with Zhou Yu and the others, he dashed towards the father he hadn't seen in a long time. Zhou Ping and Zhou En were waiting for their brothers in their usual spot, while Shi Ren remained anxiously scanning the area. Typically, he rode his bicycle to school, but that morning he discovered his tire had burst. His mother had kindly driven him to school, but in the afternoon, due to prior commitments, she could only arrange for his uncle, who worked nearby, to pick him up. Shi Ren had always held a deep-seated apprehension towards his uncle, who was notoriously strict about punctuality. He feared that if he were even a few minutes late, his uncle would leave without him. After all, there had been a time in elementary school when he had dawdled and missed his uncle's ride, forcing him to walk home in tears, resulting in painful blisters on his feet and a 3-day silence between them. However, unbeknownst to him, his uncle had been patiently trailing behind in the car, merely attempting to correct his procrastination. Though he had learned from that experience, the memory had faded once more. Zhou Yu, assuming Shi Ren's family was unable to come, suggested, "Shi Ren, let us escort you home." Just as Shi Ren was about to accept, he caught sight of his uncle rolling down the car window. With a tearful farewell, he declined the offer of the Zhou family's spacious and luxurious vehicle. "Thank you, but I see my uncle now. Goodbye, see you in a few days. And I hope you enjoy your trip." After Shi Ren departed, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao turned to seek out Ping En and his brothers. Shi Ren exchanged greetings with those in the car, and upon receiving a nod from Qi Xingzhou, he quickly climbed aboard. Inside the vehicle, Shi Ren shed his usual laid-back demeanor, sitting up straight and proper. The atmosphere was notably silent, prompting Qi Xingzhou to initiate a conventional topic of conversation. "Any plans for the holiday?" Shi Ren wanted to respond that he had none, but he hesitated. Instead, he resorted to a pre-prepared answer for his role as the class representative. "I'll spend 3 days completing homework, followed by visits to the museum and the science center. And on the last day, I'll be at home with my grandparents." Qi Xingzhou nodded, seemingly satisfied. Just as Shi Ren was about to relax, Qi Xingzhou continued, "Aren't you going out to play with your classmates?" "Of course I will," he said, though his words were in stark contrast to his thoughts. "I have 3 good friends at school. Song Lei will be returning to his hometown with his parents, and Zhou Xiao and Zhou Yu are heading to the northwest for a trip. By the time they return, school will already be in session." Although his high school friends would not be around during the holiday, he still had friends from middle and primary school, and at the very least, he had companions from the courtyard. He was determined not to spend the holiday alone at home doing homework. "Tomorrow afternoon, I will be heading to the northwest for an inspection, returning after the National Day holiday. Would you care to accompany me?" Qi Xingzhou was baffled as to why his nephew always appeared as if he had seen a cat when he was near. Was he truly that intimidating? Shi Ren wished to join, but if it meant accompanying his uncle, he had to decline. "No, thank you, uncle. Perhaps another time." "That has settled then. Your parents have agreed, and you can visit the museum and science center whenever you like, but the Northwest is not a destination you can visit at any time." Shi Ren could not contest this and obediently acquiesced. Qi Xingzhou glanced at the somewhat reluctant Shi Ren and sighed, ultimately saying nothing further. Chapter 46. Infidelity? Recently, Shi Ren's parents had been embroiled in a tumultuous divorce, and his brother-in-law had not returned home for several days. They intended to use this holiday to have a serious discussion, to clear the air and resolve any misunderstandings. The prospect of divorce was entirely out of the question, for elders were looming over them, and to propose divorce would result in severe repercussions. Zhou Xi planned to first take them to Tibet, followed by Xinjiang, and then return home directly after. On the eve of their departure, Zhou Xiao was so excited that he could hardly sleep, and at 1 a.m, he clutched his pillow and blanket and sought out Zhou Yu for conversation. However, he was met with a familial reprimand and forced to silence, ultimately sleeping soundly until 9 o'clock. As he squinted his way down the stairs, Zhou Xi and Zhou Yu were already prepared. "Mom, brother, why didn't you wake me?" Zhou Yu explained. "As we ascend to higher altitudes, the temperature drops. If you haven't rested well, you might feel unwell, and it would be impossible to enjoy the trip." Zhou Xi nodded in agreement, affirming her brother's words. "You are right. It is still early. You may sleep for another half an hour if you wish. There's no rush. First, enjoy your breakfast, and once you have finished, we shall set off." An hour later, as the plane took to the skies, the three of them gazed at the diminishing skyline of Beijing, their anticipation growing ever more palpable. On board, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao engaged in a game of Go, while Zhou Xi sat nearby, savoring her tea, occasionally glancing up at the intricate moves of her brothers. The three siblings of the Baoping family busily peeled nuts for their respective bosses. At that moment, the warmth of the cabin enveloped them, rendering the distant mountains, rivers, and the azure sky irrelevant to their world. Meanwhile, in the Shi household, Shi Ren had been sent to his uncle's home early in the morning, meticulously packed by his mother. During the vacation, listen to your uncle's advice and avoid causing him any trouble. Remember to complete your homework in your spare time. I will check it upon your return. Last night, Shi Ren had been nestled under the covers, engrossed in his gaming console, not drifting off to sleep until after 3 in the morning, and he was still recovering from the late night. Oh, I understand. Under normal circumstances, his mother would have certainly chastised him, reprimanding his lack of decorum. However, she was now preoccupied with her own overwhelming tasks and, after dropping him off, turned and left. Shi Ren leisurely retrieved his keys, inserting them into the lock, and with a gentle twist, the door clicked open. Inside, the space was immaculate, every corner meticulously organized. A true reflection of Qi Xingzhou's style, yet he felt a twinge of hesitation before stepping in. Once inside, he sat at the desk, diligently completing his assignments. Occasionally, he would look up and muse. One who stays close to vermilion will turn red. One who stays close to ink will turn black. Being near my uncle, I will surely leap over the dragon's gate. At the Qi residence, Qi Lanqi sat with her arms crossed, her expression one of icy indifference, as she faced Shi Rongguang, who sat across from her. The moment he lifted his gaze, she immediately averted her face. Addressing her parents and siblings seated beside her, she declared, "There is no need to persuade me. Shi Rongguang has been unfaithful. I must file for a divorce." As her words echoed in the air, the piercing gazes of the Qi family members turned towards Shi Rongguang like arrows. His legs tensed. If looks could kill, he was certain he would be riddled with wounds by now. He hastily interjected, "No, I have not been unfaithful. Lanqi has misunderstood." Qi Lanqi scoffed, "Humph. I saw it with my own eyes, and yet you still deny it. Shi Rongguang, as a man, can you not show some responsibility? Do not shy away from your actions." Shi Rongguang felt unjustly accused. Qi Lanqi was his hard-won wife. How could she ever think him capable of infidelity? "Lanqi, I truly have not been unfaithful. You have misunderstood." When he still refused to concede, Qi Lanqi seized an apple from the table and hurled it at him. "You dare to argue? I clearly saw you in her embrace." After berating him, she pulled out photographs and letters from her bag and threw them at his face. "Misunderstanding? Take a good look at these and tell me, Shi Rongguang, is this truly a misunderstanding?" Qi Xingzhou picked up a letter that had fallen to his feet, and, upon reading its contents, his brows knitted tighter with concern. He was not alone in this. The other members of the Qi family also regarded Shi Rongguang with expressions of reproach. What a disgrace, writing such sentimental love letters. The sight of the photographs only fueled their anger further. How could he recklessly abandon his wife and children to engage with another? Elder sister Qi Lanha, known for her impulsiveness, immediately shifted her allegiance upon seeing the photographs and letters, decisively standing by her sister, Qi Lanqi. She gently patted her hand in comfort. "Sister, I support you." After all, it was Shi Rongguang who had persistently pursued marriage, and now it was he who had changed his heart and strayed. The sisters harbored a deep disdain for such men, having witnessed uncles and cousins abandon their wives after achieving success. They deemed Shi Rongguang's actions utterly disgraceful and insisted on a divorce. Initially, the Qi matriarch had been skeptical that her son-in-law could behave so poorly. However, confronted with the evidence before her, she could only watch her daughter shake with fury. With a heavy heart, She sighed in profound disappointment. Shi Rongwang, upon seeing the letters and photographs, was utterly bewildered. No, I have not done any of these things. It cannot be me. This is slander, pure and simple. Regaining his composure, he hurried to Qi Lanqi's side to plead. Lanqi, these images are fabricated. They were staged. I have always maintained my distance from her. I have never engaged in any such actions. Qi Lanqi, however, was in no mood to entertain his words, swatting away his hand that sought to grasp hers. And with a swift kick, she sent him tumbling to the ground. The entire sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, drawing no one's attention to any irregularity. In a state of panic, Shi Rongwang scrambled to his feet and clung to her leg, continuing to explain. Lanqi, dear wife, all of this is false. I have not been unfaithful. I will never be unfaithful. My heart belongs solely to you. The man, over 30 years old, wept openly, resembling a wronged young bride. Elder brother Qi could no longer bear the sight, and, grasping Shi Rongwang's arm, pulled him upright. Sit properly, stop crying. My sister has yet to shed a tear. So what are you crying for? Speak your mind calmly, and there is no need to kneel. Shi Rongwang cautiously glanced at Qi Lanqi, without her permission to rise. He immediately knelt again with a thud. Elder brother Qi, exasperated, dismissed them and motioned for Qi Xingzhou to steer the conversation back on course. Rongwang, who is the woman in the photographs? Qi Xingzhou was the most serious member of the family, more so than even Qi father, and his inquiry silenced Shi Rongwang's tears. The woman in the photographs is Zhao Lijuan. What is your relationship with her? 19 years ago, we were mere neighbors. I was not well acquainted with her. After she moved to the countryside, we became strangers. After speaking, he glanced at Qi Lanqi, then, with a sense of dread, added, before she left for the countryside. She confessed her feelings to me, but I firmly rejected her. Qi Xingzhou nodded in understanding. How long after she returned did she contact you? Last Sunday. When she suddenly appeared, I hardly recognized her. Zhao Lijuan had always been cunning, presenting one face to adults and another to her peers, often using her size to snatch candies from younger children in the courtyard. That day, she approached me with a barrage of nonsensical words, and upon seeing Lanqi, she deliberately lunged at me and clung tightly. As for those photographs, she must have staged them with someone else. I have never engaged in any of those actions. By all that is sacred, I am a devoted husband, and infidelity is something I would never entertain. Qi Xingzhou then inquired about the letters on the table. And what of these letters? Shi Rongwang was equally perplexed. He was certain he had never penned such correspondence, to be precise. He had never written any letters to Zhao Lijuan. I do not know, but I assure you, those letters are not my handiwork. Qi Lanqi interjected, I recognize your handwriting. Every stroke on this paper is yours. Indeed, each letter bore his unmistakable script. Qi Xingzhou, rubbing his temples in exasperation, reminded them, let us first examine the content. Then the signature. Although the forger had made every effort to replicate his writing, the signature style and the body of the text were virtually indistinguishable. Even Shi Rongwang himself would struggle to discern the difference. Yet, time does not deceive, and the marks it leaves are undeniable. Despite the letters being well preserved, the passage of time had still left its traces. In his earlier haste, Shi Rongwang had not taken the time to scrutinize the contents of the letter. He had merely skimmed through it. However, upon a more thorough rereading, he was struck by the realization that these letters were penned by him many years ago for Qi Lanqi, but he had lacked the courage to deliver them. It was rather awkward to divulge such a personal matter in front of so many people, yet the prevailing atmosphere left him no choice. Lanqi, these letters were indeed written for you, but I never found the opportunity to send them. They have been hidden within the pages of old books in my ancestral home. Qi Lanqi, in a state of cold indifference, was reluctant to accept Shi Rongwang's words. Do you think I would believe you? Shi Rongwang clung tightly to her leg. Speaking earnestly, my dear, I believe you should trust me. You know that in this lifetime, my heart belongs solely to you. Then explain why the letters you wrote to me are in Zhao Lijuan's possession. This question left him at a loss. Humph, Qi Lanqi was poised to continue her tirade. But a single glance from Qi Xingzhou quelled her indignation. Investigations had confirmed that Shi Rongwang had indeed remained faithful, though some lingering questions remained unresolved. Nevertheless, considering their collective age nearing 70, if they could not resolve such trivial matters, then they might as well let things unfold as they would. In fact, long before Qi Lanqi had threatened divorce, he had already arranged for inquiries into Shi Rongwang and Zhao Lijuan. The findings indicated that Shi Rongwang harbored no affection for Zhao Lijuan, even harboring disdain. Otherwise, he would not have maintained such composure. Observing the distressing couple before him and recalling the nephew awaiting him at home, Qi Xingzhou felt an overwhelming headache. I am giving you both 1 week's time. All matters must be resolved before Shi Ren and I return. He had no desire to play the role of a babysitter. particularly for a nephew who harbored fear towards him. He had no intention of being a nanny. As the plane descended, Zhou Xi and her 2 children faced the initial wave of altitude sickness, rendering them incapable of any activity, their bodies enveloped in a haze of fatigue. Zhao Yu and Zhao Xiao fared slightly better. As long as they remained still and slept, their discomfort was alleviated. Zhou Xi, however, was not so fortunate. Having expelled all that she had consumed that morning, this group of travelers was uniformly struck down by altitude sickness, regardless of age, gender, or physique, all equally affected. They slept soundly until after 9 the following morning. Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao felt revitalized, while Zhou Xi began to recover. The aroma of fragrant Tibetan noodles and boiled yak meat was utterly enticing. With a bite of beef and a mouthful of noodles, they savored their first meal in this new land with great satisfaction. After resting for a while, they resolved to venture out and explore the vast grasslands. Eager to appreciate the unique ethnic styles, donning Tibetan robes for photographs was a must-do activity. By day's end, the trio had captured over 100 photos. On their return in the evening, they were laden with treasures, with Zhou Xiao cradling 3 gilded wooden bowls, the most cherished souvenirs of the day. "Mother, brother, would you like some butter tea?" Although they had little desire for it, they nodded in agreement to avoid dampening Zhou Xiao's enthusiasm. "Xiao Xiao, I'm not accustomed to drinking much, just half a bowl for me." Zhou Yu found it quite agreeable and poured himself a full bowl. Zhou Xiao followed Zhou Xi, taking only a third of the amount. On the 3rd day, they split up. Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao spent half the day completing homework at their lodging before embarking on their own explorations in the afternoon. Zhou Xi, bright and early, took Zhou Bao and others to search for gemstones, turquoise, agate, and heavenly beads. While prices were still reasonable and resources not overly scarce, she planned to procure an ample supply. The rebate system credited her with 20,000 yuan, followed by 5,000 yuan, and then a staggering 100,000 yuan. The local populace was simple and sincere, yet sometimes possessing something could feel like a burden. Along her shopping spree, her ostentatious purchases drew the attention of more than a few local ruffians. However, her entourage of bodyguards was formidable, swiftly neutralizing the threat and reporting the incident to authorities. On the 4th morning, they set off for Xinjiang, the final destination of their holiday. When one thinks of Xinjiang, the first impressions are of grapes and hami melons, followed closely by thoughts of beautiful women and the peculiar changes in day and night. In October, the nights lengthen while days shorten, limiting the time available for outdoor activities. Yet for tourists such as themselves, this was a uniquely intriguing experience. Having spent several days in Tibet, they adapted well to the temperatures and altitude of Xinjiang, experiencing minimal adverse reactions. After settling into their hotel, their first priority was to enjoy delicious lamb pilaf, relishing the delectable flavors. Meanwhile, Shi Ren had finally completed his assignments after being confined in the hotel since their arrival. Since the very first day they landed, Qi Xingzhou had been out early and returning late, leaving Shi Ren to toil away at his schoolwork. Today, having finally gained permission to venture out, he was excited to explore. To his surprise, he encountered Zhou Xi and her children, who were hauling their luggage upstairs. He hesitated momentarily, then called out, "Zhou Yu, Zhou Xiao?" The siblings turned in unison, their faces lighting up with recognition at the sight of Shi Ren, and his previous gloom dissipated in an instant as he rushed forward to embrace them. "Ah, it's really you. What a coincidence to meet here." Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao were equally astonished. "Aren't you supposed to be in the capital? How did you end up here?" The confusion in their eyes was unmistakable, and Shi Ren found it difficult to ignore. "My uncle is here on business, and I was packed along with him. Today marks my 4th day here." This fortunate encounter with his dear friends meant he would no longer have to endure solitary hours in the hotel. They stood at the staircase, obstructing those wishing to ascend, prompting Zhou Xi to gently tap their shoulders in reminder. "All right, go drop off your luggage first. Once you've settled in, you can chat leisurely." As Shi Ren regained his composure from the excitement, he noticed Zhou Xi's presence and quickly introduced himself. "Hello, Andy, I am Shi Ren, a classmate and close friend of Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao." Zhou Xi responded with a gentle nod and a warm smile. "Hello, Shi Ren. What a lovely name you have." "Thank you, Auntie." He too found satisfaction in his name. Aside from a childhood episode where he was frustrated by classmates calling him poet and demanding poetry, he had grown fond of it over the years. Zhou Xi had booked a suite on the top floor, the finest accommodation in the hotel. For safety and comfort, she had reserved the entire top level. After stowing their belongings, they planned to head out for dinner in 20 minutes. Before departing, she kindly invited Shi Ren to join them for the meal. "Thank you, Auntie. I'll happily tag along." He preferred the company of Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao to dining alone. Moreover, in the coming days, his uncle would likely be too busy to spend time with him, making this trip all the more worthwhile. Zhou Xi and Zhou Bao shared a suite, while Zhao Yu and his brother occupied another. Zhou Ping and Zhou Wen shared a room, with the remaining bodyguards distributed across 3 additional rooms. After unlocking the door and settling Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao, Zhou Ping and Zhou Wen returned to their adjacent room. The moment they left, Shirin could no longer contain his exuberance. Forgive me, a country boy like me has never seen city life before. He felt that the room arranged for his uncle by the authorities was already quite satisfactory, but little did he know that there are always greater heights beyond the known. The room occupied by Zhou Yu and the others was twice the size of his. Though Zhou Yu had experienced hotels far more luxurious than this one, he remained intrigued by the unique local customs and style. Before stepping out, Shirin intentionally left a note for Qi Xingzhou in his room and took along all the pocket money he had brought. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he was likely to return only after dinner. Accompanying 3 exuberant youths for a meal made Zhou Xi feel considerably younger himself. Shirin had a charming demeanor, speaking and acting with decorum, exuding an air of refined upbringing typical of noble families. In contrast to Zhou Yu's steadiness and Zhou Xiao's lively freedom, Shirin carried a sense of propriety that could be both pronounced and subtle, depending on the audience. They would spend one day here, another day tomorrow, and the day after they would return directly. Chapter 48, Pai Yazi. The meal consisted of hand-grabbed rice, lamb, and pai yazi. The flavors were indeed delightful, though she was still adjusting to the idea of eating raw onions alongside the meat for the first time. Zhou Yu and the others, however, feasted with great satisfaction. It must be said that the lamb here was markedly different from what she had previously tasted, lacking the strong mutton odor. Ding dong. The rebate system credited 800 yuan to her account. Shirin felt a bit embarrassed about indulging without offering anything in return. So he wished to buy Zhou Xi a small gift, but he was unsure of her preferences and could only ask Zhou Xiao. Zhou Xiao, which color do you think Annie would prefer among these hats? Zhou Xiao was inclined to offer advice, but he knew that Zhou Xi was not fond of wearing hats, preferring to let her beautiful hair flow freely. In truth, the little amount he ate hardly warranted such embarrassment. Nonetheless, Shirin maintained that proper etiquette should be observed. Reflecting on this, he realized he would also appreciate receiving gifts. My mother rarely wears hats. If you intend to give her a present, I would suggest a silk scarf. Something simple and elegant, as my mother favors minimalist designs. Zhou Xi was quite variable in her tastes. Recently, she had embraced a minimalist style, while 5 months prior, she had favored monochrome aesthetics. Perhaps, in due time, she would again be drawn to vibrant colors. He had brought 400 yuan in pocket money, and before heading out, Qi Xingzhou had given him an additional 200, bringing his total to 600 yuan, ample for purchasing numerous gifts to take home. After selecting the gifts, Shirin was startled by the sight of several bodyguards standing beside the shop. Where did all these bodyguards come from? When did they appear? He hadn't noticed them earlier. Gently tugging at Zhou Xiao, who was still shopping, he inquired, "Hey, Zhou Xiao, are these uncles all part of your family?" His attention was so focused on the choices at hand that he merely replied nonchalantly, "Huh? What uncles?" "Oh yes." Shirin was puzzled about when they had arrived. Why were they absent at the hotel and during their meal, yet appeared now? "I don't know. It's all arranged by my mother and them." He had seen grand displays before, yet never so many bodyguards clad in suits and sunglasses. This was entirely different from the military uncles he had encountered in the courtyard or the security personnel who accompanied his grandfather. The spectacle was rather eye-catching. Initially, having so many following them attracted the attention of passers-by, making Shirin feel somewhat self-conscious. Zhou Xiao, noticing his discomfort, handed him her sunglasses and patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Don't be shy, walk confidently ahead." In fact, at first, the 2 brothers were also unaccustomed to this situation. They even contemplated slipping away from the bodyguards to act independently. However, after experiencing the harsh realities of society, they had learned to be prudent and now took bodyguards wherever they went. They had once felt secure domestically and had let their guard down, only to encounter a group of thugs trying to extort them. Since then, they never dared to part ways with their bodyguards. The clothing experience was an essential activity, and with Shirin's presence, it became even more lively. "Auntie, adjust the scarf a bit. Zhou Yu, sweep your hair to the right. Zhou Xiao, raise your head a little higher." As Zhou Bao and the others took photographs, Shirin also pulled out his camera, eager to demonstrate his skills. After over 3 hours of wandering, Zhou Xi found herself somewhat fatigued and opted to sit in a tea house while waiting for them. Zhou Bao stayed behind, while the others accompanied them. She chose a window seat on the 2nd floor, which offered a rare moment of tranquility amidst the bustling marketplace. Across from her sat Zhou Bao, whose appearance was strikingly handsome, with sharp features and captivating almond-shaped eyes that softened his otherwise austere visage, adding a touch of femininity. She had maintained this hairstyle for 6 years and still wore the same leather jacket. Her jacket had an inner pocket, and whenever danger arose, her hand would instinctively reach inside. Since returning home, Zhou Xi had never seen her pull anything out from there. Zhou Ping and Zhou An also harbored their own little secrets. With a rare opportunity at hand, Zhou Xi decided to ask Zhou Bao, "Could I take a look at what S in your jacket S in her pocket?" "Sure," Zhou Bao replied readily. With eager anticipation, Zhou Xi watched as she retrieved a palm-sized box and placed it on the table. Zhou Xi, fearing it might be a delicate secret weapon that could warp at a mere touch, hesitated to reach for it. To be safe, she first inquired, "I won't be in danger if I pick it up, right?" Zhou Bao lifted the box, weighing it in her hand, and assured her, "No. As long as you don't touch the switch, it's just a simple wooden box." Her words caused Zhou Xi, who had already extended her hand, to retract it. In truth, she wasn't as curious as she had initially thought. "Why don't you turn on the switch and let me see the true nature of this box?" Zhou Bao glanced around, noting the crowd, and replied, "There are too many people. It's not appropriate. Boss, the contents inside aren't suitable for public display. I'll quietly show you when we return." It seemed there was indeed a possibility that it contained what she had speculated. Impressive. Over the years, although she had faced various shootings and robberies, with the protection of the three siblings, they had been kept quite safe. She had learned about firearms, but had yet to put her knowledge to practical use. Domestic circumstances differed greatly from those abroad, warranting more caution. When not in use, she would never display them lightly, lest one day they become leverage against her. "No need. You all keep it safe and secure." With the absence of adults, Shi Rin felt much more liberated. The three of them continued their shopping until dinner time. Dinner once again featured lamb. While undeniably delicious, since the onset of the holiday, their meals had predominantly revolved around lamb or beef, with scarcely any green vegetables consumed. She felt a bit bloated and suffered from indigestion. Eating lamb palma was an intricate task that required patience. Good things come to those who wait. Zhou Xiao and Shi Rin lacked the patience to crumble the bread, and by the time they nearly finished, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xi were still slowly tearing theirs apart. Having eaten her fill, Zhou Xiao nestled up to Zhou Xi, clinging to her arm with a playful pout. "Mama, can I have a bite later? Just one bite." The moment Zhou Xiao spoke, her breath reeked of onions, leaving Zhou Xi feeling slightly dizzy. She found that while she could tolerate the taste herself, it was quite overwhelming for others. Disgusted, Zhou Xi pushed Zhou Xiao's head away. "All right, but keep your distance from Mama for now." "Mama, my dear Mama, am I not your most cherished treasure?" Zhou Xiao exclaimed, feigning injury. "How can you possibly reject me? Mother Xiao Xiao." Shi Rin never anticipated that Zhou Xiao would exhibit such audacity in front of his mother. A mix of admiration and envy washing over him. The Shi and Qi families exemplify a quintessential Chinese household, where paternal love is as formidable as a mountain, and maternal affection is gentle yet occasionally stern, creating a particularly stable, familial atmosphere. Chapter 49, Traveling Companions. Punishments for transgressions are severe, while warmth is expressed solely through actions, never through words. Failing an exam inevitably leads to reprimand, yet outstanding achievements go unacknowledged. The only words spoken are reminders of the existence of others who surpass you. There are always greater mountains beyond the mountains. A single success signifies little. If you do not strive diligently, others will easily surpass you next time. It seems that everyone around him adheres to this educational model, and thus, for years, he has perceived nothing amiss. However, witnessing a different mode of familial interaction now unveils to him that a family can indeed function in such a manner. Age becomes inconsequential. One can indulge in childishness whenever they wish. Zhou Xiao yearned to continue her playful antics, but was swept away by Zhou Yu. Indeed, it is true. He was indeed carried off. After dining, they emerged into the darkness, the cool breeze brushing against them. Checking his watch, he noted it was not yet 5 o'clock. Realizing they would likely require another meal around 9. The dining establishment was conveniently located less than a kilometer from their booked guest house, and they intended to stroll back leisurely. Upon reaching the guest house, they fortuitously encountered Qi Xingzhou returning, where a pair of lights illuminated the entrance, one of which was malfunctioning, leaving only one flickering to life. The dimming light cast shadows upon them, half bathed in brightness, half enshrouded in darkness. One half adorned in splendid attire, tailored suits, while the other exuded maturity and composure. Both parties standing in a standoff. Apart from Zhou Xi, who was familiar with both Qi Xingzhou and Shi Rin, the other individuals remained in a state of watchfulness. Zhou Xi's group appeared relatively unperturbed, as their attire indicated their status, allowing the situation to unfold as usual. However, the individuals trailing Qi Xingzhou exhibited signs of anxiety. Those in the forefront remained observant, while those further back scanned for any nearby tools of opportunity. Shi Rin could not discern Qi Xingzhou's expression and assumed he was displeased. Hastily stepping forward to greet him, "Uncle." Qi Xingzhou cast a glance at him, nodded slightly. acknowledging he had seen the note in the room and was aware of Shi Ren's excursion. Subsequently, his gaze shifted towards Zhou Xi, who was equally astonished to encounter him there, particularly as he was Shi Ren's uncle. Zhou Xi inclined his head in greeting. Secretary Qi Xingzhou reciprocated the gesture. Miss Zhou. After Qi Xingzhou departed, Shi Ren's tense demeanor immediately relaxed. Phew. Observing Shi Ren's release from tension, Zhao Yu and Zhao Xiao exchanged a silent glance. Was it truly so daunting? Nevertheless, this was a matter pertaining to another family, and they felt it inappropriate to voice their opinions. Zhao Xiao's attention remained primarily on the trembling Shi Ren, finding the situation somewhat amusing. Zhao Yu, on the other hand, felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this unfamiliar uncle, a sentiment he could neither articulate nor comprehend. On the final day of their travels, Zhou Xi was unwell and chose to remain in the guest house, sleeping the day away. Zhao Yu, Zhao Xiao, and Shi Ren, however, ventured out for a day of merriment. Their eyes sparkled at the sight of the glossy, well-groomed steeds. Uncle, I wish to ride a horse. Although Zhou Yu did not verbalize it, the anticipation in his gaze was unmistakable. Zhou and Zhou Ping exchanged knowing glances, and after a careful examination, consented. You may ride, but I must lead the horse. Very well. Though the brothers had received equestrian training, the horses here retained a wild spirit, differing from the trained ones at the riding school. Shi Ren had experience with firearms, but had never been on a horse before. He desired to ride, yet felt a tinge of trepidation. On the vast grassland, the three 15 or 16-year-olds sat astride their horses. They wished to gallop like the locals, but were firmly restrained by those holding the reins. They could only watch enviously as others rode freely. They discreetly nudged their horses' sides, hoping for a swifter pace. Although their desires remained unfulfilled, they were nonetheless content with the horses moving a tad faster. Zhou Yu, Zhou Xiao, when will you return? We leave tomorrow. Zhou Xiao assumed he had mentioned it earlier. Did I not inform you? No, Shi Ren shook his head. Alas, once you leave, I shall be all alone. Zhou Yu reassured him, do not worry. Your break will soon conclude, and you must return. I am uncertain when my uncle will finish his work. We shall depart whenever he is ready. Had he not encountered Zhou Yu and the others, he would undoubtedly have been bored to tears, confined to the house. He could not fathom why his parents insisted he accompany his uncle. It was exceedingly dull, utterly excruciating. What time will you depart tomorrow? I shall see you off. We will set off at 12 after lunch. At that time, do you not have a flight? He seemed to recall there was none. We shall take our family's plane. We can leave at any time. Shi Ren was astonished. What? Your family has an airplane? Zhou Xiao scratched his head. To be precise, it is my mother's plane. My brother and I only have model airplanes. Your mother is formidable, truly impressive, extravagant. It is simply astonishing. At this moment, he was overwhelmed with astonishment. He was aware that Zhou Yu's family was affluent, but he had not anticipated them to be this wealthy. My mother is indeed remarkable. All the wealth in our family is earned by her. Had the praise been directed towards himself, Zhou Xiao would have surely been modest. Yet, when the accolades were aimed at Zhou Xi and Zhou Yu, he could only swell with pride. There was no denying it. His mother and brother were simply extraordinary. Noticing Zhou Xiao's burgeoning pride, Zhou Yu lightly tapped his head, reminding him to maintain a low profile. Stay humble, keep a low profile. Zhou Xiao responded with an O, acknowledging the advice. After a day of horseback riding, Zhou Xiao and Zhou Yu returned utterly exhausted. Shi Ren, experiencing horseback riding for the first time, felt a fatigue that eclipsed that of the brothers. Today marked their most tiring day of the trip, and they fell into a deep slumber, unperturbed by the unfamiliar bed. The following day, around 9, Qi Xingzhou knocked on Zhou Xi's door, accompanied by a well-prepared Shi Ren. The door was opened by Zhou Bao. Secretary Qi, may I assist you? I am looking for Miss Zhou. Hearing the commotion, Zhou Xi emerged. Secretary Qi, how may I help you? Miss Zhou, Shi Ren's school is about to commence, but I have an urgent matter that prevents me from returning. He is alone and restless, and I would greatly appreciate it if you could take him back with you. Standing beside him, Shi Ren obediently greeted, hello, Aunt Zhou. There was ample space on the plane for an additional passenger, and bringing along a friend of Zhou Yu was a simple favor. Moreover, the opportunity to have Secretary Qi indebted to her was too rare to pass up. Certainly, no problem. Upon hearing her agreement, Shi Ren's face erupted into a radiant smile. Thank you, Aunt Zhou. I shall be very well behaved and will not trouble you at all. Qi Xingzhou cast a sidelong glance at him, pondering why this boy was not as lively in his presence. With time before their departure, Qi Xingzhou added, while you wait. Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao were just mentioning you during breakfast. They are in the next room. You may join them for some fun until we are ready to leave. After Shi Ren departed, Qi Xingzhou expressed his gratitude to Zhou Xi once more. Before he could finish speaking, his assistant approached him, calling him away. Secretary, everyone has arrived. It is time to depart. Eat, Secretary. You are busy. I will take good care of Shi Ren. Qi Xingzhou, eager to leave, refrained from saying more. All right. Thank you, Miss Zhou. He relished the notion of owing favors to others, yet he found himself unable to extricate himself from his current obligations. Shi Ren subtly hinted that the Zhou family possessed a private jet. This young man was clearly intent on enjoying a flight back with the Zhou family. Yet he lacked the courage to voice it outright, resorting instead to veiled suggestions. Chapter 50, Returning Home. It was indeed imprudent to leave him alone in the room for several days. He struggled to exhibit his needs before others, yet as his uncle, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to accommodate them. Moreover, if it was Miss Zhou Xi, he was more than willing to owe her a favor. Thus, Shi Ren successfully found himself aboard the Zhou family's private jet. He treated Zhao Yu and Zhao Xiao as if they were his own kin, allowing his temperament to flourish without restraint, displaying a somewhat comical demeanor. Zhao Yu and Zhao Xiao, not regarding him as family, warmly introduced him to the various features of the aircraft. Initially, Zhou Xi occupied the same space, but soon, overwhelmed by the incessant chatter, she excused herself to the adjacent lounge for some respite. She had never perceived herself as aging until witnessing the incessant banter between Zhou Xiao and Shi Ren. In that moment, she truly felt the weight of time upon her. She had once reveled in such lively company, yet now found it somewhat overwhelming, struggling to keep pace with their spirited exchanges. Observing the animated discussions between Zhou Xiao and Shi Ren, she chuckled softly, acknowledging her own aging. Zhou Xiao, your family's jet is truly magnificent. Shi Ren's praise was genuine, not mere flattery. His own family was not lacking in wealth, but the rarity of encountering a private jet captivated him profoundly. Upon landing, Shi Ren was escorted back to the Zhou residence. After dining, Zhou Xi instructed Zhou Bao to arrange a guest room for Shi Ren, and after settling the three of them, she retreated directly to her bedroom for some much-needed rest. The journey had been exhilarating yet exhausting, and she required ample repose. In contrast to the solemnity of the Shi and Qi families, the Zhou household exuded a modern elegance, resplendent in its beauty. The stark difference between power and wealth was vividly illustrated. Although the guest room had not been occupied, it had been meticulously maintained, with bath essentials readily available. As the first guest at the Zhou residence, Shi Ren seamlessly moved in. Zhou Bao escorted him to the guest room, saying, "Young Master Shi, if you require anything, simply use the phone by the bedside, and I shall have it delivered promptly." "Thank you, Aunt Bao. This place is splendid. The amenities are far more complete than those in my own room." Reclining on the plush, inviting bed, he inhaled the warm scent of sunlight, feeling both comforted and content. While it is often said that no place is as comforting as one's own abode, he found himself longing to remain on this bed indefinitely. The exquisite villa, enlivened by its owner's return, buzzed with a renewed vibrancy, infused with a sense of purpose. The household staff busied themselves preparing for their master's needs, their soft footfalls a testament to the home's vitality. They slept soundly, Zhou Xi awakening at 5:20 p.m., while Zhou Yu and the others remained in slumber until nearly 6. Concerned they might disrupt their nighttime rest with prolonged sleep, she sent someone to rouse them. The fatigue from their travels surged back, and Zhou Xiao stubbornly clung to his bed, pulling the covers back over himself. "Uncle, don't mind me. I haven't slept enough yet." Zhou, who held a soft spot for Zhou Xiao, was reluctant to disturb him. However, he could hardly disregard Zhou Xi's request and continued to coax the sleepy boy. Xiao, it's time to rise. If you sleep any longer, you won't be able to sleep tonight." Zhou's gentle encouragement failed to stir Zhou Xiao, who remained wrapped in his blankets, blissfully unaware. Just as he was about to relent, Zhou Yu entered the room. "Get up, you must wake." He knew that unlike Zhou Xiao, who would seek him out if he couldn't sleep, he would not disturb others. He would simply retreat to the study to read. But Zhou Xiao was different. If he found himself restless at night, he would undoubtedly cling to Zhou Yu, ensuring neither would find solace until morning. Initially, Zhou Yu had felt honored that his younger brother sought him out in the night, but as it happened more frequently, that sentiment waned. Each encounter left him exhausted, bearing dark circles under his eyes akin to those of a national treasure. As a result, he resolved to prevent Zhou Xiao from oversleeping during the day and forbade him from consuming coffee or other stimulating foods before bedtime. Today was no exception. If he allowed Zhou Xiao to continue sleeping, he would certainly face a sleepless night. The secret to awakening Zhou Xiao was quite simple: tickling his feet. This cunning strategy was known only to Zhou Yu. "Uncle, leave Xiao to me. I will bring him down in 10 minutes. Once Zhou departed, Zhou Yu retrieved a peacock feather from Zhou Xiao's wardrobe, crouching beside the bed. With one hand securing Zhou Xiao's right foot, he began to tickle him with the feather. The sound of laughter erupted from Zhou Xiao as he awoke, discomfort by the tickling sensation beneath his foot. He struggled to break free from the grip of his brother, but Zhou Yu held him firmly. Relenting, he pleaded, "Brother, I'm sorry. I'll get up right away. 3 minutes later, Zhou Yu led Zhou Xiao to awaken Sichuan, who was still deep in slumber. They knocked gently, waiting 3 minutes before pushing the door open. Sichuan's sleeping habits were commendable. Clad in pajamas, his discarded clothes hung neatly in the wardrobe, and his slippers were placed with the toes facing outward at the bedside. Chapter 51, The End of the Journey. Zhou Xiao tugged at Zhou Yu's sleeve. Brother. Sichuan's sleeping posture rivals yours in its formality. Zhou Yu shot him a sidelong glance. Do you think everyone sleeps as chaotically as you do? Zhou Xiao scratched his head. Well, maybe not exactly. Zhou Yu approached and gently patted Sichuan's shoulder. Sichuan, wake up. Sichuan was startled awake at the sight of Zhou Yu's enlarged face, instinctively diving back under the covers. His shout startled both Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao. Zhou Yu took a few steps back, while Zhou Xiao, who had always harbored a fear of ghosts, leapt onto Zhou Yu in a panic. Brother, take me out of here. Once they regained their composure, the three found themselves slightly embarrassed, tacitly agreeing to avoid mentioning the earlier incident. Downstairs, Zhou Xi sat at the head of the table and waved them over. Xiao Yu, Xiao Zhao, and Shi Tongxue, come here. Aunt Zhou, you may call me Xiaoren, though it might sound somewhat ambiguous. Sichuan shrugged helplessly. It was simply how his grandparents had named him, and the elders in his family had always referred to him as such. The combination of the Shi surname and the character Ren formed a melodious name, while simply calling him Xiao was also quite pleasant. However, many people's immediate reaction was not to think of Xiaoren, but rather Xiaoren in a pejorative sense. All right, from now on, Auntie will call you Xiaoren. Sichuan possesses a sweet tongue, and Zhou Xi is charmed, her face radiant with laughter. Zhou Xiao, feeling a twinge of jealousy, fears that if this continues, his position as the family's jester may be compromised. Silently, he picks up his chopsticks and offers a piece of fish to Sichuan, saying, Xiaoren, this fish is delicious, you should have more. Sichuan, appreciating the innocent concern directed towards him, smiles and accepts it into his bowl. However, as he bites into the fish, feeling the numerous tiny bones, a sense of unease washes over him. Is it truly the case that the Zhou family enjoys fish laden with so many bones? In reality, this peculiar preference belongs solely to Zhou Xiao, who finds fish with fewer bones rather uninteresting. Zhou Yu casts a knowing glance at the secretly pleased Zhou Xiao, shaking his head in quiet disapproval, thinking him rather childish. Nevertheless, he proceeds to serve him a piece of the fish belly. Thank you, brother. Zhou Yu, witnessing him hastily shove a piece of fish into his mouth, cannot help but caution, be careful of the bones, don't choke. Yes, I know. After dinner, Sichuan must return home. Although his estranged parents have forgotten that he was meant to come back today, he dutifully prepares to leave. In the car, Sichuan leans out to bid them farewell. Goodbye, Aunt Zhou, goodbye, Zhou Yu, goodbye, Zhou Xiao. Yes, goodbye. Do come over to play often. Sichuan nods emphatically. He adores the lively atmosphere of the Zhou household. Certainly, Auntie, I will surely come to bother you more often. Xiao Zhao, school starts the day after tomorrow. Have you finished your homework? Oh no. I completely forgot about my assignments. Brother, Zhou Yu, fearing that Sichuan might keep him up late, quickly interjects, the assignments aren't too many. You can finish them in a day. Brother, will you help me with them tomorrow? Of course, no problem. As long as we don't stay up late, everything is negotiable. At the Shi household, Shi Rongguang and Qi Lanqi have yet to fully reconcile. To be precise, it is Qi Lanqi alone who is in a standoff with Shi Rongguang. Lanqi, dinner is ready. Qi Lanqi remains unresponsive. He adds, tonight, I made your favorite braised pork. With a loud bang, the door swings open, and Qi Lanqi steps out. Shi Rongguang chuckles softly, placing a glistening piece of braised pork into Qi Lanqi's bowl. Lanqi, do try it, and see how it turned out today. Qi Lanqi's stomach has been growling from hunger, yet she hesitates to appear too eager. Shi Rongguang has just given her a way out. Shi Rongguang loves Qi Lanqi deeply. Although she has been avoiding him lately, he knows she cares for him, or else she wouldn't have made such a fuss about divorce over this matter. Moreover, he acknowledges that he has wronged her in this situation. As long as they do not divorce, she can stir up as much trouble as she pleases, and he is more than willing to indulge and appease her. With a loud crash, Sichuan, drenched and resembling a drowned rat due to slipping, tumbles to the ground, causing everything he was holding to scatter at Shi Rongguang's feet as he dines. Xiaoren, why are you back? Sichuan, exasperated, thinks to himself. Shouldn't I have come back? Oh, I remember now. You called this afternoon, didn't you? My apologies, I completely forgot. Feeling the sting in his elbow, Sichuan cannot help but remind, Dad, shouldn't you help me up first instead of ignoring me? Oh. Shi Rongguang smacks his forehead. I'm coming right away. Qi Lanqi emerges from the restroom with a towel to wipe his face. Observing the drenched Sichuan and the scattered suitcase, her irritation boils over. Were it not for her desire to avoid a quarrel in front of Sichuan, She would have surely yanked Shi Rongwang's ear and demanded to know if their son meant so little to him that he could forget something so significant. Have you eaten? Xiaoren. Shiren nods. Yes, I had dinner at Aunt Zhou's house before coming back. Aunt Zhou? I haven't heard of her. She's my classmate's mother. Uncle knows Aunt Zhou too. Uncle had something to attend to, and coincidentally, Zhou's family is in Xinjiang, so I asked Aunt Zhou to bring me back. All right. Your mother knows now. Go wash up quickly, don't catch a cold. After returning to his room, Qi throws the cloth in her hand at Shi Rongwang. You forgot that Xiaoren was coming back today? What can we expect from you? Shi Rongwang shifts uncomfortably, feeling a twinge of guilt, yet still retorts. Xiaoren is no longer a child. I was already sneaking around with the old man at 15. With a loud bang, Qi storms out, slamming the door. Shi Rongwang thinks to himself that he is in trouble. He forgot they were in a cold war, and he hasn't yet placated Qi. Influenced by the previous generation, he has grown accustomed to being assertive in front of his son. Even when he is at fault, he rarely offers an apology. With his wife, he can show weakness and humility, as she is his beloved, the one he intends to spend his life with. However, his son is the continuation of his legacy, destined to uphold the Shi family. Thus, being strict is essential, for without it, one cannot be molded into something great. When Shi Ren emerges from his bath, the dishes on the table have already been cleared. Qi sits nearby knitting, while Shi Rongwang sits on the sofa. His face stern as he reads the newspaper, yet his attention is fixated on Qi, almost acquiring a cross-eyed gaze. Xiaoren, I made ginger soup for you. Drink some to ward off the chill. Thank you, Mom. On the table sits a porcelain white bowl filled with orange-yellow ginger soup, and upon lifting the lid, a pungent aroma wafts forth, causing his eyes to water. Chapter 52, Discovery. He retrieves a small bowl from the cupboard, pouring half a bowl of soup. After testing the temperature, he pinches his nose and gulps it down in one go. Spicy. Too spicy. This is undoubtedly aged ginger. Half a bowl is his limit. He cannot consume more. Just as he intends to turn to wash the bowl, Qi voice rings out once more. Xiaoren, ginger soup is good for your health. Drink more. The burning sensation in his hands is evident, and the soup's spiciness makes his throat uncomfortable, causing Shi Ren to resist. Mom, I'm perfectly fine. Half a bowl of ginger soup is sufficient. Before Qi can respond, Shi Rongwang's deep voice chimes in. A man should not fear drinking ginger soup. It's merely spicy. The hardships we endured in the past far exceed what you face now. Today's children are far too pampered. Qi shoots Shi Rongwang a glare, signaling him to refrain from further comments. Shi Rongwang rubs his nose and offers her a sheepish smile, returning to his newspaper. This is the pattern. He always references past experiences. Initially, he admired those stories and would eagerly question them, but after receiving reprimands multiple times, he developed a rebellious mindset, feeling a sense of impatience. Having just witnessed a different familial dynamic at the Zhou household, he returns home, drenched and having slipped, only to find that his father has forgotten about his arrival. The burning wounds on his body go unnoticed, and now he is subjected to another lecture. He feels vexed and doesn't wish to listen to their nagging, directly downing the ginger soup in one swift motion. After washing and putting away the dishes, he addresses Shi Rongwang and Qi. Dad, Mom, I'm a bit tired now. I'll go rest first. You both should turn in early as well. All right, go ahead. Once back in his room, Shi Ren retrieves a first aid kit to tend to his injuries. There are 2 first aid kits in the house. One is prepared by Qi, while the other is one he secretly assembled and stashed away in his wardrobe. He appears composed and well-mannered, yet like most adolescents, he harbors a hint of rebellion within, though he has not dared to let his parents know. After being away for so many days, it is time to visit his younger brothers tomorrow. The following day, Zhou Xi immersed himself once more in the rigors of work, while Zhou Yu accompanied Zhou Xiao in the study to complete his homework. In the coastal city of Haiqing, the Zhou family was embroiled in a domestic crisis. What did you say? Zhou father questioned, doubting his own ears. His son could never be that kind of person. Yet, the accusations were detailed and convincing. Could it be true? The sudden interruption startled the group, who were whispering among themselves. Zhou father, suppressing his fury, coldly demanded, repeat what you just said. The others hesitated, lowering their heads in fear of speaking. Eventually, under the threat of dismissal, the truth emerged. Zhou Xi was involved with a woman outside? Could such a conclusion be drawn from a mere photograph? Regardless of its validity, the mere presence of this photo in the Zhou household, especially under their pillow, was unsettling and warranted a thorough investigation. He would not allow anyone to tarnish the Zhou family's reputation. No one could. Xiaoli, who was responsible for tidying the rooms, trembled as she fetched the photograph from Zhou Yuxi's room and handed it to Zhou father. Maintaining a stoic expression, he accepted the picture. Eager to discern the woman who had so entranced his son, daring to betray their family and disgrace their name and career with such despicable behavior. However, upon discerning the identity of the individual in the photograph, he was left momentarily stunned. His anger evaporated, replaced by a profound sense of shock and helplessness. After her afternoon nap, Zhou mother awoke to the palpable tension in the living room, realizing something was amiss. She adjusted her shawl and slowly approached, intending to comfort Zhou father. Yet, before she could utter a word, her attention was drawn to the photograph in his hand. Her expression mirrored that of Zhou father, confusion followed by sheer astonishment and sorrow upon recognizing the person in the image. Qing and I, it is Qing and I, where is she? Zhou mother, whose health had been frail and required nurturing over the past few years, was cautioned by doctors to avoid emotional distress. Yet, upon seeing Zhou Qing and I, whom she had not seen in over a decade, she crumbled, trembling and unable to articulate her thoughts. Qing, my daughter, she sobbed. Zhou father gently patted her back to soothe her. Wan Yu, do not rush, take deep breaths, and calm yourself. After a flurry of chaos, it took 20 minutes for Zhou mother to regain her composure. Zhou father signaled to the butler, and the individuals who had been whispering at the staircase were ushered out. Their sole fate was dismissal. The Zhou family had no need for gossip mongers or those who would believe hearsay. On the sofa, Zhou mother clutched the photograph tightly, her eyes brimming with sorrow and regret. Zhou father remained silent, attentively caring for his wife, both lost in their thoughts, perhaps uncertain of what to say. It had been 14 long years since they had last met. That evening, Zhou Xi was summoned home. What is it, Dad? Is something the matter? He had been preoccupied with project matters, scarcely touching the ground, even attending to paperwork en route home. Zhou father said nothing, merely placing the photograph from the afternoon on the table. Zhou Xi's pupils constricted, instinctively reaching for his pocket. Observing this, Zhou father's eyes flickered with realization. Indeed, it was true. When did you see Qing and I? Zhou Xi sighed. Last month. Zhou father's lips quivered, his eyes clouded as he stared at the painting behind Zhou Xi. Is she? Well? Zhou Xi's voice was subdued. She appears to be doing well now. As for the past, or rather, the distant past, they had no face to inquire. Where is she? This time, Zhou Xi did not respond. Dad, let the past remain in the past. We are doing well now. The genuine daughter and the false daughter, one true and one false, were inherently positioned in opposition. One had been nurtured with love and care for over a decade, while the other, bound by blood yet suffering for years due to the grievances of the previous generation, felt the weight of their parents' guilt. The true daughter believed her life had been usurped by the false daughter for over a decade, and now that she had returned, the false daughter ought to repay the years of fortune she had enjoyed. Conversely, the false daughter felt entirely innocent, had it not been for the enmity between their families. She would have grown up peacefully alongside her biological parents. Now, she did not even know who they were. She wished to leave, but had nowhere to go, as her adoptive parents, who had cared for her for so many years, could not bear to let her go. However, to remain was to invite an insurmountable conflict between the true and false daughter. Over time, hearts would grow estranged, and with estrangement came greater discord. Chapter 53. As one drinks water, one knows whether it is warm or cold. Ultimately, both sides would suffer. Dad, Qing and I is doing well now. Our presence is a burden to her. Please do not disturb her anymore. Had it not been for Zhou Yue's phone call, he would still stubbornly be urging Zhou Qing and I to return. Yet, viewing the matter from a different perspective, he became acutely aware of how cruelly they had treated Zhou Qing and I over the years. But it was too late. The best course of action was to let go and cease all interference. Dad, let's put an end to the matter regarding Qing and I. Do not ask, and do not send anyone to investigate. We must not let Fong Fei know, otherwise, chaos will ensue in our household. Zhou father remained silent. Yet a multitude of responsibilities awaited him at the company. Zhou Xi, lacking the time and energy to further persuade, ensured that Zhou mother was stable before departing. Gazing at the painting titled Father across from him, Zhou father felt a pang in his heart. It was a piece Zhou Qing and I had gifted him at 12 years old, a time when their family was harmonious. The couple shared a deep bond. Their son was intelligent, and their daughter was clever. Each day, their daughter would perch on a small stool at the door, eagerly awaiting their return from work, joyfully rushing to greet them as mommy and daddy. Their son, though more reserved, would also join, sitting beside his sister. And together the family of four would walk hand in hand home for dinner. Daddy, mommy, Qing and I misses you. Zhou father would set down his briefcase and lift her onto his shoulders. Zhou mother would gently stroke Zhou Xi's head, inquiring about his happiness at school and whether he had any assignments he couldn't complete. However, everything changed when they discovered that Zhou Qing and I was not their biological daughter. Their true daughter had been swapped, suffering a harsh life in the countryside for many years. Later, old Zhou, will you take me to find Qing and I? I will not disturb her. I merely wish to see for myself how she is faring. Zhou mother's sudden appearance interrupted Zhou father's reverie. Gazing at her red-rimmed eyes, filled with tears, Zhou father felt a pang of reluctance to refuse her request. Yet Zhou Yuxi's words echoed in his mind, reminding him of their truth. Caught in a dilemma, having lived for most of his life, he was uncertain of the right course of action. Hui Fong, it is too late today, let us rest. We can discuss this tomorrow. Zhou mother stood firm at the doorway, her tear-filled eyes pleading with Zhou father. Old Zhou, I truly just want to see how she is doing. Zhou father, closing his eyes in silence, once again declined her request. Hui Fong, do not be anxious. Focus on your health. We will talk about it when you are better. Wu, Qing and I truly just want to see her. Why? Zhou's father held her limp body tightly, yet his lips refrained from making any promises. The nanny, who emerged from the corridor to fetch water, shook her head upon hearing the commotion. Had she known it would come to this, she would have acted differently from the outset. She felt no pity for the Zhou couple. Her sympathy lay solely with Zhou Qingni. Zhou Qingni had one day off each week. Her choice of rest day entirely at her discretion. This week, she opted for Wednesday. After concluding her work at midnight last night, she entered her state of repose. Adorned in loose-fitting pajamas, she reclined on a comfortable mattress, covered by a light quilt, and enjoyed a restful slumber. Should her day off fall on a weekday, she would escort Zhao Yu and Zhao Xiao to school before returning to indulge in her leisure time. While savoring life, she never forgot to spend quality moments with her children. Goodbye, Mama. Goodbye. Zhou Xi waved at them. Little Yu, little Zhao, study hard. Mama will pick you up for lunch at noon. The school gate was bustling with various food stalls, although she had already partaken of breakfast at home. The tantalizing aromas wafting through the air were irresistible. Soy milk, fried dough sticks, braised eggs, steamed buns, fresh meat pies, and peanut purple sweet potato porridge beckoned her. Boss, please give me 1 purple sweet potato and 2 yuan's worth of boiled peanuts. That will be 2 yuan and 30 cents. Ding dong, the rebate system credited her 23 yuan. The breakfast stalls thrived, with students and vendors having established an unspoken understanding. To avoid tardiness, everyone brought their own change to deposit in nearby bags, eliminating the need for the vendor to provide change. However, it was Zhou Xi's first time purchasing breakfast here, unaware of the local customs. She simply dropped 3 yuan into the bag. The stall owner, noticing her unfamiliarity, glanced up from his work upon seeing her place the money inside. A newcomer, I see. But what a beauty you are, even more stunning than the movie stars on television, he cheerily remarked. Little girl, he continued, I'm quite busy at the moment. Would you mind finding 70 cents from the bag yourself? Little girl? Zhou Xi was taken aback. Despite being in her 30s, she was still addressed as such by a woman a few years her senior. It was oddly pleasant. She touched her face, smooth and delicate, then glanced down at her attire, sporty outfits paired with crisp white sneakers. Indeed, she looked youthful and vibrant. In high spirits, she decided to buy 70 cents worth of peanuts as well. Thus, having finished her breakfast, she boarded her vehicle, clutching a large purple sweet potato and a hefty bag of peanuts, ready to enjoy her second breakfast. The purple sweet potato was substantial. She broke off a small piece to taste. Delightfully sweet. This seemingly unattractive purple sweet potato was unexpectedly delicious, soft, fragrant, and exquisitely tender. The salted peanuts were equally delectable, though they could cause bloating if consumed in excess. Today, she wished to witness the everyday joys of ordinary people. After sampling her treats in the car, she pressed the accelerator, heading straight for a nearby park. The morning park was the realm of local elders, who, like students bound for school, adhered to a daily schedule. If they arrived late, their favorite activities would be claimed by others. However, they did not engage in squabbles like the impetuous youth over trivial matters. After exercising, they would convene to enjoy breakfast together before visiting the vegetable market. Zhou Xi had no interest in other forms of exercise for now. She chose the swing that was devoid of other users. My son earns 8,000 a month, and my daughter-in-law is a stable teacher at the affiliated primary school. Life is manageable for us. My few grandsons are quite lively, especially attached to me, their grandfather. They insist on sleeping beside me every night and bring me a glass of milk beforehand, claiming it's for my health. My daughter, when we were young, we compared grades. As we grew, we compared jobs. Once married, we compared children, and now in old age, we compare grandchildren. Life is a constant competition. The voices of several elderly gentlemen rose in volume, none willing to concede to the other. Zhou Xi, seated nearby, found their banter quite entertaining. Just as one knows the warmth of water by tasting it, so too does one understand the quality of life. Suddenly, the conversation shifted to her. Zhou Xi paused her swinging motion. The thinner elder huffed disdainfully. How outdated. Young people nowadays refer to their partners as boyfriends or girlfriends. The balding elder chimed in. I prefer calling it partner. Then, With a jovial tone, he addressed Zhou Xi again. My dear, do you have a partner? I have a nephew working at the hospital. Standing at an impressive height of 181 centimeters, quite the handsome lad. Thank you, but my children are already in high school. What? Your children are already in high school? The two elders' faces were a picture of astonishment. Zhou Xi smiled and nodded. Yes, I'm over 30 now. The thinner elder mumbled softly. Are today's youths really that young? Back in my day, the plumper elder awkwardly chuckled. Ah, it seems my nephew is out of luck. This was not the first time he had introduced his nephew to someone who was either married or already in a relationship. Almost every time, the thinner elder had been by his side. Had it not been for the fear of Zhou Xi misunderstanding, he would have surely burst into laughter. Perhaps feeling embarrassed, or perhaps sensing that it was time for breakfast, the two gentlemen ambled away, hands clasped behind their backs, leisurely making their way toward the exit. As the park grew less crowded, Zhou Xi increased the amplitude of her swinging, soaring high with each push. It wasn't until a mother arrived with her 4- or 5-year-old child that she decided to take her leave. The little girl, spotting the vacant swing, dashed over with glee. Mama, come push me higher. Ha ha ha, mama, higher, higher. Zhou Xi heard her joyful laughter and turned back for a moment. How blissful. Exiting the park, she veered toward the vegetable market. It had been ages since she last cooked for Zhao Yu and Zhao Xiao. Today, with time on her hands, she intended to see if there were any seasonal wild vegetables to prepare a meal for the two brothers in the evening. She parked her car at the entrance of the market, allowing only Zhou Bao to accompany her while the others waited outside. This was Zhou Xi's first visit to a vegetable market, and she found it quite refreshing. However, most of the items for sale were already present in her home. After a quick round, she purchased eggs from the village women, specifically saved to sell in the city, chicken, duck, and goose eggs, compared to mass-produced eggs from farms. The yolks of free-range eggs were a richer yellow and tasted far superior. Ding dong, the rebate system credited her 105 yuan. Have the chef prepare shrimp. I plan to make steamed eggs with shrimp tonight. Zhou Bao squinted as he accepted the eggs from Zhou Xi, his expression revealing disdain. Yet he remained attentive to her words. All right. Zhou Xi thought perhaps a grain of sand had blown into her eyes, hastily reaching for the eggs to allow her to rub her eyes. Zhou Bao evaded Zhou Xi's outstretched hand. Boss, I'm fine. Then what's wrong with your eyes? Zhou Xi, assuming she was simply being stubborn, insisted. It's nothing. I can handle these eggs. You should tend to your eyes first. Boss, I really am fine. It's just that I mistakenly mistook snake eggs for something else recently. So I've become a bit unaccustomed to eggs. She added, concerned that the weight of the eggs might strain Zhou Xi's hands. As a competent bodyguard, I must overcome this issue. This moment signifies the first step towards surmounting my shortcomings. Therefore, dear boss, I assure you, there is nothing to worry about. I will guarantee the safe delivery of these eggs to their destination. It turns out that as long as my eyes are not uncomfortable, I am fine. All right, keep it up. Once you conquer this challenge, I shall reward you with a generous red envelope. Although it may seem like not much is happening in this brief interlude, we are nearing the end of the school day for Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao. As we pass by the flower shop, I find the blooms appealing and decide to alight and purchase 2 bouquets. Until now, it has always been Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao who gifted me flowers. Today, I will present them with their very first bouquet. The flowers I selected for them were chosen based on their personalities and birthmarks. Zhou Yu's birthmark resembles a rose, while Zhou Xiao's resembles a cloud. One is vivacious and cheerful, while the other is composed and serene. Nonetheless, they are both my precious darlings. In high school, most families opt for their children to have lunch at school, with few returning home for a meal, unless they reside in close proximity. Compared to the morning rush, the school gate is particularly tranquil at this hour, with only a handful of students emerging and parents arriving to pick up their children being exceedingly rare. Upon seeing me, Zhou Xiao's first words are, Mom, what are we having for lunch today? I've been thinking before he can finish. He is captivated by the bouquet on the seat. His youthful face radiates delight. Mom, is this for me and brother? Zhou Yu, equally thrilled, understands these must be for me. Yet he turns to me just like Zhou Xiao, seeking confirmation. In response to their sparkling eyes, I beam brightly and affirm, yes, these are flowers from Mommy. Upon receiving this confirmation, Zhou Xiao leaps in joy, exclaiming, Aw, thank you, Mommy. I absolutely love them. I love them so much. Zhou Yu too is beaming with joy as he steps forward to embrace his most beloved mother, saying, thank you, Mommy. I really like them. Watching Zhou Yu receive a pat on the head from me, Zhou Xiao feels a bit miffed for being a step behind. His brother always gets there first. Stamping his foot in annoyance, he pouts and approaches, saying, Mommy, I want a hug too. All right, come here. Mommy will hug our precious little Zhao Xiao. Zhou Xiao quickly nudges Zhou Yu aside, and, like a playful puppy, snuggles against my shoulder, murmuring Mommy. Seeing his childlike antics, Zhou Yu shakes his head in exasperation. Yet, What can one do? Childishness is simply part of him, especially with both me and his mother doting on him. I gently stroke his head. All right, it's getting late. We should go eat. Zhou Xiao obediently nods. I'll listen to mommy. For lunch, we indulge in a delightful meal at a quaint old restaurant tucked away in an alley. It is said that the chef is a descendant of imperial cooks, with limited offerings each month, inaccessible to the average person. Without a stroke of luck, we would not have been able to dine here today. Truly, a master chef is evident. Even with the same ingredients, the dishes they create appear delectable, with names that carry profound meanings yet harmonize perfectly with the ingredients themselves. In summary, it is simply divine. The ambience is elegant, the food exquisite, and the price is reasonable. Indeed, a splendid place to dine. Much to the delight of Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao, suggesting that we should return more often. Boss, we are being followed. Chapter 55, following. If it were anyone else, they would have dealt with it long ago. However, the identity of the pursuer is somewhat unique. They are Zhou Xi's former adoptive parents. They wish to handle the situation but are hesitant to act impulsively. Zhou Xi feels fortunate that her subordinates waited until she finished her meal before approaching her. Otherwise, the meal would have been in vain. Still, she has no desire to meet them. She intends to shake them off and focus on nothing else. Zhou Yu, with his keen hearing, catches wind of the situation and gazes at Zhou Xi with concern. It appears that the individuals tracking them are no ordinary people. Otherwise, her subordinates would not have alerted her mother. Sensing his gaze, I offer him a reassuring smile. Little Yu, little Zhao, mommy will be cooking tonight. You may choose the dishes. My culinary skills, akin to those of the average household, are not exceptional, yet Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao adore my cooking. It is simply the essence of a mother's touch that imbues these dishes with a unique flavor. I want to eat scrambled eggs with tomatoes. This dish is my specialty and the very first meal I prepared for the two brothers. Mom, I do like crispy meat, with more noodles and less meat. Aware of my limited culinary repertoire, they refrain from requesting overly complex dishes. Sure, no problem, I'll take creative liberty with the rest. After finishing our meal, we drive to the school gate and allow the brothers to rest in the car for a while, waking them only as the afternoon classes approach. Zhou father ultimately succumbs to Zhou mother's persistent pleas and, having stealthily acquired Zhou Xi's information from Zhou Xi, makes his way to the capital. Deep down, he yearns to see Zhou Xi, though he expresses it through Zhou mother's words. They are unaware of Zhou Xi's exact whereabouts, but know she has made a donation to this school, hence their decision to try their luck. As fate would have it, on their first day of surveillance, they encounter Zhou Xi's day off. Initially, they do not realize that the person in the luxurious car is Zhou Xi. They merely intend to observe if anyone resembling her attends the school. If such individuals exist, it would confirm that the two children she bore are indeed found. As expected, upon the appearance of the two children, recognition dawns upon them. They cannot distinguish who is older or younger, but both children bear a striking resemblance to Zhou Xi. The child holding the bouquet, bouncing with joy, bears a closer resemblance to the Zhou Xi of the past. Observing the luxury vehicle and the bodyguard, they finally believe Zhou Xi's assertion that she is doing quite well. The present Zhou Xi shines brighter than when they once held her in their hands. The radiance emanating from her, both inside and out, is unlike anything they have ever witnessed. It stands in stark contrast to the disheveled, emaciated figure of years past, who sat by the window vacant-eyed. Due to the presence of bodyguards, they dare not approach too closely, instead opting to observe from a distance. Oh, how much suffering must our dear Zhou have endured to attain all that she is now. We are truly despicable as they behold Zhou Xi, brimming with happiness. Zhou father's eyes well up with tears. Indeed, how arduous it must have been. Zhou Bao, contact General Zhou from High City. Have him bring his parents back. Regarding her biological parents, she feels a tumult of emotions. However, the passage of time has dulled the intensity of love and hatred alike. Their arrival signifies that they must be aware of the entire truth. Yet, in order to maintain the facade of family honor, they have likely withheld the truth from Zhou Xi. Otherwise, during their last encounter, he would not have urged her to return home. When Zhou Xi receives the call, he is filled with both anger and anxiety, wishing to teleport to the capital to retrieve them immediately. Yet, he finds himself utterly tied up with pressing matters at the company, with several projects in critical phases. If he does not go personally, his parents will surely not return. Caught in the turmoil of corporate obligations and familial duties, Zhou Xi feels on the brink of collapse. Despite her inner turmoil, she could not simply disregard the situation. Thus, she dispatched someone to keep watch until he had concluded his business, after which he would promptly return to escort them back. In her childhood, the elder sister of her next-door neighbor had, out of loyalty to her rather indifferent kin, deliberately implicated her exceedingly kind in-laws. At that time, She found it bewildering and expressed to Zhou Fu and Zhou Mu that the sister had made an erroneous decision. They responded that blood relations were the most enigmatic ties in the world, unbreakable and eternal. She did not comprehend this. Her loyalty resided solely with her genuine feelings. Those who treated her well, she reciprocated in kind. However, as time passed, she began to realize that Zhou Fu and Zhou Mu might have been correct. Humanity, it seemed, placed familial bonds above all else, above ethics, above principles, above any moral boundaries, and above everything else. At least, that was true in the eyes of Zhou Fu and Zhou Mu. The minor incident involving Zhou Fu and Zhou Mu had little impact on Zhou Xi. A cup of coffee and a dessert had swiftly alleviated her slight displeasure. In the afternoon, she indulged in a full-body treatment, and afterward, she went for a manicure. As October waned, the air grew progressively cooler, perfect for warm-toned nail designs. At this time, the nail art industry had yet to flourish as it would in the future, offering only simple nude polishes. Seizing the opportunity, she aimed to capture a share of the market by introducing more intricate and diverse nail designs. The prices were reasonable, catering to women's desire for beauty. Even though it was a weekday, the salon was bustling with customers. Today, she chose vibrant colors for her manicure: red, orange, and blue. Business was thriving to such an extent that space in the salon was at a premium. As a competent proprietor, Zhou Xi instructed the manager to invite a portion of the clientele to her private lounge, allocating a nail technician to attend to them. To her surprise, one of the patrons turned out to be someone she recognized, though she did not realize it at first. Zhou Yu's mother? Came a tentative voice. Zhou Xi looked up, sensing familiarity but failing to immediately recall where she had seen her before. However, deducing from the way the woman addressed her, she soon remembered who this beauty was. Hello. Song Lei's mother. Oh my, it truly is you. I was worried I might have mistaken you for someone else. Lin Wanyan was a vivacious and warm-hearted woman, and upon confirming Zhou Xi's identity, she plopped down beside her. A delightful fragrance wafted through the air, her perfume as vibrant as her personality. Zhou Xi, who typically eschewed fragrances, found herself unexpectedly fond of this one. Very pleasant. By the way, I'm Lin Wanyan. Just call me by my name from now on. Over the years, people have either referred to me as Mrs. Song or Song Lei's mother, and I've almost forgotten what my own name is. Lin Wanyan genuinely felt a tinge of annoyance. Ever since her marriage and the birth of her child, retreating from the limelight, the titles bestowed upon her by others seemed forever fixed. Chapter 56. Friends. Zhou Xi extended her free hand toward her. Hello, Wanyan, I'm Zhou Xi. Lin Wanyan formally introduced herself again. Hello, Xi, I'm Lin Wanyan. Their laughter resonated, a delightful echo of joy over what was merely a simple introduction. Gazing at the exquisite shapes of her nails, Lin Wanyan marveled at the talent of the salon's owner. Wishing to meet the person behind such a brilliant idea, a woman of remarkable beauty who could conceive such a profitable venture, Zhou Xi remained indifferent to the preceding comments. But upon hearing the phrase great beauty, she immediately nodded in agreement. Indeed, she is a stunningly beautiful woman. Lin Wanyan, taken aback, inquired, Oh, Xi, do you know the owner of this salon? Zhou Xi smiled and nodded. Yes, quite well. Really? Is the owner as beautiful as I imagined? Zhou Xi nodded once more, affirming, yes. With this confirmation, Lin Wanyan straightened herself with pride, her tone replete with self-satisfaction. Ah, my judgment is impeccable. I can discern the type of owner simply from the ambience of the salon. Zhou Xi thought to herself that she had not anticipated encountering someone so self-absorbed today. It was rather amusing. Wanyan, would you like to meet the owner? The nail technician attending to them couldn't suppress a smile as she overheard their conversation. If it weren't for her mask, she would have burst into laughter. Observing the crowded salon, Lin Wanyan shook her head in refusal. I would like to, but the salon is so busy right now. I'm merely curious about the owner's appearance. I'll undoubtedly return for another manicure and will surely meet her then. Noticing that the attention of those around them was elsewhere, Zhou Xi leaned in slightly closer to her. The owner of this salon is right before you. Only when she saw the astonished expression on Lin Wanyan's face did she sit back contentedly. Admiring her beautiful nails, she casually mentioned to the nail technician, Please make my pinky nail a vivid red. Regaining her composure, Lin Wanyan mirrored Zhou Xi's earlier posture and gave her a thumbs up. Zhou boss, impressive. Well, it's just moderately impressive. Despite this being only their second meeting, their personalities meshed remarkably well. Zhou Xi felt that Lin Wanyan would likely become her first true friend in the city. Oh, such self-love. But I adore it because I am even more self-absorbed. Lin Wanyan had always possessed a clear understanding of herself. Her academic performance was average, and she did not achieve much in her studies. However, she was charming and articulate, and her family was reasonably well off, making her suitable for small business ventures. Unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon her, and her modest business blossomed into a prosperous enterprise. Now, with a modest fortune, she was living quite comfortably. Zhou Xi did not concur with that assessment. No, 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 this is not self-absorption, it is confidence. As Lin Wanyan prepared to settle the bill, Zhou Xi insisted, no need, the owner is treating you today. Lin Wanyan did not protest further and acquiesced. All right, if Zhou boss is treating me to a manicure, then I shall treat Zhou boss to dessert. I own a dessert shop nearby that does quite well. I'll bring back some treats for Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao. The Song family resided near the school, and Song Lei typically rode his bicycle to and from classes. Today, Lin Wanyan was in high spirits and decided to accompany Zhou Xi to pick up Song Lei from school. Lin Wanyan, much like Zhou Xi, had an affinity for money and saw nothing wrong with materialism as long as it did not breed envy. Thus, once in the car, her curiosity overflowed as she bombarded Zhou Xi with questions. Xi, you are the wealthiest among the wealthy, my role model. Xi, this is the most luxurious car I have ever been in. It far surpasses my family's old clunker. Xi, what scent is this in the car? It smells absolutely divine. Xi, your hands are so beautiful. How do you maintain them? Zhou Xi felt as if she had gained a younger sister, one with an exceedingly sweet tongue. Upon learning that Lin Wanyan owned the dessert shop she had previously patronized, she was pleased to discover that it truly lived up to its reputation. Time was of the essence, and the two of them quickly grabbed the desserts before heading straight to the school, opting not to linger at the shop. At the school gate, Zhou Yu, Zhou Xiao, Run, and Song Lei were gathered at a street vendor, purchasing golden fried potatoes. The snack stall made its debut only after the National Day holiday. Zhou Yu had purchased some once and brought it home, and Zhou Xi had taken a particular liking to it, so he would buy it 2 or 3 times a week. However, the fried potatoes, after being kept for too long, lost their delightful texture. Today, Zhou Xi had come to pick them up, and he was determined to savor the freshly made ones. Ren and Song Lei were simply hungry. At the age of 15 or 16, they were in a phase of growth, especially since they had physical education class today, which meant they had exerted themselves considerably and were therefore particularly ravenous. Upon spotting their group, Zhou Xi pressed the horn, the sound echoing, beep, beep. Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao quickly packed up the fried potatoes and bid farewell to Run and the others upon seeing their mother's car. My mom is here to pick us up. See you tomorrow. Goodbye, see you tomorrow. Song Lei took a bite of the freshly acquired fried potatoes. And just as he was about to wave goodbye, he noticed Lin Wanyan emerging from the Zhou family vehicle. He was momentarily distracted and ended up burning himself on the hot potatoes. Ouch. Ah, yikes. He shivered as he chewed it over again in his mouth before swallowing. Mom, what brings you here? And why are you with Aunt Zhou? Lin Wanyan playfully patted him on the back and greeted Aunt Zhou. It was unbecoming to neglect to greet elders. All that etiquette training would be for naught otherwise. Hello, Aunt Zhou. Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao also politely greeted Lin Wanyan. After Song Lei and his mother departed, Zhou Xi and the others got into the car to head home. Once they arrived, Zhou Xi rolled up her sleeves and dove into the kitchen, eager to showcase her culinary skills. Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao dropped their backpacks and followed suit, but Zhou Xi blocked their entrance. I can manage the kitchen on my own. You two should go do your homework. I'll call you when dinner is ready. All right then, but be careful, Mom. Don't hurt your hands. Yes, I know. Now go finish your homework. Meanwhile, at the Song household, Song Lei was flattering Lin Wanyan about her new manicure. Mom, when did you become so close with Aunt Zhou? Just this afternoon. We got our nails done together and tried some desserts at the sweet shop. Speaking of desserts, Lin Wanyan popped a piece of the newly developed pastry into her mouth. It's mainly because we share a similar temperament. Both your Aunt Zhou and I are confident and straightforward individuals. Is that really the case? Song Lei was somewhat skeptical, unsure whether to voice his doubts, hesitating. Chapter 57. The dinner invitation. Lin Wanyan was a forthright person who could not abide anyone being coy. She slapped Song Lei's back again. You're 15 or 16. Speak up without stammering. Song Lei winced. Mom, your strength is excessive. Thankfully, Dad has tough skin. Otherwise, I'd have lost half my skin by now. After saying that, he received another solid slap on his back. Is your dad really that tough? If it weren't for his muscular build and reassuring face back then, you wouldn't even exist today. Your father is my husband. He chooses to pamper me, so mind your own business. Right, you two are true love. And I'm just a delightful accident. He was genuinely grateful for his mother's genetic contribution. Otherwise, his appearance would certainly be less than appealing. Remembering that he had a date later, Lin Wanyan tugged at Song Lei's calf. Hurry up, what were you going to say earlier? It's nothing, just something trivial. After receiving those 2 slaps, all his subsequent words were swallowed down. He was certain that if he spoke up, he would earn a few more slaps. Never mind, Mom. I'll go do my homework now. Bye. He quickly grabbed his backpack and dashed upstairs, fearing another slap on his back. Lin Wanyan was too lazy to bother with him and sat quietly on the sofa, admiring her nails while waiting for her beloved husband to come home and take her out on their date. The dinner consisted of crispy pork, tomato scrambled eggs, cold preserved eggs, stir-fried eggplant with meat, and bitter vegetable soup. Today's meal was particularly simple, with only 4 dishes and 1 soup. However, Zhou Yu and Zhao Xiao were exceptionally gracious, finishing everything. As a result, all 3 of them felt stuffed and went out for a stroll to aid digestion. The evening glow was particularly stunning today, draping the sky in a beautiful crimson dress, ethereal and graceful. Zhou Xi walked in the middle, with Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao flanking her. The brothers exchanged lively banter about the events of the day at school. Zhou Xi mostly listened quietly, only interjecting when she felt it necessary to offer her insights. Xiao Yu, Xiao Xiao, has anyone been bothering you at school? Adolescents are often in a developmental stage, their thoughts immature and prone to impulsive actions. Zhou Xi worried that her sons, having just returned from abroad, might struggle to fit in and be bullied. No, everything is fine. Occasionally, there might be some minor disagreements, but nothing serious. It's all quite normal. In truth, many were aware that their family had donated 50 million to the school, which had led to the brothers being labeled as untouchable. Of course, a handful of mischievous individuals remained unconvinced. However, at most, they only dared to speak out, never actually attempting anything that could harm the brothers. Overall, they were enjoying their time at school without any issues. Well, that is good. If anyone gives you trouble, be sure to tell your mother. We know. Money may not be everything, but a lack of it can lead to insurmountable difficulties. Nowadays, wealth had resolved 99 of their issues, leaving the remaining 0.01 unworthy of being called a problem. Upon returning from a business trip, Qi Xingzhou immediately instructed his assistant to schedule a dinner at Zhou Xi's company. Wishing to express his gratitude for her care towards Shirin recently, Zhou Xi did not decline. Although it seemed unnecessary, he was, after all, a secretary, and she needed to maintain her standing in the capital city, so she afforded him the courtesy he was due. The restaurant they had chosen was unfamiliar to Zhou Xi, but its name sounded particularly elegant, likely a hidden gem known only to the longtime residents of the capital. In the afternoon, she had visited a construction site and found herself covered in dust, so as the workday drew to a close, Zhou Xi took a shower in the break room and changed into a comfortable dress. Her lustrous black hair was styled into a low bun, secured with a petal-shaped diamond hairpin, devoid of any excess embellishments. Besides a pair of emerald earrings, she wore no other jewelry. The simple black dress clung to her figure, accentuating her grace with each step. To ward off the evening chill, she draped a matching coat over her left arm. Absolutely stunning, simply stunning. Although Zhou Bao and the others had been by her side for several years and had grown accustomed to her extraordinary beauty, they still couldn't help but express their admiration upon seeing her meticulously crafted appearance. Qi Xingzhou was not someone who enjoyed imposing on others. Shirin was already 15. As long as he was escorted onto the plane and someone was arranged to pick him up upon landing, there would be no issues. If absolutely necessary, he could even send someone specifically to ensure Shirin's safe return. Yet he chose to involve Zhou Xi, a decision that left many perplexed. The private room that Qi Xingzhou had reserved was indeed a particularly elegant establishment, and when Zhou Xi arrived, he was already waiting inside. It was a restaurant steeped in antiquity, more exquisite than the last one she had visited. As she pushed the door open, their gazes met in midair. This was Zhou Xi's first formal appraisal of Secretary Qi. He was strikingly handsome, possessing a charm that resonated with traditional Chinese aesthetics. If placed in ancient times, she would undoubtedly be a jade-faced gentleman. Secretary Qi, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Qi Xingzhou's gaze lingered on her for a brief moment before returning to its natural state, as he rose to pull out a chair beside him. You arrived just in time. I have only been here a short while. Indeed, this was no ordinary dinner, but rather a banquet masquerading as a gesture of gratitude to attract investment. As the country experiences rapid development, Zhou Xi seeks to seize market share, welcoming any opportunity for fruitful collaboration. The meal, though seemingly modest and lacking in elaborate presentation, surprisingly suited her palate. The final dessert, primarily made of pumpkin, appeared as a simple square of boiled pumpkin. Yet, beneath its unassuming exterior lay a delightful surprise. Though she could not discern the ingredients, the flavor was exquisite. Noticing her enjoyment, Qi Xingzhou raised his hand to summon a waiter for a second serving. No need, Secretary Qi, one portion is just right. If possible, I would like to take 2 portions home for my children to savor. It was then that Qi Xingzhou remembered that this intelligent and beautiful woman was not only a mysterious tycoon in the business world, but also a mother of 2. In a society where traditional views still prevail, the achievement of a single mother raising 2 children is truly commendable. One wonders who was fortunate enough to have such a wise companion. As the dinner concluded, each returned to their own abode. Exiting the restaurant at 8:20 p.m., she anticipated arriving home around 8:40 p.m., finding her children Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao still awake, eager to share the treats in the thermal container. Upon her arrival, she discovered Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao engrossed in a game of Go beside the sofa. Chapter 58, The Little Brothers of Shi Ren. Realizing he was on the verge of losing, Zhou Xiao immediately grasped Zhou Yu's hand, invoking their brotherly bond. Brother, I'm your little brother. Could you please let me win this once? Zhou Yu nodded, conceding. All right, I will allow you to take back one move. Zhou Xiao, elated, retrieved the piece he had just placed, preparing to reorganize his strategy. Yet, after only a few more moves, he found himself again at a disadvantage. At that moment, Zhou Xi entered with the dessert, becoming his savior. Oh, Mommy's back. Brother, you can play by yourself. I'm going to find Mommy. With that, he rose and left, realizing he could no longer compete in the game. Zhou Yu shook his head, silently following. Such a cheat, utterly shameless. But being his older brother, I have no choice but to indulge him. Noticing the takeout bag in Zhou Xi's hand, Zhou Xiao rushed over. Dear Mommy, what delicious treats have you brought for me and brother? Seeing his tousled curls bouncing with his excitement, Zhou Xi couldn't resist ruffling his hair. They are incredibly delicious desserts for you, my dear Bao Bao and Daba. Hearing this somewhat embarrassing title, Zhou Xiao's face flushed crimson, unsure of how to respond. He pretended not to hear, fidgeting with his disheveled curls. Zhou Xi, determined not to let him off the hook, playfully pinched his cheek. Little treasure, what's the matter? Are you feeling shy? Mom, I'm already grown up. Could you please refrain from calling me little treasure? Zhou Xi feigned sorrow. Oh, you used to insist that I call you Daba and Xiaobao every single day, and now that you've grown, you disdain your mother? Brother, hurry, Mommy is sad. She says you don't want her to call you Daba. Zhou Yu quickly approached, playfully tapping Zhou Xiao on the forehead. Stop talking nonsense, just now. You were embarrassed to be called little treasure. Fine, if it's little treasure, then I suppose I'll be your Daba brother. While abroad, Zhou Xiao had seen in films where mothers referred to their children as Daba, Bao, and Xiaobao, and upon returning home, he had requested Zhou Xi to do the same. However, after just 3 months, he had grown weary of it. The reason was simple. He was already a big boy and could no longer bear such childish titles. The restaurant's lighting radiated warmth, with each of the three of them seated before bowls of dessert. Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao enjoyed the pumpkin delicacies Zhou Xi had specially packed for them, while Zhou Xi savored the bird's nest soup that Zhou Yu had requested the kitchen prepare for her. The desserts in their bowls were delicate, not overly abundant. But in a show of companionship with Zhou Xi, they took small bites, savoring each morsel. Daba, Xiaobao, is it delicious? The two brothers paused for a moment, then nodded, their ears turning pink. Yes, it's delicious. Then I shall take you to the restaurant next time. Their dishes are even more delectable. Okay. Meanwhile, the prolonged divorce proceedings within the Shi family had finally reached a resolution. Shi Urge had previously harbored feelings for Zhao Lijuan, but at that time, her affections were solely directed towards Shi Rongguang. He felt inferior to Shi Rongguang in both appearance and intellect, leading to a simmering jealousy over time, especially as their parents favored his brother. Despite his shortcomings in career and family background, Shi Urge found a means of retaliation upon Zhao Lijuan's return. Observing this woman, still holding a semblance of charm, yet diminished in worth, he slowly devised a plan to surpass Shi Rongguang. Zhao Lijuan, mistaking his intentions, believed he sought her out of lingering affection, clinging to what little hope she had left amidst her murky circumstances. Despite her desperate attempts to entice him, it was in vain. Shi Urge had long since lost interest. Though he was envious and morally dubious, he remained a responsible husband and father, guiding Zhao Lijuan towards actions that would sow discord for Qi Lanqi. The letters intended for Qi Lanqi, but never sent, were unearthed by Shi Rongguang during a visit to the old residence. With misunderstandings clarified, Qi Lanqi and Shi Rongguang reconciled, their relationship emerging stronger than before. As for Shi Urge, familial ties and parental oversight tempered his ambitions, resulting in an unsatisfactory outcome. Aside from family gatherings during the new year, they were barred from returning to the old residence, and a portion of their salaries for 3 years was designated to compensate Shi Rongguang and Qi Lanqi. In large families, unity is paramount, and internal strife is highly discouraged. Shi Urge's machinations backfired, resulting not only in a loss of support, but also diminished family resources. Without notable achievements, his ascent would be exceedingly difficult. By chance, Shi Ren overheard his parents discussing these matters, finally grasping why he had been compelled to accompany his uncle during the National Day holiday. However, the older generation had kept their past grievances hidden from the younger ones. Had he not happened upon their conversation, he might never have learned of such dramatic familial history. He could not help but feel relieved that his parents had navigated through these trials, keeping the family intact. Troubled and unwilling to remain alone at home, Shi Ren seized his keys and stealthily scaled the wall to seek out his group of little brothers. The street adjacent to his home was lined with food stalls, making life difficult for the boys. Each visit, he would bring them treats to enhance their meals, sharing in both joy and hardship. Yesterday, his grandfather had gifted him 100 yuan for pocket money, and as a reliable leader, he was willing to share 10 yuan with his little brothers. He initially lingered before the chicken leg stall, finding the prices steep, then shifted to the pancake stall, only to end up at the noodle shop. He wished for his younger companions to enjoy a hearty meal. Yet he grappled with the age-old dilemma of choosing between two desirable outcomes. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided that satiating their hunger took precedence. Upon hearing familiar footsteps, the dogs in the vicinity promptly emerged from the shadows. Their cacophonous barking filled the air. Woof. Woof, 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 woof. The din caused Shi Ren's ears to throb, and though he yearned to cover them, the multitude of items he carried made it impossible to set them down momentarily. Instead, he resorted to softly admonishing, Lai Fu, tell your siblings to cease their barking. It's quite unbearable. As expected, at the command of their leader, the cacophony subsided. Shi Ren carefully placed the noodles he was holding onto the ground, turned on his flashlight, and ventured into the secret base to retrieve the iron basin, washing it thoroughly at the faucet before pouring all the noodles into it. After evenly distributing the contents into 2 bowls, he called for Lai Fu and its siblings to come and eat. One day, when his parents were away, he ventured out with the meal allowance they had left behind to indulge in some Western cuisine. However, while sneezing, he lost his grip and dropped the chicken leg he had barely taken 2 bites from onto the ground. Chapter 59, The Exhaustion of Zhou Xi. The chicken leg, wrapped in oiled paper, had picked up a bit of dust, yet he could easily pick it up, tear off the soiled part, and continue eating. However, just as he bent down to retrieve it, a dog emerged from a nearby alley, its gaze fixated on the fallen chicken leg. Shi Ren hesitated for a few moments, feeling the coins in his pocket before ultimately deciding to give the chicken leg to the dog, Lai Fu. Later, when he encountered trouble at school and was cornered by some delinquents while passing by, Lai Fu rushed out to assist him, scaring them away. From that day forward, he began bringing treats to improve the dog's meals at regular intervals. Over time, these dogs, led by Lai Fu, became his little brothers. These were not stray dogs. Their owners resided nearby, but the living conditions in the surrounding residential area were subpar. Some families simply forgot to feed their dogs, while others lacked sufficient food to share. Even when they did, it was never enough, compelling the dogs to forage for sustenance on their own. Shi Ren did not visit often, only twice a month, purchasing items worth 5 to 10 yuan each time. As his visits increased, his wallet could barely sustain such generosity. After feeding his little brothers, he ambled home with his flashlight, ensuring no one was around before quietly climbing over the fence. His comings and goings were light and stealthy. For many years, he had managed to keep Shi Rongguang and Qi Lanqi oblivious to his secret. After a restful night, the next day he set off for school, brimming with energy and his completed homework on his back. Passing by a fresh milk shop, he seized the opportunity to buy 4 bottles in one go. The milk from this shop had an extraordinary taste, completely devoid of any unpleasant odor, making it particularly delightful. The business was booming daily, and today, arriving early, he was fortunate to find the last 4 bottles. On a regular day, securing even one would have been a stroke of luck. Thus, he carried the milk, jingling and clanking, toward the school. Upon reaching the school gate, he spotted Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao disembarking from a vehicle. Perhaps it was the invigorating morning air or the lingering joy of securing the last 4 bottles of milk that prompted him to wave energetically in greeting. However, in his excitement, he accidentally bumped into someone nearby. Zhou Fu, engrossed in his attention toward Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao, lost his footing and stumbled upon impact. Fortunately, Zhou Mu, standing beside him, quickly steadied him. Realizing he had collided with an elderly man, Shi Ren hastily apologized. I am terribly sorry, sir. It was unintentional. Are you feeling all right? Zhou Fu merely shifted slightly. He had not fallen and was unharmed. Moreover, it was he who had inadvertently stepped into the path of the vehicle, emerging from the roadside without warning. Had he not done so, Shi Ren would not have collided with him. Furthermore, this young student seemed to know Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao. Thus, he waved dismissively. Young lad, I am perfectly fine. Still concerned, Shi Ren circled around Zhou Fu, meticulously checking for any signs of discomfort, fearful that someone might come seeking retribution days later. Once he confirmed that all was well, he breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao, noticing the commotion, approached. What happened? Is everything all right? I accidentally bumped into this elderly gentleman. Upon coming face to face with Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao, Zhou Fu and Zhou Mu were momentarily taken aback, completely forgetting about Shi Ren standing beside them. They stared intently at the 2 brothers. However, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao were solely focused on Shi Ren, oblivious to the couple's gaze. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping and Zhou, trailing behind, narrowed their eyes and stepped forward to interject. Young master, little master, young master, sure, it's time for class. You should head inside while we handle this. Zhou Yu glanced at his watch, realizing time was of the essence. Only 8 minutes remained until the first class began. After they departed, Zhou Ping and Zhou ushered Zhou Fu, Zhou Mu, and their companions into the vehicle. Are you taking us to find Qing and I? The elderly couple, aware that they were in the company of Zhou Xi's associates, felt no fear. They even reassured Zhou Xi's appointed protectors. The questions they posed were met with silence from Zhou Ping and Zhou, who, upon reaching their destination, politely escorted them out. Subsequently, the Zhou couple was kept under surveillance, with all their needs attended to within the confines of the hotel, never once allowed to step outside. Each time Shi Ren encountered the tall, robust bodyguards clad in suits and sunglasses, his first instinct was to associate them with nefarious forces. Despite having seen them numerous times, a sense of unease still washed over him with each encounter. Zhou Yu, do you think they are safe? Zhou Yu failed to comprehend his seemingly disjointed inquiry. What do you mean by safe? I mean that elderly gentleman and his wife. They are undoubtedly fine. Oh, that is a relief. At this moment, the subject of their concern was on the phone, lamenting to Zhou Xi. Xi, your sister's people have confined us. We are trapped in a hotel and cannot even step outside. Zhou Xi had just concluded his morning meeting, barely having sipped a cup of coffee before being bombarded with their barrage of grievances, which irked him immensely. Mom and Dad, are you not being fed? Or are they neglecting you? Or perhaps they are making you cold and hungry? The Zhou couple fell silent, unable to articulate a single word. Zhou Xi, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and implored earnestly, please return, do not disturb her any longer. With a resounding click, the call was terminated. Their refusal to return, combined with the earlier phone call to their son expressing their grievances, was merely a tactic to pressure him into advocating for them to meet Zhou Xi. 2 minutes later, the phone rang again. Zhou Mu and Zhou Fu had been waiting attentively by the phone and immediately answered upon hearing a voice. However, Zhou Xi did not grant them an opportunity to speak, launching into a tirade. Mom and Dad, I implore you, can you please cease this commotion? I am utterly exhausted and lack the energy to juggle your demands. It is futile to seek out Qing and I after having treated her poorly in the past. What purpose does it serve? Zhou Xi is living a life far superior to ours, hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of times better. Your attempts to make amends will not alleviate her burdens. They will only complicate her peaceful existence. I beseech you, return home, rather than pursue Zhou Xi. It would be more prudent to focus on caring for Zhou Fangfei's marital life. Following her around and cleaning up her messes is simply too exhausting. His parents' health had deteriorated, and his younger sister was constantly causing trouble, leaving the entire rise and fall of the Zhou family resting solely on his shoulders. He was utterly exhausted, profoundly weary. Were it not for his childhood sweetheart, Yue, and their 3 adorable children, he might have succumbed to the overwhelming burden long ago. When Zhou Yuxi first voiced his grievances, both Zhou father and mother were taken aback. Zhou Yuxi had always been the obedient and sensible child. This was the first instance he displayed irritation and impatience before them. The couple exchanged silent glances, momentarily at a loss for words. As the heavy silence enveloped them, Zhou Yuxi clenched his fists, striving to swallow back even harsher words. Mom and Dad, Fangfei had another quarrel and returned to her parents' home yesterday. Yi is busy taking care of the 3 kids and genuinely has no time to deal with her issues. Please come back. I'll arrange for tickets for you. I'll speak to Qingmi, and you should be back by afternoon. Listening to their son's fatigued voice, Zhou parents opened their mouths several times, yet ultimately refrained from uttering refusals. All right, we'll heed your request and return by afternoon. When Zhou Xi received Zhou Yuxi's call, she felt little emotion, merely responding with a nonchalant hum. As long as they did not bother her, they could do as they pleased. Their affairs were of no concern to her. Although the Zhou family had maintained a semblance of stability in recent years, internally, it was in utter disarray. Or rather, it was chaotic because of Zhou Fangfei. Glancing at the towering stack of documents on the desk, she shook her head, resolving not to indulge in further musings that might lead her to work overtime later. Zhou Xi buried herself in work in her office, while Zhou Xiao and Shi Ren huddled together, gossiping. Hey, have you heard? Our classmate Long Shanshan isn't the biological child of her parents. Years ago, the Long family's daughter was stolen right after birth, and despite their extensive search, they never found her. Long madam, unable to bear the grief, fell ill and never recovered. To alleviate her longing, the Long family adopted Long Shanshan from an orphanage. But they recently found their biological daughter. Zhou Xiao, puzzled, asked, how did they find her? After so many years, what led to the sudden discovery? I heard that Long madam fainted in a mall restroom, and a young girl saved her. That girl is actually her biological daughter. Zhou Xiao was taken aback. Really? Is the world truly filled with such coincidences? Shirin nodded. This story has circulated widely and seems credible. Do you think the adopted daughter and the biological daughter can coexist harmoniously? Shirin shook his head. I have no idea. It's a complex issue, and I'm at a loss for how to respond. Zhou Xiao fell silent, picking up an eraser from his pencil case, absent-mindedly cleaning his neatly organized textbook. He and his brother had been separated from their mother right after birth and were only reunited many years later. Although their mother had never spoken of the past, they understood that she must have endured considerable hardships. Hearing about the Long family's situation filled him with unease. He feared that when she had been searching for him and his brother, their mother might have adopted 2 other children to replace them. Due to this scandal, Zhou Xiao's performance in class was chaotic that day, even in his strongest subject, English, leading to reprimands from the teacher. After being told to sit down, Shirin gently poked his arm with a pen. Zhou Xiao, what's wrong? You seem distracted. Are you feeling unwell? Zhou Xiao numbly shook his head. No. Shirin reached out to touch his forehead. You don't have a fever. Could it be a late onset of rebellion? However, as long as his health was intact, he felt reassured. To prevent Zhou Xiao from being called upon by the teacher for daydreaming, Shirin pulled out a mint candy from his pocket. Here, have a candy to perk you up. Zhou Yu was assigned by the teacher to organize materials, unaware that Zhou Xiao was lost in sorrow over events that had never occurred. Had he known, he would have certainly treated him to a delicious steamed bun. With a loud clatter, Zhou Yu shook his fingers, which had grown sore from excessive effort, while Zhou Xiao held his forehead, groaning. Brother, are you trying to commit fratricide? Zhou Yu shot him a sidelong glance. No, I want to wake you up, you silly goose, so you stop daydreaming all day. Zhou Xiao, stung by Zhou Yu's words, turned his head away in anger, refusing to acknowledge him. Although he was putting on an act, the slight flush on his ears revealed his embarrassment to both Zhou Xi and Zhou Yu. Xiao Xiao, your mother will surely find you. If she doesn't, she will keep searching for you, for a lifetime if necessary, and she will never adopt any children other than you 2 brothers. Zhou Xiao nodded vigorously. I knew mother would never adopt other children to replace me and my brother. Zhou Xi reached out to tousle his fluffy hair. Of course. Zhou Yu remained silent, leaning closer to Zhou Xi, who gently stroked his smooth hair. All right, it's time for dinner. This afternoon, your mother will take you to school. At the dinner table, Zhou Xiao brought up the Long family's situation again. Mom, do you think the adopted daughter and the biological daughter can get along? Zhou Xi shook her head. I don't know. Whether they can coexist harmoniously depends on many factors, including the Long family's attitude towards their adopted and biological daughters, the temperament of the adopted daughter, and the character of the biological daughter, shaped by her experiences in the outside world over the years. Regardless, the one who deserves the most compensation is the biological daughter. However, it is often said that the bond of birth does not compare to that of nurture, especially since they have lived together for over a decade, raising the adopted daughter from infancy to adolescence. Between the adopted daughter and the biological daughter, they might lean more towards the adopted one. However, there are too many variables to predict outcomes with certainty. The Long family has a partnership with ours, and your mother has received their invitation to a banquet. In a few days, she will take you to have a look. Indeed, art is born from life. The melodrama surrounding the true and false daughters of the Zhou family is already quite sensational, and now, the Long family has taken the extraordinary step of adopting a child to soothe their souls. I truly wonder what thoughts occupy their minds. The incident involving the Zhou family's genuine and counterfeit daughters stirred quite the uproar back in the day. Now, the saga of the Long family's biological and adopted daughters leaves one wondering how it will all conclude. In the afternoon, Zhou Xiao resumed his lively demeanor. A lollipop perched between his lips, his smile so radiant it seemed about to overflow. Upon arriving at the classroom, he extracted 2 lollipops from his bag, distributing one each to Song Lei and Shirin. Zhou Xiao, what brings about such a buoyant mood? Has some joyous event transpired? Zhou Xiao, with a hint of pride, tossed his head back, declaring, Oh, it's just that I know our mother loves my brother and me immensely. After saying this, he discreetly gauged their reactions, and upon witnessing their speechless expressions, he resumed his seat, counting on his fingers the ways in which Zhou Xi had shown them kindness. His mother is so wonderful, don't they feel a twinge of envy? He was determined to elicit expressions of admiration from the 2 of them today. My mother. Song Lei and Shirin, witnessing his antics, nodded along in exasperation. Zhou Xiao had a habit of extolling Aunt Zhou's virtues into their ears weekly. Over time, they had certainly come to understand how much Aunt Zhou cherished the duo. However, they were perplexed by his sudden fixation today, as he had only just recounted this yesterday, now chattering incessantly, causing their ears to ache. Thus, an amusing scene unfolded in the classroom. Zhou Xiao, beaming as he recounted Zhou Xi's goodness, while Song Lei and Shirin wore expressions of resigned amusement. yet their emotional support was unwavering. Yes, exactly. When Zhou Yu arrived with a fruit platter, he was greeted by this peculiar tableau. After a brief moment of contemplation, he grasped the situation. How blissful their little family had been these past few years. Yet, Zhou Xiao harbored a persistent anxiety of separation. When Zhou Xi was around, he clung to her, and in her absence, he turned to Zhou Yu, fearing that in the blink of an eye, he might lose them both. Today's afternoon, tea consisted of mango and yogurt. Whenever he brought food from home, he habitually packed 4 portions. Song Lei and Shi Run followed suit. The 4 of them had formed a little circle, accustomed to sharing. Once the fruits were distributed, he picked up Zhou Xiao's thermos, checking the temperature before handing it over. Little Zhao, you seem a bit overheated from lunch. Drink more water. Zhou Xiao took a few sips from the cup and continued his chatter. See, not only is my mother wonderful, but my brother is also incredibly kind. Yes indeed. The truth is, their feelings were mixed. While they felt exasperated, they also felt a twinge of envy. After all, who wouldn't desire a mother like Zhou Xi and a brother like Zhou Yu? As the class bell rang, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, entered, cradling a stack of graded assignments, followed closely by an unfamiliar girl. We have a new classmate. Zhou Xiao glanced up, surmising that she might be the Long family's newly found biological daughter, the subject of much recent discussion. How do you know? Look at Long Shanshan's reaction. Long Shanshan had always been somewhat of an outsider in the class, her demeanor quiet and reserved. Zhou Xiao's most vivid memory of her was her intense focus during lessons. However, at this moment, she seemed devoid of her usual composure, her head bowed, her gaze flitting nervously, as if awaiting a verdict. Shi Ren turned to sneak a glance and remarked, "It seems to be true. Our class is about to get lively." The Long family had previously resided in the same compound. Later, due to work commitments, Qi Lanqi and Shi Rongwang moved out, while the Long family remained, with only the elder Long and the rest of the family having relocated. Although they occasionally crossed paths during holidays, he had paid little attention to the Long family's adopted daughter. Recalling the time when the elder Long nearly arranged a betrothal for them, he shuddered at the thought. Thankfully, his mother had decisively rejected the proposal. Otherwise, the situation could have become quite tangled. Had this been any other transfer student, there might have been less intrigue. However, many were drawn to the spectacle of the Long family's 2 daughters, eager to witness the unfolding drama. As word spread, the number of onlookers continued to grow. Given the uncertainty of their private relationship, the homeroom teacher had deliberately seated the sisters apart, maintaining a considerable distance between them. Though Zhou Xiao was curious, he soon returned his focus to sketching the illustrations in his textbook. In truth, Long Mingyue did not harbor any animosity toward Long Shanshan. She merely found her demeanor somewhat petty. Having been raised within a prominent family for over a decade, it was perplexing that she dared not speak loudly. To an outsider, it might seem as though she were a daughter recently retrieved from the countryside. Upon discovering that her place had been supplanted by an adopted daughter, she felt a swell of anger and frustration. Initially, she contemplated expelling the interloper, but upon reflection, she recognized that the fault lay with her biological parents, who had allowed her to be taken away by enemies in her youth and later adopted another in her stead. As long as she remained within her bounds, there was no reason she could not coexist with her. Of course, this was contingent upon the fact that Long Shanshan had enjoyed a good life in the countryside, with her adoptive family treating her well. Otherwise, her mindset might not have been so accommodating. She was exceptionally intelligent, excelling academically, and her adoptive parents were willing to invest in her education. Otherwise, she would not have had the opportunity to transfer to the most prestigious class. Though her time at the Long family home was brief, she understood that they were astute individuals. Their current kindness stemmed from guilt, but as time passed, if she failed to manifest her value, she could easily become a pawn in family alliances, much like her aunts. Sometimes, she found herself wondering whether being found by her biological parents was truly a blessing. While her academic performance was commendable, the disparity in educational resources and pace made lessons challenging for her. After enduring a grueling class, she immediately slumped over her desk, entering a state of mental void. Long Mingyue's deskmate was the class's go-to person, vivacious, cheerful, and full of gossip. With Long Mingyue as her deskmate, she seized the opportunity to extract first-hand information. "Hi there, I'm Yuan Wenyuan, the language class representative." Long Mingyue, also on the cheerful side, responded warmly, "Hello, I'm Long Mingyue. Your eyes are beautiful, just like your name, large and bright, sparkling wonderfully." Chapter 62, A Familiar Encounter? "Thank you. I envy your high nose." Thus began the budding friendship between the 2 girls, marked by mutual compliments. Yuan Wenyuan became Long Mingyue's first friend in this new city. "You should know, our school is teeming with hidden talents. Everyone here is either wealthy or influential, and each one's background is more astonishing than the last. We must remain discreet." The Yuan family was not lacking either. But at the start of the term, her father had advised her to keep a low profile at school, avoiding any airs of a spoiled daughter to prevent drawing resentment. In summary, domestic matters should not be trifled with. Otherwise, one might find oneself in dire straits without even realizing it. Yes, yes, yes. Long Mingyue nodded vigorously, akin to pounding garlic. I understand. Could you enlighten me about whom we must avoid at our school? Although she was the biological daughter of the Long family, having lived in the village for over a decade, she was still oblivious to the nuances of this social circle, fearful of offending individuals who ought not to be provoked. Yuan swiftly produced a notebook she had prepared in advance and began her introductions. Our school can be categorized into 3 types of individuals: the wealthy, the powerful, and the ordinary. Who holds the most power, I cannot say, but the wealthiest is certainly in our class. Yuan spoke with an air of mystery, piquing Long Mingyue's interest, who leaned in to inquire, who are they? Yuan remained silent, merely gesturing towards Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao. There they are. Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao, who have just returned from abroad. Upon their arrival, they donated 50 million to our school. Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao? Which one is Zhou Yu and which is Zhou Xiao? The one with his head bowed, engrossed in a book, is the elder brother, Zhou Yu. The one sipping milk is the younger brother, Zhou Xiao. You mentioned their family donated 50 million. Do you know what business they are in? I only know they are exceedingly wealthy, with drivers and bodyguards accompanying them to and from school, but the specifics of their business elude me. Zhou Yu. Could he possibly be someone she once knew? Could a person undergo such a transformation? Long Mingyue shook her head, her heart filled with curiosity. Yet she refrained from inquiring further about the matter, instead turning her attention to Long Shanshan, who had been avoiding her since she entered the house. They must have lunch together today to discuss the affairs of the Long family. After completing her exercises, Long Shanshan stretched and, upon raising her head, met Long Mingyue's gaze, causing her to immediately bury her face in her notebook, feigning diligence. As the lunch bell rang, Long Shanshan swiftly grabbed her meal card and dashed out, as if a ferocious dog were in pursuit. Witnessing her hasty retreat, Long Mingyue hurriedly followed. However, in her haste, she collided with Zhou Yu, who had just risen from his seat, stepping forward. Having grown accustomed to caring for Zhou Xi, Zhou Yu instinctively reached out to steady her. He had paid little attention to Long Mingyue, the highly scrutinized transfer student, during her self-introduction, not once lifting his gaze to observe her appearance. Yet, upon finally seeing her, Zhou Yu was momentarily taken aback. Is it truly her? After expressing her gratitude, Long Mingyue immediately dashed toward the entrance. In the car, Zhou Xiao playfully nudged Zhou Yu's arm. Brother, do you fancy our new classmate, Long Mingyue? Zhou Yu shook his head and casually tossed him a small bun, saying no. What are you thinking? Zhou Xiao, with a hint of grievance, clutched his head and retorted, then why have you been acting dazed ever since you helped her in class? Zhou Yu's thoughts drifted back 6 years. I merely find her strikingly reminiscent of someone from my past. Noticing the slight discontent on his brother's face, Zhou Xiao ceased his teasing and spoke earnestly. Is it before mother found us? Yes, it was during that time. A fleeting look of sympathy crossed Zhou Xiao's eyes as he extracted the last piece of chocolate from his pocket, unwrapped it, and offered it to Zhou Yu. Brother, our mother is Zhou Xi, you are Zhou Yu, and I am Zhou Xiao. The past is behind us, and mother has avenged any grievances we had. Regardless of whether she is someone you once knew, she bears no relation to our current lives. Do not allow those irrelevant memories to resurrect painful recollections. In truth, he had never forgotten those harrowing memories. It was only through the love of his mother and brother that he had endeavored to bury them deep within his heart. Occasionally, in the stillness of the night, he would find himself haunted by those unpleasant recollections. Yet, the frequency of such dreams had diminished significantly, at the very least. He had not dreamt of them in the past 6 months. Realizing his anxiety stemmed from those inconsequential matters, Zhou Yu patted his head, attempting to dispel all the chaotic and unrealistic thoughts. Yes, you were right. If his memory served him correctly, Long Mingyue was the daughter of the village chief from the place he had been sold to. Though they hailed from the same village, there was no connection between them. For 9 years, aside from his hunger-driven gaze fixated on the eggs in her hands, they had exchanged not a single word. At that time, Long Shanshan was the envy of all the village children. Now, he felt content and satisfied with his life. The Long family's banquet was a grand affair, as Zhou Xi was a distinguished guest due to a collaborative project. As she approached the entrance with Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao, the head of the Long family came forth to greet them. The trio was clad in black. Zhou Xi wore a black velvet gown accented by bright jewelry, while Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao donned black suits adorned with diamond brooches. This marked the first occasion Zhou Xi brought her sons into the spotlight, attracting many curious gazes. Upon spotting Zhou Yu, Shi Ren excused himself from his parents and quickly approached them. Aunt Zhou, it's little Run, you've grown taller. Zhou Xi omitted any polite formalities, acknowledging the fact that Shirun had indeed grown considerably compared to the National Day celebrations. Dressed sharply in a well-fitted suit, he exuded an air reminiscent of a refined gentleman from ancient tales. The Shi and Long families shared a close-knit relationship, with their patriarchs being good friends. Coincidentally, both families were aligned in their ventures, making attendance at this banquet a necessity. By bringing Zhou Xi and Zhou Xiao, she aimed to acclimate them to the social rhythms of domestic gatherings and the networks of their peers. In due course, when their family hosted a banquet, it would be the responsibility of the brothers to entertain their contemporaries. Spotting someone approaching with a drink, Zhou Xi leaned toward Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao, whispering, "Mother has some matters to attend to. You two explore on your own. I'll come find you shortly." Chapter 63, The Disparity. Yes, we understand. This banquet notably lacked the presence of Songlei. The Song family was well off, but belonged to a lower tier, unable to compare with the Long family, which possessed both power and wealth. Among the three youths, one exuded a gentle warmth, another displayed a cold and composed demeanor, while the last was lively and cheerful. All were exemplary children. The Long family did not resemble the chaotic scene one might expect, with a biological daughter and an adopted daughter at odds with one another. On the contrary, their interactions were quite amicable. Long Mingyue was personally introduced to the stage by the elder Long, who simultaneously announced the allocation of assets as compensation for her years. Additionally, they declared that Long Shanshan would forever remain a Long family miss. Had she not overheard that conversation while delivering fruit to the study, Long Shanshan would undoubtedly feel grateful and elated at this moment. However, ever since she realized they regarded her merely as a tool for familial profit, her heart had turned to stone. The Long family's outwardly glamorous facade concealed a significant reliance on nepotism. While they treated her, their adopted daughter, fairly, ensuring she was well-fed and clothed, their attitudes fluctuated between warmth and coldness. When they needed her, they were kind. When they did not, she was left to languish in neglect, sometimes even being addressed by the wrong name. Especially since Long Mingyue was brought back, she has become a seemingly superfluous presence within this household. Long Mingyue and Long Shanshan. Their names could not be more disparate. Yet, she harbors no jealousy. She often reminds herself that had it not been for the Long family's benevolence, she would still be languishing in an orphanage. Furthermore, the Long family does not shower Long Mingyue with the affection that outsiders often presume. Indeed, their treatment of her as an adopted daughter is not as idyllic as it is portrayed. To be precise, she occupies the role of a cherished pet within the Long household. More accurately, she is a pet bestowed upon Madame Long by Mr. Long. Mr. and Mrs. Long share a deep affection for one another, having borne 2 sons and a daughter, with Long Mingyue being the youngest daughter. The 2 sons stand as the pillars of the family's future, while the daughter is regarded as the family's talisman. Other than Madame Long, no one truly regards her with any significance. As for Long Mingyue, the Long family feels a sense of guilt towards her, and they treat her kindly now. However, no matter how profound their feelings may be, they cannot erase the unfamiliarity born of over a decade apart, nor can they overshadow the tangible interests at hand. Less than 10 days after Long Mingyue's return, the Long family had already deliberated upon her future marriage. She vividly recalls the conversation in the study. Shanshan has been raised for so many years. Returning her now would not only invite ridicule from the outside, but also represent a loss for our family. There is a son of similar age within the Yu family. I have seen him, and he seems quite compatible with Shanshan. But isn't Shanshan betrothed to the Zhang family? The betrothal was meant for Mingyue. During the initial engagement, it was always intended for her. Now that Mingyue has been found, it is only fitting that she rightfully takes her place. For the value of a newly found daughter far eclipses that of an adopted one. But the Zhao family has only one son. Will they consent? On the surface, the Zhao family appears to have a single heir, but the patriarch has an illegitimate son, who in turn has a son of similar age to Shanshan. The elder gentleman is quite fond of that grandson, and I think he and Shanshan would make a fine match. Long Mingyue remains indifferent. The Long family has rescued her, granting her a second chance at life, and she would be amenable to marrying anyone. Yet, Long Mingyue is their newly rediscovered daughter. While the Zhang family may be more prosperous than the Long family, their young master suffers from bipolar disorder, and it is rumored that years ago, he severely injured a family servant. Although the Zhang family has never acknowledged this, it is a widely accepted fact within their circle. If they genuinely cherished Mingyue, they should annul the engagement, granting her the utmost freedom and choice, rather than offering her false affection. As she gazed at the radiant Long Mingyue on stage, a twinge of sorrow flickered within Long Shanshan. Such a splendid person would soon be sent to the Zhang family to accompany their young master in his studies. Alas! Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao seemed to be getting along quite well with the 2 women of the Long family. contrary to everyone's expectations of an irreconcilable conflict. Oh, what does it matter? Zhou Xiao, holding Zhou Yu with one hand and Shi Ren with the other, declared, "Come. Let us find something to eat to tide us over." Zhou Yu, perceptive of his little brother's intentions, slowed his pace and casually remarked, "Xiao Xiao, aside from chocolate, candy, and alcoholic beverages, you may consume anything else." Zhou Xiao halted in his tracks, turning to Zhou Yu with a pitiful expression. "Brother, must you utter such callous words while I am so joyful?" Over the years, Zhou Yu had grown accustomed to his brother's charming antics, and he remained unmoved by such minor ploys. "At the end of the month, we must visit the dentist. If you wish to avoid suffering from tooth decay, you must obediently heed mother's words and refrain from sweets this month." Observing his little brother pouting in place, Zhou Yu's heart softened, and he nudged him toward the dining area, assuring, "The month is nearly over. At the beginning of next month, I shall have the chef prepare your favorite Haagen-Dazs cake." Shi Ren enviously trailed behind the two brothers, wishing fervently that he too had a biological brother. However, his family was a public service household. When they desired to have children, the policies at the time did not permit it. Though he had cousins from other aunts and uncles, they could not compare to the bond of a full-blooded sibling. Favoritism is a common flaw among most people. Previously, while Long Shanshan was an adopted daughter, the fact that the biological daughter had not yet been found, coupled with the Long family's status, had earned her considerable adulation. Now that Long Mingyue had been located, she found herself standing alone in a corner, while those who once publicly extolled her now approached to ridicule her. Oh, is this not the adopted daughter of the Long family? Was she not once so aloof and proud? Why does she now cower in a corner like a forsaken kitten? All alone, poor thing? I say, one's skin cannot be too thick. One must possess self-awareness. The biological daughter has been found, and some should know to vacate their positions. Indeed, one cannot cling to others like chewing gum, unable to be discarded. Shameless and mindless. Long Shanshan found herself cornered by a group of haughty young ladies, and the young master of the Long family, witnessing this, chose not to intervene, as it was a tacitly approved lesson in recognizing her place within the family. Faced with the ugly visages surrounding her and the cold gaze from afar, Long Shanshan remained silent and turned to leave. In truth, Long Shanshan suffers from social anxiety. Her usual aloof demeanor is merely a protective facade. Now that this shield has failed to serve its purpose, she finds herself utterly defenseless against the indifference of the Long family and the scorn of the outside world. Chapter 64, Vigilance. She wished to depart, but those encircling her would not allow her to leave. "Do not go, Miss Long. Do you look down upon us and refuse to play with us?" At that moment, Long Shanshan radiated a palpable sense of defeat, observing the formerly obsequious faces now twisted with malice, and she found the irony utterly disheartening. "Step aside. Not a chance. If you have the ability, step over us." Just as their hands reached for her clothing, Long Mingyue approached, the very person who had been her substitute all these years, now standing protectively before her. Zhou Yu, Zhou Xiao, and Shi Ren, each holding a glass of juice, stood at a distance, quietly observing this farce within the Long family. As the banquet neared its conclusion, Zhou Yu, Zhou Xiao, and Shi Ren bid farewell, preparing to seek out Zhou Xi to return home. "All right, goodbye, see you next week." After escorting them off, Shi Ren turned to find Shi Ronguang. "Xiaoren, who were those two young men you were just standing with?" "Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao. They are from Aunt Zhou's family." Shi Ronguang had not paid much attention to the business circle, so he was unfamiliar. "Aunt Zhou?" Shi Ren explained. "She is the one who returned to the country recently and donated several billion to the Zhou Group." "Zhou Group? Do you know your Aunt Zhou's name?" Shi Ren was puzzled as to why he was asking about a classmate's mother's name. Surely, his father and Aunt Zhou could not have known each other? "Zhou Xi, she from Xiguang." Shi Ronguang regarded the direction of Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao with contemplation. "Zhou Xi, you say? What is the matter, Dad? Is there an issue?" Although it seemed improbable, Zhou Yu's mother was exceedingly beautiful, and he feared his father might develop inappropriate feelings. Shi Ronguang's expression darkened as he gazed towards Zhou Xi and the others, a look that unsettled Shi Ren. Dad. It took several calls for Shi Ronguang to snap back to attention. "Oh, it's nothing. We should be on our way. Your mother is waiting for us at home." Upon hearing this, Shi Ren felt a slight relief. It seemed he had been overthinking things. He remarked that although his father had a stern demeanor, his affection for his mother was undeniable. The couple shared a harmonious bond, making infidelity highly improbable. Moreover, there was a particularly pragmatic consideration. His maternal grandparents held a more prestigious standing than his paternal ones, rendering his mother's marriage to his father a step down. Should his father dare to stray, his uncles would ensure that he faced dire consequences. Indeed, that was the case. In the car, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao flanked Zhou Xi, playfully kneading her arms. "You've worked hard, Queen. Rest assured, when I grow up, I will take over the company and relieve you of this burden. The two brothers huddled closely, and Zhou Yu playfully tossed a small bun at Zhou Xiao. Ouch! Zhou Xiao complained. Brother, you hit me again. Zhou Yu smirked at his brother, who was nestled against Zhou Xi. Fear not, even when you're old and gray. I'll still be playfully tormenting you. Mom, look at my brother, Zhou Xiao whined. He is truly oblivious to his blessings, cruelly striking his adorable and clever younger brother. Humph, let me tell you, don't even think about leaving the company solely to me. You must share the responsibility, or I'll cut off your allowance and leave you a beggar. Mom, look at my brother, Zhou Xiao continued, his voice cracking in a comically exaggerated manner. Though the family indulged him, playing along. Zhao Yu, your mother works hard to earn money and provide for you, so you have more choices. Not to let money and the company become your shackles. Thus, pursue what you truly desire. You need not engage in activities you dislike merely for the sake of succession. Zhou Xi valued the happiness of Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao far more than the company itself. Mother, I genuinely enjoy working in finance. Our family's company is not a constraint for me. Rather, it serves as my foundation, my source of confidence. Zhou Yu spoke earnestly and gazing into his ambitious eyes. Zhou Xi felt transported back to a night many years ago. At that moment, Zhou Yu's eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to those of his biological father, sharp and piercing in the darkness. Very well, pursue what you love. Your mother will always be your support. Accompanying the two wolves was a husky, and Zhou Xiao epitomized that husky. Naive and blissfully unaware, he raised his hand in the warmth of this heartfelt moment. Brother, do you truly want me to join you in the company to help? This time, Zhou Yu did not jest. I'm not joking, with Mom and me in charge. You can do whatever you please. Zhou Xiao, witnessing the affectionate smiles exchanged between Zhou Xi and Zhou Yu, nodded happily. All right. In that instant, Zhou Xiao felt he was the happiest person in the world. Wealthy, loved, intelligent, and handsome, he was truly favored by fate. The night after the banquet, Lin Wanyan invited Zhou Xi to a bar. Having returned home for quite some time, she had yet to enjoy a drink properly, and Zhou Xi, feeling tempted, agreed without much thought. Indeed, that bar was also one of her ventures. Otherwise, she would not have been so willing to go. Zhou Xi possessed a fiery and passionate side, though it seldom found expression in her professional and familial life. Today, she decided to indulge herself, adorning herself with sultry makeup and attire. With bold red lips and cascading waves, clad in a leather skirt and boots, she embraced the essence of liberation. Considering her image around the children, she donned a coat before heading downstairs, accessorizing with sunglasses that complemented her smoky makeup and striking eyes. Zhao Yu, Xiao Xiao, your mother is stepping out for a bit. Keep an eye on the time, and you must rest before 10 p.m. Yes, we understand, Mom. Make sure to return and rest early. Once Zhou Xi left, Zhou Xiao quickly leaned toward Zhou Yu and asked, Brother, do you think Mom is going out to find us a stepfather? A swift thump landed on his head as Zhou Yu playfully tossed another small bun at him. Don't talk nonsense. If she wanted one, she would have found one by now. She might date someone, but marrying is out of the question. I'm not being ridiculous. Mom is so beautiful and wealthy. She must have many admirers. What if one day she unexpectedly brings home a new father? Impossible. Mom would never marry. For a beautiful, wealthy woman with children, marriage would be her greatest loss and constraint. That makes sense. Their family had enjoyed happiness for barely 6 years, and they wished to keep it that way, without anyone intruding. Amidst the vibrant lights and intoxicating atmosphere, the air was thick with the scent of money. This was Zhou Xi's bar at midnight. Upon her arrival, Lin Wanyan was already reveling in the festivities, clad in a sizzling red, fitted dress, dancing exuberantly in the crowd. Zhou Xi chose not to interrupt her, instead opting for a booth to sit and observe. Zhou Bao had been dispatched to handle the accounts, while other bodyguards surrounded her. Tonight, she yearned to indulge, ordering several bottles of high-proof liquor to savor in solitude. Patrons approached her, hoping to engage, but upon noticing the imposing bodyguards flanking her, they retreated in silence. After a while of dancing, Lin Wanyan, exhausted, spotted Zhou Xi and gracefully exited the dance floor to plop down beside her. Oh, I'm utterly spent. Zhou Xi timely offered her a drink, and Lin Wanyan, without hesitation, took a hearty gulp, reminiscent of a carefree drinker. After quenching her thirst, she savored the taste. Xi, this drink is delightful. Zhou Xi smiled and raised her glass to clink with Lin Wanyan's, at your service. Recalling the frugality at home, Lin Wanyan leaned against Zhou Xi, playfully saying, All right. Then thank you, wealthy Xi. No need for thanks, it's a small matter. After their drinks, Lin Wanyan tugged at Zhou Xi's coat and pulled her into the dance floor. Initially, Lin Wanyan assumed Zhou Xi would be reserved. But when Zhou Xi finally showcased her prowess, she was astoundingly captivating. With a flick of her hair, a sway of her hips, and a graceful bend, Zhou Xi excelled in various forms of dance, folk, classical, jazz, hip-hop. Each moment spent in the dance studio, sweating freely, was her most joyful escape. With her raven hair, alluring red lips, and a curvaceous figure, her exuberant presence left Lin Wanyan in awe. Was this truly the dignified and elegant Zhou Xi? No. This was evidently a captivating enchantress. Zhou Xi, inspired by the lively ambience, pulled Lin Wanyan into the fray. Lin Wanyan, who had a background in dance and enjoyed dancing with her partner at home, embraced the moment, and together they delivered a sizzling performance that captivated the audience. The atmosphere intensified. Onlookers parted to create a space for them to shine. Cheers and shouts erupted around them, a chorus of admiration for their dancing. Of course, not all comments were complimentary. After over half an hour of dancing, Zhou Xi, feeling weary, gracefully retreated to the booth to rest. Lin Wanyan, feeling a tinge of regret as she watched her departure, lightly caressed the man's abdominal muscles beside her before hastily following suit. Impressive, Cici. So adept at concealing her true self. The amber liquid trickled down her neck, causing Zhou Xi to shiver from the alcohol's effects. Mediocre, merely third in the world. Following the fervor, a protracted period of monotony ensued. Zhou Xi was unbothered, as she had long acclimated to solitude, finding solace in her own company. As long as her two children thrived, she could easily overlook any troubles. However, Lin Wanyan's circumstances were different. Her invitation for Zhou Xi to the bar stemmed from a quarrel with Song Shi. More accurately, it was an unilaterally imposed Cold War, leading her to a brief, silent escapade away from home. She refrained from speaking, and Zhou Xi did not pry, merely refilling her glass quietly whenever needed. Cici, Song Shi is in bed. Upon hearing those scandalous words, Zhou Xi, who had been calmly sipping her drink, instinctively covered Lin Wanyan's mouth. Good heavens! Such intimate matters should not be discussed in such a place, nor should they be privy to an outsider like myself. Moreover, how could she have gone from being perfectly fine just moments ago to being utterly inebriated? Why won't you let me speak? Lin Wanyan pouted, her large eyes blinking at her companion. Zhou Xi, recognizing her drunken state, did not waste words, but promptly instructed the bodyguard trailing behind to fetch a bowl of hangover soup, and do so swiftly. The kitchen staff, taken aback by this unreasonable request, tossed a fruit knife into the platter. What did you say? You want the bar staff to cook hangover soup? Surely you jest. The bodyguard, expressionless, reiterated calmly, the boss requests a bowl of hangover soup. Make haste. Wait, which boss? The top boss. Before the astonished chefs could react, the bodyguard continued to press. You have only 10 minutes. All right, we'll get right on it. Indeed, wealth and power are magnificent tools. They can dismantle rules and compel compliance. Thanks to Zhou Xi's presence, the bar's kitchen prepared its very first bowl of hangover soup. Cici, let me tell you about my husband, Song Shi. Realizing Lin Wanyan was about to divulge more private matters, Zhou Xi swiftly shoved a slice of orange into her mouth to silence her. Thus, every time Lin Wanyan opened her mouth, Zhou Xi would feed her. In the span of 10 minutes, she managed to feed her a plate and a half of fruit. They only paused once the hangover soup arrived. At this point, Lin Wanyan's condition was no longer suitable for further revelry. It was best to return home. Yet, her frustration lingered. She had come out specifically to unwind. After consuming alcohol, her typically delicate demeanor had turned obstinate, clinging tightly to Zhou Xi and refusing to leave. Sister Cici, I'm not going back. Why don't you find a few people to let me touch their abs? Please, Sister Cici. Such brazen words. Indeed, Zhou Xi dared not listen. Perhaps she had been too reserved. Zhou Xi, possessing a slight obsession with cleanliness, did not mind drinking herself but detested when others imbibed and chattered incessantly at her. Despite Lin Wanyan being an alluring beauty, she still found the odor unappealing. Zhou Bao, pry her off me. Consequently, Lin Wanyan's clinginess transitioned from Zhou Xi to Zhou Bao. Zhou Bao, naturally reserved, felt his cheeks flush from Lin Wanyan's proximity. Under normal circumstances, he could easily push anyone away. But Lin Wanyan was Zhou Xi's friend and was currently inebriated. Among the numerous bodyguards present, she was the only female. Who else could intervene? Roar, 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 ba. Ba, ba, quack, quack, quack. Tortoise, tortoise, the meeting is about to commence. Just as Zhou Bao prepared to escort her to the car, Song Shi and Song Lei hurriedly entered. Upon seeing Lin Wanyan in her inebriated state, a flicker of anger crossed Song Shi's face as he swiftly pulled her into his embrace. Feeling the unfamiliar sensation, Lin Wanyan lifted her eyelids and muttered, Who are you? Old man, I advise you to let go of me, or my bear will knock you down with one punch. Perhaps the sensation beneath his hands was too delightful, prompting her to whisper suggestively. However, if you're willing to let me touch your abs, I might. Song Shi, a man of intense possessiveness, immediately pressed her firmly against his chest, silencing her. Song Lei, observing this scene between his parents, wished he could find a hole to hide in. His father was unreliable, and his mother equally so. Social interactions were a burden he felt he must navigate alone. Hello, Aunt Zhou. Upon noticing them, Zhou Xi draped a coat over her shoulders. Though everyone in the bar was clad lightly, she felt the need to maintain a semblance of decorum with Song Lei, her son's classmate, present. Your mother has already consumed some hangover soup. There is still half left in the thermos. We'll take it home for her to drink another bowl. Okay, thanks, Aunt Zhou. I'll take my leave now. Indeed. If he lingered any longer, he would struggle to keep pace with his father's swift departure. After Lin Wanyan and the others left, Zhou Xi lost interest and sat quietly at the booth, sipping her drink. 1 glass, 2 glasses, 3 glasses, 4 glasses. Her interest grew with each sip. Around 10 o'clock, 2 impeccably dressed individuals entered the bar. In tailored suits, their hair impeccably styled, they exuded an air of aristocracy. One of them appeared somewhat familiar, prompting Zhou Xi to steal a few glances. The recognition was mutual. They had not anticipated encountering such a remarkable individual in this setting. Their gazes intertwined in the air, and Zhou Xi subtly nodded before resuming her leisurely drinking. Hey, third brother, that woman was stunning. I wonder if she is married? The man referred to as third brother cast a sidelong glance, his tone indifferent. You ought to stop daydreaming. Did you not notice the bodyguards standing behind her? She is not an ordinary person. And so what if she has bodyguards? My family background is not lacking. I believe I am worthy of someone like her. He had just returned from military service and was recently preparing to embark on an entrepreneurial venture. With his good looks and decent lineage, he was considered a desirable candidate among the social elite. Upon hearing his remarks, the front man halted. You truly do not know her? Guo Wu scratched his head in confusion. Huh, I just got back. I'm not too familiar yet. Who is she? At this, Su Noxon's stern gaze swept over him. Did you not read the materials I sent you? Guo Wu smiled awkwardly, hastily averting his eyes, seeking an excuse. Oh, that. I've been busy these past few days, but I promise to read it thoroughly tomorrow. Su Noxon sighed helplessly. Old fourth. It's not that third brother is criticizing you, but if you've decided to venture into business, you must adopt a serious attitude. You can no longer continue as before, merely following your brothers and investing money without taking responsibility. Among the 4 brothers, Guo Wu was the most naive, sheltered by 2 older brothers and 3 sworn brothers. Aside from the necessity of working diligently, he faced little else to worry about. Okay, I understand, third brother. He had grown accustomed to relying on his older brothers, subconsciously believing that as long as it wasn't a matter of principle, they would always have his back. In addition, Su Noxon has achieved remarkable success in the business realm, which leads one to feel a certain reliance on him, thus rendering him somewhat unreliable. Very well. Starting tomorrow, come to my company and serve as my assistant. After a month, you may contemplate your entrepreneurial aspirations. Indeed, had he not been injured, he would have continued to strive in the position he adores. By the way, third brother, do you know the person we just encountered? Yes. She is the owner of the Zhou Group, the very individual I mentioned to you previously. Ah, so it is she. In that case, it is only natural that she would look down upon me. Guo Wu saved Su Noxon during his childhood, which led to Su's fondness for his younger brother. Although this is a fact, he disapproves of Guo Wu's self-deprecation. You are commendable as well. It is merely that you are not suited for one another. Third brother. Who is more formidable, you or President Zhou? Su Noxon was momentarily taken aback by Guo Wu's question. This silly child always poses such awkward inquiries. President Zhou is indeed more formidable. Though her time back in the country has been brief, her enterprises span nearly every industry, all thriving remarkably. I pale in comparison to her, or rather, the private enterprises in our country do. Though reluctant to admit it, this is the truth. Third brother. Does President Zhou possess more wealth than you? Well, while I am unaware of the extent of her wealth, the car I drive pales in comparison to the one she uses to transport her 2 children to school. Guo Wu gasped in surprise. She has children? It is completely unnoticeable. They are in their teenage years, attending the same school as my brother's nephew. Guo Wu's previous admiration for beauty has now transformed into sheer curiosity. Third brother, is her son of mixed heritage? Su Noxon shook his head. No? So, that means President Zhou's husband is also a fellow countryman like us. He must be quite exceptional to have married someone as remarkable as her. She does not have a husband. This President Zhou is unmarried and has 2 children. That is even more impressive. She has single-handedly raised 2 children while establishing such a significant family business. Truly admirable. Shan Yan, Qi Xingzhou, Su Noxon, and Guo Wu form a brotherhood of sworn siblings. Shan Yan is the eldest, married with children. Qi Xingzhou is the second, currently a solitary figure. Su Noxon is the third, also married with children. Guo Wu, being significantly younger than the 3 of them at 26, has reached the age where marriage is expected. Zhou Xi sat alone below for a while, feeling it rather dull, and eventually rose to leave. The alcohol she had chosen had a substantial kick. While it felt manageable during consumption, now, seated in the car, she felt dizzy, as if floating, with the ground beneath her seeming illusory. Zhou Bao, please assist me in opening the car window. The frigid breeze rushed in, and Zhou Xi felt as if she had instantaneously entered winter, the chill prompting an involuntary shiver. The vehicle glided smoothly along the road, akin to her life, which is bound to be a smooth journey ahead. The following afternoon, during lunch hour, Lin Wanyan brought the dishes she had prepared for Zhou Xi. Upon arriving downstairs, she found Zhou Xi had already sent someone to wait for her. Upon seeing Zhou Bao standing at the door, her gaze flickered momentarily, and she quickly averted her eyes. Goodness, how is it Zhou Bao who has come to greet her? This rendered her unable to appreciate the grandeur of the building. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was rapped upon, and Lin Wanyan entered, carrying a food container. Upon spotting Zhou Xi, a flattering smile instantly graced her face. Sister Xi. Oh, how could such a stunning and vivacious beauty act so foolishly when intoxicated? Chapter 67, The Restaurant. Come in quickly. Entertain yourself for a moment. I shall join you after I complete this urgent document. She had initially had little to attend to. But suddenly another document requiring her immediate approval surfaced, leaving her no time to spare, even for lunch. All right, no problem. Song Shi was also busy. Every time she sought him out, she had to wait for him to finish his paperwork before they could dine together. She had long since grown accustomed to it. Although the Lin family was not exceedingly wealthy, they lived comfortably. She had been raised in affluence, yet paradoxically possessed a passion for culinary arts. Today, she brought an array of her signature dishes, several of which were her own inventions, unavailable elsewhere. The fish was tender and flavorful, the vegetables vibrant and delicious, and the sweet cakes delightful. As soon as the container was opened, an overwhelming aroma wafted through the air, causing Zhou Xi to pause her signing. Wrinkling her nose to inhale the delightful scent. How fragrant! Thinking of the food on the table, she wasted no time. Swiftly signing her name and rising to wash her hands. When she returned, Lin Wanyan had already arranged the dishes, even placing the chopsticks neatly atop the container. Sister Xi, my culinary skills are exceptional. Do taste. Zhou Xi hurriedly took her seat, smiling as she picked up a piece of fish. The flavor was indeed exquisite, far surpassing its aroma. To her surprise, this seemingly simple fish was imbued with a rich and delightful taste, truly delectable. The taste is remarkable. I have eaten plenty of fish, but this is the first time I have encountered one so delicious. Lin Wanyan relished compliments regarding her cooking, especially from Zhou Xi. A successful woman, it made her momentarily forget the concept of humility. Of course, this is my exclusive recipe, no one else knows it. Observing her exuberance, Zhou Xi contemplated for a few moments before carefully broaching the subject. Wanyan, have you ever considered opening your own restaurant? Lin Wanyan fell silent. This question had crossed her mind numerous times, and she had hesitated just as many. At times, she had even taken steps toward it, only to abandon the idea later. Sister Xi, I lack grand aspirations. I manage a few typical establishments reasonably well, but to open a restaurant, I fear I may not possess the capability. And I am apprehensive of failure. Zhou Xi regarded Lin Wanyan as a commendable friend, and based on what she had observed recently, it seemed that Song Shi did not harbor the affection for Lin Wanyan that he outwardly portrayed. As women, if that day were to come, she hoped Lin Wanyan could have her own career and confidence, to view things more openly. It is all right. When I embarked on my entrepreneurial journey, I never imagined I would possess such a vast enterprise now. I too feared failure. In truth, once you take the first step and persist with effort, you have already achieved a significant portion of success. Besides, you have me, a seasoned businesswoman. With my support, it would be difficult for you to fail in your endeavors. Should you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. There is no need for embarrassment. Generally, those who fail in entrepreneurship do so due to a lack of funds. That has never been a concern for me. The more I spend, the more I earn. I shall never experience poverty in this lifetime. Thank you, Sister Xi. Once I have made up my mind, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity. Lin Wanyan's visit that noon was merely to express her apologies for her indiscretions the previous night. In the afternoon, Zhou Xi had other matters to attend to. So after finishing lunch, Lin Wanyan did not linger. As Zhou Xi prepared for her afternoon nap, Lin Wanyan departed. Just as she left, Zhou Bao entered, carrying 2 boxes. Boss, Professor Zhang has developed an improved variety of pomelo and sent 2 boxes over. Zhou Xi opened her eyes and glanced at them, opening 1 box to sample a piece, instructing that the remainder be distributed among the secretarial staff, while the other box was to be sent back for Zhao Yu and Zhao Xiao for their fruit today. Understood. Just as Zhao Yu and Zhao Xiao were preparing to head to school, Zhou Bao had barely returned from the company. Fortunately, when she was delayed at the company, She instructed someone to slice 2 pomelos into 4 portions, which were delivered just in time. Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao had grown accustomed to Zhou Xi frequently sending them treats. Each delivery typically consisted of either the boss's signature pastries or the latest fruits developed by a certain professor, all to cater to Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao's tastes. As the affluent Zhou could indeed afford to invest in them. Consequently, Shi Ren and Song Lei also got to sample a plethora of novel delicacies. As Zhou Xiao changed his shoes, Zhou Yu stepped forward to take the food box, also lifting Zhou Xiao's bag that lay beside him. Ignoring Zhou Xiao's leisurely pace and getting into the car first. "Hey, brother, wait for me. Hold on." The more Zhou Xiao called out from behind, the more Zhou Yu deliberately quickened his pace, inciting Zhou Xiao to shout even louder. "Brother, brother." The recent cold weather had made it increasingly difficult for Zhou Xiao to rise from bed. Mornings were manageable, as he went to bed early, ensuring ample sleep. But afternoons were another story. He often lingered in the warmth of his blankets, leading to several almost late arrivals. If it weren't for his reluctance, he would have insisted on Zhou Xiao trailing behind to get some exercise. Today, Zhou Yu was swift and decisive. As soon as the alarm rang, he yanked Zhou Xiao's quilt aside and even playfully shoved a popsicle down his neck. Hence, they arrived at school not too late. With 5 minutes to spare before class commenced. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yu extracted the fruits from the food box and began to share. Song Lei also presented the snacks he had brought from home, mirroring Zhou Yu with 4 boxes of treats. Shi Ren's parents were both public servants. Unlike the Zhou and Song families, who ran businesses and could readily bring goodies to school, while he too had brought snacks, they paled in comparison to the delectable offerings from Zhou Yu and the others. He could enjoy them himself. But there was no need to deprive Zhou Yu and the others of good food. Since then, he had ceased his internal conflict and simply enjoyed the free meals alongside them. However, each month when allowance was distributed, he generously treated them to a shopping spree at the supermarket. Gazing at the glistening pomelos in the food box and the magnanimous Zhou Yu, Shi Ren felt a twinge of unease. Ever since encountering Zhou Xi at the previous banquet, Shi Ronguang had been acting strangely. The last time he entered the study to look for a book, he inadvertently stumbled upon documents concerning Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao on his father's desk. This discovery tightened his chest with apprehension. Could it be that his seemingly devoted father harbored some unspeakable secrets? If that were the case, why was he so entranced by Aunt Zhou? If there were indeed some hidden motives, then Aunt Zhou should be the subject of inquiry, not Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao. Furthermore, while his father was not unattractive, Aunt Zhou was extraordinarily beautiful and capable. Having encountered countless individuals in the business world, surely she would not find his father appealing. Moreover, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao bore no resemblance to his father. Their exquisite features suggested that their biological father must be exceptionally handsome as well. He couldn't comprehend it. Couldn't fathom it. It was utterly perplexing. During this time, Shi Ren felt as though he were becoming a detective. Chapter 68. The Agony of 1,000 Meters. If Shi Ronguang were aware of Shi Ren's speculations, he would undoubtedly cry foul. A man who cherished his wife so deeply could never betray her. His investigation into Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao stemmed solely from their striking resemblance to his father-in-law. Moreover, he conducted this inquiry in secrecy, never confiding in anyone. Not only had he discovered nothing thus far, but even if he had, he would be too prudent to speak of it. The old patriarch and matriarch of the Qi family shared a bond that transcended mere marital affection. It was a friendship forged through trials and tribulations. The intertwining of familial love, romantic love, and the bond of life-saving gratitude weighed heavily. The old patriarch's greatest regret was that he had never been able to locate his long-lost twin sister over the years. As people age, they tend to reminisce more. And the old patriarch was no exception. He had been fortunate enough to see a childhood photograph of the old patriarch's sister, who bore a striking resemblance to the Zhou brothers. If they truly were descendants of the old patriarch's sister, it would fulfill his long-held wish. Even if they were not, it would bear no consequence, as there would be no losses incurred. While Shi Ronguang investigated discreetly, Shi Ren did the same, albeit on different matters. During the afternoon physical education class, the teacher announced a sports test, and the mere thought of running 1,000 meters made Song Lei's legs tremble. He almost renounced the endeavor before it even began. Zhou Yu, Zhou Xiao, you must scold me if I can't run and want to stop. Feel free to berate me however you wish, and if I still don't comply, you have my permission to punch me. I shall not complain. Noticing his pale face, Zhou Yu and the others offered some reassuring words. It's all right. No rush. Just try to finish. Lin Wanyan had strained herself during Song Lei's birth, and being the sole descendant, he was pampered by the elder generation. Aside from biking to and from school and occasionally playing basketball, he had little physical activity. The sudden announcement of a physical test felt like the sky had fallen. Zhou Yu found his cries grating, subtly moving away. No worries. The test is merely a means to encourage physical fitness, not an end in itself. Don't fret too much. Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao were entirely unconcerned. As running was part of their routine, on pleasant days, they would run outside, while inclement weather found them on treadmills. Additionally, they dedicated 4 hours each week to strength training at the gym and never neglected various martial training sessions, which only enhanced their physical prowess. A mere 1,000 meters was trivial for them. Shi Rin was equally diligent in his training. He never skipped a beat. 3, 2, 1 The whistle blew, and the students at the starting line surged forward like bees swarming, each competing fiercely during the first lap. However, by the second lap, a sense of camaraderie emerged. This was merely a simple physical test without stringent standards, and Zhou Yu and his friends were not anxious. They found it somewhat amusing to see Song Lei panting heavily. Yet they refrained from laughing out loud, instead following his earlier directive to encourage him. Song Lei, keep going. If you slow down anymore, I might have to pinch you. As the threats became repetitive, they lost their effect, and at that moment, Song Lei felt utterly miserable, yearning to lie down and rest. His throat felt constricted, and his legs felt like they were shackled with lead, devoid of any strength. He felt as if he might collapse at any moment. Whatever will be, will be. Yet, just as he was on the verge of giving up, he blurted out, Zhou Yu, I can't hold on any longer. Please pinch me. Zhou Yu, ever quick to act, immediately slowed to match his pace. Seizing the moment as Song Lei swung his arms, he pinched the tender flesh on the inside of his arm. The inner thighs and the inner arms were the softest spots. Even a slight bump could be quite painful. Zhou Yu's pinch instantly revived Song Lei, and with Shi Rin and Zhou Xiao's verbal encouragement beside him, the 4 of them managed to avoid coming in last, achieving an average standing in the class. After completing the run, they didn't immediately sit down to rest, but instead supported one another as they walked a lap around the playground. Most novice athletes, upon completing their run, find warm water to be the most delightful beverage in the world, and Song Lei is no exception. Zhou Yu, with his aloof yet handsome demeanor, is the idol in the hearts of many young girls. But today, their gym class is not the only one occupying the playground. Young girls in the bloom of youth, emboldened by their feelings, have taken it upon themselves to fetch water for Zhou Yu and his classmates. A few leisurely peers, noticing the impending physical assessment of their class, hurriedly dashed to the supermarket to procure refreshments. They now approach him, playfully shoving each other forward to deliver the drinks. Upon seeing them, Zhou Yu immediately raised his cup and drank deeply. A fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed the girls' eyes, yet they persevered, adhering to the principle of not letting their efforts go unrewarded. Zhou Yu, would you like some water? They offered, faced with the 3 bottles before him. Zhou Yu took a step back and gently shook his thermos. Thank you, but I brought my own from home. Such occurrences are nothing new to Song Lei and his friends, yet they ponder why only Zhou Yu receives such attention despite all 4 of them being quite attractive. To further complicate matters, why does Zhou Xiao not receive similar gestures? Zhou Xiao himself is perplexed, questioning why he is overlooked. The girls, disheartened by their failed attempts, left with a distinct aura of disappointment that starkly contrasted their earlier excitement. After the physical assessment, the teacher ceased to supervise them, allowing them the freedom to roam as long as they remained within the school and did not disrupt other classes. At the age of 15 or 16, a time of rapid growth, having just expended energy from running, they now found themselves with ample time to enjoy afternoon tea. Observing the quartet seated beneath the shade, indulging in their refreshments, others couldn't help but exclaim at their refined lifestyle. Long Mingyue, linking arms with Long Shanshan and Yuan Wenyuan, followed their gaze and caught sight of Zhou Yu's graceful mannerisms while savoring his snacks. She shook her head, realizing that the Zhou Yu she once knew, who would forage for wild vegetables with his hands, was a far cry from the image before her. Perhaps she had mistaken him for someone else. Zhou Xi, demonstrating remarkable efficiency today, completed her tasks well before the end of her shift. Notably, the grapefruit delivered at noon was quite delightful, prompting her to send Zhou Bao to discuss additional investment opportunities with Professor Zhang's lab. Just a good deed, she thought. In the afternoon, while picking up Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao, she felt uncomfortable under the weight of a piercing gaze at the school entrance. I apologize, my dears, for the previous voice input that resulted in numerous typographical errors that may have disrupted your reading experience. I shall meticulously proofread the subsequent content to avoid any further mistakes. Chapter 69, Doubts and Misjudgments. Zhou Xi cast a cold glance in the direction of a middle-aged man in his 30s, slightly overweight, whose gaze met hers. Fortunately, there was no malice in his stare. He merely nodded before shifting his attention elsewhere. With that, Zhou Xi chose not to inquire further, focusing instead on waiting for Zhou Yu and the others to emerge. The after-effects of the 1,000-meter run were substantial. Typically, the 4 of them formed a striking tableau at the school entrance as they departed, tall and handsome, walking with a grace that captivated onlookers. However, today felt different. More specifically, Song Lei's gait appeared somewhat altered. He hunched over, his steps small and labored, as though he had just endured a beating. Seeing him this way, Zhou Xi felt a tightening in her chest, yet the sight of Zhao Yu and Zhao Xiao behaving as usual eased her worries. Upon spotting his father, Shi Ren's heart leaped with joy, and he turned to wave goodbye to Zhao Yu and the others, resembling a fledgling bird eagerly alighting upon its parent. However, when he noticed his father's gaze drifting toward the distant Zhou Xi, his earlier delight was swiftly replaced by irritation. Yet, he dared not display his displeasure. Feigning ignorance of his father's wandering attention, "Dad, let us go. Mom is waiting for us at home," he urged. Shi Renwang, accustomed to a patriarchal demeanor, instinctively felt the urge to reprimand his son for the suggestion. However, before he could voice his thoughts, he was distracted by a pair of women nearby who were engaged in mutual compliments. Perhaps realizing his earlier faux pas, Shi Renwang cleared his throat awkwardly. "Yes, let us go. Your mother is waiting for us to have dinner." Shi Ren was already accustomed to his father's machismo and simply nodded, obediently opening the front passenger door to take his seat. As fate would have it, Zhou Xi's car was parked right beside his bicycle. Upon seeing Zhou Xi, Song Lei felt a pang of embarrassment, immediately straightening his posture and casually accepting his backpack from Zhao Xiao before politely greeting her. "Hello, Aunt Zhou." "Mom, why are you here to pick us up today?" Zhou Xiao inquired. Zhou Xi, busy with work, seldom had the opportunity to collect them from school except on her designated days off. Today, being a weekday, encountering her at the school gate brought Zhou Xiao immense joy. For a mother, her children's happiness largely dictated her own. Zhou Xi radiated warmth, explaining that her work had gone smoothly and she finished early, so she thought to pick them up for the journey home together. Seeing the affectionate smile on Zhou Xi's face, Zhou Xiao's pride swelled. "Thank you, Mom. I'm so happy to see you at the school gate." Zhou Xi gently ruffled her youngest son's hair, feeling a wave of warmth in her heart. Zhou Xiao's endearing propensity for affection made one wonder if he would grow into a delicate young lady. Nevertheless, children are a blessing, and she felt content with the way things were. As Song Lei had difficulty pedaling his bike safely, Zhou Xi instructed Zhou Bao to send him home. Inside the car, Shi Renwang's thoughts were solely focused on the steering wheel, while Shi Ren, still brooding over earlier events, felt no inclination to speak. The atmosphere between father and son became increasingly heavy with silence. "Xiaorun, those two classmates of yours, the ones you met at the banquet, did they mention their father?" Shi Renwang's inquiry only served to heighten Shi Ren's irritation. However, as he could not dismiss his father, he forced himself to respond. "Zhao Yu and Zhou Xiao haven't mentioned anything." Pretending to be uninformed while recalling the investigation materials in his study, he asked, "Is there a problem, Dad?" Shi Renwang deemed the matter unrelated to Shi Ren, opting for lighthearted banter. "Nothing much. I just thought they seemed somewhat familiar." Shi Ren, perplexed and confused, often contemplated directly asking Shi Renwang why he was so preoccupied with Zhou Xi and her family. Casting a glance at his father, who was no longer in his prime, Shi Ren discreetly shifted his gaze from his father's midsection. Initially, he believed his father's interest lay in Zhou Xi's appearance, but upon reflection, such a notion seemed implausible. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. Perhaps his father's intrigue was not directed at Zhou Xi at all, but rather at Zhao Yu and Zhao Xiao. The more he pondered, the more sense it made, and his curiosity about this matter intensified. He found himself eager to understand why his perpetually irritable father displayed such keen interest in Zhao Yu and his companions. In an era dominated by wealthy tycoons and rampant infidelity, Shi Ren felt a sense of satisfaction regarding his father's character. With oversight from superiors and a mind clouded by romantic notions, he found it quite commendable. With this realization, he felt his previous speculations had been misguided, leading him to feel a twinge of shame over his earlier musings. At dinner that evening, he deliberately placed a piece of beef onto Shi Renwang's plate. Gazing at the bowl of beef before him, Shi Renwang found himself momentarily stunned, unable to recall the last time Shi Ren had served him food. Had Qi Lanqi been privy to his thoughts, she would have exclaimed that it was when Shi Ren was merely 7 years old. Furthermore, after their meal, Shi Ren eagerly ran off to prepare foot baths for both Shi Renwang and Qi Lanqi, an act so out of character that it left them both astonished. Qi Lanqi reached out to touch his forehead. His temperature was normal, no fever apparent. Could it be that he had encountered something untoward? Shi Renwang wore a serious expression. Though it was merely a facade, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at being cared for by his rather large son for the first time. "Mother, I assure you, I am perfectly fine." Fearing Qi Lanqi's disbelief, he spun around before them to demonstrate. "I simply feel that you and father work too hard, and my heart aches for you both, which is why I prepared the foot baths." Upon hearing this, a warmth filled Shi Renwang's heart, and he felt his cheeks flush with a hint of shyness, as if caught off guard. Recognizing his discomfort, Zhou Xi instinctively assumed the role of a doting mother. That evening, as Shi Ren lay in bed tossing and turning, he was unlike his previous restless selves. This time, he was filled with joy. After turning 7, Shi Rongguang had grown exceedingly strict, punishing him with kneeling for even the slightest transgressions. Each winter and summer vacation, he was sent to the ancestral home to learn the family's customs from grandfather Shi, gradually leading him to suppress his emotions. While others bore burdens in front of outsiders, he was the opposite, meticulously watching his words and actions in the presence of elders, yet feeling liberated around strangers. Witnessing the interactions among Zhao Yu and his companions, he once thought Zhou Xi was an exemplary mother, but in hindsight, he recognized his own shortcomings. Following the midterm examinations, Zhao Yu and Zhou Xiao invited Shi Ren and Song Lei to their home for a visit. Shi Ren had previously been to the Zhou residence and had boasted to Song Lei about its beauty upon his return, igniting Song Lei's curiosity. Thus, he looked forward to this visit with great anticipation. Coincidentally, Zhou Xi had granted herself a day off, and as winter descended, the chill began to settle in. Being sensitive to the cold, Zhou Xi preferred to remain indoors unless work necessitated otherwise. Today was no exception. She opted to relax at home, enjoying films, slumber, and delectable treats, finding comfort and contentment in her cozy sanctuary. Chapter 70. The First Snow. Around 9 in the morning, after greeting Song Lei and Shi Ren, Zhou Xi ascended the stairs to rest. In the screening room, she reclined languidly on the sofa. Beside her lay an assortment of nuts and hot milk tea prepared by Zhou Bao. The screen showcased a recent blockbuster, its engaging narrative resonating deeply with her. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu and his friends reveled in lively banter in the living room. Prior to meeting Zhou Yu and his family, Song Lei had considered his own household relatively affluent. They resided in a villa, had a private car for transport, and he could purchase new clothes each month. His father's income sufficed to support the entire family, while his mother's pastry shop was merely a hobby, complemented by a housekeeper who attended to his daily needs. Compared to his younger siblings back home, he deemed his life exceedingly fortunate. However, upon visiting the Zhou residence, he realized the vastness of wealth that existed beyond his own, as their villa paled in comparison to the grandeur of the Zhou estate. The interior design and decor exuded elegance and sophistication, far from being outdated, eclipsing even the golden ornament displayed in his own home. Additionally, Zhou Yu possessed numerous items he had never even seen before. He thought his mother owned a substantial wardrobe. Yet upon glimpsing the contents of Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao's closet, he was nearly left speechless. There were nightgowns hanging in a row, not to mention an array of other garments. What astonished him further was the casual manner in which Zhou Yu treated his father's cherished watch, carelessly tossed into a drawer without even a protective case. Upon seeing the price tag, he quietly withdrew his hand, which had been reaching for the watch. The figures, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 180,000. Reflecting on the watches he had just touched, Song Lei brought his hand to his nose, inhaling the scent of wealth. Noticing his fixation on the watch, Zhou Yu retrieved an unopened one from within and offered it to him. It was modestly priced, merely in the tens of thousands. Song Lei declined, fully aware of his limits. While he appreciated the gesture, he understood that such a watch was well beyond his financial means. On the other side, Shi Ren similarly declined Zhou Xiao's offer of a new model. If he dared to bring that model home, he would undoubtedly limp to school in a few days. He was resolute in not taking advantage of the generosity of the masses. Yes, indeed. After exploring the household, Song Lei's attention was drawn to a thick photo album resting on the table. Zhou Yu, may I take a look at your album? Certainly. Over the past 6 years, the three of them had captured countless moments, resulting in 3 albums, with the one Song Lei held being the thinnest. Earlier, he had felt little while praising their home, but now, he discreetly pulled out the other 2 albums and placed them on the table, testaments to the joyous moments shared by their family. Zhou Xiao sat in the middle, serving as the narrator, explaining the origins of the photographs. This picture was taken of my mother, brother, and me during our first trip abroad. This one was captured when we moved into our new home. This photo was taken during a visit to the amusement park. This one marks the first day Wang and my brother attended kindergarten. And this is from when my mother took us to her company's annual meeting. Zhou Xiao's voice grew hoarse from the narration, while Song Lei listened intently. Though Shi Ren sensed something amiss, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao bore more resemblance to Aunt Zhou now. Yet the older photographs evoked an inexplicable familiarity. Who did they remind him of? He scratched his head, but the harder he tried to recall, the more elusive the memory became. In such a joyous moment, he wished not to trouble himself. If he couldn't remember, he decided to let it be. Zhou Yu, do all foreigners have golden hair? Zhou Yu shook his head. Not entirely. Some have black hair like ours, while others have hair that is a blend between black and blonde. Are they all tall? Do they all have blue eyes? Throughout the morning, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao transformed into the teachers of two curious boys, and the four of them chatted animatedly. Master song. Young master, sure, lunch is ready. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiao promptly closed the album. Let us go eat, we can talk more after. Zhou Yu leisurely rose as well. Yes, let us eat first. While Zhou Xi had indulged in numerous snacks while watching the movie and was not particularly hungry, it would be improper for her not to appear at the dining table with guests present. Thanks to the arrival of Shi Ren and Song Lei, the meal was considerably more sumptuous than usual, featuring flavors favored by the youth. The culinary skills of the Zhou family chef are unparalleled. Each dish is crafted with such meticulous artistry that it resembles intricate floral sculptures, making it difficult to bring oneself to break the aesthetic with a fork. Zhou Xiao has a penchant for fish, Zhou Yu favors refreshing vegetarian dishes, and Zhou Xi enjoys sipping soup. Song Lei is particularly fond of the meat pot, while Shi Ren has a greater affinity for the crispy yet tender fried ribs. Observing the group engrossed in their meal, the chef once again wore a satisfied smile, silently contemplating the evening's menu. In the afternoon, delicate white snowflakes began to drift down from the overcast sky. Zhou Xi, just finished with her facial mask, was pulled into the yard by Zhou Xiao and the others to revel in the wintry delight. Mom, it's snowing. I can't believe it's happening in November. I thought we'd have to wait until December. Watching the children frolic in the yard, Zhou Xi's face blossomed with a radiant smile. How wonderful, she exclaimed. Mom, we want to take a drive around. Sensing that Zhou Xi might object, he added, we promise to be back before 4:30. Upon seeing his anxious expression, Zhou Xi playfully rolled her eyes. Go on then, let Uncle Zhou Ping and Uncle Zhou take you. Oh yay, thank you Mom, love you lots. This charming display was typical of Zhou Xiao, something both Zhou Yu and Zhou Xi had long grown accustomed to, while Shi Ren had had the fortune of witnessing it once before. However, Song Lei found himself unnerved by Zhou Xiao's endearing antics, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. Leaning leisurely towards Zhou Yu, he remarked, does Zhou Xiao act like this all the time? It's so cheesy. Zhou Yu cast a sidelong glance at him. You could try it too. Just go home tonight and practice your charms on aunt and uncle. I assure you, the results will be unexpectedly delightful. Song Lei waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. It's enough to learn it in theory. I'd need several more years of practice before I could pull off such an act. Though, perhaps I could try it with her. As they bid farewell to Zhou Xi, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao led Song Lei and Shi Ren to the underground garage. Upon completing the fingerprint scan, the door swung open to reveal a lineup of impeccably arranged luxury cars. If the opulence of the villa had already left them astounded, the sight of these beloved vehicles left them utterly entranced. Yet, it wasn't just Song Lei and Shi Ren who were astonished. Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao were equally taken aback. The motorcycles they had yearned for had finally arrived. The brothers exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting the other's confusion. When did this happen? How were we unaware? Noticing the shared perplexity, they simultaneously turned their gaze towards Zhou Ping and Zhou Ping and Zhou and exchanged glances. Feeling a headache coming on, knowing that they were in for a long discussion. These bikes arrived a week ago. They were originally a birthday gift from Zhou Xi to you two. However, after witnessing your wild antics that night, she changed her mind, regretting her moment of weakness. They explained. So, she instructed us to keep them away, but after that night's revelry, we simply forgot. Now that you two have seen them, it's unlikely you'll let this go easily. The boss said to bring them back for you to see, and when you two come of age, we'll prepare the latest models for you, Zhou added. Zhou Xiao, visibly upset, quickly approached Zhou and Uncle An. Are you still the uncle who dotes on me the most? How could you not tell me my favorite bike had arrived? Zhou found it hard to withstand Zhou Xiao's relentless complaints, and quietly pulled Zhou Ping in front of him as a shield. Seeing this, Zhou Xiao turned angrily to Zhou Yu. Brother, are you going to let Uncle Ping off the hook? Zhou Yu, exasperated by Zhou Xiao's explosive temper, sighed inwardly. Why can't you learn to remain calm? To avoid further escalating the situation, he pulled the fuming Zhou Xiao back a few steps and entrusted him to the care of Song Lei and Shi Ren, then stepped forward to negotiate. Mom previously mentioned that Uncle Ping and Uncle An are responsible for both Zhou Xiao and me. We are your direct superiors, and you should consider our opinions. We understand that you're looking out for us by not allowing us to ride the motorcycles, but riding them is our birthday wish. How about this? We want to ride on our own. Instead, let Uncle Ping and Uncle An take us for a spin. Zhou Ping and Zhou An exchanged glances, ultimately succumbing to Zhou Yu's persuasive eloquence and Zhou Xiao's eager eyes. After receiving Zhou Xi's consent, the group made their way to the Zhou family's construction site, where the area was less populated, spacious, and safe. On the way, Zhou Xiao excitedly shared with Song Lei and the others just how magnificent the motorcycles were. Shi Ren, accustomed to following the rules, had only one rebellious streak, sneaking out at midnight to feed dogs. The thrill of encountering such untamed machines was palpable in his excitement. In contrast, Song Lei appeared far more captivated by the sports cars, requesting the bodyguard to drive him around for an extended period before returning. "Uncle, could you take a few pictures of me?" he asked the bodyguard who had just driven him. "Of course, young Master Song." Upon hearing this, Song Lei handed over the camera, adjusted his clothing, and struck a stylish pose against the car door. The first 3 poses were entirely his own, while the subsequent ones relied heavily on the bodyguard's guidance. Following the instructions with a hint of skepticism, he had little hope for the outcome of these oddly posed photos. However, upon seeing the finished results, he was taken aback. "Impressive, uncle." The bodyguard humbly waved a hand. "This is simply the refinement of the Zhou family. Faster. Go faster. Come on." Initially, Zhou Ping and Zhou An managed to keep their composure, but as the excitement escalated, they forgot all about the need for restraint, allowing Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao to lead them on a wild ride. After a fair bit of delay, Zhou Yu finally seized the motorcycle handle from Zhou Ping. Donning a safety helmet, he swung a leg over and mounted the bike. Suddenly, the area erupted with a roaring sound. The speed was so exhilarating that Zhou Ping felt his heart racing, fearing he might faint from the thrill. He internally pleaded, "Slow down, you little rascal." Both Song Lei and Shi Ren were astonished to witness this wild side of Zhou Yu. Until now, they had always perceived him as the intelligent, composed, and reliable type, not realizing he had such an explosive side. This small revelation shattered their previous understanding of Zhou Yu, deepening their admiration for him. Zhou Xi was aware of the commotion. After a long exam period, she wanted them to unwind without dampening their spirits, so she instructed the kitchen to prepare a hot pot for dinner to ward off the chill. At 4:15, without needing a reminder from Zhou Ping, Zhou Yu signaled for them to head home. On the journey back, the excitement of the afternoon lingered, with everyone eagerly recounting the thrilling moments they had experienced. They arrived home precisely at 4:30. Noticing their flushed faces and damp hair, Zhou Xi hurriedly urged them to go wash up to avoid catching a cold. The chill of the outside air prompted a desire for warmth, leading to a cleansing bath to dispel the cold. On the bed lay the new, unworn clothes belonging to Xiao Ren and Xiao Lei. Noticing Shi Ren's impending complaints, Zhou Xiao decisively nudged him upstairs, denying him the opportunity to voice his grievances. As winter darkens the sky early, they had barely finished their hot pot meal when dusk enveloped them at just past 6 o'clock. The day of their holiday drew to a close, and upon their return, Zhou Xi had prepared gift bags for them, filled not with precious items, but with delightful trinkets that appeal to the youth. "Goodbye, Aunt Zhou. Goodbye, Zhou Yu. Goodbye, Zhou Xiao." As Shi Ren arrived home, he encountered Qi Xingzhou, who had just returned as well. "Uncle," Qi Xingzhou nodded. "Where have you been?" Having just wrapped up a work commitment, he felt too weary to return home, opting instead to stay at Shi's residence for the night. "I was visiting a classmate. How did the midterm exams go?" Here it comes again, Shi Ren thought. If it were possible, he genuinely wished to inquire about his uncle's personal circumstances, yet he hesitated. Instead, he obediently replied, "Pretty good. I should rank within the top 10 in class." Their school was exceedingly competitive, should he fail to secure a top 10 position. He planned to request his parents to hire a tutor for additional support. Indeed, high school is crucial. One cannot afford to be lax. Diligent study is essential. Upon learning that Qi Xingzhou was coming over, Qi Lanqi took the initiative to prepare a pot of chicken soup. Shi Ren was fortunate enough to enjoy a bowl and even gnawed on a chicken leg. Observing the change of clothes on Shi Ren, Qi Lanqi furrowed her brow. Chapter 72, Aunt. Why have you changed clothes? We went out to play in the afternoon and worked up a sweat. Aunt Zhou was worried we might catch a cold, so she had us take a hot shower and provided us with a fresh set of clothes. Qi Lanqi reached out to feel the fabric. This attire must not be inexpensive, I presume? This is from the brand established by Aunt Zhou for Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao. When we received it, there were no tags, but based on market value, this outfit should be worth around 7,000 to 8,000. At this revelation, Qi Lanqi regarded Shi Ren disapprovingly. How could you accept such expensive clothing from them? Sensing Qi Lanqi's displeasure, Shi Ren paused his soup consumption to explain, "Mom, Zhou Yu, Zhou Xiao, and I are good friends. This outfit is quite costly for us. However, when I invite them over to my house in the future, I will use all my pocket money to prepare gifts for them. Although they may not be as valuable as their offerings, the sentiment remains the same. Our relationship is built on mutual regard, and there is no need to dwell on material worth." He genuinely considered Zhou Yu, Zhou Xiao, and Song Lei as friends. Otherwise, he would not have visited or accepted such lavish gifts. Upon hearing the name Zhou, Qi Xingzhou calmly wiped his mouth and unexpectedly defended Shi Ren with a few words. Children should manage their own affairs. It's unwise to impose adult logic upon them lest their innocent friendship be tainted. Second brother, Qi Lanqi attempted to continue, but was silenced by a glance from Shi Ren Wang. Indeed, Times have changed. This was Shi Ren's first visit to a classmate's home and his initial endeavor to invite classmates over. A natural interaction among friends that did not necessitate any exaggerated implications or the imposition of adult concerns. All right, when you invite your classmates over, your mother will ensure they are well hosted. Her words lifted Shi Ren's spirits, and he eagerly shared amusing anecdotes from his time at the Zhou residence. Similarly, Song Lei had been enthusiastically recounting the opulence of the Zhou household, describing the thrill of sitting in a sports car, leaving Song Shi in a state of awe. It seems I must strive even harder. Hearing this, Song Lei leaned in, playfully kneading Shi Ren's shoulder. Keep it up, Dad. Whether we can own a sports car depends on you. Yes, dear husband, do your best. After contemplating for several days, she resolved to venture beyond her comfort zone. The following day, she arranged to meet Zhou Xi, cutting in line with her proposal in hand. After lunch, Zhou Xi picked up the proposal she had written. At that moment, Lin Wanyan's legs began to tremble, her hands unconsciously clenched, and her gaze darted about, resembling a student awaiting judgment from a teacher. Zhou Xi skimmed through the document, deeming it feasible, though noting some inconsistencies. However, pressed for time, she assigned someone to liaise with Lin Wanyan. She encouraged Lin Wanyan to open a restaurant, not just for her benefit, but for her own as well, a mutually advantageous endeavor. The domestic market was akin to a vast cake, with every industry still in its nascent stages. She had the funds, but lacked manpower. Investing was a prudent choice. Ding dong, the rebate system has credited 200,000,000 yuan. The sudden sound startled Zhou Xi. 200,000,000. She struggled to recall where she had spent such a sum. After deliberating, she realized it was for the purchase of antiques. As long as there were no errors, all would be well. At a restaurant near the Zhou Corporation, Qi Xingzhou had summoned Shi Rongguang. Although they were part of the same system, Shi Rongguang felt a twinge of apprehension toward his second uncle, particularly since this was his first time inviting him out for a meal. Seizing the opportunity while Qi Xingzhou excused himself to the restroom, he quickly reviewed all recent events in his mind. The earlier marital discord had been resolved, and he had conducted himself with integrity at work, ensuring no transgressions had occurred. His family life was harmonious, and his career was burgeoning. He was at a loss as to why this meeting was necessary. Time was of the essence, and Qi Xingzhou did not beat around the bush. He addressed the matter directly. Last night, while discussing matters in the study with Shi Rongguang, I discovered investigative materials on the Zhou family in the transparent folder beneath the desk. From my sister's reaction, it seems she was unaware of this situation. Second brother, I am innocent, Shi Rongguang protested. Qi Xingzhou, unfazed, took a sip of soup, fully aware that Shi Rongguang would not dare entertain any underhanded thoughts. His focus was on the Zhou family. Why, then, did the Zhou family investigation materials end up on your desk? Second brother, the old man's birthday is approaching, and he has been preoccupied with thoughts of his lost sister from years ago. At the last banquet, he happened to notice that Shi Ren's classmate bears a striking resemblance to his missing sister, prompting this inquiry into the Zhou family. His explanation caused Qi Xingzhou, who had been composed, to visibly lose his calm. His grip on the soup spoon tightened, causing his knuckles to whiten. In a hushed voice, he asked, "Why have I never heard Dad mention he had a sister who went missing?" Mother said this was a taboo for Dad, and the younger generation was kept in the dark. Lanshi and I stumbled upon that photograph purely by chance, and my mother merely mentioned it in passing. This was one of the last outcomes Qi Xingzhou wished to confront, as he subconsciously desired to keep the Zhou family distanced from the other members of the Qi family. Is this confirmed? Shi Rongguang sighed. The investigation is not yet complete. The chairman of Zhou Corporation, Zhou Xi, was formerly the daughter of the Zhou family in Haishur. At the age of 16, the Zhou family discovered that their child had been maliciously swapped. They reclaimed their biological daughter, but the identity of Chairman Zhou remains a mystery, as no one knows who her biological parents are. Subsequently, she became pregnant out of wedlock and bore 2 sons for the Zhou family, yet aside from her, no one knows the identity of the children's biological father. Due to various conflicts, Chairman Zhou was cast aside by the Zhou family, and the children vanished without a trace. It was only 6 years ago that Zhou Dong regained his composure, reuniting with his 2 children and taking them abroad for their studies. They returned just a few months prior, and have since been residing in the capital. Upon hearing the details of this inquiry, a flicker of shadow crossed Qi Xingzhou's eyes. Thus, does this pertain to whether they are the descendants of their aunt? Shi Rongguang wished to affirm that it did, yet based solely on appearances. There seemed to be no substantiating evidence. After all, in such a vast world, it is not uncommon for several individuals to bear a resemblance to one another. The meal was consumed half-heartedly. Shi Rongguang left feeling unsatisfied, while Qi Xingzhou felt a lump in his throat. That evening, Qi Xingzhou found a moment to return home. Seizing the opportunity while old Master Qi was out playing chess with an old friend, he inquired about his aunt. Madame Qi was taken aback, asking why he had suddenly taken an interest in his aunt's affairs. Qi Xingzhou casually replied that, being family, he wished to know more. Madame Qi concurred, believing that at the very least, someone should be aware that the Qi family had another aunt. Ah, your father had 4 siblings, 3 brothers, and the youngest, a sister. Aside from your father, both your eldest uncle and your younger uncle perished in battle, and as for your aunt, she vanished during the war at the tender age of 20. Chapter 73, The First Place. The battle was ferocious, with countless compatriots suffering casualties amidst the chaos. Everyone's thoughts were consumed with the fight and the pursuit of victory, leaving no time or energy to search for the missing. By the time peace was restored, your aunt had long since disappeared, and no inquiries could yield her whereabouts. For all these years, no one knew whether she was alive or had met her end. During the war, amidst the struggle for survival and basic sustenance, a helpless orphan was faced with insurmountable odds. Mother, may I see a photograph of my aunt? Certainly. Wait here, I shall fetch it. After Qi Lanqi and Shi Rongwang inadvertently caught sight of a photograph last time, she had feared the old man would be saddened and relocated it. However, Qi Xingzhou was right. It was imperative that someone remember that the Qi family had once included such a person. Viewing the photograph would be beneficial, now that life had improved. With several children thriving in their respective roles, it would be a comfort to know if the aunt was still alive, and should fate allow, perhaps she could be recognized. Given the hardships of the past, few photographs remained. The only surviving image was a group photograph of the 4 siblings. Madame Qi descended the stairs with the photograph, and Qi Xingzhou immediately sat up straight, extending his hand to receive it. This is a photograph of your father and his 3 siblings. He and your eldest uncle stand at the back, while your younger uncle and aunt are in front. This photograph was taken by Madame Qi herself, shortly after they had joined the revolution, when the family was still intact, none missing. Madame Qi reminisced beside him, while Qi Xingzhou's gaze remained fixed on the image of his aunt. Do you see a resemblance? He felt there was none. She bore little resemblance to them. Clearly, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao were more akin to Zhou Xi. It was perplexing how Shi Rongwang could have drawn such a conclusion. Perhaps there was a flaw in his vision. Mother, do we have any photographs of my grandparents? Madame Qi shook her head, stating that they had passed away early, leaving no images behind. The Qi family had once been impoverished, struggling even for basic necessities, with no spare funds for photographs. This photograph was taken when she had first pursued old Master Qi, determinately courting him. At that time, the Qi family consisted solely of the 4 siblings. Hence, Madame Qi had developed a particular fondness for capturing moments of her children, annually visiting the photo studio for a family portrait as a keepsake, which she would often revisit in her later years. Having sparked the conversation about photographs, she rummaged beneath the coffee table and unearthed childhood images of Qi Xingzhou, stirring up nostalgic memories. The album contained many of his less than flattering moments, and he wished to avoid reliving those memories, hastily rising to take his leave. Before departing, he discreetly pocketed the photograph. Mother, this picture has aged. I will take it to have a new print made. All right. Madame Qi noticed a corner missing from the photograph and promptly called out to Qi Xingzhou, who was about to leave. Wait a moment. Take these photographs as well to be restored. I shall want to recount them to my grandchildren. Qi Xingzhou remained silent. In truth, he had little say regarding matters of children and marriage. At over 30 years of age, with no romantic partner, no marriage, and no children, it was indeed a personal concern. If pressed by siblings, he could stand up and leave or send them away, yet with old Master and Madame Qi, he could only sit and listen obediently. 10 minutes later, Qi Xingzhou departed with a thick stack of photographs, having skipped dinner at home. This was due to the fact that old Master Jiao next door had recently welcomed a grandson, and he feared incurring the old man's wrath. Madame Qi, well aware of his obstinate nature, did not insist he stay, only reminding him to eat on time. Among her 4 children, Qi Xingzhou was the most reliable in his work, bringing honor to the family. Yet, he was also the least dependable in matters of marriage, causing his parents considerable anxiety. Just yesterday, old Master Qi had scolded him for being of such an age without a partner, wondering if he intended to wait for an old companion in the future. However, Qi Xingzhou was oblivious to all this. Even if he had known, he would have merely grunted in acknowledgement. Frustratingly exasperating. Upon returning home, he tossed the photographs onto the table, neglecting them thereafter. After the teacher's late-night grading, the results of the midterm examinations were released on Monday when classes resumed. An exhilarating heart, trembling hands. This was the first formal examination of their high school years, and everyone took it seriously. After the first early study session, the following class was taught by their homeroom teacher, who would enter the classroom bearing the report cards. During the break, the usual lively banter and playful scuffles were notably absent. Aside from those going to the restroom or fetching water, The remaining students sat quietly in their seats. To foster student autonomy and engagement, a system of elimination based on midterm and final examination results was implemented at the affiliated school. Students in advanced classes would be shuffled once per semester. With examinations came competition, and with competition came the pressure to excel, which led to comparisons among peers. Hence the unusual atmosphere. Nevertheless, the tense environment did not affect Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao. Firstly, they were confident in their academic performance, and secondly, Zhou Xi possessed sufficient financial means. Zhou Xiao tossed a piece of preserved plum into the air, but miscalculated his aim when attempting to catch it with his mouth. The plum fell to the ground with a series of thuds. Once Teacher Wang finished writing, she habitually tapped the blackboard 3 times. Turning around, she revealed the words midterm examination summary in an elegant script, her smile barely concealed at the corners of her mouth. At this, the students collectively exhaled, their previously rigid postures relaxing slightly. Her usual tactic of first suppressing, then elevating was in play, offering a critique followed by praise. After declaring them the worst class she had ever taught, she began to announce the rankings. Her method of announcing grades was quite deliberate. She began from the middle and gradually moved forward. Among the 4 in their small group, the first name they heard was Song Lei's. He hovered around the average, maintaining a middle position, ensuring he would not fall out of the top class if he performed consistently in the finals. Next came Shi Ren's ranking, 7th in class and 7th in the grade. Zhou Xiao, typically inclined towards playful pursuits, did not perform well in his Chinese composition, and due to carelessness, he lost points on several foundational questions, ultimately securing the 4th position. The top scorer was Zhou Yu, whose name elicited gasps of astonishment from the classmates. Except for Zhou Xiao and his 3 companions, the score was unexpectedly high. There was no confusion or doubt, only amazement and admiration. He had merely lost 20 points, which was quite impressive. Following this examination, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao truly became treasures in Teacher Wang's eyes. They excelled academically, were well-behaved and considerate, did not create trouble, and came from a respectable family background, yet were devoid of any airs of entitlement. Thanks to these 2 brothers, Zhou Xi had procured numerous educational resources for their class. The teachers in the office envied her, and naturally, she also envied her future self over the coming 3 years. Chapter 74, The True and False Heiresses. Even before the class teacher had received the results, Zhou Xi had already received a special call from the principal. Upon hearing about her 2 sons' scores, Zhou Xi felt a swell of pride and joy. In her excitement, she generously donated a batch of equipment to their school. Principal Zhao was so elated that he couldn't suppress a smile all evening, making several calls to other principals of peer institutions to boast about it. To celebrate Zhou Yu and his brother's outstanding performance in the midterm examination, Zhou Xi made time to pick them up from school that evening. They dined on fried chicken, hamburgers, and cola, treats they hadn't had in quite some time. Little Yu and Little Zhao were both doing splendidly. Little Yu should maintain his momentum, while Little Zhao needed to be more meticulous, as carelessness could not be tolerated. Mom will arrange for a tutor to help you with your composition, she assured. Zhou Xiao nodded in agreement, promising, I will study diligently these next few months and aim for 2nd place in the next exam. Seeing Zhou Xiao's earnestness, Zhou Yu kindly added a piece of chicken to his brother's bowl. In truth, the elder brother hoped for him to secure 1st place. Zhou Xiao shook his head. No, brother should be 1st. I'll be content to take 2nd place. That way, when we both claim the top 2 spots, and Mom attends the parent-teacher conference, others will ask, whose parents are you? Mom can proudly declare, the 1st and 2nd in the grade are my sons. Zhou Xi was thoroughly amused by Zhou Xiao's humorous demeanor. Yes. At that time, I will definitely don my battle armor and let everyone know that the 1st and 2nd in the grade are my sons, making them all envious of me. Observing the genuine smile on Zhou Xi's face, Zhou Xiao suddenly realized he indeed needed to study diligently. Aside from his poor composition, the other points lost were due to his own carelessness. He had not erred on the most challenging question, but had made mistakes on the earlier, simpler ones. This was truly unacceptable. All right, I will strive to study hard and return with 2nd place. After dinner, they did not linger outside and headed straight home. Zhou Xi had a business trip to Haishur the following day, which, if all went well, would last a week. If not, it could extend to half a month. Although Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao were fully capable of looking after themselves, and there were dedicated individuals at home to care for them, this would be the first time Zhou Xi would be away for such an extended period, leaving her with an unsettling feeling. She summoned Zhou Ping and Zhouan, meticulously instructing them, fearing that chaos might ensue in her absence. Yet, looking at the smiles on her sons' faces, Zhou Xi had an epiphany. It seemed that it was not they who could not do without her, but rather she who could not bear to be apart from them. Noticing the wistful expression on Zhou Xi's face, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao immediately reined in their smiles. What's the matter, Mom? Zhou Xi, reminiscent of their childhood, embraced them close to her shoulder, saying, "Little Yu and little Zhao have grown up. Mom is very happy." Zhou Xiao nestled into her arms, playfully asserting, "No way. I will forever be Mom's little son, the younger brother to my elder brother, and I want Mom and brother to take care of me for a lifetime." Zhou Yu also set aside his usual aloof demeanor, mimicking Zhou Xiao's affectionate tone. "Mom, little Zhao and I are still young. We need to remain under your warm wings for several more years. As long as we have Mom to protect us, we can be children forever." Love often comes with a sense of indebtedness. Zhou Xi already felt she owed a great deal to her two sons. As long as their safety was not compromised, she would grant them whatever they desired. Even without them asking, she would ensure they received the very best. Fortunately, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao were inherently good-natured, and she had never neglected their education. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to raise two wastrels who would squander the family fortune. "All right, as long as Mom is here, you will always be children, free to indulge in whatever you wish." The next day, after dropping Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao at school, Zhou Xi headed straight to the airport with Zhou Bao. Heiress was not only a repository of her joyful childhood memories, but also a harbinger of her nightmares. Over the span of 28 years, happiness constituted half of her experiences, while pain and torment comprised the other half. Yet, she bore a grudge. The bliss of the first 18 years could not counterbalance the suffering endured over the subsequent 12. Not all sorrows and grievances could be dulled by the passage of time, especially not the misfortunes she had faced. Time had passed, and 6 years later, as she set foot on this land once more, she felt a fleeting resonance. Taking a deep breath of the cold air as she approached the exit, her muddled thoughts suddenly became crystal clear. It was time to meet some old acquaintances. Perhaps it was a timely awakening for Qi Guangnian, as Zhou Fangfei had been faring rather well lately. Although there were occasional minor disputes between them, the couple managed to resolve them without troubling Zhou's parents. Everyone had been enjoying a period of relative peace. In her professional life, Zhou Xi was assertive and would not tolerate any incompetence. Relying solely on financial means would not have enabled the Zhou family to establish such a prominent reputation in a short time. 3 years prior, she had set up a branch office in Haishur, but few knew that the mastermind behind the company was her. This visit served as her formal introduction, a means to greet the various bigwigs who had their eyes on her branch. As Zhou Xi reviewed reports in the car, everyone at the branch was on high alert, fearful of even the slightest oversight. The branch's executive president, Xiang Ziming, had been personally appointed by Zhou Xi, and he had been performing exceptionally well over the years. Sales figures improved year by year, positioning their branch among the top 5 of all subsidiaries. Yet, even with Zhou Xi coming for an inspection, he still felt anxious. From the moment he woke up until now, he had already consumed 5 cups of coffee. Just as he was about to send his assistant for a 6th cup, Zhou Xi finally arrived. "President Xiang, Director Zhou will be here in 5 minutes." Upon hearing this, he immediately set down his cup and rushed downstairs to greet her, while Zhou Fangfei stood among the crowd, straightening her posture. This was her 15th day at work, and it was also her 15th day to prove herself. She wanted to demonstrate to Qi Guangnian that she was not merely a wealthy lady who spent her husband's money. If it weren't for her family obligations, she could carve out her own career. Thus, she had successfully passed the assessment and became a sales representative at the company. Today marked the day the big boss was coming for an inspection, and she wanted to make a good impression, especially since her sales figures had been quite commendable lately. However, ideals often clash with reality. The moment she looked up to see the legendary big boss, she froze completely. Zhou Qingni? Why was it Zhou Qingni? Wasn't she supposed to be dead? Why was she still alive? Overwhelmed with shock, she stumbled slightly in her high heels. Had it not been for a colleague beside her who steadied her, she would have surely fallen. "What are you doing? Get back in line." In ordinary circumstances, tripping over files might be overlooked, but during such moments, her delicate demeanor is truly exasperating. If this were in the past, Zhou Fangfei would have long rushed forward to scratch Zhou Xi's face. However, now in her 30s, she is no longer the young girl she once was. Most importantly, she cannot allow Zhou Xi to discover her presence here. Zhou Xi possesses an innate sensitivity to the gazes of others, and if she senses malice directed her way, her piercing eyes will swiftly seek out the source. Chapter 75, A Defeated Opponent. Yet, upon looking in that direction, the source of the gaze had vanished, leaving only a collection of well-groomed, poised employees. Xiang Ziming noticed the slight furrow of her brows and followed her line of sight. Fortunately, there seemed to be no cause for concern. Everything was as it should be. It was only when Zhou Xi entered the exclusive elevator that Zhou Fangfei, bubbling with pent-up frustration, finally emerged from behind the pillar. Why? Why must she return? Why disrupt the stability Zhou Fangfei had painstakingly established? She fixated on the president's private elevator, watching the ascending numbers, which mirrored the rising fury within her. So engrossed was she that she failed to notice her nails breaking and her palms bleeding from the pressure. After Zhou Xi and her companions ascended, the employees in the lobby resumed their duties, oblivious to the presence of the minor saleswoman. Due to her frequent lapses in attention, Zhou Fangfei was reprimanded by her supervisor several times. Since returning to the Zhou family, she had never endured such merciless scolding, even when her supervisor's criticisms were justified. When her temper flared, she promptly requested leave to rest at home. Ignoring her supervisor's attempts to reason with her, she stormed off, clutching her bag, unconcerned about whether the signing scheduled for 2 hours later would proceed as planned. As she sat in the car, she raised her head for the first time to gaze at the towering edifice where she had recently joyfully commenced her employment. How imposing it was! So high that even on tiptoe, she struggled to grasp its entirety. Zhou Fangfei paid no heed to the incessant honking behind her. It was only when the driver finally spoke up, inquiring whether she wished to return home or seek out her husband, that she reluctantly replied, home. She desired solitude to gather her thoughts. Xiang Ziming, an exemplary manager and leader, surveyed the array of impressive reports before him. Zhou Xi's lips often curled into a smile at the sight of the dazzling figures. Excellent. He had performed admirably. A raise was undoubtedly in order. To retain talent, one must provide what they most ardently desire. Xiang Ziming was both fond of wealth and reputation, and Zhou Corporation was ideally suited to fulfill his aspirations. Thus far, only Zhou Xi had the audacity to entrust him with complete management of the subsidiary. Here, he enjoyed ample decision-making authority. Unless he contemplated starting his own venture, he would not easily part ways with Zhou Corporation. Upon returning home, Zhou Fangfei made her way to the attic, where she vented her frustrations before gradually regaining her composure. The housekeeper, witnessing Zhou Fangfei's manic state, dared not breathe too loudly and quickly sought refuge, fearing her wrath might be unleashed upon them. Yet, Zhou Fangfei's mood was as unpredictable as ever. Upon emerging from the attic and surveying the empty living room, she erupted once more. Where is everyone? Where are you hiding? Get out here and clean up. The occupants of the storage room, shoving each other, ultimately pushed out a recently hired young housekeeper to bear the brunt of her anger. Get in there and tidy up. Zhou Fangfei barked, and the young housekeeper, slow to ascend the stairs, was met with a torrent of insults. You're merely our servant. Do your job properly and don't aspire for what you do not deserve, or I can make you disappear in an instant. The young housekeeper, trembling, kept her head bowed, afraid to utter a word. After venting her emotions, Zhou Fangfei deliberately bumped her shoulder against the housekeeper as she passed, causing the girl to stumble and fall. This marked the second time she had been thrust forward to absorb Zhou Fangfei's fury, and the second time she had been knocked down by her. One must give to receive. As long as the family thrived, enduring some hardship was of little consequence. In her bedroom, having released her pent-up emotions, Zhou Fangfei transformed entirely. Poised and collected, she bore no trace of her earlier frenzy. If she could expel Zhou Qingmi 15 years ago, she could certainly do so once more. In truth, Zhou Fangfei is quite astute, yet her intelligence is misapplied, often directed towards dubious endeavors. Over time, what was once cleverness has devolved into folly. In less than half an hour, she had devised a plan to counter Zhou Qingmi. Who could have anticipated that a newcomer, barely a month into her career, would attempt to undermine a corporate titan through the theft of trade secrets? This scheme had been brewing in her mind for quite some time. But with Zhou Qingmi's arrival, she decided to accelerate her efforts. Recently, Qi Guangyan's business had been struggling, though he had not confided this to the family. And she remained unaware. By the time she learned of it, she had already become an employee of Haida, a subsidiary of Zhou Corporation. Initially, her instinct was to resign. But observing Qi Guangyan's indifference ignited a spark of determination within her. She wished to prove that she too could contribute value to the family business. At first, her goal was to bring down Haida, but now it had expanded to include Zhou Qingmi as well. The entire afternoon saw Zhou Xi either ensconced in meetings or poring over documents, entirely unaware that Zhou Fangfei had already deemed her a defeated foe. In the days that followed, Zhou Xi remained engrossed in her work, preparing for a business cocktail party set for 3 days hence. Had it not been for Zhou Bao's reminder, she might have forgotten to eat altogether. Meanwhile, Zhou Fangfei hurriedly plotted her grand endeavor, her decisive demeanor catching Qi Guangyan's attention, who felt pleased by her transformation. Unlike the cutthroat dynamics of Haisher, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao in Jing City enjoyed a rather leisurely existence. Their contentment stemmed not from indulgence, but from the exhilarating experiences afforded by the cars in the garage. Under cover of night, they would stealthily visit the garage to test drive the vehicles, occasionally daring to take them out for a spin. They believed their escapades were well hidden. Yet Zhou Ping and Zhou An had already noticed and promptly reported to Zhou Xi. Zhou Xi, however, did not intervene, merely instructing them to maintain the facade of ignorance while watching over them. Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao, being human, naturally harbored desires. She did not expect them to live a life of strict self-restraint. Such harmless little indulgences fell well within her tolerance. On Saturday, Shiren finally set in motion a long-planned gathering. With his parents unexpectedly called away in the morning and not returning until evening, they had left him 500 yuan to treat his friends. Once Qi and Shi Rongguang departed, he immediately began to call his acquaintances. On that chilly day, Song Lei was reluctant to ride his bicycle, so when Zhou Yu and the others arrived, they detoured to pick him up before heading to the mall to meet their host, Shiren. On the way back, Shiren suddenly remembered that Qi Xingzhou had asked him to pick up some photos. Thus, they made yet another stop at the photo studio. Despite the journey being merely 10 minutes, they meandered for an hour before finally arriving home. Chapter 76, The Photos That Sparked. The Shi family and the Zhou family embody two distinct atmospheres. One exudes modern luxury and warmth, while the other radiates the solemnity and gravity characteristic of a traditional Chinese lineage. It is a matter of personal preference, rendering it impossible to declare one superior to the other. In truth, Zhou Xi also possesses two quadrangles, albeit smaller in size and less ideally located than those of the Shi family. The cool, solid wood chairs, though elegant, do not offer the same comfort as lounging at home. However, today, they must prepare their own lunch, as they hardly have time to relax on the sofa. Before their departure, Qi had prepped the hot pot base, leaving them only to wash and chop the vegetables before plunging them directly into the bubbling pot. Potatoes, shrimp paste, cabbage, tofu, fresh pork, beef tripe, and beef, all haphazardly gathered, emphasizing the ethos of enjoying the moment. Song Lei. Potatoes for hot pot should be cut into chunks for the right feel. Huh. Oh, should I cut them horizontally or vertically? Lay the potato flat and slice it. Like this? Brothers, what size should the meat be cut? About the size of a thumb should suffice. I think palm-sized pieces would be more enjoyable. Without that delectable hot pot base, their meal would resemble swine feed. Fortunately, they entertained themselves and dined quite well. After the meal, they tidied up the kitchen and, clutching the gaming console brought by Zhou Xiao, headed to Shi Ren's bedroom. Shi Ren's room also featured traditional Chinese decor, filled with ancient texts that exuded the rich scent of ink, and adorned with calligraphy and paintings. It starkly contrasted with the study of Zhou Yu and his companions. Under their enthusiastic insistence, Shi Ren reluctantly took a seat at the desk to demonstrate his talent in calligraphy. The 15 or 16-year-old, graceful and poised in his gray-brown loungewear, deftly picked up a brush after preparing the ink and inscribed a classical poem upon the paper. Zhou Yu had practiced calligraphy for 6 years, yet compared to Shi Ren, his skills were evidently lacking. Song Lei, with his beautiful penmanship, struggled with the brush, leading him to admire Shi Ren immensely. Shi Ren, have you been practicing calligraphy since childhood? Shi Ren put away the brush and nodded. Yes, my grandfather taught me. I began practicing at 5, dedicating 2 hours daily before school, then half an hour after entering elementary school, and switched to half an hour weekly in high school. This month marks a decade. Impressive. Such dedication, Zhou Yu agreed, acknowledging the remarkable commitment. At the very least, he had not invested as much thought into calligraphy as Shi Ren had, explaining why his writing paled in comparison. In addition to calligraphy, Shi Ren was proficient in traditional Chinese painting and the flute, and excelled at Go, epitomizing a refined young master of traditional Chinese heritage. Thus, they spent the entire afternoon immersed in music, chess, literature, and art, completely forgetting the brand-new gaming console in the box. That evening, as Qi and her colleagues were still engrossed in work and concerned that Shi Ren and the others might go hungry, she ordered a feast to be delivered to their home. As night fell and the roads became slick, they also had to drop Song Lei off. After dining and tidying up, they set off. Coincidentally, just 50 meters down the road, they encountered Shi Rongguang and Qi returning home. After a meeting, Qi, unable to bear her hunger, munched on a sausage in the car. It smelled delightful while eating, but the aroma soon became unpleasant. The mingling scents of leather and sausage made her feel lightheaded, compelling her to open the window for fresh air, only to catch sight of Zhou Yu, who had also rolled down his window for a breeze. Momentarily, Qi froze, unsure if she was imagining things. After rubbing her eyes, she glanced again, only to see Zhou Yu's vehicle had already driven off. Assuming she felt nauseous, Shi Rongguang promptly hit the brakes. "What's wrong, dear?" Yet, as he slammed the brakes, Qi could no longer hold back and vomited. It seemed the sausage had been unclean. With that, the fleeting image of Zhou Yu was completely forgotten, replaced by her desire to jump up and wring Shi Rongguang's neck. After bidding farewell to Zhou Yu and the others, Shi Ren returned to his room to gather his belongings, preparing to visit his grandmother at the old residence and return the following day. As he emerged from his bedroom, Shi Rongguang and Qi had just finished dealing with the mess in the car. Noticing Shi Ren with his backpack, Zhou inquired, "Little Ren, are you going out?" "Yes, I'm off to deliver photos to Grandma." "All right," Zhou said, halting Shi Renguang's motion to remove his coat. "It's getting dark, let your father take you." "No need. Grandpa sent Uncle Zhang to pick me up." Having worked overtime and feeling exhausted and famished, they were both weary. Sensing their fatigue, Shi Ren proactively offered, "Mom and Dad, there were plenty of dishes from the restaurant. We saved 3 that we didn't touch. I'll heat them up for you." Upon hearing this, Shi Renguang smiled with appreciation. "Great, your mother and I will wait to eat." The 3 dishes included stir-fried pork, yellow tofu, and spicy meat with shredded bamboo shoots. After reheating, Shi Ren also boiled a small cabbage from the fridge. As the delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen, Zhou and Shi Renguang exchanged knowing glances, their eyes sparkling with the unspoken sentiment that their son had grown up, perhaps due to their overly effusive praise when the dishes were served. Shi Ren ignored them and dashed outside with his backpack. It was only when the cold winter wind brushed against his flushed ears that he realized he had become shy. Once in the car, he chatted briefly with Uncle Zhang before silence enveloped them, one focused on driving, the other lost in thought. As Shi Ren shifted in his seat, a photograph from his backpack poked him, and with nothing else to do, he pulled it out to examine slowly. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. "Uncle Zhang, is there a flashlight in the car?" The dim light made it difficult to see clearly. "Yes, let me find one for you." Uncle Zhang pulled over, rummaging through the glove compartment until he handed Shi Ren a flashlight. As the beam illuminated the photograph, a familiar sensation washed over him, recalling that day he had flipped through the album at the Zhou residence. The reason the childhood photos of Zhou Yu and the others felt familiar was that they bore a striking resemblance to those of his uncle. But why did they look so alike in their youth? Could there be some connection between them? What kind of connection could it be? Could they possibly be father and son? Was that even plausible? His uncle, such a reticent person, having a child outside? Zhou, so beautiful and capable. It was hard to imagine. In his perception, although Zhou Xi and Qi Xingzhou were both exceptional, they seemed entirely incompatible, much less likely to be together. Chapter 77, a major discovery. Yet some matters often lie beyond one's expectations, requiring one to abandon preconceived notions to view them anew. Setting aside his internal biases about their incompatibility, the elegant Zhou and his illustrious uncle appeared quite well suited as a couple. Moreover, with intelligent and handsome sons like Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao, this family was nothing short of perfection. His uncle, a figure of high standing, paired with Zhou, a member of a prestigious family, would undoubtedly create a formidable alliance. If that were truly the case, then he and Zhou Yu would become family. As he pondered, a smile gradually danced upon Shi Ren's lips. How delightful! From the initial disbelief and skepticism, he had now come to accept that Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao were indeed his cousins. However, while he held this belief, he knew better than to voice such conjectures until they were substantiated. Moreover, there was one crucial matter that needed clarification. What if this was all merely a misunderstanding, and Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao had their own father? That would be quite the predicament. Yet, how could he ascertain the truth of this matter? As Shi Ren mulled over these thoughts, he busily retrieved the most formal photograph of his second uncle and tucked it into another compartment of his backpack. Since entering high school, the pressure of studies had significantly increased, leaving him little time to visit the elderly Mrs. Shi and the others. This rare visit had brought immense joy to Mrs. Shi, who lavished her grandson with an abundance of snacks and fruits, filling him to the brim with her generous offerings. Subsequently, she began her familiar tirade. "Little Ren, you are." Shi Ren, being the first grandchild of the Qi family, was often subjected to his grandmother's musings about Qi Xingzhou's romantic endeavors, and today was no exception. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Ren cleverly inquired whether his uncle had ever had any romantic liaisons. "Grandma, has uncle never dated anyone in all these years?" "No. Your uncle is as wooden as a block, over 30 years old, and has yet to even hold a girl's hand. At this rate, he may never touch a girl's hand in his lifetime." The more Mrs. Qi spoke, the more agitated she became, eventually tossing her favorite snack onto the plate with a sharp sound. Shi Ren inwardly lamented the situation and quickly resorted to his secret weapon to placate her. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly call his uncle to chastise him. Fortunately, considering her grandson was present, Mrs. Qi spared her son some dignity, scolding him only briefly before relenting. Today, Qi Xingzhou was the unfortunate target of her ire, having done nothing wrong, yet suffering the consequences of her incessant complaints. His ears burned and itched from the onslaught of her words, and even repeated cold compresses had provided little relief. Since harboring this suspicion, Shi Ren found it increasingly difficult to look at Qi Xingzhou directly. The thought of an unwed pregnancy resulting in a child abandoned for so many years was quite shocking. If his grandparents were to discover this, he would surely face severe repercussions. Just contemplating it sent a thrill down his spine. Although his uncle treated him with great kindness, the amusing notion of such a scandal was hard to resist. With a mindset of spectating and the joy of soon having two cousins, Shiren slept particularly soundly that night. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao also slumbered peacefully, indifferent to the absence of a father and unconcerned about the identity of their biological parent. They were content with their mother, and that sufficed. With this notion firmly planted in his mind, Shiren increasingly perceived the resemblance between Zhou Yu and his uncle, causing him to chuckle foolishly to himself. In Haisher, Zhou Fangfei believed her actions to be discreet as she savored her red wine in self-satisfaction. However, on that very night, Zhou Xi was already aware of her employment at her own company. Through investigation, her motives had been uncovered long ago. Yet, she planned to bide her time, waiting to deliver a crushing blow that would land Zhou Fangfei firmly in prison. Thanks to her deliberate negligence, Zhou Fangfei's endeavors unfolded with extraordinary ease. However, success in her career did not equate to satisfaction in her personal life. Haida was a prized asset in Haisher, and until the true owner emerged, all those with commercial aspirations eyed it greedily. Now that the owner had revealed themselves, many were eager to discern the identity of this remarkable figure. As an employee of the company, Zhou Fangfei was naturally privy to this news. To prevent Qi Guangnian and Zhou Yuxi from attending the gala, she utilized every means at her disposal to obstruct their participation. Yet, it was evident that she had failed. For both Qi Guangnian and Zhou Yuxi were ambitious individuals who would not forego such an important event due to her mere words. Realizing that simple verbal persuasion would not suffice, Zhou Fangfei was determined to prevent them from learning that Zhou Qingni was still alive, let alone that she was now a successful business owner in Haisher. What should she do? How could she thwart their attendance at the gala? Pacing anxiously at home with her chin resting on her hand, she fervently hoped for a brilliant solution. At that moment, her round-faced children returned home from school. "Mom, is there anything to eat? We had equestrian lessons today and are utterly exhausted." Upon seeing her children, Zhou Fangfei set aside her worries and immediately instructed someone to bring out some snacks from the kitchen. Sitting on the sofa, she gently brushed aside her daughter's tousled hair from her forehead. "Oh, my darlings, you've worked so hard. I had someone bake your favorite treats. Just out of the oven less than half an hour ago. Perfect timing for a delightful snack." Like Zhou Xi, Zhou Fangfei had given birth to twins. Her daughter, Qi Mufei, was the elder, while her son, Qi Jinshu, was the younger. The twins were born during a time of great affection between her and Qi Guangnian, and the couple cherished their children immensely. Despite previous arguments, the mere presence of their children would instantly restore a facade of marital harmony. After attending to her daughter, Zhou Fangfei turned her attention to her son, who was far more reserved than his affectionate sister. Though he was a charming little lad, Qi Jinshu often wore a serious expression, rarely smiling. While she found this concerning, Qi Guangnian believed it to be a positive trait, and thus she refrained from further comment. "Son, did you enjoy school today?" Qi Jinshu nodded slightly. "It was all right." "Was the coursework difficult?" "Not at all." "How was the lunch?" "Average." "Did you have a lot of homework today?" Wooden-headed. You're like a block of wood." Infuriating. Unaware of his mother's exasperation, Qi Jinshu sat calmly on the sofa, methodically enjoying his snack. A bite of pastry, a sip of milk, and a piece of fruit. He maintained a steady rhythm, never deviating from his routine. He chewed slowly, resembling an elderly man savoring every morsel. As chapter 78 unfolds, Zhou Fangfei, ignoring her son on the sofa, took her daughter upstairs to try on clothes. 40 minutes later, Qi Guangnian returned from work. He intended to take Qi Jinshu along to the Haida Gala, allowing him to meet influential figures in the circle and lay the groundwork for eventually taking over the Qi family business. "Jinshu, we'll leave in half an hour. So hurry and change your clothes." Qi Jinshu, leisurely wiping his hands with a wet wipe, replied, "All right." His calm demeanor was more composed than that of his father. Seeing Qi Guangnian firmly resolved to go, Zhou Fangfei felt a surge of panic as she rushed upstairs, intending to hide her daughter in the cupboard and force her to drink the mango juice that would trigger her allergies. In her haste, she turned too quickly and lost her balance, tumbling down the stairs. Her daughter, Qi Mufei, reached out to catch her, but in vain. Instead, she too fell down the stairs in a swift cascade. Before either Qi Guangnian or Qi Jinshu could react, they found themselves rolling down the staircase. "Wah, Mom, my teeth." Zhou Fangfei was not in a much better state. Not only had she twisted her ankle, but her face bore the marks of a bruise, swollen to an ungainly degree. In a mere few seconds, one mother and daughter suffered a sprained foot and a missing tooth, respectively. What a tragic sight. As she was being carried into the car by Qi Chiguangnian, a fleeting smile graced Zhou Fangfei's lips. How delightful it was that Qi Chiguangnian would be unable to attend the banquet today. Simultaneously, Mrs. Zhou had been hospitalized due to an allergic reaction from inadvertently consuming a pastry containing mango. Mr. Zhou was away on a trip with friends, and Luo Yue had returned to her maternal home. Thus, only Zhou Xi was left to accompany her, making it impossible for him to attend the banquet as well. As long as she could prevent them from meeting, Zhou Fangfei was willing to bear any inconvenience. It was rather unfortunate for Qi Mufei when Zhou Fangfei slipped. She had not intended to pull her down with her, but the bracelet had snagged on her soft sweater, leading to her unintentional descent. Along the way, Qi Mufei cried out incessantly, while Zhou Fangfei grimaced in pain. At that moment, the assistant called to inquire about the banquet, and Qi Chiguangian felt a wave of frustration wash over him. I can't go. I'm tied up here. You take mommy to the event. Zhou Yuxi also sent an assistant in his stead, remaining at the hospital to care for Mrs. Zhou. Mr. Zhou, most of the guests have arrived, reported Zhou Xi. Glancing sideways, have the Zhou from Qi Corporation and the Zhou from our family arrived? Xiang Ziming shook his head, indicating they had not yet arrived. At this juncture, Zhou Bao approached Zhou Xi and whispered a few words. All right, we should head out as well. Although another prominent figure was unable to attend, she could still disseminate the news through the newspapers. It would be unacceptable for her to have been present for so long without anyone on their side knowing. Aside from Zhou Fangfei, Zhou Xi was not one to repay grievances with kindness. If she had perished back then, it would have been a clean break. However, her child was still alive, and she had survived as well. In light of this, it was only fitting to settle the score for past grievances. The remarks made to Mr. and Mrs. Zhou, as well as Zhou Yuxi, were merely a means of collecting some interest to make them uncomfortable. This visit to Haishir was merely an appetizer, designed to amplify their discomfort. As for Zhou Fangfei's clumsy maneuvers to prevent Qi Chiguangian and Zhou Yuxi from attending the banquet, she could only be deemed foolish. One could evade the first day of the new year, but not the 15th. Tonight, Zhou Xi donned a resplendent purple suit, exuding elegance and sophistication, akin to an unattainable rose. Yet, she possessed a charm that drew others in, irresistible in her beauty. The banquet was a resounding success, not only in business terms, but also in promoting corporate culture. From this day forward, Haida would no longer be seen as a tempting morsel to be coveted. Additionally, from today onward, the city of Haishir would witness the emergence of two distinct Zhou families, the venerable Zhou clan and Zhou Xi's Zhou. The following day, when Qi Chiguangian and Zhou Yuxi entered the office and laid eyes on the newspaper on the desk, they simultaneously summoned their assistant. The mastermind behind Haida is Zhou Xi of the Zhou family from Jing City. Qi Chiguangian frowned. The Zhou family from Jing City? The one that was recently brought back from abroad. Indeed, the Zhou family possesses substantial capital, with a diverse range of business interests, consistently at the forefront of the industry. They have firmly established their presence internationally, making them a formidable giant that cannot be easily shaken. The information he had gathered pertained only to the surface. The true assets of the Zhou family remained a closely guarded secret, known only to Zhou Xi herself. Qi Chiguangian felt a surge of confusion and irritation. Waving his hand dismissively, I understand, you may leave. After the assistant departed, he picked up the newspaper once more, scrutinizing the figure he had not seen in over a decade. Zhou Qingni, Zhou Xi abroad. No wonder the Zhou family had been elusive all these years. They had fled overseas. As he continued to gaze at the article, he chuckled softly, his face alight with joy. If the assistant had been present, they would undoubtedly have questioned his sanity. Indeed, whether she was Zhou Qingni or Zhou Xi, she remained fundamentally unchanged, still harboring a vengeful spirit. Qi Chiguangian, astute as he was, had already surmised the purpose of Zhou Xi's banquet from this single article. As he beheld her radiant and regal figure, he slowly pressed his hand against his chest, feeling his heart race faster than usual. His emotions towards this childhood companion, who had been by his side for over a decade, were undeniably complex. Did he harbor affection? Indeed, he had once liked her. Zhou Qingni was beautiful, with a sweet tongue, often trailing behind him as she called him Brother Guangyan throughout their youth. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to her presence. Or perhaps he was weary of his peers teasing her as his little wife. Perhaps it was a matter of pride or a desire for novelty. Starting at the age of 12, his fondness for his neighborly sister, Zhou Qingni, gradually morphed into annoyance and impatience. He disliked her incessant clinginess, her thoughtful gifts, and her waiting for him after school. In short, he found her every action irksome, especially after the true daughter of the Zhou family, Zhou Fangfei, returned. His disdain for Zhou Qingni reached its zenith. Compared to the spoiled Zhou Qingni, he believed the delicate and understanding Zhou Fangfei deserved more care and concern. After all, it was Zhou Qingni who had usurped Zhou Fangfei's life as the cherished daughter for so many years, was it not? She should yield to Zhou Fangfei and make amends for her past transgressions. One was a strong and willful red rose, while the other was a fragile and helpless white orchid. By the time these thoughts had formed in his mind, Qi Chiguanyan's heart had already begun to sway. Subsequently, every time Zhou Qingmi bullied Zhou Fangfei, he would happen upon them. Coupled with Zhou Fangfei's various distortions of the truth, his dislike for Zhou Qingmi reached unprecedented heights. Eventually, Zhou Qingmi was secretly harmed by Zhou Fangfei, losing her innocence overnight. Due to Zhou Fangfei's feigned distress, not a single person believed Zhou Qingmi's account at that time. Thus began her association with a scandalous reputation. Chapter 79, Mango Juice. In truth, she had no idea who that man was. At the time, she had struggled to fend off the man sent by Zhou Fangfei, then stumbled out of her classmate's home in a daze. It was late at night, and she could discern nothing, only recalling that both she and her assailant had been drugged. There was also a pair of piercing eyes that remained etched in her memory. It seemed that just before their encounter, the man had uttered a phrase, but her mind was so clouded that she could not comprehend it. Apart from seizing the jade pendant from around his neck during the heated moment, she remembered nothing else. After such an ordeal, she had expected solace from her family, but instead was met with their unrestrained vitriol. The disappointment in her parents' eyes, the shame Zhou Yushi felt towards her, and the glee on Zhou Fangfei's face were all too vivid. And what of Qi Chiguanyan? What had been his reaction? He had pulled Zhou Fangfei aside, admonishing her not to emulate Zhou Qingmi, cautioning her against such disgraceful behavior. By the time she realized she was pregnant, the child in her womb was already 4 months along. It was Zhou Qingmi's first lesson in the fragility of reliance on others. When one leans on a person, they may falter, and when one leans on a mountain, it may run away. From that day forward, she truly saw through the Zhou family's true nature. Thereafter, she confined herself to her room, not daring to venture outside until after the birth. After 10 months of pregnancy, when the time came, Zhou Yushi announced that she had given birth to 2 stillborns. Zhou Fangfei seized the opportunity to offer her consolation once more, inadvertently revealing her engagement to Qi Guangyan. In that moment, Zhou Qingmi felt a profound resentment. Why? Why had it come to this? Perhaps, from the very moment of her birth, everything had gone awry. Subsequently, Zhou Fangfei and Qi Guangyan wed. On the eve of their nuptials, Zhou Fangfei sought her out again, sitting quietly on the bed, listening to her boast. Then, in a sudden fit of despair, Zhou Fangfei struck herself sharply across the face, collapsing onto the floor in tears, prompting Zhou's parents and Zhou Yushi to rush in from outside. Blame, disappointment, and curses filled the air. To this day, she vividly remembers the searing pain of her mother's slap. It was not merely a physical agony. Her heart ached even more. She wished to resist, yet felt utterly powerless, allowing them to drag her down to the ground. On the day of Zhou Fangfei's wedding, the household was abuzz with activity, but her bedroom was locked tight. The windows sealed shut, not a single ray of light could penetrate. For 3 days, her sustenance consisted of stale buns and icy water, while the sumptuous feast held no relevance to her. The first time she beheld sunlight again was on the 3rd day, coinciding with Zhou Fangfei's return home after the wedding. Unbeknownst to her, they had conspired outside, and when her bedroom door was finally opened, they dragged her out forcefully. It was from that day onward that she embarked on a harrowing existence, neither human nor ghost, lasting 8.5 years. Only with the emergence of the twisted flower did she break free, transforming into Zhou Xi. Zhou's parents, Zhou Yushi, Zhou Fangfei, and Qi Guangyan, none would escape her reckoning. Zhou's parents valued their reputation above all, so she would tarnish the Zhou family's honor. Zhou Yushi prized the family business, hence she would undermine the Zhou enterprise. Zhou Fangfei, willing to go to any lengths for Qi Guangyan, would find her downfall. And Qi Guangyan, who held the prosperity of the Qi family dear, would face her financial assaults, leading to the decline of his family under his stewardship. As she perused the extensive articles about herself in the newspapers, Zhou Xi savored a sip of coffee, reveling in the advantages wealth could bring. The wait would be deliberate and unhurried. After more than a decade, why should she restrain herself for another 3, 4, or 5 months? Certainly not. Like Qi Guangyan, Zhou Yushi was hardly faring better. However, he was not reflecting on the past. He was fretting over the future. Zhou Xi's arrival was hardly a favorable development for the Zhou family. Even back in the capital, he had realized that their relationship was irreparable. Thus, he had been restraining his parents from seeking her out, praying fervently that she would remain in the capital and not disrupt their lives in Haishur. Yet, his worst fears materialized. Zhou Xi not only arrived in Haishur, but had already infiltrated their sphere of influence. 2 Zhou families, how ironic. Zhou Xi's faction surged with momentum, while his own family was steeped in tradition. But they were merchants. In the face of profit, familial heritage was inconsequential. Over time, when the name Zhou was mentioned, it would inevitably conjure thoughts of her, Zhou Xi, overshadowing any memory of him, Zhou Yushi. As he slammed the newspaper down onto the table in frustration, He realized that the astute business owners in Haishur would soon discover that Zhou Xi had once been a daughter of their family. They were ostensibly kin. Yet the market now bore witness to two Zhou families, and the only one left to bear the ridicule would be him, Zhou Yu. He felt a twinge of guilt towards Zhou Xi, but it was imperative that his reputation, his interests, and the integrity of the Zhou family remained intact. Humans are inherently selfish, and Zhou Yu was no exception. All he desired was for Zhou Xi to depart swiftly, ideally relocating the company away from Haishur, burying the past deep within, revealing not a whisper of it to the outside world. Naturally, such fanciful dreams were unattainable. Zhou Xi had come to upheave their existence, striving to strip them of their most cherished possessions. Meanwhile, Zhou Fangfei, lying in a hospital bed, remained blissfully unaware that Qi Guangyan and Zhou Yu had already learned of Zhou Xi's arrival in Haishur. She lay leisurely, indulging in grapes. Due to a dental issue, Qi Mufei had taken a day off, planning to have her teeth fixed in the afternoon before returning to school the next day. As for Zhou Fangfei, she had long since requested leave from her company. It was the peak sales season, the busiest time of the year for the company, especially since she was handling several critical projects. Had it not been for Zhou Xi's prior arrangements, Zhou Fangfei's leave would not have been so easily granted. At noon, Qi Guangyan managed to visit the hospital. After the family had dined together, he seized a moment to send Qi Mufei away, then fixed Zhou Fangfei with a stern, silent gaze. Zhou Fangfei felt a bit uneasy under his scrutiny and inquired, "What is the matter, dear? Is there something troubling you?" "Fangfei, why is there a cup of mango juice hidden in the cupboard at home?" Qi Guangyan's keen intellect had deciphered the unusual behavior of Zhou Fangfei upon glimpsing the newspaper. He even harbored reasonable suspicions regarding her mother's hospitalization, suspecting it was linked to her. A pang of anxiety gripped Zhou Fangfei, though she maintained a facade of ignorance. "Mango juice? What mango juice?" Qi Guangyan sighed, ultimately refraining from confronting her directly. "Fangfei, the past is behind us. There is no need to dwell on it." He was not oblivious to her poor acting. He simply wished to avoid further turmoil. Chapter 80, Pretentious Affection. They had been married for over a decade. Their two children now grown. He lacked the energy for further strife. She worked at Haida and must have long known that Zhou Xi was the hidden owner of the company. Thus, she was reluctant to attend the banquet with her brother-in-law, wishing to keep Zhou Xi's existence under wraps. In truth, her childish actions stemmed from deep-seated insecurity. Yet, in the radiant presence of Zhou Xi, it was only natural for her to feel inferior. However, insecurity was one thing. Employing misguided tactics was another. "Fangfei, we've been married for 14 years. And our children are already 13. Even if Qingni were to return, it would not disrupt our family of 4. There is no need for you to lose your composure over her. Furthermore, now that you know she is the owner of Haida, you should resign from your position. I will arrange another job for you." The Qi family and Haida are competitors. As the matriarch of the Qi family, it is inappropriate for you to work at Haida, especially in sales. Previously, he had chosen to overlook her actions merely to allow her to have her own pursuits, so she wouldn't feel confined at home. But now, it was evident that Zhou Fangfei was no longer suited to remain at Haida. She had to resign. Zhou Fangfei's mind was clouded. She failed to see that Qi Guangyan's words were for her benefit. Instead, she felt stripped of dignity, once more looked down upon by her husband, who compared her unfavorably to another woman. She agreed sweetly on the surface, but her heart churned with resentment, waiting for the moment she could seize control of Haida and make Qi Guangyan see her in a new light. "Very well. I have matters to attend to at the company. I must take my leave. I will return this evening to bring you both home." Zhou Fangfei offered with concern. "Yes. Don't overwork yourself. Make sure to rest." After Qi Guangyan departed, the hospital room erupted in a cacophony of crashing and smashing sounds. After she finished venting, the nanny, who had been hiding in the bathroom, hurried out to clean up the mess as soon as she realized Qi Mufei was about to return. Gazing at the shattered plates and scattered fruits on the floor, the nanny felt a pang of heartache. After all, this represented real money. She could have eaten it herself if she hadn't been so wasteful. However, such thoughts remained unspoken, confined to her own mind. Zhou Mu, aged and weary, disliked staying in the hospital and insisted on returning home to recuperate after just 2 days. Due to the allergy incident, the nanny responsible for making desserts had been dismissed. Yet, the dismissal was entirely unwarranted, as the dessert that had caused the issue had been switched out by Zhou Fangfei. This time, being implicated was purely an unfortunate disaster. Timing her visit perfectly, Zhou Xi went to the hospital on the day of her discharge. A classic scene from a drama unfolded. Though she caught a glimpse of a figure, by the time she regained her composure to investigate, the place was already deserted. In search of psychological solace, she convinced herself that it must have been a figment of her imagination. Zhou Yu was preoccupied with business matters. Zhou Fu was still en route home. and Zhou Yue was unable to come due to caring for her young son, who had a fever last night. Thus, the only person available to escort her home from the hospital was the family nanny, who naturally did not pry into her condition. After clocking in at the hospital, Zhou Xi returned to her work. Having been away for 10 days, she missed her 2 children at home, but matters here were falling into place. Her meticulously crafted plan required only occasional appearances to check in. Both the Qi and Zhou families had people keeping watch, allowing her to relax for the time being. She was waiting, anticipating that the evidence in Zhou Fangfei's possession would be substantial enough to secure her imprisonment before she returned. Since the last banquet, Qi Guangyan and Zhou Yuxi had tacitly avoided mentioning Zhou Xi to one another. They kept silent, and Zhou Fangfei was even less likely to speak up. Regardless of the schemes brewing in their minds, they maintained an outward facade of familial affection. Upon returning from a trip, Zhou Mu brought up the incident of seeing Zhou Xi in the hospital to Zhou Fu. As soon as she mentioned it, Zhou Fu's movement of sipping tea froze momentarily. What was wrong? Could it be true that Qing and I was also seen by you? A fleeting look of discomfort crossed Zhou Fu's face, quickly replaced by composure. No, I just twisted my back while on the trip, and it hasn't healed completely. I must have strained it just now. The couple, a rare example of affection within their circle, were genuinely concerned for one another. Upon hearing about his discomfort, Zhou Mu immediately grew anxious. Is it serious? Why didn't you tell me when you got back? We should go to the hospital for a checkup. It's nothing. I visited the hospital before returning. There's no major issue. With a bit of rest, it will heal in 10 days or so. The checkup report is still in my bag. I'll show it to you shortly. Where is it? I want to see it now. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. All right. I'll fetch it for you right away. No need. Your back is bothering you, so you should move as little as possible. Just tell me where it is, and I'll retrieve it. It's in the 3rd drawer of the desk. Okay, you sit tight. I'll be right back. The study was the most important room in the house, accessible only to family members, so if Zhou Fu did not go for the report, it would indeed fall to Zhou Mu. Watching her rush upstairs, a shadow of darkness flickered in Zhou Fu's eyes. Though retired, he remained vigilant regarding the happenings in their circle. He was already aware of Zhou Xi's return, but would never disclose this to his wife. His thoughts aligned with Zhou Yuxi's. There could not be 2 Zhou families in Haisher, and Zhou Xi was not suited to appear there. They could visit Jing City to seek her forgiveness, but she must not return to Haisher, especially not as another Zhou family owner. Blood ties are strong, binding like sinews even when bones are broken. Even after learning the whole truth following Zhou Xi's departure, the couple chose to protect Zhou Fangfei. Unwilling to let her suffer, they buried these matters deep within their hearts, never even sharing them with their son, Zhou Yuxi. When Zhou Xi's news reached him, he had contemplated making amends, but when it came to personal interests, the importance of amends diminished. His only desire now was to protect his family and ensure his children's well-being. As for debts owed and whether to make amends, those were matters for another life. In this life, he resolved to be the villain. In the next, he vowed to properly atone for their daughter Zhou Xi. For now, he simply wished for a more peaceful old age. With Zhou Fu's diversion, Zhou Mu instantly cast aside thoughts of Zhou Xi. By the time she remembered again, their family had nearly unraveled. After finishing work and arranging subsequent matters, Zhou Xi boarded her flight back to Jing City. Upon hearing the news of her departure, Zhou Fu, Zhou Yuxi, Zhou Fangfei, and Qi Guangyan all secretly breathed sighs of relief. While matters in Haisher reached a temporary conclusion, chaos erupted in Jing City. Chapter 81, A Fight. Zhou Yu and his peers had gotten into a brawl with delinquents from outside the school, resulting in both being hospitalized. It's over, I'm doomed. My dad will definitely give me a beating when he finds out. What do we do? Oh, it hurts so much. Hey Zhou Yu, could you peel me an apple? Zhou Yu picked up a knife, selected a large, red apple, and sat beside the hospital bed, contemplating. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. For circles, he peeled with steady, even strokes, achieving a perfect result. Song Lei watched in a trance, momentarily forgetting to continue his performance, simply staring at him. Only when the apple was handed to him did he snap back to reality, taking it, and exclaiming, I knew your hands would peel apples beautifully. Zhou Yu paused, contemplating whether he should say thank you. Song Lei had spoken casually, then resumed munching on the apple while recounting their moment of glory from an hour ago. In moments of danger, youthful exuberance could unleash boundless energy. Although Zhou Yu's usual strength was lacking, when that tall thug swung a wooden stick at him, he had reacted instinctively. Adolescents often experience the initial stirrings of love, believing themselves to be adults capable of engaging in activities reserved for grown-ups, dating, smoking, drinking, and other actions that defy their age, striving to showcase their maturity. Such individuals often scorn their peers who follow the rules. After being rejected by the goddess on the grounds of having someone she liked, the school bully from the neighboring school cornered her, and extracted the identity of her crush. He then gathered 5 or 6 accomplices, donned a few school uniforms, and stormed over to settle the score with Zhou Yu. Thus began the brawl. The instigators had been planning this for quite some time. They not only prepared the uniforms, but also specially crafted tools that could be conveniently hidden in their sleeves. Even mapping out Zhou Yu's schedule, they had even taken a day off from school to ambush him at his own. Among their small group of 4, only Song Lei had never trained in combat, and he was the only one who got hurt. However, his injuries did not stem from the opponent's weapon, but rather from a miscalculated kick. When he jumped to kick someone, he landed awkwardly and twisted his ankle, also hitting his head against the wall. This marks their second collective brawl, and while both instances can be deemed justifiable, the culpable party does not lie with them. However, when the teacher contacted their parents, an air of discomfort settled on their faces, as they felt they were causing their families unnecessary trouble. Particularly, Zhou Yu harbored a profound sense of guilt. Setting aside the fact that Zhou Xiao is his younger brother, Shi Ren was entirely implicated due to him being involved. Song Lei fared worse. Not only was he summoned home, but he also sustained injuries. Zhou Yu lifted his gaze and touched his face, lamenting yet again how his striking looks had become a source of vexation. The opposing party, like him, were minors. They would merely be subjected to a few days of education before being released. He detested the entanglements and troubles arising from others' actions, and saw this as an opportune moment to firmly address those who were eager for conflict, thereby allowing himself a period of peace. Lin Wanyan, residing in the capital, was the first to receive the call and rush to the hospital. Song Lei had been quite mischievous in his youth, nearly drowning in the village on one occasion. Upon learning that he had merely twisted his ankle and was already admitted, her worries eased. After swiftly managing affairs at her shop, she made her way to the hospital. Shi Rongguang and Qi Lanxi were unable to break free, and after ascertaining the details from the teacher, they sent their secretary to the school. Among the parents, Zhou Xi arrived the latest. Upon seeing her, Zhou Xiao's eyes instantly brimmed with tears as he cried, "Mom, I've missed you." Zhou Yu felt equally aggrieved. She had no idea who that girl was, and he was unjustly caught in this predicament, which irked him greatly. However, mindful of Song Lei and the others' presence, he refrained from whining as Zhou Xiao did. Hearing her younger son's plaintive voice, Zhou Xi felt a pang of compassion and gently patted his back to comfort him. There, Mom is back." After soothing Zhou Xiao, she offered Zhou Yu an embrace of consolation. Then, she turned her attention to the other individuals in the ward. "Sister Xi, Auntie Zhou, hello." Zhou Xi approached Lin Wanyan, shaking her hand gently, and expressed her gratitude to Song Lei and Shi Ren, saying, "Auntie is very thankful for your actions at that moment." Zhou Xi genuinely appreciated both Song Lei and Shi Ren. Naturally, she was also grateful to Lin Wanyan for not directing her ire at Zhou Yu due to this incident. After expressing her thanks to Song Lei and Shi Ren, Zhou Xi and Lin Wanyan retreated to a private area to converse. When Zhou Xi began to voice her apologies, Lin Wanyan promptly interrupted her. "Sister Xi, the gratitude should be directed towards you." In truth, during their time at school, few were willing to befriend Xiao Lei, as peers often mocked him behind his back for being nouveau riche, leading him to a state of self-despair. During his rebellious phase in middle school, he engaged in fights and drinking. It was only after entering high school that he considerably improved. Initially, she wondered if he had outgrown his rebellious phase, but later realized the truth of the saying, one is influenced by their companions. Xiao Lei's gradual transformation into a more tranquil individual was largely due to the acceptance of friends like Zhou Yu. Moreover, a twisted ankle was trivial compared to the reckless antics he had indulged in during his childhood. Their youthful escapades were merely a part of growing up. From the time he had choked on sheep dung out of curiosity to being kicked away while tending to a cow, or being chased by dogs over scraps of food, the oddities were countless. Although she was not acquainted with many, Lin Wanyan was undoubtedly the most cheerful parent among Zhou Xi's acquaintances at that moment. Coupled with her decisive nature and strong execution, it was difficult not to find her likable. "All right, I've arranged for dinner to be delivered shortly. After we eat, I'll have the driver take you back. Xiao Lei must take good care of his foot, and I'll ensure a doctor is on standby. I will also arrange for a driver and bodyguard to escort him to and from school until he fully recovers." Zhou Xi had already spoken with the doctor upon her arrival. Learning that Shi Ren was not severely injured and would be able to resume normal activities after a period of rest, the private room was merely a convenience for waiting for Zhou Xi. Lin Wanyan graciously accepted her kindness, replying, "Thank you, Sister Xi." During dinner, Zhou Xi noticed Shi Ren glancing at her surreptitiously. Although puzzled, she dismissed it as mere curiosity from a child and allowed him to observe freely. Shi Ren, meanwhile, was struggling to contain his excitement. After days of subtle inquiries, he had nearly concluded that Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao had an 80% chance of being his second uncle's children. However, being a younger generation, He dared not speak of it without absolute certainty. The consequences of being mistaken would be grave, not only causing unnecessary delight, but also tarnishing Aunt Zhou's reputation and his second uncle's integrity, which would surely invite severe repercussions. He pondered if there were a more reliable means to verify the connection between Zhao Yu and his second uncle. Blood tests were an antiquated method, and their unreliability had long been established. Recently, he had come across the concept of paternity testing in a newspaper, but there were currently no hospitals in the country capable of conducting such tests. To pursue this, he would have to seek facilities abroad. Yet, at merely 15 years of age and still in school, he lacked the means and the funds to facilitate a paternity test for them. What should he do? Each night before sleep, Shirin would lie in bed for over 10 minutes contemplating the matter, yet after a week, he remained without a solution. During dinner one day, he became lost in thought, failing to notice the change in Shi Rongwang's expression as he observed him. Qi Lanqi noticed the dissatisfaction on Shi Rongwang's face and quietly placed a piece of rib into Shirin's bowl. Xiaorin, today's ribs are quite delicious. Do give them a try. Shirin snapped back to reality, replying, "Thank you, Mom. Are you facing difficulties in your studies?" Shirin shook his head, then nodded. He was acutely aware of his father's mood. Denying it at that moment would certainly draw reprimands. Fortunately, he had been mulling over a particularly challenging problem earlier, but now he had a clearer idea of how to approach it. Shi Rongwang placed great emphasis on Shirin's academic matters. Recalling a colleague mentioning hiring tutors for their children, he casually suggested, "Should we consider getting you a tutor?" "Not for now. If I encounter questions I can't solve, I can ask Zhou Yu. When I need help, I will come to you." This was the fourth time Qi Lanqi had heard that name from him, sparking her curiosity. "Zhou Yu? Is he the classmate you invited over last time?" Considering their relationship, Shirin elaborated, "Yes, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao are twins. Both of them excel academically. During the midterm exams, Zhou Yu ranked first in our grade, while Zhou Xiao was fourth." Hearing this, Shi Rongwang nodded in satisfaction. "Aren't the four of you friends?" What was the ranking of the other one? Due to past experiences, Shirin slightly furrowed his brow, yet recognizing their intentions were for his benefit, he answered earnestly. Song Lei's performance is also commendable. He ranked 25th in the grade. Shi Rongwang had only one child, and thus was quite strict regarding his life and studies. In the past, when Shirin had been seated next to a classmate who consistently ranked at the bottom, Shi Rongwang had learned of this and, citing concerns about its impact on Shirin's studies, had requested a change in seating. Since that time, he had periodically inquired with teachers about Shirin's classmates and his social interactions at school. If he finds that his requirements are not met, he will remind Shirin to be mindful of his boundaries and to focus solely on his studies. Such a strong desire for control. As for why he has not inquired since entering high school, it is simply because he is currently in a critical period for promotion and cannot spare the mental bandwidth to provide guidance. The day before yesterday marked the last day of the public announcement period, and the promotion matter was fully settled yesterday. With the upcoming workload being less demanding, he can return to a semblance of normalcy in his life. After dinner, a visitor from next door came by. Shi Rongwang, feeling ill at ease with the gossip typically exchanged among women, called Shirin to the study for a game of chess. Shirin possesses commendable chess skills among his peers, yet, as experience prevails, the victor was ultimately the more seasoned Shi Rongwang. Once the match concluded, a rare smile graced Shi Rongwang's lips as he nodded in satisfaction, noting Shirin's considerable improvement since their last encounter. Caught off guard by such praise, Shirin momentarily lost his composure, noticing his usually composed and astute son in a state of bewilderment. Shi Rongwang felt a twinge of amusement and reached out to ruffle his hair. However, the gesture only heightened their mutual awkwardness. As Shirin sought to change the subject to alleviate the tension, his gaze fell upon the investigative materials that Shi Rongwang had neglected to destroy. A sudden spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, prompting the realization that, despite their differing suspicions, the individual under investigation due to his appearance was none other than Shi Rongwang himself. Perceiving Shirin's focus, Shi Rongwang, concerned that he might leap to unfounded conclusions, offered a brief explanation. "These documents are no longer needed. I've been too preoccupied to dispose of them. Please take care of it later." As the only individual currently suspected of a potential connection, Shirin pondered extensively before ultimately deciding to confide in Shi Rongwang. "Father, it seems I have discovered the child that my second uncle inadvertently left behind." Upon hearing this, Shi Rongwang straightened in his chair, gazing intently at Shirin with an intensity that demanded clarity. "What do you mean by seems? Such statements cannot be made lightly. Qi Xingzhou is a public servant, and his conduct is part of the assessment criteria. Should this information circulate, it could be weaponized by those with ulterior motives." Aware of the stakes, Shirin had never dared to speak of his suspicions in front of others. Shi Rongyang was the first to whom he revealed such information. Noticing that Shi Ren was silent, his expression began to shift. Are you certain of this? Shi Ren nodded affirmatively. Yes, it is true. Shi Rongyang pressed further. Do you know the identity of your second uncle's child? Shi Ren nodded again. I do. Who is it? At that moment, both father and son held their breath, one fearful that the name would startle the other, while the other was consumed by curiosity and anticipation. Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao. Shi Rongyang doubted his own hearing. Who did you say? Recognizing the explosive nature of his revelation, Shi Ren reiterated, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao. Absurdity, it was utterly preposterous. What is your reasoning? Shi Ren shifted uncomfortably in his seat and began to articulate his analysis. I have two reasons for my suspicion. First, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao do not have a father. Second, they bore an uncanny resemblance to my second uncle during their childhood. Upon hearing this, Shi Rongyang did not hastily refute him, but took a moment to contemplate before responding. How do you know they lack a father? Shi Ren replied. It was Zhou Xiao who mentioned it. A few days ago, after we had indulged in too much wine, he inadvertently let it slip. Show me their photographs. Up to this point, Shi Rongyang remained skeptical of Shi Ren's conjecture and simply wished to see just how similar they truly were. He had kept childhood photos of Qi Xingzhou and had managed to procure 2 pictures of Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao, which were stored in the drawer of his bedroom. 3 minutes later, as Shi Rongyang gazed at the 3 remarkably similar faces in the photographs, disbelief washed over him for the first time that evening. Chapter 83, Gift-Giving. With a sudden crash, Shi Rongyang's teacup toppled over, spilling its contents across the table. So alike, so incredibly alike. Observing his father's astonishment, Shi Ren raised his head imperiously, his face brimming with a sense of triumph. When did you make this discovery? A week ago. Shi Rongyang felt a wave of foolishness wash over him. He had previously thought that the 2 children resembled his grandfather's sister. Simultaneously, he felt relieved that Qi Xingzhou had uncovered his suspicions before it escalated to the attention of the elder. That night, Shi Ren, for the first time, neglected to adhere to his usual bedtime, instead spending nearly an hour with Shi Rongyang analyzing the matter. It was not until Qi Lanqi knocked on the door to remind them that the father and son duo retreated to rest. They decided to keep this information to themselves for the time being, including from Qi Lanqi. She was notoriously unable to keep secrets. And given the gravity of the matter concerning her long-respected second brother, if she were to find out, she would undoubtedly rush home to inform Elder Qi and Madam Qi. With a racing heart and trembling hands, Shi Ren once more found himself sleepless. The next morning at breakfast, Shi Rongyang placed a box of pastries on the dining table. Xiaoren, I had a friend bring these pastries back from abroad. There are 2 boxes in total. One is for your mother. And this one you should take to school to share with your classmates. Wow, incredible. After living for more than a decade. Aside from the chocolate I tasted as a child, this is the first time I've seen foreign snacks at home. Observing his father's slightly awkward demeanor, Shi Ren mused that had it not been for Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao's influence, he might never have discovered these treats. Indeed, parents love truly, while children are often serendipitous surprises. With that thought, he did not hesitate to pack the pastries into his bag. All right, thank you, father. Shi Rongyang genuinely cared for his wife, having previously saved portions of his own rations to share with Qi Lanqi during their youth. Now, his affection was even more pronounced. Originally, there were 3 boxes of pastries intended for Qi Lanqi, but he refused to allow her to keep one, citing that excessive sweets were detrimental to children's dental health. Qi Lanqi consumed 1 box of original flavor, leaving the strawberry and grape-flavored ones. She adored both flavors, but was compelled to make a choice today. After much deliberation, she ultimately decided to give the strawberry-flavored pastries to Shi Ren, simply because she had mentioned wanting grapes the night before. Zhou Yu, Zhou Xiao, I'm right here. Upon stepping out of the car, the Zhou brothers heard his enthusiastic voice and exchanged a silent glance. Since a week prior, Shi Ren had exhibited a noticeably warmer demeanor towards them than usual. The once reserved, disciplined young man now mirrored Zhou Xiao's affable nature, becoming quite clingy. During the break, Shi Ren opened the cookies to share with them. This particular brand of cookies was immensely popular overseas, and the Zhou brothers had long since grown tired of them, as their family supermarket stocked them. Nevertheless, they graciously accepted Shi Ren's kindness, smiling as they took the treats. Sweet, it's incredibly sweet. After finishing this piece, I could march from Jing City to Lessa. For Shi Ren, it was his first taste, and he found the flavor delightful, indulging in several pieces. Noticing his enjoyment, Zhou Xiao's eyes lit up. Shi Ren, do you like this brand of cookies? It's all right. It's my first time trying them, and I think they taste quite good. My mother is preparing a gift, and if you like these cookies, I can ask her to get you some more. Great, then thank you to your mother. He hopes it won't be long before he can replace Aunt Zhou with his second aunt. Song Lei also finds the biscuits from this family quite delightful and quickly interjects. Zhou Xiao, I too think these biscuits are rather tasty. Very well, I'll arrange the entire series of snacks from this brand for you all. His family owns a chain of supermarkets abroad, and the domestic malls are nearly complete. Soon there will be supermarkets in those malls, allowing them to simply invite others to take whatever they desire. Shi Ren has always had a fondness for the snacks and delicacies from the Zhou family, but he feels too shy to frequently mooch off their generosity. At present, he only hopes that his cold-hearted second uncle can soon earn Aunt Zhou's forgiveness and gain the approval and acceptance of Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao. Only then will he be able to indulge openly in their hospitality. The third day after the altercation is Saturday, and Zhou Xi instructs Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao to take gifts to the Shi and Song families. Zhou Xiao and Zhou and head to the Song family, while Zhou Yu and Zhou Ping go to the Shi family. The items packed in both vehicles are quite similar, since Song Lei's foot hasn't fully healed. His gifts include several boxes of medicinal herbs beneficial for his legs. Upon hearing that Shi Ren is well-versed in calligraphy, Zhou Xi arranged for a set of fine writing materials for him. The remainder consists of the biscuits they found delightful that day, and Zhou Xi also gifted each of them a computer. One could say that this gift-giving is quite generous, but they are deserving of it. At the Song residence, Lin Wanyan and Song Shi are enjoying a day off, and when Zhou Xiao arrives, the three of them are gathered in the living room watching television. Sir, madam, young Master Zhou has arrived. Upon hearing this, Song Lei immediately presses the button on his wheelchair, accelerating towards the door at maximum speed. Lin Wanyan, witnessing his reckless actions, scolds him. Song Lei, why are you driving so fast? Do you not value your foot? This reckless child, his foot isn't even fully healed yet. If he were to fall, it would only exacerbate the situation, leaving him potentially crippled. She certainly does not wish for a son who becomes disabled due to his own folly. It's all right. Aunt Zhou's wheelchair is exceptionally safe. I won't fall, he reassures her. Gazing at the empty living room, Song Lei rubs his forehead and slowly stands to follow them out, eager to see the individuals who have stirred such excitement in the mother and son duo. Zhou Xiao, I'm over here. Following the source of the voice, Zhou Xiao does not see Song Lei's broad smile, but rather a hand peeking out from behind a flower pot, likely obscured by the surrounding plants. Fortunately, Lin Wanyan is standing, so Zhou Xiao can see her. Hello, Aunt Lin. Lin Wanyan smiles and nods, inviting them inside. Ah, it's chilly outside. Come in quickly. Knowing Zhou Xiao would visit, she had prepared snacks and hot milk tea early in the morning. After sitting in the living room for over 10 minutes, Song Lei pulls Zhou Xiao into the bedroom to explore the computer. From the moment they entered, Song Shi has been observing Zhou Xiao. One cannot deny that Zhou Xiao is indeed impressive, sitting and standing with poise, exhibiting decorum, and engaging in conversation with grace, qualities that their nouveau riche family cannot compare to. Once they leave, Lin Wanyan immediately leans towards Song Shi, boasting, see, I told you, the children from Shi's family exude elegance. Song Shi chuckles, ruffling his wife's hair. Why do you sound as if you are bragging about our own children? Chapter 84. I knew it long ago. Indeed, they are quite exceptional. Similarly, at the Shi residence, the couple expresses their admiration for Zhou Yu's upbringing. The only difference is that Qi Lanqi feels an inexplicable familiarity upon seeing Zhou Yu, but cannot quite place it. Observing the overly enthusiastic Shi Rongguang only heightens her confusion. Considering there are guests, she suppresses her curiosity for the moment and decides to inquire later. Noticing his wife's puzzled expression, Shi Rongguang's eyes glimmer with amusement, though he says nothing. He is eager to discover how his wife will react when she realizes that the person before them is her own nephew. Surprise, joy, or shock. Regardless, it is a momentous occasion for their family. After returning from maritime affairs and spending 2 more busy days at the company, Zhou Xi decides to take a break. With Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao out delivering gifts, she enjoys the tranquility of being home alone. After finishing breakfast, she dozes off for over 2 hours, waking to find a thick blanket of snow outside. Inspired by the swirling snowflakes, she retrieves her snowman-making tools and busies herself in the yard. Initially, she intended to create a snowman for just their family of 3, but then thought of Bao Ping and his siblings, so she added 3 more snowmen. As she continued, she remembered the bodyguards and the chef at home, and by the end, she had made snowmen for everyone she could think of by name. Once finished, she waved over to Zhou Bao. Zhou Bao, come take a picture of me with my diligent assistants here. 3, 2, 1, cheese. Click, click, click went the camera. Once her excitement subsided, Zhou Xi hurried back indoors to warm up, leaving the various snowmen shivering in the cold wind. Zhou Bao, please bring me a hot latte to the cloakroom. With some idle time, she plans to tidy up the jewelry in the cloakroom. Anything unnecessary will be discarded, as she doesn't want to clutter her space. Over the past 6 years, she has amassed quite a collection. Pearls, jade, diamonds, each piece gleams with brilliance. Aside from a few whimsical purchases, there are no cheap trinkets among the rows of jewelry. After much deliberation, she finds very little to eliminate. In 30 years, Any single piece from her collection could be worth as much as a house. Since she cannot bear to part with them, she resolves to maintain them well. She instructs Zhou Bao to bring gloves and specialized cleaning tools, and stands before the jewelry cabinet, slowly wiping each piece. Each item is cherished, and while polishing, her gaze is drawn to a wooden box. Initially, she cannot recall what it contains, but upon opening it and discovering a translucent jade pendant, the memory floods back. This pendant is the only clue related to Zhou Yu's biological father. After realizing she was pregnant, she had meticulously studied the pendant, but since then, it had remained untouched. With time passing, she has forgotten the details etched upon it. The 1970s were a tumultuous and challenging era. To possess such a high-quality jade pendant suggests that the individual was likely not of ordinary status. Zhou Xi lets out a sigh, gently taking the pendant from the box and polishing it under the light. As she continues, she notices a shadow cast on the floor, forming the character for Boat. Upon closer examination, she realizes it is a reflection from the jade pendant. Boat. Could it be that the man's name includes the character for Boat? When she thinks of this character, the name that first comes to mind is Qi Xingzhou, as he is the only person she knows with Boat in their name. However, as soon as this thought crosses her mind, she shakes her head, dismissing the impractical conjecture. Impossible, that simply cannot be. At the time, both she and the other party had been under the influence of medication. She remembers it clearly, as she was the one who first initiated the encounter. As for what transpired afterward, both of them had staggered and later managed to break free from the effects of the drugs. Before leaving, the man leaned down and whispered something in her ear, but she was so drowsy that she forgot it. The next morning, she woke up and completely cast aside the tumult of the previous night, preoccupied with hurrying home. Now 16 years have passed, and she and her son have been living well. He must have gotten married and had children by now. Logically speaking, the most prudent course of action during her pregnancy would have been to go to the hospital and terminate it. However, the Zhou family was prominent and well-respected. There are no secrets that remain hidden forever. If she were to go to the hospital, it would surely become known. Thus, they confined her at home. Wishing to prevent any shame brought upon the family, the plan was to keep her secluded until the child was born and then send it away, ensuring that only family members were privy to the situation. She had contemplated inducing a miscarriage through physical means, but that thought was quickly thwarted before it could be acted upon. She still vividly recalls Zhou Yuxi's cold words. Do not even think of causing a miscarriage through any means. You must understand that your parents would never take you to the hospital, and the consequence could very well be the loss of both your life and that of the child. Indeed, they would never allow her to seek medical help. And so, she waited and waited until Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao entered this world. Reflecting on the past, Zhou Xi sighed and quietly placed the jade pendant back into its box. It was all fate. At around 4 o'clock, when Shi Ren escorted Zhou Yu out, he inquired about the incident from a few days prior. Have you figured out how to resolve the situation with Zhangde from the neighboring school? It has been dealt with. No one will disturb me with such trivial matters again, Zhou Yu replied. Shi Ren, puzzled, asked, dealt with? How so? Glancing at the black-clad bodyguard standing by the car, his eyelids twitched in realization. Zhou Yu, noticing the sudden change in his expression, couldn't help but chuckle, her lips curving upwards uncontrollably. She patted his shoulder reassuringly. Rest assured, I am a law-abiding citizen, employing only legitimate means, without any unlawful conduct. Shi Ren understood, nodding. After all, the Zhou family held significant stature in society, and they would certainly be mindful of their reputation, avoiding any scandalous actions. Once inside the car, Zhou Yu waved her hand out of the window as she departed. Goodbye. See you on Monday. Yes, goodbye. After bidding farewell to Shi Ren, Qi Lanqi immediately grabbed Shi Rongguang and asked him about the look he had just given. Normally, Shi Rongguang would have eagerly divulged the details, but today was different. He wanted to keep her guessing. Lanqi, haven't you noticed that Zhou Yu looks quite familiar? Qi Lanqi nodded. I have noticed. I recognized it long ago. Suddenly, Shi Rongguang, who had been seated calmly on the sofa, abruptly uncrossed his legs and asked earnestly, when did you discover this? A long time ago. Shi Rongguang initially assumed she was referring to her awareness of the relationship between Zhou Yu and Qi Xingzhou. However, observing her composed demeanor, he realized he had misjudged the situation and resumed his relaxed posture. Chapter 85, A Monumental Misunderstanding. I noticed it during the last gathering when Xiao Run invited his classmates over. However, I was feeling unwell in the car, so I didn't pay close attention and didn't think much of it. Shi Rongguang continued to probe Qi Lanqi. So, who do you think he resembles? Qi Lanqi shook her head in frustration. He seems so familiar, but I just can't place who he looks like. She despised this sensation. The answer was tantalizingly close, yet eluded her grasp. So infuriating. Shi Rongguang prompted. Don't you think he shares some similarities with Xiao Ren? Shi Ren nodded in agreement. lifting his head to facilitate Qi Lanqi's comparison. Now that you mention it, I do see some resemblances, she mused. Qi Lanqi cupped Shi Ren's face, scrutinizing it for a while, until a troubling thought crossed her mind, darkening her expression. Finally, she seized an apple nearby and hurled it at the grinning Shi Rongguang. Having grown accustomed to being struck, Shi Rongguang had developed a set of dodging techniques under Qi Lanqi's playful assaults. Realizing the malicious intent behind her apple throwing, he swiftly sidestepped. Qi Lanqi, already incensed, was further enraged by his evasion. When did this happen? Shi Rongguang and Shi Ren exchanged glances, sensing something was amiss. Shouldn't they be pleased about this? Why was his wife mother so upset? Before they could process the situation, Shi Ren received a slap on the back. You too. Go sit with your father. Although Shi Ren was baffled by his mother's sudden emotional shift, he obediently complied and settled beside Shi Rongguang. Observing Qi Lanqi's sullen demeanor, Shi Rongguang spoke softly. Lanqi, we only found out a few days ago. Simultaneously, he regretted not telling her directly at that moment. Realizing he should not have heeded Shi Ren's advice, Qi Lanqi remained silent, her face stern as she questioned, when did this happen? Shi Rongguang counted on his fingers. Based on age, it should be about 15 years ago. When did you first suspect they were brothers? I had my suspicions 2 months ago, but after some complications arose, I didn't think much of it. If it weren't for Xiao Ren's reminder the other night, I wouldn't have even considered it. Reflecting on his past doubts, Shi Rongguang felt as though his perception had been flawed. His words effectively redirected Qi Lanqi's attention towards Shi Ren. Xiao Ren, it was you who discovered this. Shi Ren, feeling a bit shy, scratched his head. Well, sort of. Qi Lanqi looked at the smiles adorning the faces of the father and son, her heart aching. Clenching her fist tightly, she inquired, what are your current thoughts on this? Shi Rongguang spoke first. Our family's bloodline must not be obscured. We must acknowledge them. Qi Lanqi struggled to suppress her bitterness, turning her gaze towards her son. Mom, I share the same sentiment as Dad, but this matter requires careful consideration. We must view it from Aunt Zhou's perspective. After all, the Zhou family is vast and affluent. They can provide Zhao Yu and Zhao Xiao with the best life, something we cannot offer. We also need to consider if they can accept this. For so many years, it has just been the three of them relying on each other. Suddenly, someone appears claiming to be family. I think anyone would find it hard to accept. Regardless of the circumstances, we owe them a debt, so we cannot be forceful. We must prioritize their wishes. Qi Lanqi was at a loss for how she managed to endure hearing her husband and son discuss these matters. Watching them consider others before themselves, she began to doubt her own choices. She should never have married Shi Rongguang, nor given birth to this foolish son who turns his elbow outward. Enough. I'm tired and need to rest. You two can do whatever you like. With that, she stood up and walked out, not even casting a glance at Shi Rongguang and Shi Ren on the sofa. Observing her silhouette, which exuded an inexplicable sense of desolation, Shi Ren spoke up. Dad, don't you think Mom is acting a bit strange today? Shi Rongguang paused mid-sip of tea. Not really. Your mother just hasn't fully processed everything yet. She'll be fine soon. After all, he too had been dazed for a long while after discovering his brother-in-law had 2 children of such an age. All right, I'll go prepare dinner. You hurry up and put away the things Zhou Yu brought. Although Shi Rongguang expressed his thoughts, Shi Ren still found his mother's earlier demeanor somewhat peculiar, lacking the semblance of joy. However, the plethora of items scattered throughout the living room precluded any further contemplation, compelling him to bend down and hastily tidy up. Biscuits, an assortment of chocolates, and coffee. These were all items that were quite difficult to procure back home. Once he had organized everything, Shi Ren tore open a package of biscuits favored by Qi Lanqi, placing them on a plate, and brewed a cup of hot tea, carrying them to seek her out. Yet, barely reaching the door, he was met with the sound of muffled sobs emanating from within the room, a low, suppressed weeping. He raised his hand to knock, but, considering Qi Lanqi's strong-willed nature, hesitated and let it fall. He was aware of the close bond between his mother and his uncle and aunt, but he had not anticipated that the discovery of his second uncle's child would invoke such overwhelming joy that it brought her to tears. His mother was quite concerned with appearances, and during such a moment, he felt it was best not to intrude, leaving the task of consolation to his father. Unfortunately, today was particularly inconvenient. An incident in the suburbs involving a collapsed house had summoned Shi Rongguang away, disrupting his cooking with a humorous anecdote. When Shi Ren returned with the biscuits and tea, he encountered his father hurrying out the door. Dad has some matters to attend to. The dishes are nearly done. Just let the rib soup simmer for another 10 minutes. Then turn off the heat and serve it, he instructed. All right, please be safe. No sooner had Shi Rongguang departed than the home phone rang. 10 minutes later, Qi Lanqi emerged from her room, now dressed and wearing glasses. What struck Shi Ren as strange was that she left without uttering a word to him. He stood in place for a considerable time, reflecting, convinced he had done nothing to provoke her. But why? He pondered. Would his mother harbor anger towards him? The thought remained elusive, utterly perplexing. This evening, dinner was consumed solely by him. He managed to eat a third of the 4 dishes and soup, neatly putting away the rest in the cupboard for when Zhou Xi and Shi Rongguang returned, making it easier for them to reheat the meal. In stark contrast to his solitary and somber dinner, the Zhou family's meal was filled with warmth and laughter. Outside, the snow fell heavily, the chill in the air making it the perfect time to stay indoors and enjoy a hot, spicy beef hot pot. The family of 3 shared jovial banter, enveloped in a cozy, blissful atmosphere. "Mom, is that bracelet you're wearing the one I gifted you for your birthday last year?" Zhou Xiang inquired, raising his hand. "Indeed. The red color is particularly suited for winter. I found it while tidying up my jewelry just now." Chapter 86, The Artistic Gala. She also remembered to reveal her neck, showcasing the ruby necklace gifted by Zhao Yu, which she cherished dearly. "I'm glad you like it. By the way, didn't you mention wanting a jade pendant some time ago? I've had someone prepare it. It's on the jewelry stand. You can pick it up when you take a break. What colors are available? There are several hues. You may choose whichever you prefer." "Thank you, Mom. Love you." Zhou Yu was not as vivacious as Zhou Xiao, while he used to frequently express his affection for their mother in childhood. The frequency of those 3 words had diminished significantly since he turned 12. Unlike Zhou Xiao's sweet nothings, he preferred to demonstrate his love through tangible actions. For instance, while Zhou Xiang conversed with Zhou Xiao earlier, he diligently placed the meat into the pot and later served it into their bowls. The timing was impeccable, the attentiveness palpable. Observing her composed elder son, Zhou Xiang selected a piece of his favorite frozen tofu from the pot for him. "You've adapted quite well this semester. If a suitable competition arises next semester, you might consider participating." Zhou Yu nodded. "I've already spoken with my teacher regarding next semester's competition schedule. I'll begin preparing during the winter break." "Excellent. After the new year, I will continue to engage your teachers and arrange new courses for you. I'll communicate with the school about this." For Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao, merely acquiring knowledge from textbooks was far from sufficient, while it sufficed for the average student. They were distinctly different. They possessed an inherent advantage, akin to laying a foundation. Mastering textbook knowledge was merely a basic obligation they had to fulfill. Zhou Xiang had consistently chosen appropriate mentors based on their interests. However, this semester, to facilitate their adjustment to domestic school life, she had refrained from assigning any extracurricular studies. Both Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao nodded in agreement. Domestic school life was indeed fulfilling, yet it inevitably grew tedious over time for the 2 brothers. Recalling the upcoming artistic gala, Zhou Xiao sought assistance. "Mom, there's an artistic performance soon, and I'd like to play a duet with my brother. However, the school lacks a piano. Could you donate a few to the school?" Zhou Xiang felt a twinge of confusion. She had already contributed a substantial amount of money. Had the school not acquired a few pianos? Nevertheless, since it was merely a few pianos, she didn't press for further details. "Of course, it's a minor matter. I'll arrange for it tomorrow. Do your best. I'll be there to watch during the performance." Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Qi Xingzhou, who was entirely oblivious to having 2 elder sons, he had just returned from an exhausting meeting. 1 word encapsulated his state: weary. 2 words: extremely fatigued. 3 words: utterly drained. He made his way to the kitchen to prepare a simple bowl of egg noodles, finishing it in a few swift bites before returning to his study to tackle unfinished work. Reflecting on the meeting's conclusion, where his superiors had inquired about his personal matters, he retrieved a diamond stud from his drawer, rolling it thoughtfully in his palm as he gazed at the dark curtains, a pensive expression crossing his face. He had been exceedingly busy recently, but with this meeting behind him, he anticipated a few days of respite. The thought of an impending reunion brought a faint smile to his otherwise taut features, suggesting that his mood was rather pleasant. With just a week remaining until the artistic gala, the class began to energetically compile the performances. During their senior year, their focus was solely on the college entrance examinations, allowing them to simply attend and watch the performances in the audience. The second-year students, having gained a year of experience, emerged as the main contributors to the upcoming artistic gala. The first-year students were eager to showcase their talents, yet most of their entries were dismissed due to a lack of experience. In truth, while Class 1 was renowned for its academic excellence during athletic events or artistic performances, whispers often circulated among peers, suggesting they excelled solely in academics, lacking prowess in other areas. They wished to refute this notion, yet it often rang true. On several occasions during artistic performances, Class 1's entries had been rejected. They were adept at studying, yet did not exhibit the same level of excellence in sports or the arts. More often than not, they resorted to recitations or singing. Thus, when they learned that Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao intended to perform a duet, a sense of vindication washed over them. Setting aside the quality of the performance, Considering the millions in donations and educational resources, the faculty responsible for managing these aspects would undoubtedly ensure their performance was not dismissed. Amidst their excitement, the Class S Cultural Committee suddenly recalled that the school seemed to lack a piano. They could only voice a reminder. It appears our school doesn't have a piano readily available. Zhou Xiao waved his hand dismissively. No worries, we'll have some soon. His assurance prompted inquiries from the crowd. Zhou Xiao, is your family donating pianos to the school? Zhou Xiao nodded yes. How many pianos is your family donating to the school? Zhou Xiao, is it true that your mother donated a piano to the school because you and your brother wanted to play? Zhou Xiao, what pieces do you and your brother intend to perform? How many years have you and your brother been studying piano? Zhou Xiao found her mind buzzing amidst the incessant chatter around her. Observing this, Shi Ren promptly interjected, urging the others to disperse. It's time for class. You should all attend to your own matters. What is there to be so curious about? We will find out on the night of the arts festival. Besides Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao, Shi Ren also signed up for a performance on the Xiao. To demonstrate his desire for camaraderie, Song Lei also registered for a group chorus, though it remains uncertain whether they will be approved. Generally, a class is allowed to submit only 2 acts. Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao's performance is a certainty, and Shi Ren's Xiao playing is exceptional, while their class's chorus is commendable. Yet, it remains to be seen whether the teacher will make an exception and accept all, or if Shi Ren's performance will be sacrificed to allow more participants in the chorus. Ladies and gentlemen, your enthusiasm is akin to these brilliant lights that imbue the entire evening with vitality. Now, let us welcome Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao from Class 1 of the first year to present the first piece of the evening, a piano composition entitled. Applause erupted throughout the venue, and in the darkness, a beam of light illuminated Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao seated at the piano. Subsequently, her slender fingers gracefully descended upon the keys. In the audience, Qi Xingzhou quietly observed the dazzling Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao, emotions swirling in his eyes, his expression inscrutable. Chapter 87, Not My Child. Originally, the arts festival was to be attended by Qi Lanqi or Shi Rongguang, but his thoughtless sister and brother-in-law quarreled once again. Despite being over 60 years old collectively and adept in their professions, they still behaved like children in their personal lives, one unable to articulate clearly, while the other refused to ask a few more questions, relying solely on their own assumptions to determine the truth. One is an utterly infatuated romantic, while the other is a fool who readily threatens divorce. In a word, foolish. In 2 words, very foolish. In 3 words, exceedingly foolish. In 4 words, invincibly foolish. If possible, he would truly like to take a stick and give them a good thrashing, to spare him from their daily love-stricken antics that neglect their only child. Since that fateful night, Qi Lanqi and Shi Rongguang had been in a cold war for an entire week. As before, it was a unilateral silence on her part. She didn't even return home, avoiding Shi Rongguang at every turn. Shi Ren had long grown accustomed to his parents' frequent quarrels and silent treatments. So he didn't pry. He focused on his studies, thinking they would reconcile in a few days. However, this time the conflict escalated, drawing him into the fray. Last night, Qi Lanqi finally returned home, and Shi Rongguang took the initiative to extend an olive branch, cooking several dishes that she loved. Due to their quarrel, Shi Ren had been eating little over the past few days, and seeing a table full of delectable dishes, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Although all 6 dishes were his mother's favorites, it didn't stop him from wanting to eat an extra bowl of rice. Just as he picked up his bowl and reached for the sweet and sour ribs, Qi Lanqi abruptly overturned all the food onto the floor, gazing at his mother, whose eyes were red and filled with fury, and his father, who looked utterly bewildered. He realized something was amiss. This conflict was far more serious than usual. Quietly, he approached the phone, preparing to call for help. However, before he could dial, Qi Lanqi snatched the phone away and hurled it to the ground. Shi Ren rubbed the back of his hand, which had been accidentally scratched by her nails, and cautiously looked at her. Mom. Qi Lanqi, suppressing her inner turmoil, coldly replied. Mom, I thought you no longer wanted to acknowledge me as your mother? Although Shi Rongguang was strict with Shi Ren, he had never spoken such harsh words. Realizing that Shi Ren was unjustly bearing the brunt of her anger, he felt a pang of sympathy for his son, but was more concerned about his wife. Casting a guilty glance at his son, he stepped forward to comfort his wife. Yet, his efforts were met with a cold shoulder, and Qi Lanqi slapped him away. Don't touch me. I find you repulsive. Now, it was Shi Rongguang who stood there in shock. However, his first instinct was to engage in self-reflection, pondering whether he had erred during this period. Shi Rongguang, you ungrateful scoundrel, you violated our vows, and you even think you can disregard everything and bring them back? Shi Rongguang was utterly baffled by Qi Lanqi's accusations. What? I don't understand. In her fury, Qi Lanqi did not dare to ask him for clarification and instead looked to Shi Ren. Although Shi Ren felt inclined to ignore his father, Now was not the time for childish behavior. Besides, he truly didn't know what to say and could only helplessly shake his head. Observing Shi Ren's small gesture, Qi Lanqi shifted her ire towards him. Xiaoren, you have truly disappointed me. No one can bear to hear their parents utter such words, especially not Shi Ren, who had always complied with his parents. Qi Lanqi's statement stung more than 2 slaps across the face. Yet, upon seeing his mother's tear-filled eyes, he mustered the courage to ask, Mom, have I done something wrong? Because you are too heartbroken. Qi Lanqi struggled to articulate her thoughts, clutching her chest as she took a moment to compose herself. How could you side with your father and hurt your mother's feelings like this? Both Shi Rongguang and Shi Ren were left in a state of confusion, utterly unaware of how they had hurt her. Reflecting on past events, Shi Rongguang approached Qi Lanqi. Concern etched on his face. Lanqi, is there some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Qi Lanqi pushed Shi Rongguang away forcefully. What misunderstanding could there be? Is it a misunderstanding that you had a child with another woman? Is it a misunderstanding that you and Xiaoren intend to bring them back? Unjust, Shi Rongguang exclaimed. Shi Ren, at a loss for words, watched the chaotic scene unfold, the relentless accusations from his mother and the comforting words from his father leaving him exhausted. He chose to ignore them and went next door to borrow a phone from the old family residence to arrange for someone to pick him up. Tonight, they could quarrel as they wished. He had no desire to intervene, nor did he have the capacity to do so. After packing his belongings, Shi Ren stood at the door waiting for the driver. When the driver arrived and saw him standing alone in the cold, he immediately expressed concern. Oh dear, it's quite chilly outside. Young master, come inside to warm up. Perhaps during the time he spent on the phone with the old residents. Grandfather Qi and grandmother Qi had already learned of the situation at home. Thus, when he arrived, they spoke little, allowing him to eat and then retire upstairs to rest. The elderly couple had long grown accustomed to their daughter and son-in-law's affectionate quarrels, which erupted sporadically. Their eldest son had his own family, and rather than waste time dealing with such trivial disputes, they preferred to spend quality time with their wife and children. As the only single man in the family, Qi Xingzhou was once again tasked with handling the enigmatic conflicts between Qi Lanqi and Shi Rongguang. Today, Qi Xingzhou, having finally found a rare moment of solitude, was eager to enjoy a peaceful meal. However, after merely tasting a piece of beef, the phone rang. Indeed, I comprehend. Were it not for the concern that Shi Ren might fall victim to the madness of his deranged sisters-in-law, he would have taken his time to finish his meal before attending to the aftermath. Gazing at the steaming beef upon the table, Qi Xingzhou heaved a sigh and ultimately decided to set forth without delay. His mood was rather dismal, and throughout his journey, he bore an oppressive air. The delightful aroma wafting from the street of Wenda only served to exacerbate his low spirits, rendering his demeanor as frigid as the icy winds. Upon arriving at the Shi residence, he retrieved a bag of fresh ingredients from the trunk and leisurely pushed the door open to enter. Inside, it appeared that the couple was still embroiled in a heated argument. Qi Xingzhou wearily rubbed his temples and casually picked up a brick from the side. As he approached the main hall, the voices within grew increasingly discernible. Darling, you misunderstand. I have not been unfaithful. Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao are not my children. They must belong to my cousin. With a resounding thud, the item in Qi Xingzhou's grasp fell to the floor. The noise outside startled Shi Rongguang, who had been kneeling, causing him to leap to his feet, demanding, Who is there? Who is outside? Chapter 88. Qi Xingzhou comprehends. Qi Xingzhou disregarded this futile inquiry and pushed the door open. With a stern countenance, he stood before Shi Rongguang and demanded, Repeat what you just said. The sight of Qi Xingzhou rendered Shi Rongguang momentarily hesitant. Ergo, I merely suspected based on appearances. I am not entirely certain. Qi Lanqi, equally astonished, exclaimed, What do you mean? Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao are Heir Ji's children? They are not Shi Rongguang's. Ultimately, her expression morphed into one of sudden realization. Observing Qi Xingzhou's inscrutable demeanor, Shi Rongguang found himself at a loss. I only suspected. I cannot be 100% certain. Upon mentioning her brother, Qi Lanqi promptly overlooked the previous matter and turned her attention to Qi Xingzhou. Brother. You. Qi Lanqi was diligent in her profession, demonstrating commendable capability over the years. Yet, in her personal life, she often seemed as if her intelligence had been diminished. She was quick to jump to conclusions, impulsively rash. Observing the disarray of food strewn across the floor, a disapproving expression settled upon Qi Xingzhou's face. His brows knitting tightly together. They had endured hardships. It was unjust to waste what little fortune they had only recently begun to enjoy. Qi Xingzhou turned to Shi Rongguang. You and I shall converse in the study. He then gestured towards Qi Lanqi, instructing, You are responsible for bringing the dishes inside to prepare dinner. I have yet to eat. The love-struck Shi Rongguang hesitated to allow Qi Lanqi into the kitchen, wishing to offer his assistance. But a mere glance from Qi Xingzhou quelled his intentions. Thus, he awkwardly followed Qi Xingzhou into the study, leaving Qi Lanqi standing alone, her heart in turmoil. Gazing at the scattered food, a flush of shame swept over Qi Lanqi. Wiping away her tears dismissively, she gradually stooped to begin tidying up the mess. Inside the study, Qi Xingzhou made a beeline for the main seat. Once seated, he uttered not a word, instead commencing the task of boiling water for tea. This left Shi Rongwang seated opposite him, unsure whether to speak or remain silent. 5 minutes later, the atmosphere thick with tension, Shi Rongwang finally received the opportunity to inquire. Speak then. What is the truth regarding Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao? My initial encounter with Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao was at a banquet hosted by the Long family. At this moment, Shi Rongwang articulated his thoughts with clarity, recounting events with precision, in stark contrast to the muddled conversation he had shared with Qi Lanqi a week prior, where he had failed to communicate effectively, or at least believed he had. Meanwhile, Qi Xingzhou, who appeared composed, clenched his left hand tightly, the veins on the back of his hand standing out, as if he were enduring some unbearable strain. Thus, from what we have gathered, there is an 80% likelihood that Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao are indeed your children. As for the remaining 20%, that question lies solely with Qi Xingzhou. After all, some matters can only be known by the person who has experienced them. Once Shi Rongwang finished speaking, it took a moment for Qi Xingzhou to respond with a mere MHM. Such a significant revelation warrants only a single syllable? No further reaction whatsoever? From Qi Xingzhou's response, Shi Rongwang had nearly concluded that Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao were unequivocally the children of his cousin. Yet, he still yearned to hear Qi Xingzhou acknowledge his connection to Zhou Yu and the others. In the kitchen, Qi Lanqi, who rarely cooked, began to appreciate the difficulties faced by Shi Rongwang in preparing meals. She felt a pang of regret for the meals she had so carelessly overturned earlier. On the other hand, having divulged everything he knew, Shi Rongwang opted not to linger in the cold study with his distant cousin. Eagerly, he headed to the kitchen to assist, intending to clarify the misunderstanding that had sparked the quarrel between the couple. Lanqi, I'm here. Upon hearing Shi Rongwang's voice, Qi Lanqi's tears cascaded down her cheeks. In those brief minutes, she had contemplated many matters. Firstly, concerning herself, secondly, about Shi Rongwang, and thirdly, regarding their son, Shi Ren. In reflecting on herself, she recognized her tendency to speak without clarity in life, relying solely on her own assumptions and her volatile emotions that often disregarded the consequences. Regarding Shi Rongwang, she realized her lack of trust, allowing doubts to fester at the slightest hint of trouble, which could easily jeopardize their marital harmony. As for her son, Shi Ren, she had never truly regarded him as an equal. Upon closer examination, she acknowledged her shortcomings as a wife and as a mother, recognizing her need for continual growth in both roles. Although she excelled in her professional life, she found herself distinctly in the role of the pampered wife in her personal life. Her proactive affection towards her husband naturally brought joy to Shi Rongwang. He comforted her with a few gentle words before donning an apron and, while cooking, explained the situation regarding Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao. The moment he spoke, Qi Lanqi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. It was indeed exceedingly awkward. Much like the previous occasion, this too had been a misunderstanding. She had mistaken her brother's children for Shi Rongwang's illegitimate offspring. However, despite the embarrassment and shame, elation clearly prevailed. Is it true? Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao are indeed heir Ji's children? Shi Rongwang lightly patted her arm, signaling her to remain composed. I believe so. But heir Ge has neither confirmed nor denied it. Fearing that his wife might too openly reveal this to their elders, Shi Rongwang cautioned, Lanqi. Heir Ge is one of the principal parties in this matter. Unless he speaks up, we must not interfere until he has given his word. We cannot inform even our parents. Qi Lanqi nodded, assuring, I understand, I promise not to speak recklessly. In the study, Qi Xingzhou meticulously compared two photographs. His doubts were not rooted in whether Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao were his biological children, but rather in the perplexing transformation from resembling him in their youth to resembling their mother over the span of just a few years. In truth, he had sensed an inexplicable familiarity with Zhou Xi upon their first meeting. However, he had been unable to discern the reason for this sense of familiarity, and since they were merely strangers meeting for the first time, he dismissed the thought. Yet, this familiarity only intensified with each subsequent encounter. When he first laid eyes on Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao, his immediate reaction was one of awe, for the trio of mother and children was undeniably striking. As he recalled that tumultuous night 15 years prior, Qi Xingzhou's thoughts gradually drifted into a reverie. At that time, he was still a youth sent to the countryside, diligently refining his experiences, and in half a year, he would be reassigned back. As the new year approached, he visited the coastal city to see his aunt, who had married far away. His temperament was rather aloof, and he had little inclination to immerse himself in bustling crowds. However, His aunt persistently urged him to accompany several of his older cousins for some entertainment. During this time, he distinctly sensed a peculiar gaze from a young girl directed at him. Recalling the chaotic events that had transpired in his village, he felt a surge of caution, remaining ever vigilant. Yet, unexpectedly, before he departed, he fell prey to her charms. Chapter 89, Scolding. He despised submissiveness, loathing any semblance of manipulation against himself. Thus, he summoned all his strength to push away the individual whose eyes seemed to gleam with envy each time they met, stumbling and hastily fleeing. He intended to seek a secluded corner to vent his frustrations, but, to his surprise, encountered another young woman under similar circumstances. Instantly, he perceived something amiss about her. His immediate instinct was to retreat. However, upon observing her disheveled attire, he reluctantly removed his own garment and draped it over her. At that moment, he found himself in a precarious situation, utterly incapable of caring for another young woman in distress. Fearing that he might become ensnared himself, he believed that his departure was the best course of action for them both. Yet, as he covered her with his clothing and turned to leave, the girl, who had been crouching on the ground, immediately clung to him. Although he yearned for an outlet to release his pent-up emotions, his upbringing forbade such indulgences. Consequently, he exerted every ounce of restraint to detach her from his person. The memory of that chaotic encounter, too vivid to fade, remained etched in his mind. Particularly her desperate pleas. "No, don't leave me. I'm so hot." His resolve had long since dissipated under her relentless entanglement. At that moment, he felt on the verge of explosion. In the dark, the girl clinging to him was equally disheveled. Both were in a state of disarray. The intensity of their earlier actions had caused Buttons to scatter, lost to the chaos. "Give it to me, hurry." Amidst her frantic urgings, his willpower blurred and ultimately crumbled. Both were under the influence of the same potion, both spiraling into madness. Just as everything reached its climax and he intended to escort her away, he noticed figures approaching in the distance, their voices mingling with those of his siblings, including the one who had drugged her. Without a moment to ponder, he swiftly removed the jade pendant he carried and placed it around the neck of the girl whose face he had scarcely seen. He then dashed to intercept the approaching group. "Eldest brother, I'm here." Disappointment and guilt surged within him as, illuminated by the flashlight from across the table, he clearly glimpsed the expression on the face of the girl who had administered the drug. He would not forget this debt. "Let us go. It's cold at night. We should return." After placating them, he hurried back to find the one with whom he had shared an intimate moment. Yet, she had vanished, leaving only the button that had come undone amidst their fervor. Regret, an overwhelming tide, surged within him. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt a profound responsibility for having invaded her body. As a man, he could rationalize his position, yet the young girl was a different matter entirely. After pocketing the fallen button, he embarked on a prolonged search. Days turned into a week with no trace of her. Eventually, the holiday concluded, and he had to depart. Nevertheless, he did not abandon his quest, discreetly inquiring about her whereabouts. However, searching for someone was akin to finding a needle in a haystack, especially a person confined by familial constraints. For years, he had refrained from pursuing romantic relationships or marriage, primarily focusing on his career. Another reason lay in that fateful incident from years past. He contemplated that perhaps she was also searching for him. One day, whenever she came to him bearing the jade pendant, he would unequivocally take responsibility. In previous years, he witnessed many of his elders, having achieved success, promptly marrying beautiful partners. Yet, those who had endured hardships alongside them were often cast aside under the guise of outdated traditions. While the newcomers smiled, the old companions wept unseen. Should he never find that person from his past, he resolved to remain unmarried, dedicating all his energy to his work. This seemed preferable to marrying and one day encountering that person alone or with a child in tow. He felt torn, unable to satisfy either side, potentially harming two women. It was not only a matter of self-responsibility, but also one of accountability towards her. Little did he expect that the person would turn out to be her, the remarkably talented individual she had become. It appeared his initial instincts had been correct. The inexplicable familiarity he felt towards her stemmed from the bond forged over a decade ago. After much wandering, he had finally found her. In the kitchen, Shi Rongguang and Qi Lanqi, both immersed in the throes of romance, spent half an hour preparing a sumptuous dinner. Glancing at the time, Qi Lanqi nudged Shi Rongguang aside as he was serving rice, bashfully suggesting, "Rongguang, the food is ready. Please call second brother." Shi Rongguang recognized her apprehension. Fearing Qi Xingzhou would chastise her for the earlier incident, gently patting her back, he replied, "All right, I'll go now." Qi Xingzhou was known for his uprightness, instilling a degree of fear among his siblings and younger relatives. Qi Lanqi, with her romantic notions, felt this fear acutely, especially since he had a formidable hand in their childhood, often leaving her and Shi Rongwang on the receiving end of his discipline. When Qi Xingzhou emerged from his study, he had completely regained his composure, showing no trace of his earlier melancholy or agitation. At the dining table, Qi Lanqi eagerly served him a bowl of rib soup. "Second brother, have some soup." Qi Xingzhou nodded slightly. "Thank you. That is considerate of you." Just as Qi Lanqi exhaled in relief, believing she had narrowly escaped a reprimand, he spoke again. Typically, he refrained from lecturing at the dinner table. However, today, time was not on his side. He needed to return soon and lacked the inclination to engage in lengthy discussions with the two foolish ones opposite him. Thus, he chose to address the matter directly at the table, confident they were no longer children needing gentle guidance. Reflect on the reasons behind this conflict. Shi Rongwang and Qi Lanqi exchanged looks, and upon receiving a nudge to the foot, Shi Rongwang spoke first. "The primary cause of this conflict lies with me." It must be said that Shi Rongwang truly adored his wife, almost taking the entirety of the blame upon himself. Qi Xingzhou said nothing, but he was well aware of his sister's temperament. In this instance, Shi Rongwang bore 10% of the fault, while the remaining 90% rested squarely on Qi Lanqi. However, neither of them was entirely blameless. One was willing to strike, the other to take the blows. They deserved it. After arriving at this conclusion, Qi Xingzhou dropped another bombshell. "Where's Xiaoren? Why haven't I seen him since I arrived?" A stunned silence enveloped Shi Rongwang and Qi Lanqi as their minds momentarily blanked. Indeed, where was their son? He had been present during their earlier quarrel, but now he seemed to have vanished. After Qi Lanqi regained her composure, she contemplated searching for him in his bedroom, only to be halted by Qi Xingzhou's voice. "Don't go. Xiaoren has gone to the old residence." The moment those words left his lips, the anxious expressions on the couple's faces swiftly transformed into shame. In truth, their quarrels, in Qi Xingzhou's eyes, were trivial matters, for couples who do not argue are a rarity in this world. However, neglecting their child due to their disputes, or even misdirecting their frustrations towards him, was utterly unacceptable. In Chapter 90, The Pinnacle of Handsomeness, when Shi Rongwang and Qi Lanqi were subjected to a fierce reprimand from Qi Xingzhou, Shi Ren was comfortably nestled in his soft bedding, completely oblivious to the family's earlier discontent. Around 10 o'clock that evening, after resolving their matters, Qi Xingzhou returned to his residence, clutching a photograph tightly in his hand. Once home, he retrieved an old button from his drawer, holding it firmly in his palm. He then examined the childhood photographs of Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao under the warm glow of the lamp, meticulously studying their features. Although he had yet to confront Zhou Xi with these relics of the past, his judgment based on appearance assured him that Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao were indeed his children. As he gazed upon the images, the initially stern expression on his face gradually softened, and a smile began to grace his lips. He had two grown sons. More importantly, they had been raised exceptionally well by their mother, surpassing most of their peers in excellence. He spent over an hour immersed in contemplation, and only when his eyes began to ache did he delicately set the photographs aside. It seemed imperative that he attend the upcoming cultural gala tomorrow. Zhou Xi placed significant emphasis on the brothers' first performance since their return to the country. It went without saying that she sought the teacher's guidance on their pieces and deemed it essential to donate a piano to the school. Additionally, she arranged for a stylist to transform the brothers from head to toe, clad in suits and polished shoes, complemented by their handsome visages. They epitomized the image of aristocratic young gentlemen. Zhou Xiao's curly hair and Zhou Yu's suave hairstyle were utterly charming. In that moment, Zhou Xi felt as though the two brothers were the finest creations of her life. As expected, "My son is exceedingly handsome." "Mom is as beautiful as a fairy today," Zhou Yu chimed in. "Yes, Mom is the most beautiful fairy in the world," he affirmed. "Let us go, two princes. It's time to set off." As the trio settled into the car, Qi Xingzhou emerged from the office. Though they were headed to the same destination, the school, they were in different places. This time, the school made an exception for their class, with all three performances making the cut. Knowing Zhou Xi would attend, the school had dispatched personnel to greet her at the entrance. Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao needed to prepare backstage, and after exchanging pleasantries with their teachers, they entered. Lin Wanyan arrived rather late that day. When she spotted Zhou Xi, she initially intended to greet her, but quickly altered her course upon noticing the principal standing beside her. She feigned ignorance and meandered towards the restroom, with Song Shi following closely behind. It was unavoidable. Both of their parents came from humble beginnings and had not received much formal education. Even though their children were now in school and performing well academically, they still felt nervous in the presence of teachers. Song Lei found his parents' behavior quite embarrassing, yet he had long since grown accustomed to it, having lived with it all his life. "Mom and Dad, you should head directly to the auditorium. Our class seats are in rows 6 to 8. With that, he turned on his heel, eager to escape their affectionate display. Observing his swift departure, Lin Wanyan scoffed. "That brat. So eager to leave without even telling us where the auditorium is. Song Shi squeezed her hand reassuringly. It's all right. We have plenty of time. We'll find it slowly. No, this is Xiao Lei's first time performing since kindergarten. I must secure a good spot. I don't want to end up sitting on the edge where I can't see anything. Plus, I need to save a seat for Xi. I want to sit with her. Song Shi felt a pang of jealousy towards Zhou Xi ever since they had met. Lin Wanyan had been constantly referring to her as Sister Xi. Even during meals, when they encountered delicious dishes, she would mutter about inviting Zhou Xi to try them next time. He noticed that Lin Wanyan had been increasingly neglectful of him lately. Thus, he childishly remarked, Your sister Xi will be sitting in the best viewing position with the school leaders. Tonight, it's just me who will sit with you. However, Lin Wanyan hardly took offense. She merely lamented, Oh yes, Sister Xi is the big boss. The principal himself came out to greet her earlier. She will definitely be seated with the school leaders. Watching Zhou Xi, who was surrounded by admirers, she turned to encourage Song Shi, Honey, do your best. Whether I can sit with Sister Xi next year depends on you. Upon hearing this, Song Shi took a step back, acting aloof. Excuse me, miss, who are you? I don't seem to recognize you anymore. Song Shi, I'll count to 3. 1, 2. Ah dear, I'm here. I was just being playful. Though they were affluent, there were countless others wealthier than them. His abilities, while commendable, were eclipsed by many who were even more capable. Their family was doing reasonably well, situated in the upper middle class. Yet, to compare themselves to Zhou Xi was an insurmountable feat, even with centuries of effort. Lin Wanyan shot him a glare. All right, let us hurry, otherwise, we'll really end up sitting on the edge. As soon as Zhou Xi was welcomed into the office, the principal received news that Qi Xingzhou had also arrived. Consequently, the person accompanying Zhou Xi for tea in the office became the vice principal. Due to time constraints, neither the principal nor Qi Xingzhou rested in the office but proceeded directly to the auditorium. When the vice principal and Zhou Xi arrived, they found Qi Xingzhou still at the entrance. Qi Xingzhou. Zhou Xi was taken aback to see him at the gala. Her heart stirred with surprise. For someone of his stature, attending a school event, whether for professional or personal reasons, would undoubtedly result in his photograph appearing in the school newspaper the following day. Director Zhou. Secretary Qi observing Zhou Xi and Qi Xingzhou. The principal felt a swell of pride today, although it was for the sake of the children. Having such distinguished leaders attend their school's gala was, in many ways, an affirmation of their educational quality. As for Zhou Xi, she was a big boss whom many longed to meet. The investments others could hardly secure came easily to her, resulting in a substantial donation for their school. Thanks to this cultural gala, they acquired a significant amount of musical equipment, leaving the principals of several peer schools envious. In stark contrast to Principal Zhao's elation, Zhou Xi discerned a subtle shift in Qi Xingzhou's demeanor towards her during this encounter. It seemed imbued with a newfound gentleness. Was that truly appropriate? Their relationship. Furthermore, from their initial meeting, Qi Xingzhou appeared to be making a concerted effort to engage her in conversation, even sidelining the principal. Qi Xingzhou was undeniably handsome, possessing a sophisticated allure that Zhou Xi had recognized the very first time they met. With his looks and power, at just over 30, he was indeed captivating. Chapter 91. The Jade Pendant. As the evening gala approached its commencement, Zhou Xiao descended from the backstage, placing the jade pendant he held upon the table before Zhou Xi. Mother, the cord of the jade pendant has loosened. Please hold on to it for me. In truth, the cord was not merely loose, but broken. However, he deemed it inauspicious to utter the word broken, hence his choice of loosened. Upon seeing the pendant on the table, Zhou Xi's expression momentarily faltered before she quickly regained her composure, smiling as she replied, Very well, I shall keep it safe for you. This child, with an array of exquisite jade pendants at his disposal, why did he choose this particular one? Qi Xingzhou, seated beside her, shifted his gaze to Zhou Xiao as he approached, and with each movement, he naturally beheld the pendant's form. It was the very one. A gift bestowed upon him by his grandparents at his birth, the jade pendant placed upon the table by Zhou Xiao symbolized the identity of the Qi family. A treasure possessed by every child of the clan. Mr. Qi, I have a keen interest in jade. This pendant appears to be an antique. If you would not mind, might I take a closer look? Zhou Xi was initially reluctant to part with the pendant, yet with the request made, she felt obliged to acquiesce. With a smile, she handed it over, certainly without objection. Qi Xingzhou accepted it, and indeed, he discerned a tiny character for boat inscribed within. The very mark he had left years ago still intact. Upon touching the delicate engraving, warmth spread through him, softening his demeanor considerably. After confirming its authenticity, he courteously returned the pendant. Thank you. You are most welcome. Zhou Xi had previously been averse to such formal, distant exchanges. Yet she had grown to relish this sense of separation. After receiving the pendant and placing it in her bag, she fell into silence, instead pulling out her camera to prepare for the forthcoming photographs. observing her as she fiddled with the camera. Qi Xingzhou felt a pang of regret for not having brought his own dusty camera from the cupboard. At precisely 7 p.m., the gala commenced as scheduled. For students donned in evening attire emulated adults, taking to the stage with microphones to host the program. The melodious tones of their voices filled the air, prompting Zhou Xi to glance up in surprise. The hosts possessed lovely voices and striking appearances, if they were to develop their talents further. It seemed the time had come to advance her plans in the entertainment industry. With the economy flourishing in recent years and material needs met, society began to seek spiritual enrichment. Domestic entertainment had only recently begun to flourish, yet in a decade or so, it would evolve into a significant economic sector. By preparing early and laying the groundwork, she envisioned a future where wealth would flow effortlessly into her coffers. Beyond mere profit, she aspired to create an entertainment company that was transparent and meritocratic. As the hosts concluded their opening remarks, it was swiftly time for the first performance featuring Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao. Upon seeing the brothers ascend the stage, Zhou Xi instantly retrieved her camera and began to capture the moment. The audience, mostly unfamiliar with music, were largely witnessing a piano for the first time, feeling merely a sense of novelty. As long as the pianist did not falter significantly, they could hardly discern any shortcomings. Zhou Xi was so engrossed in admiring her two sons that listening to the music became secondary. Realizing her oversight, she gently lowered her camera, allowing herself to immerse in the enchanting ocean of music. As Zhou Xi closed her eyes, Qi Xingzhou finally dared to shift his gaze from the stage to her. Observing the beautiful, elegant, and competent Zhou Xi, alongside the remarkable and distinguished Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao, a tumult of emotions swirled within him. He should have felt joy. Yet the weight of the investigative findings suffocated him. Having been drugged and violated, oppressed by his family, and separated from his children at birth, he had endured 9 years of hardship, neither fully human nor ghost, perpetually cold and hungry, without a shelter to shield him from the elements. Eventually, she had awakened, traversing mountains and rivers to find her 2 children, and they had battled together abroad for 6 years to attain their current status. Though none of this was his intention, it was inextricably linked to him. Despite his yearning to reunite with them, he felt unworthy. After all, they had endured years of suffering, finally achieving what they had today. What right had he, having contributed nothing more than 2 sperm cells, to now emerge and reap the rewards? He did not dare, nor did he feel deserving. He merely wished to observe them from afar, to be a shield for them in their times of need. Beyond that, he did not dare to aspire. As the performance concluded, Zhou Xi slowly opened her eyes, while Qi Xingzhou discreetly averted his gaze. Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao both stood, bowing slightly in gratitude. So handsome, truly worthy of our school's prince. Isn't he just the Prince Charming from fairy tales? With commendable academic performance, striking looks, an illustrious family background, and a talent for piano that captivated the audience, Zhou Xi felt an overwhelming sense of pride, though she maintained an air of composure. Qi Xingzhou nodded in agreement, recognizing the exceptional qualities of these 2 boys, far surpassing those of the younger generation within the Qi family. My dear, if we were to enroll Xiao Lei in various extracurricular classes now, do you think in 3 years we might have a child akin to Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao? Had we registered him in more talent classes earlier, would he too? This was Lin Wanyan's first moment of regret for not having pursued her education more diligently. Due to their cognitive limitations, she and her husband had always believed that as long as their child was well-fed and well-clothed, excelling academically sufficed. Unbeknownst to them, this mindset, while viable among the average populace, felt rather pedestrian and even out of place among the affluent. They had previously been advised by neighbors to enroll their child in talent classes, yet she had firmly asserted that academic excellence alone was paramount, dismissing everything else as secondary. Yet, human nature is ever greedy. Now, witnessing the Zhou brothers, proficient in both academics and the arts, Lin Wanyan felt a profound sense of regret, wishing she had not been so complacent and had ensured Song Lei possessed a noteworthy talent. Song Shi gently patted her hand in consolation. Every generation has its own fortunes. Compared to our past, Xiao Lei is already doing splendidly. We need only focus on our own lives without the need to compare ourselves to others. Indeed, there will always be those who excel beyond us. Constantly comparing ourselves will only lead to more exhaustion. Following the piano piece was a dance performance, where the students remained untouched by the encroaching mainstream culture. The stage was filled with a refreshing and pure aura, their movements precise and harmonious, vibrant with youth. As the class prepared for their small chorus, Lin Wanyan immediately grabbed her camera, entering a frenzy of photography aimed at the stage. Chapter 92. Uncle, what brings you here? Throughout the event, Rin had been quietly observing the audience from backstage, hoping to catch sight of his parents. However, after searching in vain, disappointment crept over him just as he was about to take the stage. Suddenly, he spotted Qi Xingzhou seated in the front row. Upon noticing Zhou Xi beside him, his disappointment vanished, replaced by an eager curiosity. He was now intensely interested to know whether his uncle was aware that Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao were his children. Just as he became lost in thought, Zhou Xiao tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Song Lei, what are you looking at? Who's in the audience? Unbeknownst to him, Song Lei was taken aback, instinctively patting his chest and exclaiming, "You nearly scared me to death." Zhou Xiao had not anticipated that he would be so startled, and felt a twinge of regret in his heart. "I'm sorry, it was unintentional." "No worries, a real man can handle a little fright," he replied nonchalantly. In truth, he had merely spoken out of habit and had not expected Zhou Xiao to take it seriously. "By the way, who were you looking at earlier?" "I was initially scanning the audience for my parents, but I couldn't find them. Instead, I spotted my second uncle. He is usually quite busy, so I was a bit surprised to see him at such a low-profile school event." "Your second uncle? Is he the Secretary Qi sitting beside my mother?" Upon realizing that Zhou Xiao remembered his second uncle, Shi Ren nodded eagerly. "Yes, that's him." Then, with a hint of trepidation, he inquired, "So what do you think? Isn't my second uncle quite handsome?" Zhou Xiao typically paid little attention to unfamiliar faces. However, since this was his good friend's uncle, he felt compelled to respond. He glanced through a gap and nodded in agreement. "Yes, Secretary Qi is indeed quite handsome." Shi Ren's face lit up with joy at this affirmation, and he immediately launched into a promotional spiel about his second uncle. "Let me tell you, among all my relatives, my second uncle is the most handsome. Not only is he good-looking, but he is also exceptionally capable at work and treats us younger generations very well. Despite all these years, he hasn't even had a partner." Shi Ren chattered away, extolling Qi Xingzhou to the skies, keen to leave a good impression on Zhou Xiao. However, while Zhou Xiao feigned interest, he felt no real connection. "Is he impressive?" "Yes, he is, but what does that have to do with me?" In Zhou Xiao's heart, his mother was the most formidable person in the world, unmatched by anyone else. Yet, he had once secretly fantasized about the image of his father, a tall, handsome, wise, and powerful figure capable of helping his brothers with their homework, preparing delicious meals, lifting their mother effortlessly, and alleviating her burdens. Though he had no idea whether his father was still alive or what kind of person he truly was, it did not hinder the perfect fantasies that filled his mind whenever the topic of fathers arose. As long as he existed in his heart, that was sufficient. Observing the smile on Zhou Xiao's face, Shi Ren assumed his compliments had struck a chord, and he praised Qi Xingzhou even more fervently. Indeed, Secretary Qi was an exceptionally admirable leader, a sentiment with which Zhou Xiao wholeheartedly agreed. As he listened to Shi Ren recount amusing anecdotes, Zhou Xiao found them quite entertaining. The two engaged in animated conversation until the host announced that it would soon be Shi Ren's turn to perform, prompting him to halt. Zhou Xiao hurriedly handed him a thermos, urging, "Quick, take a sip of water to soothe your throat." Shi Ren accepted the cup and took a drink, exclaiming, "Thank you. It feels great to have a brother. All right, off you go. Good luck." Just a minute before Shi Ren was set to take the stage, Shi Rongguang and Qi Lanqi finally arrived at the event, although Shi Ren remained oblivious. The couple settled next to Song Shi and Lin Wanyan, immediately pulling out a camera to capture the moment. "Rongguang, do you think our son can see us?" Shi Rongguang reassured. "Whether he can see us or not isn't important right now. What matters is that we're here. After the event, we'll take Shaoran out for a late-night snack and have a good family chat." Qi Lanqi shared this sentiment, feeling that the events of the previous night were her fault and that she needed to find an opportunity to speak with her son. "Yes, I'll follow your lead." As soon as Shi Ren took the stage, Shi Rongguang and Qi Lanqi began snapping photos. However, due to their lack of experience, the pictures turned out blurry, with only a few decent shots. When they arrived, Lin Wanyan had already noticed them. Though she could lower her voice, their proximity allowed her to overhear their conversation clearly. Upon discovering they were the parents of her son's good friend, she initiated a dialogue. "Hello, I'm Song Lei's mother. My son is friends with your child. I took several photos of Shi Ren. If you'd like, I can have Song Lei bring them to school for Shi Ren after they're developed." "Hello. We are Shi Ren's parents." Thus, Lin Wanyan and Qi Lanqi completed their initial introduction. Given the public setting and the ongoing performances on stage, they did not converse further and quietly took their seats. While their expressions remained calm, both women were quite perceptive internally. Without uttering a word, Lin Wanyan immediately sensed that the other woman was a public servant and that Shi Ren's father had seemingly appeared in the news before. Qi Lanqi couldn't help but admire Lin Wanyan's youthful beauty, and she then recalled that since Lin Wanyan was present, Zhou Xi must surely be here as well. She was eager to see what this capable and attractive sister-in-law looked like. After scanning the venue, she failed to spot anyone resembling Zhou Xi as described by Shi Ren, prompting her to ask, "Rongguang, have you seen where Zhou Yu's mother is sitting?" Shi Rongguang glanced around and replied softly. She should be sitting in the front row with the principal. We just can't see her. If you see her later, please let me know. I'd love to see what such an outstanding woman looks like. Of course, no problem. In the backstage area, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao were huddled together chatting. Brother, how about we charm mom into taking us to the night market for some barbecue later? The night market? Zhou Xiao nodded enthusiastically yes. I'm super eager to go to the night market for barbecue. Zhou Yu hesitated, but it's winter, and it's really cold outside. I know a barbecue place that's quite spacious. We can sit indoors and enjoy it without feeling the chill. Sensing that Zhou Yu might decline, Zhou Xiao switched to a more endearing tone. Come on, let us go? Brother, please. Am I still not your favorite little brother? Brother, just agree to it. My dear brother. At that moment, Shi Ren, having just finished his performance, called out to the siblings. Uncle, why are you up here? Chapter 93, A Loving Father? Qi Xingzhou's attention had been fully captured by Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao, completely missing what Shi Ren had just said. However, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao stood up politely to greet him. Hello, Secretary. Hello, Secretary. Secretary, it's good to see you. Qi Xingzhou felt a bittersweet pang. He doing well. Since you're classmates with Xiao Run, calling me Secretary feels a bit formal. Just call me Uncle. Zhou Xiao exchanged a glance with Zhou Yu, and receiving their little unspoken cue, promptly spoke up. Hello, Uncle. Shi Ren paid no mind to Qi Xingzhou's disregard for him, as his attention had long been ensnared by the dialogue between Qi Xingzhou and Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao. Indeed, his second uncle was still that decisive and efficient man. Having just discovered he had a biological son, he immediately sought opportunities to connect, showcasing remarkable initiative. Observing the trio before him, Shi Ren felt elated. Previously, his grandparents would lament that his second uncle was still single, while others' children were already dating. To his surprise, his second uncle had indeed made a remarkable revelation. Not only did he have a child, but that child was also of high school age, just like Shi Ren. Forget about dating. It seemed like he could even master the art of cooking. Soon enough, his grandparents would be inundated with soy sauce from their culinary endeavors. Envisioning a future where their family is united, Shi Ren couldn't help but chuckle softly, a sound that instantaneously captured the attention of those around him. Realizing his lapse in decorum, he awkwardly waved his hand, explaining that he had merely recalled a humorous anecdote and urged them to continue without concern for him. Qi Xingzhou glanced at him, reminding him that his parents were also present in the audience and that he should remember to greet them later. Oh right, understood, he replied, his mood dampening at the thought of Shi Rongguang and Qi Lanxi. After the performance concluded, Zhou Yu and the others did not linger backstage. The two brothers found a spot behind Zhou Xi to sit. Song Lei and Shi Ren, too, located their respective parents within the crowd, bending down to join them and settle into their seats. Song Lei, with a carefree demeanor, greeted his parents warmly, and upon noticing Shi Ren's actions, extended his greetings to Shi Rongguang and Qi Lanxi as well. Hello, uncle and aunt. Ah, young Lei. Good to see you. Shi Ren's manners were impeccable. Despite some minor disagreements with his parents, he maintained all the necessary courtesies. In the front row, Qi Xingzhou, a seasoned veteran of countless meetings, found himself somewhat restless, encircled by loved ones. With his broad back straightened and hands resting on his thighs, he remained as still as a statue. The family of four sat closely together, with Zhou Yu positioned behind Zhou Xi and Zhou Xiao directly behind Qi Xingzhou. Zhou Yu's composed nature, combined with the presence of family, allowed him to remain comfortably seated for as long as necessary. In contrast, Zhou Xiao, although seated with poise, could not help but let her beautiful eyes dart around, her attention ceaselessly flitting from the stage to the individuals in front of her. After amusing herself for over 10 minutes, she finally settled her gaze on the person seated ahead of her. This was her first earnest examination of Qi Xingzhou. Although she could only see his back, she scrutinized him intently. His thick, lustrous hair, pristine white shirt, and impeccably tailored wool coat caught her attention. A gentle whiff revealed a faint scent of soap. Zhou Xiao nodded to herself, acknowledging the grounded essence of his presence. Boredom compelled her to count the strands of hair atop Qi Xingzhou's head. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. She recalled the time her brothers were first discovered, both short and thin, with hair that was dry and lifeless. After being nurtured by Zhou Xi for several months, and thanks to the miraculous effects of Wan Sheng Dan, the transformation in the two brothers was nothing short of remarkable. The most vivid memory she held was of their sparse hair. Witnessing it gradually transform into a shiny, smooth cascade was a source of immense pride for her. It was then that Zhou Xiao began to cherish her own hair deeply. Once, in a bid to win a hair beauty contest, she had even played a mischievous prank on Zhou Yu's hair, only to be caught midway, resulting in both of them sporting bald heads for fairness. As Zhou Xiao alternated her gaze between Qi Xingzhou and Zhou Yu, she noted the attractiveness of their well-rounded heads. Thus, she entertained herself for over half an hour. And once the evening's festivities drew to a close, she immediately tugged on Zhou Yu to leave. At the entrance, Bao Ping'an and the others were already waiting for them, draped in plush coats to shield them from the cold, eager to protect them from even the slightest chill. The event concluded just past 9 p.m., and the frigid air discouraged any prolonged farewells. The principal, perceptively, did not detain them with idle chatter, sending them off in their car before heading home. After watching Zhou Xi and her sons depart, Qi Xingzhou stood silently for a moment. It wasn't until Shi Ren's family emerged, appearing somewhat sluggish, that he pressed the horn. Noticing that Qi Xingzhou's car remained, Shi Ren felt an inexplicable sense of relief. He quickly approached the vehicle, calling out, "Second uncle." Qi Xingzhou nodded, inviting him inside. "I have something to discuss with you." Shi Ren was not inclined to return home with his love-struck parents just yet, so he promptly opened the door and took a seat in the passenger side. Once inside, Qi Xingzhou immediately pressed the accelerator, but paused upon seeing Shi Rongguang and Qi Lanqi standing outside, frozen like statues by the window. He felt compelled to clarify. "You both should head home. I have matters to discuss with Xiao Ren. I will ensure he gets back later." He was eager to learn about the small, everyday details of Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao's lives, wishing to understand them better. "Xiao Ren, when did you begin to suspect that Xiao Yu and Xiao Xiao were my children?" "Xiao Yu? Xiao Xiao." Shi Ren mused on the rapid shift in roles. Was he to become a doting father in the future? Though he found amusement in the thought. This was not a moment for levity. Thus, he reiterated the conversation he had previously shared with Shi Rongguang in the study, repeating it in its entirety. It was likely that he would have to convey this same message multiple times in the future, once to the maternal grandparents, once to the paternal grandparents, and again to his aunt. Reflecting on Shi Ren's explanation, Qi Xingzhou felt fortunate for having sent him on that errand. Otherwise, he might have spent a lifetime unaware that the individuals he sought were right beside him. With that thought, he retrieved 500 yuan from his wallet and handed it to Shi Ren. "From now on, I will provide you with 500 yuan each month as pocket money. Remember to treat Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao to some delightful meals." Chapter 94, Assets. Upon hearing the first half of the statement, Shi Ren had not intended to accept the 500 yuan. However, once Qi Xingzhou completed his thought, he readily took the money. It was clear that this sum was not intended for him, but was merely passing through his hands to reach Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao in another form. Thus, he regarded himself as a mere facilitator, free of any burdens. Yet, for the sake of his second uncle and the Zhou siblings, he was more than willing to fulfill this role. Though Zhou Xi's current position and capabilities ensured no one could bully them, he remained concerned that Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao might suffer indignities out of his sight. Therefore, it was essential to impart certain advice to Shi Ren, encouraging him to remain astute. Fortunately, Shi Ren did not follow in the footsteps of his unreliable parents. Otherwise, the Shi family would be doomed. After enduring Qi Xingzhou's incessant chatter, Shi Ren's head throbbed, yearning for the comfort of home. His hopes were dashed, however, as Qi Xingzhou spotted the Zhou family's car along the roadside. "Xiao Ren, are you hungry?" he inquired. Shi Ren patted his stomach, acknowledging a slight hunger. Yet he was more eager to return home. Resolutely shaking his head, he replied, "I had a substantial dinner. I'm not hungry yet." "I'm hungry. Accompany me for a bite," Qi Xingzhou insisted. With no way to protest effectively, Shi Ren reluctantly exited the car and followed him inside. "Brother, the chicken feet are particularly delicious. You must try them," he chirped, having finished serving Zhou Yu before directing his attention to Zhou Xi. "Mom, you are extraordinarily beautiful. You need not diet. Besides, eating meat doesn't lead to weight gain. Feel free to indulge." With that, he presented a plate of freshly grilled meat before her. "Mom, eat up." The family of three radiated warmth and happiness. As Qi Xingzhou entered, a biting gust of cold wind swept in, infiltrating their cozy space. Sensing the chill from outside, Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao nestled closer to Zhou Xi, resembling baby penguins huddled together for warmth. Zhou Xi gently extended her hand, which had been nestled in a warm water bag, and softly caressed their heads. Zhou Ping, however, immediately directed his gaze towards the entrance. Should the person entering neglect to close the door, he would swiftly rise to shut it. Qi Xingzhou adjusted his clothing, ensuring everything was in order before approaching. "Director Zhou, it appears you are also here." His tone was unfamiliar, a departure from his usual demeanor, causing a slight awkwardness that he managed to overcome. Zhou Xi was equally astonished by Qi Xingzhou's presence. It was quite unusual for a secretary to indulge in barbecues at such a late hour. Without waiting for Zhou Xi and the others to respond, he continued, "If you don't mind, may I join your table?" Although the establishment had many vacant seats, it would be impolite to decline his request. Besides, she had collaborative projects with the government, so sharing a meal could be beneficial. "Of course, we wouldn't mind. The more, the merrier." As the diligent Shi Renhan braved the cold outside to place their barbecue order, Qi Xingzhou had already struck up a lively conversation with Zhou Xi. He inhaled through his reddened nose, feeling quite satisfied. Another day dedicated to ensuring familial harmony for his uncle. When Zhou Xiao turned to retrieve some napkins from the adjacent table, he spotted Shi Ren standing awkwardly. Shi Ren, you're here too? His surprise evoked Shi Ren's frozen expression to thaw, replaced promptly by a composed smile. Yes, I came with my uncle. He then politely greeted Zhou Xi. Good evening, Aunt Zhou. Observing his frostbitten cheeks, Zhou Xi ushered him to take a seat. You must be freezing. Please sit down and warm up. Thank you, Aunt Zhou. With Shi Ren's presence, the barbecue gathering became notably more animated. As they dined, Zhou Xiao noticed a piece of sizzling, oily meat had mysteriously appeared in his bowl. Looking up, he realized it was Qi Xingzhou who had served it to him. Thank you, Uncle Qi, not at all. Enjoy it before it cools and loses its flavor. Qi Xingzhou then proceeded to serve meat to Zhou Yu, Zhou Xi, and Shi Ren. Witnessing his thoughtful gestures, Zhou Xiao couldn't help but marvel at how Qi Xingzhou truly exemplified a benevolent leader, attending to everyone's needs even during a casual barbecue. In contrast, Zhou Yu, ever observant, noted that while Qi Xingzhou served him, Zhou Xiao, and Shi Ren each a piece of meat, their mother, Zhou Xi, received 2 pieces, including the tenderest portion on the grill. Moreover, Qi Xingzhou consistently attended to their mother with subtle care. Although he was meticulous in his approach, Zhou Yu discerned the underlying attentiveness. He glanced between Qi Xingzhou and Zhou Xi but chose to remain silent, continuing to savor the juicy piece of meat in his bowl. Qi Xingzhou, noticing Zhou Yu's actions, felt a swell of pride for having such an exceptional son. The barbecue concluded at 11 o'clock. Fortunately, there were no classes the following day, allowing them to indulge in a leisurely morning. Zhou Xi enjoyed a flexible schedule, free to arrive at the office at her convenience. However, Qi Xingzhou had to rise early, as he was scheduled to attend a meeting at 9 o'clock the next morning. Ding dong, the rebate system credited 1,000 yuan. Good night, Mom. Good night, my darlings. After a refreshing shower, Zhou Xi sank into her plush bedding, and as she relaxed, a wave of fatigue washed over her. Spending an entire evening in the school auditorium was more exhausting than a full day at work. Just as she began to drift into slumber, she suddenly recalled the jade pendant Zhou Xiao had entrusted to her earlier that evening. Regardless of its significance, it was the only remnant left by Zhou Yu's biological father. While it may not hold much value, it served as a token, and she resolved to keep it safe. Thus, she sat up from her nearly restful state, groggily made her way to the wardrobe, and placed the jade pendant on her vanity, ensuring its visibility so she wouldn't forget it. After dropping Shi Ren off at home, Qi Xingzhou drove back against the biting wind to his residence. After downing a cup of hot water and warming up, he began to organize his assets accumulated over the years. His bank account held 100,000 yuan in cash, and he owned 4 properties, 2 allocated by his family, 1 he purchased, and the current one he resided in, which was also assigned by his workplace. Additionally, he possessed a box of gold bars, 5 sets of jewelry, and 3 antique paintings. As he surveyed the assets listed on paper, he couldn't help but click his tongue in dissatisfaction. It was too little. He could offer them so very little. Being a civil servant, he couldn't possess excessive assets, and he considered his earning capacity to be mediocre at best. No matter how hard he worked throughout his life, he could never earn more than Zhou Xi. Gazing at the short half-page of listed assets, Qi Xingzhou leaned back in his chair, feeling a sense of defeat. Given the limitations of his material circumstances, he resolved to strive harder, to provide shelter and protection for the 3 of them, to offer them the best possible life. That night, Qi Xingzhou experienced a rare, restful sleep. Free from dreams of the past, he was now a father, a family man, and he knew that every step forward must be taken with greater steadiness. Just as he prepared to silently guard the 3 of them, Zhou Xi's romantic prospects emerged. Chapter 95, Zhuangjin. Sister Xi. We've introduced several new dishes at the restaurant. Do come by to try them out, my esteemed shareholder. Certainly, perhaps this evening. I'll bring Zhao Yu and his brother along. Remembering Song Lei, she inquired, shall I invite Zhao Lei as well? No need, the final exams are approaching, and he must catch up on the studies he neglected due to his recent distractions. With that, Zhou Xi held her tongue, exchanging a few more pleasantries before ending the call. In the afternoon, she received a call from High City's Xiang Ziming, reporting that their plans were proceeding smoothly, with Zhou Fengfei gradually infiltrating. If all went well, they should be able to successfully wrap things up after the new year. All right, understood. Let us proceed cautiously. Continue to monitor closely. Indeed, there was an exhilarating thrill in setting the stage and waiting for others to step into the trap. Feeling elated, Zhou Xi suddenly craved a snack. Pressing the phone button, Zhou Bao, please bring me a slice of cake and a latte. The combination of coffee and cake was one of her cherished afternoon delights. Of course, when the monotony struck, She would occasionally grab a spicy beef jerky from the snack shelf to indulge. After finishing her treat, she absent-mindedly poked at her hair, feeling a slight itch. Glancing at the documents scattered across her desk, she decided to take a break and treat herself. Rising, she headed to the lounge to fetch a fresh outfit. Preparing for a visit to the massage parlor for some relaxation and full-body pampering. At the Shi household, Shi Rongwang and Qi Lanqi returned home to find Shi Ren absent. Assuming he had gone to the old residence, and felt a twinge of regret, Qi Lanqi sighed. Since little Ren isn't here, let us just have a light meal. That one tea do, Shi Rongwang insisted. You've worked all day, dinner is a must. I'll prepare a pork rib stew for you. Exhausted, Qi Lanqi replied dismissively. I don't care, you're the one cooking, so make whatever you like. I'll just head to the study. Shi Rongwang quickly donned an apron and dashed to the kitchen. All right, dear, take a rest. I'll call you when dinner is ready. As Qi Lanqi entered the study, she discovered Shi Ren practicing his calligraphy, and a wave of regret washed over her. Why hadn't she thought to check at home instead of assuming he had gone to the old place? Shi Ren noticed someone pushing open the door, and after completing the final stroke, he lifted his head to greet the visitor. At this hour, the only one who could return with such light footsteps was none other than his mother. Mom. Oh, Xiaoren, are you practicing your calligraphy? Shi Ren nodded, affirming her inquiry. Qi Lanqi wished to engage her son in conversation, yet she hesitated, fearing to interrupt him, so she gently asked, Xiaoren, are you nearly finished? I would like to chat with you. Upon hearing this, Shi Ren subtly furrowed his brow, carefully putting away his completed work and retrieving a fresh sheet of paper from the side. Mom, you might have to wait a bit. I haven't finished my tasks for today. All right, take your time. Qi Lanqi felt a tinge of disappointment, but chose not to impose further. Turning to the kitchen to find Shi Rongwang. Rongwang, Xiaoren hasn't gone to the old residence. He's in the study practicing calligraphy. Please prepare a few more of his favorite dishes. Understood. Zhou Xi, having completed her maintenance, headed straight home to pick up Zhao Yu and Zhao Xiao. The affluent rarely needed to don heavy winter coats. A finely crafted, genuine overcoat sufficed. Zhou Xi was such a person. The temperature in her home was adjustable. Her car boasted heating, and her office was equally well equipped, ensuring she was never truly cold. Zhao Xiao seemed to have inherited her elegance. Braving the frigid weather in a pair of distressed jeans, Zhou Xi gestured towards the window. Son, could you help your mother count how many little snowflakes are fluttering outside? Zhao Xiao obediently looked out. Mom, you can't be serious. It's snowing. How can I possibly count them all? Indeed, son, you're not jesting either, are you? Knowing it's snowing outside, why did you choose to wear ripped jeans? Are you intent on torturing your legs? Zhao Xiao was taken aback, realizing that his mother's roundabout comments were indeed aimed at this very issue. What a convoluted path it had taken to arrive at this point. He pouted, pointing at his jeans. Mom, I'm really not cold, not at all. Nearby, Zhou Yu quietly retrieved the spare pants he had prepared early that morning. It's all right, Mom. I brought Zhou Xiao some pants. He can change in Uncle Zhou Ping's car later. What? Zhou Xiao slumped back in his seat, expressing his discontent. Brother, when did you bring those? When I saw you wearing those ripped jeans. Oh, Zhou Xiao was now exceedingly vexed, but ultimately, he could only concede and change into the other pair of pants in a separate vehicle. Wasn't he merely trying to emulate the cool characters from movies? Why was that so unacceptable? As time flows, a decade later, he would find himself preparing pants for his own son, who adored wearing ripped jeans. Knowing that Zhou Xi and the others were coming, Lin Wanyan had reserved a private room in advance, ensuring that the newly introduced dishes would be ready for them to savor upon their arrival. Sister Xi, here are the newly released crispy rolls. And this is shrimp with egg. 8 dishes in total, all fresh offerings from the restaurant. With each dish presented, Zhou Xi and her companions provided genuine feedback. However, culinary preferences vary, and it was unnecessary to heed every individual suggestion. A consensus would suffice. Mom, these cola chicken wings are delightful. And the dry pot duck feet are also exquisite, tender, and aromatic. As they indulged, Zhou Xi's stomach began to grumble, prompting her to excuse herself to the restroom. She had a peculiar quirk. Despite still feeling hungry, if she used the restroom during a meal, particularly for a significant release, she would become somewhat averse to continuing her meal. After freshening up and touching up her lipstick, she checked her reflection in the mirror to ensure everything was in order before stepping out. Mr. Zhou, is that you, Sister Xi? Zhuang Jin, spotting Zhou Xi, hurried forward, his heart hopeful that the person before him was indeed the one he longed to see. It truly is you. Zhou Xi was equally surprised, not expecting to encounter him here. Zhuang Jin. Upon recalling his past antics, Zhuang Jin awkwardly scratched his head. I came to the capital with my brother for a project. Your brother? Yes, my brother Zhuang Yan is the CEO of Nanyang. Zhuang Yan, so it's him. Zhou Xi realized that Zhuang's company was currently bidding, and Zhuang Yan represented Nanyang, one of her favorite potential partners, but she chose to remain discreet until the collaboration was finalized. Sister Xi, may I treat you to a meal another day? Chapter 96, Feeling Stifled. Zhuang Jin had come to the capital specifically to see Zhou Xi, and he never anticipated that on his very first day, fortune would smile upon him by allowing their paths to cross. Of course, but I've been rather busy lately. It might have to wait until the project concludes. Having studied under Zhuang Yan for 2 years, Zhuang Jin was no longer the naive young master he once was. He understood that Zhou Xi was being cautious. No problem, I can wait. I'll reach out to you once the project wraps up. All right, let us plan for that. 3 years prior, while abroad, Zhuang Jin had assisted Zhao Xiao with a small favor, and their personalities had clicked, leading to a friendship that transcended age. However, after a few encounters, Zhuang Jin's attention shifted toward Zhou Xi, with Zhou Xiao becoming a secondary concern. It was during this time that he shed his previous unrefined habits, transforming into a dedicated learner. Upon returning home, he immersed himself in the company, becoming his brother's right-hand man, and he now enjoyed a measure of success. No longer did anyone refer to the second son of the Yin family in Guangshi as merely a frivolous playboy. In the private room, Zhuang Yin looked at his brother, who returned from the restroom beaming with joy, perplexed. Xiao Jin, what's got you so cheerful? In the presence of his admired older brother, Zhuang Jin could never conceal his excitement. As soon as questioned, he eagerly shared. Big brother, I just ran into her. Zhuang Yin, puzzled by the vague reference, asked who? Zhuang Jin cleared his throat and replied earnestly, my goddess. Zhou Xi. Zhuang Jin nodded. Yes, it was her. She's dining here too? Yes. I just encountered her in the hallway. Zhuang Yin believed his brother had moved on from this infatuation, but it seemed he had kept it buried in his heart, causing Zhuang Yin some concern. He was aware of Zhou Xi's reputation, an accomplished figure in the business world with 2 children and an unknown father. Stunningly beautiful and extraordinarily capable. She was indeed exceptional, yet she was likely out of reach for his brother. Moreover, their parents held rather traditional views and harbored no fondness for single mothers, especially one who was 6 years senior to Zhuang Jin. Even someone as remarkable as Zhou Xi would be deemed unsuitable in their eyes, though supportive of his brother's pursuit. Zhuang Yan felt that Zhuang Jin's unwavering fixation was not a viable approach. Contrary to Zhuang Yan's worries, Zhuang Jin felt invigorated and ready to devour another 2 bowls of rice. The moment Zhou Xi and Zhuang Jin shared in the hallway was witnessed by Qi Xingzhou, who felt a knot of discomfort in his chest, but chose not to intrude. After all, his intention was simply to safeguard the trio, ensuring they led a smooth and prosperous life, while keeping other matters at bay. Mom, can we have mulled wine tonight? Zhou Xi, with a hint of irritation, nudged Zhou Xiao away from resting his head on her shoulder. No, little glutton, you must refrain from alcohol until you and your brother reach adulthood. Not even a sip of red wine. Oh, very well, he replied, attempting to play the charming little boy to see if he could sway her. If he couldn't drink, it was of no consequence. Zhou Yu reached out to affectionately pat his head, saying, good boy, go back and have some milk. Zhou Xiao, who brought milk to school every day, endured teasing from his classmates for being a little baby. Now, Zhou Yu spoke to him in the same condescending tone, which only fueled his temper. He retorted playfully, well, big brother can be a good boy too. Later, I'll drink with you. However, Zhou Yu paid him no mind, rendering his words ineffective. Zhou Xiao crossed his arms and turned his head away, emitting a heavy huff to express his displeasure. Ha ha ha, little Zhao. You truly are just a baby, a darling little one who loves to act spoiled and throw tantrums. Mom, you. Zhou Xi took the upcoming investment conference very seriously, personally attending the bidding session where each competing company showcased their utmost capabilities. After intense competition, Nanyang from Guang City emerged victorious by a margin of 0.6 points. Mr. Zhuang, a pleasant collaboration, Zhou Xi stated. Mr. Zhou, likewise, replied the simple-minded Zhuang Jin, who gazed at Zhou Xi with a foolish grin, his heart brimming with excitement. He had worked diligently on this project, hoping for more opportunities to interact with Zhou Xi. And naturally, he was elated. Seizing the moment, he promptly arranged a dinner with Zhou Xi, inviting Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiao to join. Mom, is Brother Jin really coming? Zhou Xiao inquired eagerly. Yes, hurry and change your clothes. We will leave for dinner in 15 minutes. All right, I'll be quick. Besides the trio from the Zhou family, Zhuang Jin also brought along Zhuang Yan, a detail both parties were aware of beforehand. In the adult world, it is rare to find a purely social dinner. Dining is one aspect, while discussing collaboration is another crucial component. Upon their arrival, the Zhuang brothers were also disembarking from their vehicle, and thus they all entered together. By chance, Qi Xingzhou encountered them again, but he only noticed Zhou Xi and Zhuang Yin walking behind. The Zhuang brothers bore a striking resemblance, and since he had previously seen only Zhuang Yan's profile, He naturally assumed the two were the same individual. Their appearances seemed well matched, and noticing Qi Xingzhou's dazed expression, the nearby secretary promptly acted as a source of information, softly introducing Zhuang Yan. Initially, he found Zhuang Yan admirable in every regard, worthy of Zhou Xi. However, upon hearing the word married, all his previous musings shattered. Since he was married, it was likely they were merely business partners. Yet, just as he reconciled this in his mind, the secretary recounted Zhuang Jin's background. Young, accomplished, vibrant, he certainly was impressive, yet inexplicably, Qi Xingzhou felt a sense of aversion and disappointment towards him. He disliked the idea of other men standing by Zhou Xi's side. Ultimately, he concluded with a somewhat acceptable rationale that Zhuang Jin was simply unappealing. In a bid to expedite his brother's marriage, Zhuang Yin intentionally relinquished the most suitable position for discussing collaboration to Zhuang Jin, facilitating their communication. However, Zhuang Jin, lacking in wit, who usually spoke with great eloquence, seemed mute at that moment, only serving Zhou Xi food. If that were all, it might have sufficed, but he also displayed a remarkable lack of awareness, continuously piling food onto her plate despite it already being heaped high, appearing oblivious to her discomfort, which forced Zhou Xi to give him pointed looks for reminders. Previously, Zhou Xi had never considered that Zhuang Jin harbored feelings beyond friendship towards her, believing he merely cherished Zhou Xiao as a friend. Coupled with the business collaboration, she thought his attentiveness was simply professional. However, after today's observations, she realized she had been blind to his affections. At present, she merely wished to enjoy the life of a wealthy woman, regrettably unable to reciprocate his kindness. Zhou Xi possessed a formidable execution ability. Once she made a decision, she acted upon it without delay. Just as she grasped Zhuang Jin's intentions, she immediately began to create distance with subtle verbal cues. "Thank you, Mr. Jin. You should eat as well." A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Zhuang Jin's face at being referred to as Mr. Jin, a stark contrast to how things had been before. "It's all your fault.